The shadowy sect leader has imposed a fatal curse upon the entire congregation, guaranteeing that every mortal shall inevitably confront the triad of uncertainty. Nevertheless, none among you possess the requisite capability. Consequently, you come to realize that your subordinate has metamorphosed into a malevolent specter. The novice apprentice has metamorphosed into the 7 malevolent spirits. The clash of 2 swords. It was revealed that the master had metamorphosed into a nefarious entity. The countless blades return to their source. In the end, you realize you have yet to grasp the essence. In a fit of rage, I unsheathed my sword and cleaved off my own head. Have I genuinely fallen into the abyss of madness? Shall I not even show mercy to my own self? Dreams fractured into celestial bodies. Recollections of a former existence abruptly permeate your repose, imbuing within you a profound awareness. You rise to an upright position amidst the nebulous mist, gently unveiling your eyes. The virtuous energy radiating from you ascends like a rocket, soaring ever higher. Unbeknownst to you, your domain has once more transcended its former boundaries. In accordance with your customary practice, the subsequent step should be to enter a meditative state anew, thereby cementing your newly attained level. Nevertheless, after having vanquished the entire sect in my dreams last night, one must pause to contemplate how to prevent such a tragic event from happening again. At that moment, a melodious call suddenly rang out from outside, interrupting the sound of the Swana. Eldest senior brother, you seem to be in good spirits. Why have you softened? You shook your head. This young junior sister has undoubtedly mistaken you for a mere puppet, standing upon the precipice, serenading with songs of encouragement. You rose and gently pushed the door open. Before you unfolded a delicate curtain of water, creating a celestial tableau. Had it not been for the sun's resplendent rays illuminating the translucent veil, casting a subtle glow of twilight tones, no soul would have surmised that these 3 charming cottages were graced with such an enchanting formation. Master Brother, why do you once again resort to the artifice of puppetry for deception? Upon the sound of your door creaking open, a youthful countenance emerged from the marionette perched to the precipice. Indeed, I have come today to convey that I am at last prepared to descend the mountain, to vanquish malevolence and uphold righteousness. Upon hearing this, you nodded slightly. The young girl's cultivation level was apparent to you. She had just entered the foundation establishment stage. According to the regulations of the righteous Qi sect, disciples in the Qi refinement period must diligently cultivate within the sect. Only after successfully establishing their foundation may they descend the mountain to seek personal experience. You appear to be somewhat absorbed in contemplation. How swiftly time indeed passes, does it not? That playful younger sister from years past, Qing Ling, has now arrived at a juncture where she can confidently stand on her own. Esteemed senior brother, you once graciously pledged to grant me a magnificent gift upon the establishment of my foundation. Might I be so fortunate as to receive it now? Upon observing this, you bestowed a gentle smile and observed, was it not merely a month ago that you traded this promise for my exquisite method of secluded respiration? Upon hearing this, Qingling was momentarily astonished. Just the previous month, her 7th senior sister had endured a heart-wrenching experience. She had stood by her side, sharing several bowls of spirituous liquor. Unbeknownst to them, her tolerance for the liquor's strength was insufficient, and in the late hours of the night, she succumbed to indiscreet conduct. Taking advantage of the night, she woke all the spirit pets nurtured by the sect for a bath. Those who mistakenly wandered into the wrong nest, regardless of gender, received a couple of slaps. Notably, one colorful spirit pheasant, in the midst of laying eggs at midnight, was pushed back just as its head emerged. She scolded the pheasant fiercely for daring to lay its eggs in such a disheveled nest. On the subsequent day, the ethereal companions initiated a concerted attack against her. The overseer of the spirit beast pavilion chastised her. In her quest for sanctuary, she surreptitiously approached you, proposing an exchange of a vow for a technique capable of shrouding her presence. Nevertheless, she has perfected the skill of cloaking her existence, yet she remains unable to elude the vengeance of her ethereal allies. This is not to imply that the methods you offered were futile. Instead, it is that you advised her to embrace this moment to rectify the enduring karma. It is well known among all members of the sect that the eldest senior brother, who has devoted more than a century to its teachings, imparts his wisdom to his junior disciples not so much in the pursuit of the Tao, but rather in the intricate art of self-preservation. For instance, when Qing Ling inadvertently offended the spiritual companions of the entire sect, he instructed her in 3 essential methods for ensuring her survival. Immediately bring gifts to the door to express contrition, while secretly setting up a surveillance array at the Spirit Beast Pavilion. As soon as any signs of retaliation are detected, take preemptive action without hesitation. Secondly, acquire a mountain peak outside the sect to implement the plan for the wandering entity, in order to guard against the possibility of concealed high-level divine beasts, such as the Snow Vein, among those spirit pets. Should they rise to prominence in the future, they might seek vengeance upon you. Thirdly, anoint your ears with oil, ensuring that when the master gently twists them, they will glide effortlessly. Qingling immediately took out all her savings to treat her spirit pets to a grand feast, thus earning their forgiveness. However, upon further reflection, she seemed to discern the subtle undertones of a certain strategy at play. Qingling promptly adopted a playful demeanor, saying, "Esteemed senior brother, behold, I have dutifully complied with your desires. I have expended resources to secure my safety. Now, I beseech you to bestow upon me the precious gift. I earnestly implore you." You gaze into her expectant eyes, releasing a gentle sigh. Permit me to reflect futilely. It is evident that the young junior sister has entirely dismissed your sincere counsel. Or rather, it appears that no one within the righteous sect takes your admonitions to heart any longer. After all, when you first ventured into this realm, your words of caution were imparted with the utmost zeal. Consider, for instance, your master, who, in his efforts to protect the sect and its disciples, repeatedly sacrificed the most cherished elements of his existence. In the end, after losing everything, he nurtured a profound resentment towards this world, devouring 100 demonic cores and transforming into a malevolent fiend. Occasionally, you impart to your master the profound truth that genuine heroes do not extinguish their own light. That which you hold dear deserves equal guardianship. Should you find yourself momentarily vanquished by hardship, allow yourself a respite. Do not recklessly forfeit your being. One must grasp the sagacity of preserving the verdant mountains, for they signify an unending supply of firewood. As your devoted disciple, I shall steadfastly stand by your side, endeavoring to shape a future for our sect that necessitates no sacrifice, yet continues to protect our treasured legacy. The master was profoundly touched. He ordered you to craft 300,000 words of contemplations within a mere 2 hours, or else endure a punishment so severe that it would instill a paralyzing fear within you. For example, the second junior disciple, being the eldest son in his family and blessed with a pure yang spiritual root, has borne the formidable responsibility of revitalizing his lineage from a young age. However, due to the intrinsic nature of his pure yang spiritual root, which is universally recognized in the realm of cultivation as a solitary essence, he is destined to be incapable of extending his family's lineage. Ultimately, he has sorrowfully become a mere liability to his clan. In his attempts to resist, he was insidiously betrayed by his own progenitors, who obliterated his recollections of benevolence, ultimately metamorphosing him into a sinister entity. Upon meeting him, you felt compelled to implore. You are a compassionate soul, endowed with a profound sense of duty. Yet, you must not capitulate to the incessant demands of your family in every regard, for it merely fosters their unquenchable avarice. You must seize command of your own existence, meticulously hone your talents, and live for your own aspirations. The second disciple towers at an impressive height of 2 meters, possessing a sturdy physique and a rugged beard. He is playfully mocked by his graceful and dashing elder brother, who effortlessly elevates him to affectionately pat his head. Startled, he hastily descended the mountain that very night and spent 3 years in seclusion before summoning the courage to return. There exists a third junior sister, emerging from a lineage marked by earthly tribulations, yet she exhibits unwavering diligence in her cultivation. Her demeanor remains serene and unpretentious. On one occasion, in pursuit of opportunities, she allied herself with others to venture into a clandestine realm. However, she fell victim to the slander of a fellow female cultivator, who unjustly accused her of an improper association with her betrothed. In a moment of indignation, she retaliated by scratching her adversary's back 7 times. The disciples of the Sumeru sect could not restrain their exclamations. What compels you to scratch your own rear? What benefit is derived from attending to mine? The third junior sister conveyed her sense of helplessness. With merely 2 men and 2 women comprising the entire team, she realized she could not find solace with the disciple of the Buddha. As a result, there was no one to offer her assistance. This incident forged a profound and ineffable connection between her and the disciple. Subsequently, after weathering countless trials, they both succumbed to a deep and abiding love. However, subsequently, the disciple found himself facing a formidable impediment in his cultivation, perceiving his third junior sister as the barrier to surmount on his journey. He further articulated that the Buddha is molded by karmic obstructions, with karma serving as the progenitors of the Buddha. In this framework, the third junior sister symbolizes a karmic hindrance, akin to the very progenitors of his spiritual growth. He felt an inability to engage in dialogue with his own mother. From this moment forth, the third junior sister nurtured an intense animosity towards the Buddhist sect, unwaveringly opting to abandon her entire cultivation in favor of the esoteric practice of witchcraft. She longed for the day when she could create a version of the elusive clear goo, one that could never be deciphered, ensuring that those shaven-headed monks would eternally remain with their progenitors. When you bestowed your wisdom upon the third junior sister in her spiritual journey, you advised her to steer clear of the alluring distractions within the realm of the Buddha. You cautioned that a heart ensnared by fleeting romantic ideals would ultimately result in a life of insignificance. This is indeed a pivotal time for your spiritual development. Do not allow yourself to be misled by the likes of Shao Qing and Shao AI. The aspirations of a celestial maiden should ascend towards the heavens, amidst the countless stars and the promise of eternal youth. From this moment forth, you shall accompany your elder brother in the sect for your cultivation, and for the next century, you are prohibited from descending the mountain. Sister San, her countenance suffused with indignation, proclaimed unequivocally, should you wish for me to sever ties with that bald man, then refrain from advising me instead, direct your counsel towards him. Regarding the multitude of issues, they are innumerable and diverse. Nevertheless, even now, all perceive your advice as nothing more than a jest. How can these cultivators, dwelling in serene surroundings, grasp the profound sentiments hidden within your utterances? You sift through your trove of treasures, contemplating the perfect gift to present to your younger sister as she descends the mountain, while casually discussing any notable occurrences that have taken place across the 4 realms of late. The most pressing issue seems to be that the esteemed progenitor of the Beastmaster sect intends to harness the thunder-dispelling peak of the Wan Fumin to withstand the impending tribulation. The Beastmaster sect is presently rallying all its resources to ingratiate itself with the Wan Fumin, aspiring to ensure the ancestors' departure. Rise to greatness, for challenges are on the horizon. Indeed, the Master has articulated that each sect has designated its emissaries, patiently anticipating the moment when the revered ancestor ascends to the celestial realms to take their leave. Upon hearing these words, you could no longer afford to be discerning. With a mere thought, a diminutive yellow crane, adorned with a sword upon its back, darted forth from the forest. This one is a present for you. Master Dui, are you indeed certain? A heart racing with fervor, hands trembling with anticipation, eyes of azure radiating brilliance. Behold, the growth-type magical artifact, the purple gold sword, skillfully forged by the very hands of the senior brother himself. In days of yore, the 6th brother, Nieb Buffon, endowed with the spirit blade root, boasted an unmatched understanding of the law. He fearlessly challenged his elder brother, the master of combat. Unlike other sword cultivators, who wielded but a solitary life spirit sword, he was unique. He commanded 6 titles such as Long Time No See, I Admit Defeat, You Are Quite Handsome, and Let Us Pause for a Moment resonate in the atmosphere. My stomach rumbles with hunger. I ponder, might I inquire if you have a boyfriend? However, I opt to dismiss that notion. For the moment, let us heed the sagacious counsel of our elders, who unexpectedly reveal their profound wisdom akin to the 6th sword of astonishment. He audaciously entered the infernal domain, armed with these 6 swords, daring to confront a multitude of shark demons. The various demon lords even conferred upon him 7 titles more ignominious than the demons themselves. You did not deride his demeanor, rather. You carried a sword upon your back and confronted the challenge with a diminutive yellow banner. Nie Buffon believed he had perceived your intentions, therefore. Upon your exclamation of Wangxi, he promptly chose to defend himself against the blade brandished by his elder brother. Consequently, Xiao Huang, in a sudden and unexpected turn of events, laid claim to him. He vehemently discarded the diminutive yellow insect, simultaneously exclaiming, "Wait!" The sword in his grasp immediately reacted to the utterance. The blade concealed within your woolly companion sprang forth with immediate ferocity, casting him to the earth. Genuine astonishment does not require an individual to take initiative. Take my sword as a prime example. Once set free, it will unfailingly hone in on its target. Irrespective of the adversary's utterances, even the faintest grunt relentlessly pursuing its mark. Nie Buffon defeated. The cerulean silk dances softly, enveloping the diminutive yellow being, evoking profound waves of sentiment within my soul. You have observed her affection. A tender smile adorns her visage. If it bestows upon you happiness, then that is ample. Moreover, this time, as you traverse down the mountain, I shall accompany you on your expedition. Qing Ling was presently brandishing her sword. Upon hearing this, she instinctively nodded. Yet, as the implications dawned upon her, her wide eyes filled with astonishment. Master Brother, you declared your intention to descend the mountain. Her voice, resounding and incredulous, reverberated through the sect, akin to someone who, in the midst of a weight loss endeavor, had unexpectedly gained 10 pounds. The master was astonished by the news, disrupting the serene atmosphere he had nurtured for many years. His genuine energy surged uncontrollably, stalling his advancement at the apex of the transformation stage. The sour and spicy noodles clutched by his junior sister were violently expelled from her nostrils. Meanwhile, his junior brother's efforts culminated in the obliteration of a furnace housing 5 rejuvenating elixirs. In a moment of panic, the vibrant spirit inadvertently crushed an egg. The esteemed master, possessing a youthful countenance adorned with silver hair, inscribed by the hand of Zheng, beheld the fiery phoenix golden talisman erupt into flames, setting his tresses ablaze. Nevertheless, he remained enveloped in confusion, inquiring, "Disciple, are you departing the mountain? Is disaster imminent?" Perceiving the master's visage adorned with uncertainty, you continuously proffer words of solace, imploring him to remain composed, assuring him that misfortune has not yet descended. It is indeed fortunate that they have not yet made their appearance. Zhang Zhenren, having uttered his words, abruptly lapsed into silence, and the anxiety that had only just subsided surged once more to their throat. Beside her, Qingling fluttered her eyelids. Within this sect, her state of mind resembled the monotonous consumption of unripe greens each day. What could possibly justify the master's grave concern regarding the senior brother's conduct? Is this genuinely justifiable? Yet, her subordinate status rendered her opinions insignificant. Before the master and the senior brother, as the most recent disciple to join, she could only silently articulate her discontent within her heart. You beheld your master's bald pate, shaking your head in disbelief. With a tender motion, you glided your hand over it, and the luxuriant tresses cascaded back into place along the revered hairline of the esteemed Zhang Zhenren. The genuine individual of Zhang, having pacified his spirit, inquired, "What compels you to descend the mountain this time?" The disciple responded, "I have become fatigued by my days spent upon the mountain and yearn to embark on a leisurely promenade." Zhang Zhenren regarded you with a piercing gaze. If you fail to descend and ponder before speaking, what folly it is for him to regard Zhang as a simpleton. Yet, upon deeper reflection, he recognized that his eldest disciple was not one to act without purpose. Your decision to descend the mountain clearly indicates that you have your own deliberations. As your master, it is his duty to adopt a stance of understanding and forbearance, extending his unwavering support to you. Furthermore, the revered senior brother has conveyed his desire to appoint you as the heir to the role of sect leader. If this were to materialize, and you were to remain perpetually upon the mountain, forever trapped in the qi refinement stage, the Honorable Zhang would likely provoke the ancient masters of the celestial realm to unleash their formidable wrath upon you both with tremendous thunderbolts. In pondering this, the Zheng true person imparts the wisdom that the principle for embarking on the journey of training is to first lay a robust foundation. One must not procrastinate any longer. Ere the words could be completely articulated, the atmosphere enveloping you intensified remarkably. The true Master Zheng blinked, observing his eldest disciple's metamorphosis from the zenith of chi refinement to the seventh stage of foundation establishment. The entire transformation could be likened to a fluid and seamless experience, akin to effortlessly piercing through a delicate membrane with exquisite grace. Zhang Jinren was abruptly engulfed by a profound epiphany regarding the bewildering nature of his role as a master. It bore a striking resemblance to the act of cultivating the earth. One excavates a pit, counts to 5, and without enduring hardship, after a century of diligent nurturing, one attains the foundational stage. The soil of the sect is dismissed akin to the modest melodies of earthly shepherds. When the moment is ripe, one effortlessly reaps a new disciple. In the perception of Qingling, who herself is at the nascent stage of foundation establishment, Master Air's realm seems to resemble that of an individual who has merely transcended the chi refinement stage, scarcely crossing the threshold into the domain of foundation establishment. A moment's inattention could cause him to descend back into the chi refinement stage. One might assert that his foundation is rather fragile and tenuous. Zhang Jinren exhibited an unwavering composure, yet the talisman paper beneath his hand was completely saturated with ink. It is quite remarkable that a formidable cultivator on the cusp of advancing to the tribulation stage could fail to discern the true cultivation level of his disciple. After all, you have only been practicing for a little over a century. To what extent have you genuinely progressed? I ache to comprehend. I fervently desire to learn. Why am I unable, like my fellow disciples, to dutifully present my accomplishments to my esteemed master? What a wretched soul! Indeed, quite pitiable. Master, might I descend the mountain at this moment? The eagerness and wonder reflected in the gaze of the true, immortal Zhang have been entirely overlooked by you. Zhang, the genuine master, experienced a deep sorrow within, yet he felt compelled to uphold the dignity of his station in public. You may descend the mountain, he remarked, and in your descent, ensure the well-being of your younger sister. She is still quite youthful, do not misguide her. Listening to the master's earnest admonitions, Qingling's eyes sparkled with unshed tears. Very well, my aspirations have once more been thwarted. In her heart, Qingling, longing for a handkerchief, suppressed a sniffle. The mere notion of stepping outside in the company of her elder brother left her breathless. You cast a fleeting glance at the mournful countenance of Qingling, deeply attuned to her sorrow. To venture outdoors in the company of elders can undoubtedly be a source of great vexation. However, on this occasion, you are compelled to accompany them, for unrest is on the precipice of this world. Master, as the venerable ancestor readies to surpass trials, what are the intentions of each sect? Who stands as the representative of our righteousness sect? 10 days later, you frequently bid farewell to your mentor, Master Bo, embodying the essence of the past. You ponder the necessity of such particulars. Ah, it is of little consequence. I simply wish to counsel him to proceed with prudence. The subsequent day, beyond the borders of Huayang Town, the senior disciple descended from the mountain and hastened to this location. Could it be that descendants dwell in this realm? Have you forgotten? I am the pupil chosen by the master from the wayside. Qingling was engulfed by a sense of wonder. What is it that renders this town so extraordinary that it beckons visitors to its embrace? You contemplate the distant heavens. At this moment, this charming town bears no exceptional importance. However, in a mere 9 days, it may evolve into something remarkable. For now, permit me to arrange our endeavors. When the sun ascends over Huayang on the 7th day, the ensuing journey shall rest entirely in your hands. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing these words, Qingling's despondency evaporated, and in an instant, her spirit soared 100-fold. Just as she was on the verge of turning around, a ferry upon the river was suddenly engulfed in flames. A young boy, clad in black and clutching a bundle of firewood, was forcefully thrust into the water by an unknown assailant. Qingling instinctively poised to dissipate her veil of invisibility and swiftly advanced to rescue the endangered individual. Upon observing her actions, a furrow formed upon your brow. You grasped her arm firmly. What are you doing? Qingling remained suspended in the air, pivoting to confront you. To preserve lives, naturally, our descent from the mountain for training is explicitly aimed at protecting the people and vanquishing nefarious spirits, is it not? You regarded the surface of the water with a grave expression. The occupants of the vessel have hastily arrived at the shore. However, the boy who plunged into the water has descended to the riverbed. This transcends the mere act of rescue. What significance did your escape hold? With a quick motion of your fingers directed towards the water's surface, your magical abilities cascaded into the depths, completely enveloping the submerged boy. Rescue in silence. It is exceedingly imprudent to proceed with excessive ostentation. As you transport the boy from beneath the water to a tranquil shore, you engage in conversation with Qingling. What causes Qingling to feel a sense of perplexity? We are engaged in benevolent deeds, not wickedness. Why, then, must we resort to discretion? This is not a question of confidentiality, but rather one of sagacity. How have I counseled you to comport yourself within the sect? When navigating the external realm, one must grasp the significance of circumspection. If one possesses considerable prowess, it is judicious to disclose merely a fraction of it for self-preservation, reserving the greater part to uphold the tenets of our virtuous sect. Furthermore, this individual, wielding a wooden stick, finds himself entangled in a dispute. We remain oblivious to the circumstances that precipitated this confrontation, nor do we fathom the depths of his emotions. How can one so easily approach him? What if he is a malevolent entity, cloaked in disguise, or a being contorted in form? By advancing just now, you have inadvertently positioned yourself in jeopardy. Qingling regarded her senior brother with a profound sense of helplessness. The realm of cultivation had enjoyed tranquility for many years. From whence could these malevolent entities, disguised as mere mortals, possibly originate? The last manifestation of demonic cultivators, exemplified by the shark demon, occurred 8 centuries prior, an event when the virtuous practitioners from the Tsang realm, Zhu realm, and Su realm united to banish all demonic practitioners into the lethal realm. How could a mere mortal ever pose a threat to one who wields the arcane arts? Moreover, he is but in the midst of transformation. Even if he were to attain solidity, there would be no cause for her to experience fear. It is no surprise that the senior brothers and sisters who returned from their grueling training wore expressions of resignation upon learning that the eldest senior brother would descend the mountain with her. They had clearly foreseen such a situation well in advance. Indeed, the master has consistently approached matters in this manner. Even without descending from a mountain, he must convey his profound wisdom. How could the very essence of mountain ever be transformed? Upon observing Qingling's demeanor, ensnared in her own contemplation, one discerns that your utterances have scarcely penetrated her consciousness, akin to an ephemeral whisper. Do you not recognize that what your senior brother conveys may be perceived as an overblown alarm? Do you not apprehend that your senior brother's pronouncements could easily be regarded as mere sensationalism? It is simply a manifestation of self-induced apprehension. You are inclined to think that your elder sibling may have once remarked, "This world is replete with dangers." It is possible that even a seemingly mundane town harbors within its confines the dormant vestiges of ancient beasts from long ago. However, such assertions could simply be the musings of an imaginative mind, not deserving of belief. Would you not concur? Qingling swiftly acquiesced, acknowledging the veracity of the situation. Furthermore, this sentiment is not merely my own, it resonates throughout the entirety of the Zhengqi sect. Nevertheless, she chose to withhold this opinion, apprehensive that it might incite your displeasure. You exhaled softly. In that instance, permit me to escort you to behold with your own eyes the nefarious being that was confined 1,000 years ago as a result of its sinister metamorphosis. Initially inclined to concur, Qingling abruptly froze, her neck becoming rigid, her head stopping suddenly, and her eyes widening in disbelief. You gestured towards the youth amidst the turmoil and remarked, "Yet prior to our advancement, let us first reveal the authentic essence of this individual." Chapter 6. This boy is no good. Zhang Ping slowly opened his eyes, gazing around in a state of confusion. The landscape was an expanse of wild grass, devoid of any signs of human presence. He touched his body, finding his clothes dry, with no trace of discomfort from choking on water. "Are you awake?" a frail voice inquired. "Who?" Zhang Pingin's expression shifted dramatically. He turned abruptly, only to behold an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, observing him with indifference. In that fleeting moment, a myriad of tales flooded Zhang Pingin's mind, stories of protagonists who encountered various fortuitous events in their times of peril. Could it be that heaven had finally smiled upon him? Zhang Pingin hastily knelt before the elder, exclaiming, "Thank you, benefactor, for saving me." The old man gestured for him to rise and queried, "How did you end up in the river?" With a reddened gaze, Zhang Pingin replied in a hushed tone, "I was wronged by others." His tale was not intricate. Zhang Pingin was the son of farmers, and due to his parents' aspirations for him to succeed, they had sent him to school from a young age. 2 years prior, a wealthy classmate, concealing his affluent background, had told him, "As ordinary folks, no matter how hard we strive, we can never transcend our social class." Whenever Zhang Pingin felt weary from studying, this classmate would whisk him away to watch operas, socialize, and drown his sorrows in drink. Subsequently, under the guise of friendship, he incited Zhang Pingin to indulge in alcoholism, engage in brawls, skip classes, gamble, and even consort with courtesans. Ultimately, this led to Zhang Pingin's expulsion from the academy and the untimely demise of his parents from distress. Meanwhile, his classmate transformed, inheriting wealth and becoming the local tycoon, mingling with the powerful and the learned, ultimately achieving scholarly success. In his most desperate hour, Zhang Pingin had to swallow his pride and beseech his classmate for a few coins to procure coffins for his parents' burial. Yet, the classmate merely laughed and retorted, "I told you long ago, you commoners are destined to remain lowly, unable to rise above your station. Accept your fate. If you cannot afford a coffin, a doorboard will suffice. Why strive for what is beyond your reach?" Infuriated, Zhang Pingin hastily buried his parents and vowed vengeance. He first poisoned the well at his classmate's house, only to discover that the quality of water varied, resulting in only a few insignificant servants succumbing. Next, he set fire to his classmate's shop, incinerating an entire street, yet his classmate merely expressed relief, noting that the street primarily sold ironware, and the loss was minimal. Today, he had resolved to ambush him on his ferry, masquerading as a ferryman to exact retribution. But alas, his frail physique rendered him no match for the classmate's guards. He was filled with rage. Why must this world perpetually inflict suffering upon the virtuous? "Benefactor, I recognize your greatness. Please, take me as your disciple. I am willing to do anything. My life is yours. I beseech you to assist me." Upon hearing this, Qing Ling was filled with indignation. What manner of individuals are these? One, with a dark heart and vile methods, treats the destruction of an ordinary person's life as a mere game, generating immense suffering and leading others to ruin. The other, utterly devoid of resolve. How disappointing it is that he, despite being a scholar, lacks even the most fundamental capacity for critical thought. What nonsense it is to claim that one cannot transcend social classes. If one cannot rise above a mere academic underachiever, how can they expect to overcome greater obstacles? In his blind pursuit of fleeting pleasures, he heedlessly follows the whims of others, resorting to unscrupulous means for revenge, demonstrating a complete absence of moral integrity. Meanwhile, Zhang Pingin is desperately pleading, "Benefactor, I have been plotted against to this extent, yet I do not wish to sink into despair. I implore you to accept me as your disciple. I beg you, save me." The puppet remained silent. Lin Li turned to Qing Ling and said, "You respond to him." "Me?" Qing Ling was somewhat taken aback. "Isn't it a bit ambiguous for all of us to share the same puppet, senior brother?" Lin Li gave her a light tap on the head and admonished, "If you keep babbling nonsense, I shall punish you with 10 complex calculus problems tonight." Qing Ling quickly begged for mercy, claiming that enduring 10 pounds of pickled cucumbers would be preferable to tackling a problem like finding the derivative of the function y3x22 sin x, ex, at x0. Taking control of the puppet, Qing Ling firmly rejected Zhang Pingin's request. "I cannot take you as a disciple, but I can assist you in dealing with your classmate." "No, benefactor." Zhang Pingin kowtowed fervently, pleading, "I can seek revenge on my own, but I am at my wit's end. If you do not accept me, I am left with no path but death." Qing Ling thought to herself, how ironic it is that he recognizes his grave misdeeds now, yet showed no such urgency when causing harm to others. There is no need for further words. Since you are of no consequence, we shall part ways here. With that, Qing Ling did not wait for his response, and, controlling the puppet, plunged it into the river. Zhang Pingin cried out in despair, "Ah, how infuriating! You all look down upon me. Do you think this will make me relent? Never. Since no one will protect me, I shall poison myself until I have no weaknesses. One day, I, Zheng Pingyan, will ascend to greatness step by step, and I will make you all pay the price." Qing Ling observed this scene, her expression grim. "Senior brother, this man is mad." Lin Li collected the puppet and replied calmly, "This is what I often refer to as moral corruption. Let him be dark. We have saved him, yet he harbors resentment, demonstrating a complete lack of ethical boundaries. Thus, you must learn from this. When saving others, do so discreetly. We need only ensure our own peace of mind, and we must understand the virtue of doing good without seeking recognition." "Understood, senior brother." Qing Ling noted this down in her little notebook. "By the way, what shall we do about Zhang Pingyan? Shall we just let him descend further into madness?" Lin Li replied leisurely, "I have left a trace of my consciousness on him to prevent him from harming others in the future." Qing Ling sighed, "But doesn't that benefit his classmate?" Lin Li responded nonchalantly, "Not at all. That fellow is beyond the realm of humanity." "In the southern realm?" "In Huayang Town. The town derives its name from the courtesy name of a local scholar who achieved the highest honors. The architecture here reflects the traditional black-tiled, white-walled style of the Jiangyan water towns, with roads paved in blue stone harmoniously complemented by the flowing waters and stone bridges, exuding an ancient yet distinctive charm. As the sun begins to set, Huayang Town gradually comes to life. The tea houses and restaurants bustle with visitors, where storytellers take the stage and performers enchant the audience. Students return home, children play joyfully, and vendors shout enthusiastically to sell their wares. Qing Ling's gaze, laced with skepticism, surveys the entirety of the quaint town. To her, it appears to be an exceedingly ordinary place devoid of any ethereal essence or malevolent aura. The sporadic traces of ghostly energy are wholly obscured by the vibrant human presence. Yet, her senior brother fervently asserts that a millennium-old demon is sealed here. A millennium? What extraordinary cultivation must that entail? The mere thought exhilarates Qi Ling. "Brother, is it truly possible that a 1,000-year-old demon is imprisoned here? 1,000 years, can it still wield its powers? If not, how does it maintain its personal hygiene? And who is responsible for sealing it away? Why not simply eliminate it?" Lin Li, feeling her naivety, expressed his discontent. "Aside from indulging in idle gossip, have you considered how you would respond if the demon were to break free?" Since their arrival in Huayang Town, Qi Ling had trailed behind Lin Li in a rather disorganized manner. "I have considered it," Qi Ling replied earnestly. "At my youthful age, dealing with a demon sealed for a millennium should be a mere trifle. Besides, having been trapped for so long without sustenance, even if it hasn't perished, its physical condition must be quite frail. Wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 7. Countless Paths to Immortality. Safety is paramount. Upon hearing her grandiose declarations, Lin Li felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding. "Qing Ling, you certainly have a lofty ambition today. Have you indulged in coriander? Do you truly dismiss even millennial-old demons?" "Not at all." Lin Li's tone prompted Qing Ling to instinctively retract her neck. "I merely spoke offhandedly. The specifics must be assessed with care." Lin Li furrowed his brow. "What a casual remark. Now, recite the guidelines for descending the mountain that I have previously impressed upon you." "Ah? That speak." "Oh." Qing Ling dared not resist, mumbling, "Countless paths to immortality, yet safety is the foremost principle. Should one act inappropriately, the grief of fellow disciples remains. The world is rife with temptations. Vigilance must reside in the heart. Keep malevolent spirits at bay, and tranquility shall ensue. Should one bear injustice, do not fret. Ensure the scene remains intact for safety. Do not overlook even the minutiae, clear one's name, and smile once more. When faced with formidable foes, maintain composure and discern carefully. Prioritize clarity and strategy, and focus on the key to victory. The world is adorned with dazzling sights. Handsome men and beautiful women can easily deceive the heart. Speak lightly and smile subtly. For caution is the key to safety." Lin Li nodded with satisfaction. "You remember well. Now, do you comprehend what must be done?" Qing Ling nodded in agreement. "For the sake of safety, I shall return to the mountain immediately." Lin Li chuckled in a mock-threatening manner. "Excellent. Upon your return, you shall transcribe how a steadfast practitioner is cultivated 1,000 times. Please, senior brother," Qing Ling protested, clenching her fist against her palm. "You mentioned that the millennium-old demon has been sealed for so many years, it should not be able to escape, right?" Lin Li interjected. "Your change of topic is rather abrupt. A deduction of 10 points. Qing Ling pouted. Lin Li smiled slightly. "All right, I shall not tease you further. But remember this. No seal is entirely reliable. Regardless of how formidable the power once was, it will inevitably wane before the relentless passage of time. Ling blinked. If that is the case, why seal it at all? Would it not be better to eliminate it outright? To her, when faced with an insurmountable evil, one should promptly contact the elders of the sect. If she could not vanquish it, surely her master could. Even if her master could not, there were senior brothers and sisters to assist. With many hands, surely they could prevail. Why bother with these troublesome seals? Lin Li sighed. That is naturally because we are not yet strong enough. Some demons possess extraordinary talents if one lacks the means to destroy them and does not possess overwhelming power. One can only defeat them and not eradicate them. Those who initially sealed the demons were compelled by their own limitations, hence they resorted to sealing. Lin Li was quite familiar with the demons sealed in Huayang Town. This particular demon was part of the plot and hidden quests of this novice village. During his initial forays into the village, Lin Li had also discovered this hidden task. Players were first tasked with assisting the village chief in slaying 10 chickens in the woods, where they would subsequently find a black egg in the chicken coop, leading through a convoluted series of quests to obtain clues from the bookstore owner. Several players, guided by clues, located the demon Mo Li at the conclusion of their quest chain. He was sealed within an abandoned well at the eastern edge of a small town. Due to the open-ended nature of the quest's conclusion, these players failed to discover a method to vanquish the demon and instead directly broke the seal. This ultimately allowed Mo Li to escape, and in his wrath, he slaughtered every soul within the town of Huayang and the surrounding 30 miles to replenish his magical essence. The players who had broken the seal earned the ominous title of Nightmare of Huayang, which granted them the ability to transform their bodies, enhancing their speed by 10, evasion by 5, and all attributes by 15, lasting for 2 hours. In the early stages of the game, such rewards evoked immense envy among other players, including Lin Li, who lamented on the forums, questioning why they had not thought to liberate the demon themselves. Lin Li also felt a pang of regret. He had attempted this quest in no fewer than 8 different ways, only to be thwarted and ultimately killed by Mo Li, exhausting all his attempts and forcing a cooldown on the quest. Subsequently, discussions among forum players revealed that eliminating certain steps in the narrative could lead to the demon's demise. Alas, in the world of Asking the Way, most quests are standalone narratives, and completed quest lines cannot be restarted. After the disappearance of Huayang, new NPCs took residence. But for those players who fell victim to Mo Li, the place remained a testament to their regrets. Consequently, Lin Li often cautioned his junior disciples to exercise vigilance while venturing outdoors. No one could predict where a reckless fool might inadvertently release a 1,000-year-old demon. Should one lose their life over such folly, they could only sigh. The world is unpredictable, and life is fraught with absurdities. Arriving at the eastern edge of Huayang, 2 colossal ancient trees stood sentinel, one a stoneflower tree and the other a gum tree. Each tree, in its respective season, indiscriminately deterred passers-by with the aroma of loose state paper. Ling, observing from a distance, was taken aback by the peculiar scent of the stoneflower tree, which appeared so enchanting from afar. It was, to say the least, profoundly abstract. This world of ours. Isn't it suffocating? Why are you covering your face? The Qi isolation technique can neutralize odors. The first lesson of the 300 anti-poison techniques I taught you last month was precisely this. Did you not master it? Oh, I momentarily forgot. Lin Li shook his head and stepped between the 2 trees, arriving at the edge of a dilapidated well, overgrown with dead branches and leaves. This was the site of the demon's seal. Lin Li circled the well 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right before commanding, "Open." In the next instant, the scene before him warped. Ling felt a flicker in her vision, and upon regaining her senses, she found herself transported from the sunlit town of Huang into a dank, shadowy space, thick with a foul odor. Wow, is this the interior of the seal? Before Lin Li could respond, a deep, resonant voice pierced the air. That familiar scent belonged to a woman. Suddenly, Ling's eyes brightened as a muscular man clad in scanty attire materialized before her. Ah, Shi Xiang, how he possesses such formidable weaponry. Oh no. He is not wearing any clothes. Embarrassed, Ling covered her eyes, parting her fingers to peek through. Lin Li raised his gaze indifferently, directing his attention towards Mo Li. Demons are known for their disregard for modesty, often utilizing mere strands of steel as garments, easily discarded in battle to serve as weapons. Although Mo Li merely draped a piece of cloth around his waist, in the eyes of demons, this was already considered quite conservative. Yet, Ling, a Taoist nun who had practiced abstinence since childhood, found herself utterly defenseless against such provocative men. Ling, recite the Ice Heart Sutra immediately. Lin Li instructed his young junior sister, before turning a cold gaze towards Mo Li. Old man, Retract your soul-snaring techniques, or I shall make you understand that emotions cannot withstand the foulness of a cesspool. Chapter 8. Allow me to adorn you with honey. Lin Li's crimson eyes fixed intently on Lin Li, his aura dark and foreboding, now surging with ferocity. How dare you threaten me? His long, pale arm, captivating enough to ensnare any admirer, suddenly transformed, its surface covered in scales, a beastly claw infused with intense negative energy, lunging fiercely toward Lin Li's face. In a critical moment, a golden shield of light materialized out of thin air, steadfastly blocking this lethal strike. Avada Kedavra. Allow me to adorn you with honey. Qing Ling swiftly recited a spell inscribed on a talisman she held. Vajra Spirit Shield, Protect. These two incantations instantly rendered Lin Li speechless, his hair standing on end. Help? This isn't a real spell. It's just a joke my brother used when he was exhausted from practicing. When did my little junior sister learn this? I am truly at my wit's end. Heh. Merely a Vajra talisman requires such convoluted incantations to activate. Your kind is even more inept than I had imagined. Lin Li scoffed disdainfully. Forget it. I shall simply remove your head and feast. After all, your kind's weaknesses lie within your minds. Having been starved for over a millennium, I cannot be choosy. In the next moment, his obsidian claws ignited with indigo flames and lunged menacingly toward Lin Li. The talisman in Qing Ling's hand instantly charred to ash, and the thin layer of shield shattered with a crisp sound, scattering spiritual light. However, the smile on Lin Li's face faded. More? Indeed. Beneath the shattered metal armor lay a wooden shield. Lin Li snorted coldly. Layered armor. Such a common tactic, perish. The wooden shield exploded. And an ice shield? Quite the audacious maneuver. Do you wish to witness the might of my colossal claw? The ice shattered into fragments. 5-element shield armor, is it? Let me demonstrate the ferocity of my armor-breaking technique. Layer after layer of shield armor cracked open. Suddenly, by the heavens, there's a retaliatory armor as well. As Qing Ling regained her composure from her panic, she saw her senior brother calmly perusing a book. The demon before them raged violently, its claws thrashing wildly, while the shield armor before him glimmered and shattered, producing a crisp sound as fragments fell like petals, dissipating in an instant. The heart-wrenching roar of despair left Qing Ling bewildered. Senior brother, he is breaking through the defenses. Lin Li had just begun to speak when Lin Li's were interrupted him. By the heavens, how many layers of armor have you stacked? I have already breached 380 layers, and it's still not over? Qing Ling stared at Lin Li, dumbfounded. 380 layers. No. She recalled the 100 spirits layering technique taught by her master, which had a stacking limit of 100 layers. She herself had only cultivated it to 10 layers. It was said that only her master, Uncle Master, and the sect leader had mastered this technique to perfection, capable of effortlessly constructing 100 layers of armor, sufficient to withstand a full-force strike from the transformation stage. How could her senior brother be so extraordinary? Silently, he had exceeded 300 layers of this technique. Qing Ling was filled with admiration. It is indeed remarkable to observe how steadfastly he employs his spells, evoking a profound sense of security in those who witness it. Yet, despite breaking through 380 layers, the task remains unfinished. Qing Ling channels her energy, casting her gaze upon the shield. The elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, poison, thunder, and paralysis swirl in her mind. Rubbing her eyes, she peers again from Lin Li's shoulder. Senior brother, what has transpired? You have amassed over 10,000 layers of armor? Before Lin Li could respond, Lin Li, laboring to breach the 400th layer, clutched her hair with bloodied hands. Expelling a mouthful of old blood, Lin Li's expression remained impassive. In preparation for the cataclysmic disasters brought forth by the late-game version and the players endowed with infinite resurrection capabilities, Lin Li had meticulously devised strategies over the span of a century, arming himself with numerous trump cards. The armor technique, boasting 13,500 layers, was one of these secret weapons. In truth, the original Bai Ling armor technique of the Zhengqi sect merely employed a multi-layered structure of spiritual energy to augment the defensive capacity of the shield, a legitimate defensive spell. However, through Lin Li's innovative modifications, he incorporated numerous reflective shields and intricately combined them based on the principles of the 5 elements, significantly enhancing the shield's potency while also inflicting damage upon adversaries, thus inducing psychological intimidation. In his previous incarnation as a player, Lin Li had once acquired a stacking armor skill, which was considered a minor gem among defensive abilities in the early stages of the game. However, the distinction between his past as a player and his current role as an NPC was substantial. As a player, He merely needed to utilize experience points to elevate the skill level, thereby increasing the layers of armor with remarkable ease. The skill reached a cap of 50 layers. And to further upgrade, one had to seek out NPCs for quests or purchases, thus imposing a limit. Conversely, NPCs rely solely on their own insight and diligence for cultivation. But the potential to surpass skill limits is boundless. Theoretically, with sufficient patience, the upper limit of the stacking armor skill could far exceed that of its original version. After all, the biling armor technique of the Zhengqi sect demands little in terms of insight, yet requires considerable proficiency in the manipulation of spiritual energy and structural calculations for stacking armor. Ultimately, the process of stacking armor is laborious. The astonishing number of layers, exceeding 10,000, left both Lin Li and Li in awe. Yet Lin Li felt a sense of dissatisfaction. The seemingly exaggerated number belied an unremarkable effect. In the late-game scenario, where various powers swell dramatically, such a spell fails to provide substantial security. Take Li as an example, a mere corrupted demon serpent. Within the ceaseless tide of darkness, could only be classified as a minor elite foe. Having been sealed for over 1,000 years, she was already in a weakened state. Yet she could dismantle over 400 layers in mere minutes. This implies that should she grow 1,000-fold stronger, she could swiftly close the distance to him. This thought sent a chill through Lin Li, deepening his discontent with his own armor technique. Indeed, numerous shortcomings remained. The first being the limited defensive capacity of a single-layer shield, and the second, the increasing difficulty inherent in stacking more layers. Initially, Lin Li was capable of stacking 100 layers of armor in a single day. Now, merely adding an additional layer necessitates an entire day of his time, rendering it an exceedingly inefficient endeavor. Moreover, the sole consequence of merely stacking armor is the creation of the thickest layer, which invites the most severe blows. His energies must also be directed towards the cultivation of other techniques. Of course, cultivation is not an endeavor that yields results overnight. He is merely using Li to experiment with the existing issues of his multi-layer stacking technique. At present, the most pressing matter is to enlighten his junior sister about the perils of corruption and demonic transformation, ensuring she comprehends that this world harbors numerous hidden dangers. Lin Li. The demon you see before you is the Black Flood Dragon, sealed here a millennium ago, who was originally a righteous demon cultivator. He was righteous? Lin Li inquired curiously. How then did he succumb to demonic transformation? Chapter 9. Choices taught by the senior disciple. Lin Li closed the book in his hands, a cold smile gracing his lips. In years past, he had practiced recklessly, falling into the abyss of demonic cultivation, losing his memory by the riverside, where a mortal woman rescued him. Their bond deepened over time, culminating in a betrothal. However, upon regaining his memories, he scorned her mortal nature and abandoned her. 2 years later, burdened by unfulfilled gratitude, he sought her out again, wishing to marry her. Yet, the woman, possessing a fierce spirit, vowed never to yield. He feigned abandonment, but secretly summoned demons to slaughter her village, intending to play the hero and compel her into marriage. Little did he know, the woman was astute. She soon uncovered the truth and sought vengeance. The demon cultivator shamelessly proclaimed his willingness to commit any atrocity for her sake, ultimately succumbing to darkness and being sealed by the esteemed Master Qixiao of the Wanshou sect. Lin Li was rendered speechless. Senior brother, how can this be considered a descent into darkness? He was malevolent from the very beginning. She truly felt pity for that woman. Lin Li inquired. If you were to discover an injured man by the roadside, would you assist him? Of course I would help, but I would leave immediately afterward. Excellent. Now, what if this man possessed an ethereal elegance, striking beauty, and a perfectly sculpted physique, lying there in disarray, revealing his chiseled abs and smooth, fair skin? Would you still save him if you found yourself drooling? Senior brother, why would I drool while saving him? Lin Li retorted, indignant. I am not the type to merely admire from a distance. Drooling is quite unbecoming. I would rather seize the opportunity while he is vulnerable, haha. Lin Li raised an eyebrow at her and continued. Later, you discover that he is genuinely devoted to you. When you require medicinal elixirs for your cultivation, he traverses mountains and seas to procure them. When you need materials for forging, he ventures into secret realms and perilous domains to gather resources. Even when you merely express a fleeting annoyance, he drops everything to comfort you, to love you, to console you. Would you not be moved? Dare I say, I would not be moved. I absolutely would not. Master Brother, please continue. Lin Li chuckled, her eyes narrowing in delight at the imagined scenario. fearful that any movement might shatter her daydream. He orchestrates everything for you, always striving to be ahead of you. Gradually, you realize that you need do nothing. Your sole task is to remain by his side. In fact, you find that you can only remain there. For should you attempt to attend to any matters or meet anyone else, he becomes clingy and anxious. Only within the boundaries he has drawn does he revert to that gentle and considerate man. Lin Li's calm narration unsettled Qingling somewhat. Isn't it a bit excessive to be so tense? He claims it is out of love that he acts this way. Fearing for your safety and worrying that you might develop feelings for another, he implores you to stay by his side, promising to provide you with everything you desire. What do you think of such a person? After pondering, Qingling replied, indeed, he is truly infatuated. All right. Let us envision a scenario where you and your companions are valiantly combating the formidable forces of the demonic clan, striving to safeguard the innocent populace behind you. In the midst of this fierce struggle, an individual emerges, expressing his desire to return and appease his irate beloved, disregarding the protests of his comrades. He brazenly activates the formation and departs, leaving you helpless as you witness the demonic army surge through the breach into the city, mercilessly slaughtering both your fellow disciples and defenseless civilians. Qingling stands speechless, her mouth agape. What of such love? Lin Li, with an impassive expression, remarks, remember, the essence of cultivation lies not in emotions but in the pursuit of the Tao. As disciples of the righteous sect, we aspire to transcend the mundane and should not be ensnared by romantic entanglements. Does that imply that all disciples of the righteous sect must sever their emotional ties? Is that not rather harsh? Qingling inquires. Not at all, Lin Li elucidates. The freedom I speak of does not entail the complete renunciation of feelings. It allows for affection without being shackled by it. You may seek grand love that benefits all beings or pursue personal joy. Yet one must avoid the pitfalls of overwhelming passion. Such intensity leads to entrapment, and if one cannot transcend, then what purpose does our cultivation serve? Qingling ponders. Her lips pursed. I see what you mean, senior brother. Lin Li continues. Now, imagine a person of ethereal grace, possessing an unwavering spirit, who has never bowed to anyone, yet harbors a profound affection for you. His devotion is genuine, and he is a paragon of virtue, never resorting to needless violence. Regardless of the peril you face, he is always the first to come to your aid, even at the cost of his own life. Your love for each other is deep and unwavering. However, as he faces a tribulation, his strength falters, and he is on the brink of demise. Only you possess the power to save him. Yet it necessitates the sacrifice of your own life. Would you choose to save him? Qingling bites her lip, torn by indecision. I. Speak your truth. Lin Li encourages her gently. Taking a deep breath, Qingling declares, I would not save him. Lin Li nods, satisfied with her response, though she internally wrestles with the notion of abandoning someone who has shown her such heartfelt kindness. Unexpectedly, Lin Li shakes his head. That is incorrect. Qingling is perplexed. Would you choose to sacrifice your life for him? That is not right either, Lin Li prompts. Contemplate why your demise would aid him in overcoming his tribulation. Why else? I would shield him from the heavenly tribulation, thus sparing him from the strikes of lightning. Wait a moment. The heavenly tribulation is a trial imposed by the heavens upon cultivators, and one cannot interfere. Any attempt to do so would merely result in one's own demise. Therefore, shielding him from the lightning makes no sense. Qingling is bewildered. Senior brother, then what do you mean? Lin Li replies nonchalantly, it is simply a matter of killing the wife to attain the Tao. What? Qingling finally realized. So the lofty flower of the high ridge feigned affection solely to slay his wife and attain enlightenment? Is this not a deceit of my emotions? Are you not furious? Undoubtedly. He regards me as a mere vessel to exploit. I could almost pierce him through with a sword. But what if you cannot defeat him? Then I shall wait until I am stronger to strike him down. If darkening one's heart leads to greater strength, would you also embrace darkness? The word of course abruptly died on Qingling's lips. What, then, should I do as advised by my senior brother? You ought to inform him at once that your true self resides within the sect, and you were unaware of his tribulation today, thus only sending a puppet to meet him. Should he doubt your words, declare that it appears his feelings for you are but a facade, thereby shattering his resolve. If he believes you, then lead him to the sect, and together we shall confront him. But what if he refuses to accompany me and insists on summoning my true self? The figure he will encounter will merely be your senior brother. Chapter 10. Turning bones to ashes. Qingling's eyes sparkled with determination as she spoke softly, yet resolutely. Thank you, senior brother. I have remembered everything. Lin Li could not help but give a thumbs up to his little junior sister, thinking to himself that she was indeed teachable. He believed that she would not easily succumb to darkness in the future. Meanwhile, Li had finally shattered the 5,000 layers of protective armor. But he was utterly exhausted and could not continue any further. Lin Li pointed at him and said to Qingling, "There are numerous sealed demons and monsters like him. A piece of jade, a lamp, a small town, or a cave could all harbor such beings." Qingling nodded, silently taking note, but she couldn't help but wonder. "Senior brother, how could you possibly stack over 10,000 layers of armor? Why does Master S armor only amount to a fraction of yours? Will you not explain?" Lin Li had no intention of elaborating, so Qingling suppressed her curiosity and scrutinized Li closely. "Senior brother, I can't help but feel that this demon, after succumbing to darkness, appears almost indistinguishable from a normal demon cultivator," she remarked. As Qingling observed, she noted that the form of the demon after its corruption bore little difference from its original shape. The same appearance, the same voice, the same methods of attack. This was a stark contrast to her preconceived notions of darkness. She had imagined that corruption would manifest through exaggerated dark makeup or styles, with a personality twisted to the extreme, unleashing skills that exuded a chilling aura of evil, plunging the individual into madness and loss of reason. However, Lin Li presented her with an entirely unexpected answer. The belief that one becomes stronger after corruption is merely a misunderstanding. In truth, corruption strips a person of their baseline ethics, allowing them to traverse down a treacherous path without restraint. Yet, only a mind that has lost its sanity would choose such a self-destructive method to alter their circumstances. Qingling, we are cultivators of the righteous path, embodying both wisdom and beauty, talent and grace. We must never emulate him. Exhausted, Li felt insulted by these words. He let out a roar and lunged at the protective armor, resuming his futile struggle. Slap. Lin Li delivered a swift reprimand from a distance. Continuing his discourse, "Do not be deceived by his current display of ferocity. In truth, due to his corruption, his cultivation has stagnated. What he showcases now is merely the physical strength of a demon." This revealed yet another flaw of succumbing to darkness. After indulging in demonic cultivation, one might initially experience a surge in power, but the side effects are immense. Conversely, righteous cultivation may progress slowly but carries no adverse consequences. When a demonic cultivator attempts to revert to the righteous path, the outcome is typically one of slow growth accompanied by significant drawbacks. It was because the esteemed Seven Xia could not eradicate his demon form that he was sealed here, in the hopes of depleting his powers. Qingling suddenly understood. No wonder demonic cultivators refused to acknowledge their mistakes until death. It seemed that acknowledging their wrongs was worse than denial. She retrieved her small notebook once more to jot down notes, resolutely deciding that even reincarnation and recultivation would be preferable to succumbing to darkness. However, it raised a question: why was the senior brother, who spent all his days cultivating within the sect, so well versed in the matters concerning these demons? Unbeknownst to Lin Li, her confusion lingered as he proceeded to elucidate the characteristics, habits, weaknesses of the demon serpent, as well as the typical manifestations of demon clans after succumbing to darkness, and how to combat them. Li experienced a tumultuous emotional journey, oscillating between fury, gritted teeth, profound sorrow, and helpless resignation. After Lin Li's detailed explanation and Li's selfless dedication, Qingling finally attained a clear understanding of the perils of succumbing to darkness. Thus, the senior brother's warnings transformed from mere paranoia into tangible concerns. Observing her transformation, Lin Li discerned that she had absorbed his words, and anticipated that she would be considerably more vigilant in the future. Having witnessed the demon, it was time to bid him farewell. Lin Li gestured forward, unleashing a beam of crimson light. Li's presence was a ticking time bomb for the residents of Huang Town and any future disciples who might wander here. Now that he was in proximity to this explosive, it was only fitting to assist in its dismantlement. Upon witnessing Lin Li's decisive action, Qingling felt a surge of excitement. The senior brother's prowess was leagues beyond their master. Surely, his demon-subduing techniques were extraordinary. The crimson light emanating from Lin Li's fingertips pierced through Li's forehead, causing the divine light in his eyes to swiftly fade. This is impossible. A millennium had rendered Li's cultivation to the golden core stage, yet his physical form retained the strength of the divine transformation stage. How could a mere foundation establishment fireball breach his protective serpent scales? Just as he opened his mouth, the crimson light shot forth like a spark igniting a fierce blaze, completely enveloping Li, whose once mighty body melted away in the flames as if a snowman confronted with boiling water. in confronting such a critically wounded elite boss. Lin Li found no need to employ any trump cards. His own strength sufficed to effortlessly resolve the situation. Qingling, however, stood in stunned silence. The senior brother's movements were astoundingly swift and fluid, devoid of any superfluous gestures. Yet, he had merely employed a commonplace foundation establishment fireball. The disparity from her expectations of an awe-inspiring technique was staggering. Nevertheless, upon reflection, Qingling felt fortunate. If the senior brother had indeed utilized some extraordinary ability to vanquish this demon, she might have been unable to comprehend it at her current level. Conversely, this ordinary technique provided her with ample opportunity for contemplation and insight. It was evident that the senior brother had acted deliberately, tailoring his approach to her understanding. One could not help but admire the senior brother's thoughtful consideration for others. Qingling felt a deep sense of gratitude, gazing at the burning emoli. Lin Li did not hasten to depart. Instead, he waved his hand to summon 8 soul-binding talismans, sealing the space in confinement. He then produced a morning staff, shattering the phantoms emerging from the ashes into fragments. At this juncture, Emoli was utterly despondent, reduced to mere ashes, still smoldering with faint embers. Lin Li, still not entirely at ease, instructed Qingling to place Emoli's remains into a talisman bag for dispelling misfortune and invoking blessings. He then chanted a Taoist incantation for the deceased, wrapping the talisman bag in ritual paper and encasing it within a bagua mirror. As he exited, he reinforced the seal of the abandoned well once more, wary of any lingering souls that might rise to cause turmoil in the future. This sequence of actions unfolded seamlessly, as if rehearsed countless times before. Qingling felt her tender spirit profoundly shaken. Truly remarkable. Absolutely extraordinary. The process of reducing bones to ashes was executed flawlessly. How admirable you are, Master Brother. Chapter 11. Why does a shared room cost money while a private room is free? Returning beneath the fragrant stone flower tree. Imbued with the scent of pressed paper towels, Qingling hazily gazed upward, where the sky was adorned with countless stars. The town of Huayong lay enveloped in the luminous embrace of the moonlight, its shops and homes securely closed for the night, rendering the atmosphere profoundly serene. Unbeknownst to the townsfolk, 2 cultivators had entered their midst, nor did they realize that on this very night, the malevolent serpent destined to slaughter the entire town would be reduced to ashes. Senior brother, where shall we go now? Emerging from the damp confines of a dilapidated well, Qingling felt a wave of relief wash over her. Lin Li offered a faint smile, choosing silence as he performed a hand gesture, proclaiming, manipulating the heavenly path, transforming yin and yang, shifting the universe immeasurably. I command the metamorphosis. In an instant, a flash of light enveloped him, and the once celestial figure of Lin Li morphed into that of a frail old man clad in tattered robes, a cane now in hand. A sense of foreboding compelled Qingling to inquire, Senior brother, what are you doing? Transforming. I understand that this is a transformation. But why become an old man when you could remain handsome or beautiful? There is no need for such a disguise. Lin Li cast a sidelong glance her way. Qingling, I hope you refrain from repeating my soliloquies in the future. Then perhaps you should avoid soliloquizing. She internally scoffed, yet cautiously blinked and asked, but senior brother? Why? To maintain a low profile. Taken aback, Qingling recalled her senior brother's previous teachings when venturing outside. Minimizing one's presence is the most effective means to avoid entanglement in karma, given his nature, which seemed to vehemently reject all causality. It was fortunate indeed that he had not transformed into a stick to swat away those who approached him. Wait a minute. It seems all men in the world are powerless against a stick. Thus, it appeared her senior brother had thought this through. Yet, despite the validity of this reasoning, she was merely 26 years old, possessing beauty and allure, and the idea of transforming into a frail old woman felt rather disheartening. Senior brother, could I not age but rather become younger? Perhaps your granddaughter? Lin Li was about to nod in agreement when he suddenly halted. How young? 16. You guess. Lin Li narrowed his eyes and smirked. Qingling immediately deduced the answer, letting out a soft whimper as she performed a hand gesture. Spinning in place to transform into a 6-year-old girl, then extending her hands towards Lin Li. Senior brother, carry me. Very well. Recite 100 practical techniques for removing romantic delusions. Senior brother, I can walk on my own. Thus, the pair, one old, one young, one ahead, one behind, made their way back into the heart of Huayong town. The town's only inn was in the process of closing for the night. Lin Li approached and inquired, greetings. Do you have any rooms available? Before the innkeeper could respond, a rather shifty voice rang out from within. Yes, Yes, yes. The innkeeper emerged, scrutinizing Lin Li's attire, and stated, shared rooms are 20 coins per person, ordinary private rooms are free. Thick-skinned crab? Lin Li lifted his gaze, unfazed, and replied, what? Is the ordinary private room haunted? Pa. What nonsense are you spouting, old man? The proprietor hastily spat 3 times on the ground and remarked, given your advanced age and the presence of your young granddaughter, life appears quite arduous for you. Hence, I extend our establishment's benefits with good intentions. Noticing Lin Li's perplexed expression, the owner inquired, have you heard tales of storybooks? Lin Li nodded. Then ponder this. Why is it that in such narratives, whenever the protagonists arrive at an inn, they invariably find it fully booked, leaving only a single room available? Lin Li mused, isn't that the author's deliberate arrangement? Incorrect. The proprietor seemed to perceive his unspoken thoughts and smirked. This is, in fact, a unique service we offer in the innkeeping business. He produced a small abacus and began to manipulate it. While the fee for a single room appears modest, we can augment it with a 50% surcharge for double service. Should the guest be willing to spend, we can provide a lavish banquet for 10 taels of silver, with drinks flowing freely until intoxication. For an additional 10 taels, we could even arrange for 2 ruffians, granting the male protagonist an opportunity to rescue the damsel in distress. Qing Ling grasped the implication. So, are you suggesting you would employ me and my grandfather as those ruffians? The proprietor, stroking his chin, scrutinized her intently. Qing Ling held her breath. Suddenly, he exclaimed, what a foolish girl. Qing Ling nearly sprang up to strike his knee. You are the foolish one. Your entire family is foolish. She glared at him. The proprietor inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine and quickly added, nevertheless, with such beauty, how could I allow you to play the role of a ruffian? He pondered aloud. If we were to proceed, it would be as. Qing Ling paused. Breath held once more. The proprietor, with utmost seriousness, continued, a destitute girl selling herself to bury her grandfather, standing beside Lin Li. Qing Ling tugged at his sleeve, her wide eyes sparkling with 7 fiery words. Senior brother, may I strike him? Lin Li gestured for her to remain calm. Qing Ling pouted. Unaware of the imminent danger, the proprietor continued enthusiastically, coincidentally, there are guests scheduled for tomorrow. I will arrange for you to perform a scene of a destitute girl selling herself to bury her grandfather, only to be oppressed by a bully. But rest assured, it will be purely theatrical, and you will not be harmed. The male protagonist will promptly come to your rescue, thereby establishing himself as a benevolent character in the eyes of the female lead. Subsequently, they will be pursued by the bully and will take refuge in our inn. Conveniently, only 1 room will remain, and that evening, they are bound to drink themselves into a stupor. Afterward, events will unfold naturally. Who knows? We might even receive their wedding banquet order, earning an additional 3 taels, allowing you to earn a little something to tide you over. Before the proprietor could finish, Lin Li muttered under his breath, this troublesome fellow remains as troublesome as ever. He turned and walked away. Qing Ling found the proprietor's demeanor distasteful and had no desire to stay, hastily following Lin Li. Once outside the inn, she glanced back at the sign that read, Old Root Inn. Aha, mystery solved. This innkeeper revels in old clichés, a true purveyor of tired tropes. A rogue indeed. Ignoring the proprietor's fervent pleas to stay, Lin Li guided Qing Ling to a dilapidated temple outside the town for a respite. The monk, unbound by earthly constraints, could reside anywhere, and Qing Ling held no objections. However, her curiosity was piqued, since all the demons in Huayang town had been vanquished by her senior brother. Why did they choose to linger here? Lin Li gazed into the distance, where the abandoned well lay fortified by 36 seals he had placed, posing no further threat. Yet, he remarked, slaying the demons was but a prelude. The true challenge had yet to commence. Qing Ling, bewildered, questioned, is killing a millennium-old demon merely a warm-up? Lin Li nodded. In a few days, you shall understand. It was not his intent to speak in riddles. Rather, the matter was truly difficult to articulate, although the demon-sealing well remained unchanged, and the innkeeper's temperament was consistent. The arrival of the players would ultimately require another 7 days to become clear. Chapter 12, Behold. The celestial explosion. Qing Ling accompanied Lin Li as they journeyed around Huayang town. Over the course of 7 days, the two traversed from village to village, crossing bridges and encountering various experiences. They witnessed vendettas among martial artists, received gratitude from spiritual beasts, observed the illicit escapades of an uncle and niece, and encountered vengeful spirits. They marveled at the myriad human experiences and the complexities of the world. As they wandered, their pace was unrelenting, akin to unnoticed specters. Assisting the benevolent here and confronting the wicked there, all while gaining insights and enjoyment. In the blink of an eye, the seventh day arrived. At Songjing, atop the pillar of 10,000 talismans on the thunder-dispelling peak, the venerable ascending extremes ancestor sat cross-legged at the summit, his aura gently trembling as the spiritual energy from all directions coalesced around him. Moments later, a seven-colored rainbow light flickered upon his forehead, forming three ethereal blossoms that floated gracefully above, slowly unfurling. A brilliant radiance filled the heavens, only to vanish in an instant. Subsequently, a cacophony of wind and thunder erupted from within the ancestor, resonating with the roaring tempest of calamity, clouds surging from high above. To be born as a human, to cultivate as a spirit, and to transcend into immortality, today, the ascending extremes ancestor would reach the pinnacle of his power. Rising to his feet, he adjusted his sleeves and flicked his fingers, summoning a grand array of thunder composed of 81 giant tortoise shells to envelop him. With a mere gesture, a radiant robe fashioned from 72 types of thunder attribute spiritual beasts glimmered with golden light. 9 vials of spiritual elixir rested in his palm, while his innate spiritual beast, the Phoenix Blood Thunder Rock, perched upon his shoulder. Exhaling a final breath of impure energy, the ancestor reverently bowed to the heavens, offering incense to the ancestral masters of the celestial realm before performing a profound bow, welcoming the fierce winds descending from above. At that moment, within the swirling calamity clouds, several lightning streaks, as thick as well openings, flickered ominously. The ancestor experienced a moment of enlightenment. This was merely the prelude to the thunderous tribulation. It was approaching. Gradually, he lifted off the ground. Suddenly, purple lightning coursed across his body. Within the storm clouds, 3 streaks of lightning simultaneously ignited, striking down upon the ancestor like ferocious serpents. The heavenly tribulation rained down. 1 bolt, 2 bolts, 3 bolts. The protective tortoise shell above him was reduced to powder. His robe turned charred, and his innate spiritual beast was engulfed in flames. The thunder-dispelling peak crumbled 3,000 feet, and the elixirs in his hand had been exhausted. Amidst the cataclysmic thunder, the ancestor unleashed a thunderous roar. Heaven above, I, your disciple, humbly accept your teachings. Beneath the tempest, wisps of celestial energy flowed down from his head, through his neck and chest, as his physical form gradually transformed into that of an immortal. He had succeeded. Outside the thunder-dispelling mountain, cultivators from various sects offered their congratulations to the Beastmaster sect, for the ancestor's immortal form had appeared, signaling the nearing conclusion of this thunderous tribulation. Among the crowd, the righteous sect's master Changwei stroked his beard and chuckled, feeling a mix of apprehension as he had been sent to accompany the ancestor on his final journey. After residing in the sect for a century, Lin Li, before descending the mountain, had his junior brother, Zheng, convey a message to him, urging him to exercise caution on his journey. One cannot help but feel a sense of trepidation when someone particularly skilled in self-preservation emphasizes the importance of being careful and taking care. However, the situation has improved now. The venerable Dingji Laozu has entered the stage of forging an immortal body, and everything is on the verge of resolution. Reflecting on his earlier caution, Changwei Zhenren could not help but chuckle at himself. How could a nascent soul cultivator be so unsettled by a junior in the foundation establishment stage? Yet, in that fleeting moment of relaxation, an alarming realization struck. The gathered crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. As high-level cultivators, they were acutely sensitive to the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Just as the calamity clouds surrounding Dengji Laozu were about to dissipate, a vortex materialized from thin air, followed by an overwhelming surge of fervent energy erupting forth. The surrounding spiritual energy was ignited by this force, becoming wildly agitated and frantically swirling about. Such intense upheaval left the high-tier cultivators, who contained vast reserves of spiritual energy within, feeling explosively potent, almost to the point of bursting. Each individual struggled to rein in the tumultuous energy within them. However, the urgent aura emanating from the vortex only intensified. All eyes turned anxiously towards Dingji Laozu, who was closest to the vortex. At this moment, he had yet to fully transcend the heavenly tribulation, and a tremendous amount of spiritual energy coalesced within him, akin to a particularly spicy seaweed. The fervent energy surged chaotically within him. The next instant, a reluctant roar of defiance erupted from Dengji Laozu's mouth. Following that, his skin expanded like a pressure-released egg, and blinding spiritual light burst forth from the fissures. Changwei Zhenren had witnessed cultivators perish beneath heavenly tribulations before, yet he had never seen one self-destruct into a resplendent display of fireworks. A fleeting expression of bewilderment crossed his usually serene face. Could it be that old Deng had actually exploded? Oh, the skull that had already transformed into an immortal body had yet to burst. But what use was that for ascending? Amputation? The lower half is equally significant. Moreover, the primordial spirit remained in an incomplete state, unable to transform into an immortal infant. One cannot simply sever the primordial spirit, can one? Some aspects of a man cannot simply be discarded, accompanied by the violent shockwave from the explosion. The surrounding spiritual energy underwent another transformation, boiling over from its previously tranquil state. Simultaneously, beneath the clear sky, countless vortices manifested before the eyes of the gathering. A myriad of players descended like deities and demons, enveloped in spiritual light, cascading from the vortices in all directions. The grand update for the Celestial Adventure. Asking the Way version 1.0 has officially launched. A friendly reminder, loading does not consume data. Huiyang Town, D&T House. Snap. With a rhythmic clap of the wooden clapper against the table, the round-headed storyteller recited the opening verse, then commenced his tale. Ladies and gentlemen, apart from our human race, there exists a myriad of beings such as the demon clan, spirits, and countless strange creatures. Our Tsang realm serves as a sanctuary for humanity, flourishing with numerous celestial sects and a thriving human civilization. In the southern region, known as the Gathering Realm, dense jungles and complex terrains provide a habitat for the demon clan. Once, the tiger and dragon clans held dominance there. However, many races, influenced by us humans, take pride in consuming the flesh and blood of the tiger clan, particularly their reproductive essence, leading to a significant decline in the tiger bloodline. Subsequently, the mammoth clan frequently waged wars to ascend, but I have heard that in recent years, due to the popularity of ivory chopsticks in the world of cultivation, they too have begun to fade. Yet, it is my understanding that most rumors targeting our human race are mere scapegoats, akin to the legendary havoc wrought by the great sage equaling heaven in ancient times. In truth, the shadow of the dragon clan looms larger behind these tales. To the west lies the Ruins Realm, a sacred land of the Buddhist sect, where temples abound like grains of sand. The disciples of the Buddhist faith engage little in production, dedicating themselves to arduous cultivation. Although most monks primarily focus on performing good deeds to accumulate merit for their future lives, naturally, there exist some nefarious sects within Buddhism, such as the Pure World sect, whose disciples believe all things are tainted, leading them to shed their garments indiscriminately. Another sect, the sect of lawful words, excels in indoctrination. In the far north lies the Blazing Realm, characterized by its continuous volcanoes and extreme living conditions. It is a melting pot of all manner of demons and spirits, including the much-adored succubus clan. Speaking of the succubus clan, it is truly lamentable. The first succubus to grace the world was not a demon but a spirit, known for her kind heart and fondness for friendship. Through her interactions with various races, she discovered a unique charm technique. Unbeknownst to her, as she honed her craft, she failed to conceal her aura. Upon returning home, she inadvertently attracted all manner of beings, demons, monsters, and spirits who followed her, only to meet their demise at the precipice of her cave. Realizing the grave error she had committed, she resolved to embrace darkness, transforming into a demon on the spot. The patrons of the tea house erupted into laughter at the storyteller's witty remarks. Suddenly, their mirth was abruptly silenced, an inexplicable sense of unease swelling within them. This disquietude was unfounded, as they sensed an unfamiliar shift in their once familiar surroundings. They longed to calm their minds and discern the nature of this change, yet could not grasp the fleeting difference. Just as confusion enveloped them, a panicked voice echoed through the streets. Hurry, hurry, look. The sky is about to collapse. Chapter 13. Thunderous Roar. The sky falls and the earth crumbles amidst the thunderous roar. The sky appeared to collapse, and the earth to quake. The patrons of the tea house were stirred into action, surging onto the streets like a tidal wave. Merchants, farmers, students, those hanging laundry, and even the miscreants stealing undergarments, all paused their activities, collectively lifting their gazes toward the heavens. The vast sky mirrored a tranquil surface, yet scattered shards of light danced like dust. Countless chaotic black vortexes emerged beneath the azure expanse, and figures enveloped in radiant white plummeted to the ground like meteors. This scene resembled an alien invasion. Not only had the ordinary folk never witnessed such a spectacle, but even those cultivators who had lived for centuries had never beheld its like. Except for Lin Li, disguised as the old man in ragged clothes. He sat by the roadside, observing the luminous descent with a sigh of resignation. Alas, what was destined to come had finally arrived. The game was launching, players were entering, and upheaval was imminent. Everything unfolded as it had in his previous life, as if life itself had a twin. To be candid, Lin Li's emotions were tumultuous upon witnessing the arrival of players. Firstly, their descent signified that a great calamity had been irrevocably set in motion. He could no longer retreat into the sanctuary of the mountain gate, living an untroubled existence. Secondly, as a former player himself, he understood the intricate dynamics of the player community, despite the hyper-realistic game world providing players with an immersive experience. It inevitably led them to project their real-world values into the game, causing an instinctive aversion to the madness of demonic practices that obliterate humanity and a disdain for the brutality of plunder and slaughter. However, the behavioral patterns of players were fundamentally driven by systematic plunder, as the survival principles of the game prioritized numerical superiority. They would unhesitatingly seize everything around them that could enhance their levels and powers, becoming exceedingly greedy. Thus, during times of peace, players represented the greatest calamity for this world. Yet, this situation would transform significantly with the ongoing updates of the game. As the game progressed, the player community would continuously evolve, gradually becoming the core force capable of confronting various apocalyptic disasters, as well as the immortal pawns. This was of paramount importance to the indigenous populace. Lin Li, well-versed in the future trajectory, recognized the indispensable role of the players. Of course, he would not regard them as saviors. His objective was to foster a mutually beneficial collaboration to the greatest extent possible. Lost in contemplation, he was suddenly interrupted. "Master, the demons are invading. The sky is truly going to collapse." A little girl, transformed from Qing Ling, rushed in from around the corner, clutching 2 hefty buns. The chaotic spiritual energy unsettled her, rendering her pallid. "Stay calm," Lin Li said, reaching out to snatch the buns from her grasp and stuffing them into his mouth, mumbling, "The sky will not fall just yet. At least not in the current version." What appeared to be the sky collapsing was merely the phenomenon of players arriving for the first time. Lin Li, once one of them, reminisced about his own descent into this realm and couldn't help but exclaim, what a thrilling experience it was. Upon donning the gaming headset, it felt as though my soul was seized by a colossal hand, unprepared for the sudden descent from the heavens. The howling winds roared in my ears as magnificent landscapes unfurled before me at a dizzying pace, the undulating mountains resembling a great dragon coiling majestically. Verdant flora shimmering like scales in the sunlight. Rivers danced like playful ribbons. Towns scattered like precious gems, with figures flitting about, and wisps of smoke curling into the air, suffused with the essence of vibrant life. However, this mode of arrival appeared less than favorable in the eyes of the native inhabitants, resembling an invasion by otherworldly demons. Thus, players in the realm of cultivation are uniformly referred to as heavenly guests, underscoring their status as non-native beings. "Big brother, return my buns." Qing Ling, bereft of her meat buns, gazed at her empty hands, feeling as though the sky had fallen. After all, these were earned through her efforts in fetching 4 buckets of water from Master Bao, who sold buns, without relying on her spiritual power. Calmly, Lin Li presented a bowl of wontons from behind and offered it to Qing Ling. The wontons, with their delicate wrappers and fragrant filling, wafted an enticing aroma. Just as she took a couple of bites, Qing Ling suddenly realized, "Brother, this is not the time for wontons. Besides, why does your bowl have a chip?" "Wait. You wouldn't tea have?" Lin Li nonchalantly replied, "It wasn't my doing." Thus, Qing Ling hesitantly inquired, "Did you truly acquire this?" Lin Li corrected her, "Not acquired, it was a complimentary gift. But gifts should not come in broken bowls." Lin Li paused for a moment, his voice carrying a note of caution. Now is not the time to be choosy. Just as Qing Ling was about to express her indignation, she instantly quelled her anger upon hearing his words. "Ah, right, big brother, what exactly is going on here?" She recalled what her elder brother had mentioned a few days prior regarding the yet-to-be-unveiled true challenges. It was evident that he had anticipated the current scenario. Seeing her anxious demeanor, Lin Li gently patted her shoulder, offering reassurance. "Qing Ling, do you remember why the master did not take on disciples?" Qing Ling was puzzled by her brother's sudden inquiry, but answered earnestly, "I remember. It is said that the master once had 6 disciples, but they all perished for various reasons, leaving him heartbroken, after which he no longer accepted apprentices. I heard from our master that this was because the master practiced the path of destiny, where practitioners are unafraid of divine retribution, instead taking the defiance of fate as the essence of their cultivation. The process involves first knowing fate, then breaking fate, and finally mastering fate. Among these, knowing fate is the simplest. as it merely requires one to discern their own deficiencies in destiny, such as short lifespan, loneliness, poverty, or lack of fortune, to cultivate successfully. However, breaking fate is arduous. A practitioner must sever the threads of fate connecting them to the heavenly path and endure the dual trials of heavenly tribulation and inner demons to achieve mastery. It was at this moment that Qing Ling suddenly froze. Big brother, your sudden inquiry, could it be that you have also embarked on the path of destiny like the master? As Qing Ling increasingly contemplates the possibilities, she realizes that cultivators of fate are notoriously adept at evasion, making them a perfect match for her senior brother's approach of remaining detached from causality. Lin Li nodded and recounted, when my master brought me back to the sect, it was indeed with the intention for me to become my uncle's disciple. However, my uncle warned that probing into the secrets of heaven would incur the disfavor of the heavens, leading to a perilous path filled with lethal trials. Thus, I respectfully declined on the spot. Qi Ling remarked, however, I have spent many years comprehending my uncle's techniques. I discovered that if I were to transform the crude method of breaking fate into constructing a causal compass within the sea of consciousness, I could effectively avoid entanglements with the fates of others, thereby immensely reducing my own tribulations and making my cultivation significantly safer. Qing Ling's lips twitched. Senior, altering a cultivation method is not akin to modifying a spell. The esteemed predecessors who create and refine such techniques stand on lofty heights. They possess a profound understanding of the various realms and are thus qualified. Yet, you are merely in the foundation establishment stage, are you not? Even if there are secrets you keep, just how much have you concealed? Lin Li interrupted Qing Ling's internal interrogation, continuing, consequently, I have also acquired a modicum of skill in peering into the secrets of heaven. Qi Ling was tempted to assert that your modicum might indeed surpass even the mastery of the sect leader or her uncle by a considerable margin. After all, why had the sect leader not ventured to Huayang Town to exterminate the demons in the past century? Why was it always her senior brother who offered countless warnings whenever the senior disciples descended the mountain? Ultimately, it was clear that you had foreseen everything, prompting you to caution us in such a roundabout manner, was it not? In a sense, Qing Ling's thoughts were not entirely unfounded. When it comes to foreseeing the future, even the celestial beings and ancestral deities in the heavens would struggle to match Lin Li's acuity. As the world undergoes tumultuous changes and great calamities loom, some truths must be revealed to you. Lin Li gazed towards the beams of light descending upon Huayang Town, solemnly stating, what has fallen from the heavens is not a demon, but rather an otherworldly visitor. Chapter 14. Visitors from afar outside Huayang Town. Beams of luminous light cascaded from the heavens above, which, under normal circumstances, would have reduced the earth to scorched ruins and shattered the quaint town into fragments. However, as the radiant beams descended to the riverbank dock, an unseen force dissipated their impact. Once the white light faded, a group of uniformly attired yet uniquely featured individuals from the human race surveyed their surroundings with expressions of sheer astonishment. Goodness, the graphics are astonishing, exclaimed a stunningly proportioned young woman, her excitement palpable as she crouched down to touch the weathered planks of the dock, even admiring the intricate cracks in the wood. Wow, even the bird droppings are rendered so realistically. The surrounding crowd instinctively took a few steps back. Yet, one enthusiastic gamer inhaled deeply, closing his eyes in bliss. The river exudes the scent of fish, and there is a hint of pork in the air. This verisimilitude truly represents an epic-making virtual game, pushing the boundaries of realism to their zenith, as if I have stepped into an entirely different world. Indeed, even the tactile sensations are remarkably lifelike, indistinguishable from my reality. Is that so? Oh, come on. You've already slipped your hand down my trousers and you still question its authenticity? With such high freedom of interaction. Is there anyone daring enough to engage in a verbal duel with me? Me. After decades of being compelled by work, I've safeguarded my first kiss for over 60 years. Now is the time for a passionate encounter. Never mind. I've finally entered the game and removed my dentures, so I shan't indulge in such romantic entanglements with you. By the way, where are the notorious pants removal enthusiasts? An essential element of any outstanding online game narrative. They're here. Look. Goodness. What is this dense foliage? Where is the anti-obscenity tech team? Are you all pirating Condo S work? Where is customer service? I wish to lodge a complaint. It's blinding me. I want to be rich. I demand compensation. A bunch of perverts. If you wish to explore freedom, just find someone for an online romance. Then allow me to start. I am a savvy and capable young lady the type who says to her CEO, "You haven't been this happy in ages." Looking for a thrilling romance with a wealthy, handsome gentleman who bursts into my life. Oh dear, Wang's sister, you're quite amusing. Do you envision yourself nestled at home, awaiting a 1.9-meter tall, muscular millionaire to sweep you off your feet? How laughable. Only in a communist utopia would poverty be eradicated with such precision. Stop babbling. Who wants to raid the villagers' homes with me? Come here to form a team. Hey, those wishing to visit the bathhouse, gather here. Why are there no skills available? I wanted to see how effective it would be to attack a villager. Oh dear, I'm too old for this. I believe in metaphysics and dare not delve into such dark, anti-human narratives, fearing it may affect my aura. Instead, I shall stick to light-hearted and sweet tales. Come. Are there any kindred spirits willing to venture into the town for some adventure? Though the calls echoed around, in reality, everyone remained hesitant, their confidence wavering. As a next-generation MMORPG featuring cutting-edge virtual reality technology, Asking the DAO has replaced the traditional closed beta testing process with a comprehensive digital twin pressure testing system prior to its global simultaneous launch. Coupled with the game developers' reticence regarding the game's content, millions of players found themselves utterly bewildered upon entering this world, unsure of how to embark on their journey. How could there be no novice guide? Eventually, frustrations bubbled to the surface. Logically, players should first select a sect, then choose a profession, learn skills, and finally embark on the path of cultivation. Yet at this moment, they could only gaze vacantly at a cultivation world that bore an uncanny resemblance to reality. Their minds incessantly calling for customer service, only to receive the reply, "The path to immortality is long. Feel free to explore." What a casual response. Had it not been for the game's lack of keyboard requirements, one might have imagined a montage of players hurling their keyboards in frustration, becoming a viral sensation. The crowd fell into a contemplative silence, save for those players who had been clamoring to form teams since the outset, brimming with enthusiasm. Unfazed by the narrative, they charged straight into the novice village. Ignoring all else, they headed towards the town to seek out NPCs. As some ventured into the town, the remaining players stirred restlessly, thousands surging like a mighty tide toward Huayong Town. Confronted by such a chaotic influx, the townsfolk turned pale with fear. Some fled in panic, losing shoes in their haste, while others grasped nearby stools, pots, children, hoes, and even dung shovels as makeshift weapons, barricading the town's entrance. Amidst the throng, a young girl named Qi Ling stood perplexed, her mind clouded with questions. She noticed that these extraterrestrial visitors were mere mortals devoid of cultivation. Were it not for their dramatic arrival, their simple attire would render them unremarkable in the crowd. "Master Brother, are these the challengers you spoke of? They seem rather easy to challenge," she mused, conservatively estimating that she could take on 1,000 of them single-handedly. Some appeared to be pampered young masters and mistresses, likely incapable of besting even the local ruffians. How long would it take for them to recover from a slap? "Do not underestimate them," Lin Li cautioned, surveying the scene and spotting several familiar players from his past, many of whom he shared a good rapport with. Yet, he could not find his own presence among the players. Was this transformation solely due to the multiverse? Or had he become a butterfly's wing, fluttering his original self away to another novice village? Calculating roughly, there were at least hundreds of thousands of novice villages across the 4 realms of the immortal world, each realm's area at least twice that of Earth. In such an expansive world, with Lin Li's current near-supersonic speed and evasion, it would take him at least 2 or 3 days of continuous flight without rest. And if he were to search for someone, who could say how long that would consume? Thus, in the early stages of the game, players from the 4 realms remained completely isolated from one another. Until the later versions, players' cultivation levels ascended, acquiring the ability to traverse the void and reduce distances to mere inches. Only then was the chasm between the realms finally breached. The complete visage of the immortal realm was ultimately unveiled before the players. Reflecting on this, Lin Li sighed and continued, "These extraterrestrial visitors merely appear human. In truth, they're all immortals." Qing Ling, taken aback, exclaimed, "Immortal? If we sell them to the blood slaughter sect as blood packs, wouldn't we become wealthy?" Lin Li furrowed his brow, responding, "Qing Ling, how could you entertain such a notion?" Suddenly, Qing Ling swiftly placed her finger in her mouth. "I don't know." Since a moment ago, she had felt an unsettling agitation within her heart. Lin Li pointed gently at her forehead, and a warm, luminous essence coalesced at his fingertip. "Your spiritual energy is somewhat chaotic. You should revert to your original form and take a moment to calm yourself." Qing Ling retracted her silly demeanor, nodded softly, and turned to restore her true appearance. With the guidance of her senior brother's spiritual energy, she soon felt the restless energy within her gradually settle, her turbulent emotions receding like a tide to tranquility. "Senior brother, what happened to me just now?" she inquired. "Nothing of significance," Lin Li replied calmly. "The celestial disturbances have caused the surrounding spiritual energy to become agitated, which affected your emotions. Your impulsive thoughts were merely a fleeting whim. Moreover, being immortal does not imply they cannot be slain. Rather, it signifies that no matter how many times you kill them, they can resurrect in a pristine state." Lin Li candidly elucidated the characteristics of the players to Qingling. Furthermore, they possessed an astonishingly formidable potential for growth. There was no need for innate talent or comprehension. Merely embarking on the path of cultivation would lead to rapid advancement. For instance, while you may require a decade to solidify your foundation, they could achieve the same in mere months, and regardless of the realm they reach, there are no barriers to their progress. Chapter 15. The Player's Mission. Good heavens! Just a sheer exclamation of astonishment. Qingling gasped in surprise. If these extraterrestrial visitors were indeed as formidable as her senior brother had described, the entire landscape of the cultivation world would likely be irrevocably altered. It is not difficult to deduce that, without any bottlenecks, these individuals could establish their foundations within mere months. Given them a few centuries, it is certain that tens of thousands could ascend to immortality. Moreover, the vastness of the four realms suggests that there are not merely these few tens of thousands. At that time, could there not be billions of true immortals? No wonder her senior brother remarked that exterminating the demons after a millennium was merely a warm-up, with these extraterrestrial beings representing the true challenge. To be frank, this is not merely a challenge, it transcends simplicity. Qingling could already faintly foresee the impending pressures of competition within the cultivation world. When the time comes, she would find herself unable to lie down in peace, unable to outpace others, and even struggling with sit-ups. As a mere insignificant being, she would likely be scolded into submission by her elders. Lin Li understood the thoughts swirling in Qingling's mind. The nature of the players would inevitably instill a sense of unease in every cultivator who began to comprehend their existence. It is worth mentioning that in the past, the fierce competition among the major sects to seize and unravel the secrets of their immortality ultimately exacerbated the anomalies in version 1.0, leading to a prolonged turmoil within the cultivation realm. Fortunately, the limitations on player levels in the initial version provided the major sects with a semblance of relief, somewhat easing the previously tense atmosphere. However, the relationships among the sects, which had been torn apart by the struggle for players, were now difficult to mend. The once harmonious cultivation world had devolved into a landscape of mutual hostility and vigilance. Nevertheless, Lin Li had no intention of intervening in this unfolding drama. After all, even if he were to widely disseminate the characteristics of the players, the influential figures within the cultivation world would hardly place their trust in the words of a mere foundational cultivator. Consequently, wariness would persist, experiments would continue, and the fissures that were meant to appear would inevitably emerge. Lin Li merely sought to recruit some elite players into the Zhengqi sect, nurturing them discreetly as his trump cards, ultimately dazzling everyone. Thus, he would not shroud his intentions within the sect. For instance, with his junior sister at hand, he intended to guide her into his plans. You need not worry too much, at least for a certain period. Their realms can only ascend to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Qingling, with a forlorn expression, lamented, "But senior brother, by the time I reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment, won't they have caught up to me?" Lin Li offered her an encouraging smile. "Qingling, you must learn to adapt. After all, there will be many more days ahead when you find it difficult to keep pace with them." Upon hearing this, Qingling felt even more aggrieved. Noticing his junior sister's distress, Lin Li deemed it necessary to reveal some of his treasured wisdom. "Qingling," he said with a serious demeanor, "today, I shall impart to you the 12 principles of harmonious existence without competing or lazing. Pay close attention." Although she was uncertain of what her senior brother was referring to, his solemnity indicated that it must be of great significance. With her ears perked, Qingling listened attentively. Lin Li raised a finger. "First, we are human. We need not choose between being a competitive king or a useless individual. As individuals, we live for ourselves rather than adhering to any external standards. The vastness of the world pales in comparison to one's own significance. Ultimately, our paramount objective is to emerge victorious, to be the ones who laugh last. But how can one ensure that they are the last to laugh? The first step is to find joy in laughter, and to achieve that, one must learn to love oneself. Secondly, it is essential to understand the art of leveraging one's strengths while minimizing weaknesses. For instance, if others challenge you to a race, respond with endurance. If they compare appearances, counter with perspectives. If they measure cultivation, engage with strategy. Qingling humbly inquired, "What should I specifically do, esteemed senior brother?" The answer is simple. If you find that no matter how hard you strive, you cannot surpass others, then refrain from competing. Instead, cultivate at your own pace, discreetly improving yourself. As long as you ensure daily progress, live longer than they do, and find greater joy in your days, you will achieve harmony within yourself. Moreover, by opting out of competition, you will evade envy and scrutiny. By not lying idle, you will avoid disdain and attack, all while quietly benefiting as others tire themselves out in their relentless pursuits. Allow me to illustrate with an example. Do the ambitious competitors not require abundant resources to enhance themselves? If you were to sell them 200 years of tribulation or 3 months of simulation during their most fervent endeavors, or perhaps offer them elixirs when they are battered from conflict, you would not only profit from their wealth but also earn their gratitude. Qingling appeared to have unlocked the door to a new realm. "Senior brother, please slow down," she urged, diligently jotting down notes. Lin Li smiled slightly. "This is merely the foundational aspect. I shall impart to you the third method, known as the lobster-style anti-competition posture. Or, the victorious lobster never bows down. The practical application involves treating oneself as the esteemed party, ensuring your demeanor is poised, compelling even the heavens to yield to your influence. Senior brother, do not rush. Pause for a moment. All right, please continue." As Lin Li shared the 12 principles in their entirety, Qingling still felt an insatiable desire for more knowledge. Outside Huiyang Town, players found their progress obstructed by the townsfolk and the arriving militia. Simultaneously, a notification appeared on the players' game panels. "Trigger emergency quest. Pleased to meet you. Quest description. Due to the extraordinary nature of your arrival, Huiyang Town has descended into panic. Objective: alleviate the townspeople's fear. Reward: unlock Huiyang Town map. Initiate reputation system. Current initial reputation in Huiyang Town, 0-100, is under caution. Note: a reputation value below 1 will inhibit trading and normal communication with local residents." Upon seeing the quest notification, the players were immediately thrown into a state of alarm. Although the appearance of the player panel provided some reassurance, the prospect of a reputation score so low that it would hinder transactions and interactions felt akin to having a worthless account. Thus, it became clear, one must strive to enhance the villagers' favor before entering the novice village. This thought surged through the minds of all the players. A player murmured, "The quickest way to enhance affection must surely be through offering benefits, right? Benefits? Everyone is so destitute that all that remains is their own frail body." Speaking of the body, goodness, Zize, your transition is rather abrupt, isn't it? Speaking of abruptness, you all are so disgusting. Perhaps you should spend less time on your phones. Speaking of phones, wait, why are you all so audacious? A voluptuous beauty, with her arms crossed, accidentally toppled onto a villager. "Oh, I apologize. I simply lost my balance for a moment. Thank goodness your sturdy physique caught me, or I would have truly fallen." She lowered her gaze, blushing, and pressed against him. "Your scent is delightful, and your embrace is so reassuring. I find it hard to leave. I truly wish to befriend you." The players observed the dazed villager, their spirits reignited. "Friends, have you noticed? The method is already here. Regardless of good or bad, black or white, let us transform everything into yellow now. I support this. As scholars, we ought to indulge in such spectacles. Honestly, men, do join in. Showcase your chests, abs, and V-lines. With such handsome faces, is it too much to ask for a touch from us ladies? Indeed. A good man should not take a mistress. What harm is there in letting us see?" Silence enveloped the crowd, all engaged in their licentious pursuits, while the villagers remained speechless, caught in despair. How could these individuals be so debauched? I have heard of a sect in the realm of cultivation called the Hehuan sect, dedicated to the dual cultivation of yin and yang. The disciples there are naturally alluring, excelling in the art of allure. Surely, these fellows are no different. The villager, still reeling from the sight of the female player's ample bosom, felt as though he might shatter, overwhelmed by a desire to flee, yet utterly lost, wandering westward in a daze. Tip: villagers' vigilance 5. Goodness. Is this a violation of celestial law for merely brushing past? Is this truly what prompts such vigilance? Chapter 16. Your heart is so hard some players remain obstinate, believing that affection is akin to a well that can be tapped. "Miss, you appear so kind and delightful. I am quite fond of you." This player approached a girl with a youthful appearance, convinced that those resembling blank slates are the easiest to woo. "Ah, really?" the girl inquired, nervously twisting her fingers. Would you be willing to be my son? Upon hearing this, the player's spirit soared, pleasantly surprised by the rapid progression of events. He could hardly contain himself, almost wishing to stomp his feet in joy. I would be delighted. Were it not for the fear of tarnishing his image, he would have celebrated exuberantly. How exhilarating! He began to envision his imminent rise to fame, penning a memoir of his exploits. The girl, visibly relieved, boldly pointed at his nose and declared, "Then please roll away to the edge of the sky." Such a resounding proclamation. Eager players around him, anticipating a thrilling exchange, clapped in agreement. Off to the horizon, indeed. We players should maintain a distance of 150 million kilometers from you NPCs. Today has been too rushed. Want to log off. I shall emigrate to the sun and rally all players to delete their accounts. Alert! Huayangtown alert level 10. What on earth are you babbling about? Shouted another player, incredulous. If you're going to act foolishly, do it in private. Don't drag us down, for heaven's sake. Exactly. We thought you were being bold. But it seems you've merely made a grand mess of things. Hurry. Pull him down. A group of burly men, having shed their garments to display their muscles, surged forward, subduing the rambling player and dragging him back into the throng. As he was being pulled away, he continued to shout defiantly, How dare you offend the planner? Do you even realize who you have wronged? You have offended the divine." Mid-sentence, a sock was thrust into his mouth. It turns out, a sock serves well to silence and redden the face of its bearer. What a vividly absurd world. The residents of Huayangtown exchanged glances, a raven soaring overhead, cawing harshly, creating an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness. Now it's my turn. Now it's my turn. A female player sprang forth, without hesitation extending her delicate foot, purposefully lifting her skirt to reveal a slender calf, blinking her eyes innocently. Do not be afraid. We truly are not bad people. Before she could finish, the previously jovial storyteller abruptly covered his nose, crimson seeping through his fingers. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his trembling voice. All right, no more teasing. Just tell me what you want. Is it enough to speak plainly? The female player promptly withdrew her leg, cradling her face in her hands, her eyes sparkling brightly. I wish for your affection. The storyteller nodded calmly. Oh, then turned to leave, his step steady as if nothing had transpired. Wait, just a moment. The female player, feeling exasperated, quickened her pace to catch up, exclaiming, You still haven't provided what I desire. The storyteller, without turning his head, replied calmly, I never claimed I would give it to you. The female player froze, her mouth slightly agape, as if a string of ellipses floated above her head. The onlookers averted their gazes, feigning interest in the ants on the ground, while a crow returned, circling twice and emitting a significant caw-caw-caw. Hint. Huayangtown Alert 7. Do not crowd. Anyone with ideas is welcome to try. Another player stepped forward. Sir, please refrain from making connections. I am an orphan. Hint. Huayangtown Alert 10. The next player approached. We are genuinely good people, and we can even assist you. If you doubt us, feel free to assign a task. Could you please stop bothering me? You actually asked for my opinion. Your demeanor is quite pleasant, and I would love to get to know you. Get lost. Woo-woo, your heart is as unyielding as JXP. The more it is licked. What is JXP? It's an abbreviation for the neck. The player gazed at him with bright eyes. You don't even know this? Well, I didn't expect your lack of knowledge to be so charming. I shall call myself Foam of Fortune. Even your manners are so unrefined. Hint. Huayangtown Alert 13. Ultimately, after the efforts of 50 to 60 players, the task ended in failure. Even those who were not residents of the town, like Qi Ling, harbored a fervent wish to avoid any association with this group. She turned to Lin Li, Master Brother, the behavior of these outsiders. After a moment's hesitation, she continued, is quite erratic. They resort to seduction and flowery words, even attempting to soothe the townspeople's emotions through singing and dancing. If these individuals were to become prominent figures in the realm of cultivation, I would genuinely worry for the future of our world. Lin Li nodded calmly. It is perfectly acceptable to describe them as abstract. In reality, players endure pressures from academics, family, relationships, and daily life, which often leads them to seek liberation within the game. Their seemingly erratic and abstract actions are, in truth, attempts to infuse their mundane lives with extraordinary joy. However, this very chaos among millions of players can be quite terrifying. Once individuals become abstract, they lose all logic. This poses a challenge for cultivators, who prefer to calculate everything meticulously. It is akin to the Riemann hypothesis of the cultivation world. Naturally, it is even more difficult for mortals to comprehend their perception. Thus, the player's task was never destined for swift completion. More importantly, the celestial upheaval's impact on the entire cultivation realm is the central theme of the current version. The changes wrought by the player's arrival are merely subtle ripples amid the cataclysm. Observing Lin Li's composure, Qi sought to maintain her own calm, but was suddenly interrupted by an eerie humming sound. "What is that noise?" she instinctively inquired. The crowd turned in unison towards the source of the sound. What could be soaring above the dock? Initially, only a few dark specks circled the surface of the river, but they quickly coalesced into a vast cloud that obscured the sun. Could that be the chickens from Granny Tsin's farm? Someone exclaimed, pointing at the flapping silkies in midair. The flock flapped their enormous wings, their sharp beaks glinting ominously. Suddenly, the river erupted, a cacophony of popping bubbles echoing around. Good heavens! Countless fish and shrimp are leaping ashore. Hurry! Everyone, return home. Someone shouted loudly. Fetch tools to catch the fish. Wait! What kind of fish is this? Why does it have legs? Before the foolish words could finish, chaos ensued. Swarms of insects descended upon the dock like a dark cloud, while legged fish and shrimp hopped onto the shore. Domestic animals, chickens, ducks, dogs, cows, pigs were all racing madly towards Huayang Town. The wolves, tigers, and leopards from the mountains followed closely behind, the sound of crunching leaves echoing in succession. Even more bizarre. Peculiar plants, never before seen, uprooted themselves, their twisted branches reaching out towards the crowd. All living things transformed into uncanny entities, marking the onset of the first crisis brought forth by the extraordinary changes in the world. Chapter 17. The awakened horror. The sudden surge of demonic frenzy left the residents of Huayang Town pale with terror. The sight of swarming, ominous insects and the frenzied rush of mutated flora and fauna was a horror they had never encountered before. Should one of them collide with such monstrosities? It seemed likely that both person and box would scarcely weigh 5 pounds. The players, too, were seized by dread. What on earth was happening? Was this novice village supposed to be a place for simple tasks like slaying chickens? Why were there demonic forces assaulting the town? Am I being treated as a mere fool? Is this some contraption designed by carbon-based life forms? Should I become enraged? I might just turn back and join the ranks of the monstrous horde, ensuring equal demise for all. Foolish one, cease your futile struggles. Can you not discern that your retreat leads to the banks of the river of forgetfulness? As the monsters drew nearer, a player finally emerged from the abstract mire. Addressing the townsfolk, esteemed residents, we harbor no ill intentions. We merely seek a place to rest. Now that these creatures are upon us, we are willing to assist you in repelling them to demonstrate our sincerity. Upon hearing this, the faces of the townspeople brightened slightly. Huayang Town Alert -15, the players, noticing the message, could not contain their jubilation. What splendid news! We are saved. Amazing. I must cook for you. Where's the loot? Are these monstrous forces part of our mission? Is it not plainly evident? Brothers and sisters, for the sake of our radiant future, grab your weapons and charge. With hope for mission completion igniting their spirits, the players shouted as they rushed towards the advancing demonic horde. Yet, their cries of grab weapons were nothing but a pretense. They were merely arming themselves. Indeed, as contact was made, the leading players were swiftly drained of their vitality by the insatiable insects, vanishing in a burst of white light. Those following were torn apart by the monstrous fish and shrimp, hurled away by the beasts, or ensnared and slapped by the plants. Their deaths were gruesome and bizarre. However, not a single player faltered. Once immersed in the game, who fears death? After all, is not death a thrill of its own? Moreover, all were clad in white gear, lacking levels, thus willing to fight with abandon. Flashes of white light illuminated the scene as over 1,000 players met their demise only to respawn anew. They charged forth, scattering soil, tearing flesh, locking throats, and employing every ghastly tactic imaginable, and astonishingly managed to repel the onslaught. The residents of Huayang Town, witnessing the players' fearless advance, began to shed their preconceived notions about them. Encouraged, they too seized whatever tools were at hand to join the fray against the demons. Pesticides, flames, bricks, and hose flew through the air. Huayang Town Alert -30. Through their collective efforts, the first wave of the mutated creatures began to be vanquished. The townsfolk became increasingly adept at swatting insects, slaughtering chickens, and uprooting weeds. Just as the scales of victory began to tip in favor of the assembled fighters, Lin Li suddenly turned to Qing Ling and said, "Junior sister, it will soon be your turn to take action." Qing Ling was taken aback. Having observed the battle for some time, she noted that the townsfolk and the outsiders had already begun to suppress the chaos wrought by the demons, and the situation hardly required her intervention. What purpose does the senior brother serve? Lin Li's gaze remained tranquil as he spoke. The monsters before us are merely startled creatures. In this time of celestial upheaval, all beings are nurtured by the rampant spiritual energy, which easily enhances their cultivation but also renders them prone to chaos, frenzy, and bloodlust. Under normal circumstances, they would confine themselves to their territories and would never intermingle as they do now. Unless, Qing Ling tilted her head. Unless what? Unless there exists something that compels them to act thus. As he spoke, Lin Li's gaze drifted toward the opposite shore of the dock. The only entity capable of instilling such dread in these monsters is one even more ferocious than they. In comparison to beasts, plants, mortals, and cultivators, there exists a being that is more sensitive to the violent spiritual energy, more susceptible to its influence, transforming into a true abomination, the zombie. Those lifeless corpses, long buried in silence, have awakened under the nurturing of the rampant spiritual energy. They possess no intellect, driven solely by an insatiable hunger to devour all living beings, greedily plundering the flesh and blood of all life. This marks the first calamity brought forth by the celestial upheaval. The sudden assault on Huayang Town by the monsters can be traced back to the nearby mountains, where a uniquely powerful white zombie evolved into a hare zombie. The bloodthirsty aura it exuded sent the monsters into a panic, causing them to flee in terror, ultimately leading to the formation of a tide of monsters that besieged the town. In the current iteration, there exist 5 distinct levels of zombies. The white zombie, akin to the mortal realm, sluggish and operating solely on instinct. The black zombie, equivalent to the early stages of chi refinement, with ironclad resilience and immense strength. The green zombie, comparable to the pinnacle of chi refinement, possessing high physical resistance and the ability to manipulate corpse energy. The hare zombie, akin to the foundation establishment stage, agile and capable of commanding lower-level zombies. And the flying zombie, comparable to the peak of foundation establishment, with a physique rivaling that of a core formation cultivator, exuding overwhelming ferocity. In a previous life, this hare zombie ravaged Huayang Town for nearly 70 hours. During this period, both townsfolk and players united to confront it, ultimately luring it into a fiery trap and gradually wearing it down. Consequently, players experienced extensive cooldown times for resurrection, and the townsfolk suffered heavy casualties. However, it was precisely due to this event that the townsfolk's initial wariness of the players transformed into genuine recognition, elevating the players' reputation in Huayang Town to a level of respect. Regrettably, the town they fought so hard to defend ultimately fell to Mo Li, leaving a profound sense of loss among the players. At this moment, the sinister and bloodthirsty aura finally emerged. A hare zombie leapt across from the riverbank. Oh wait, that was merely a hare zombie resembling a mummified corpse. It is well known that hare zombies are characterized by their fur-covered bodies, agile and capable of leaping onto rooftops or trees. The figure before us exemplified this trait. With hair as dry and disheveled as withered grass, bony features, and ivory fangs, its tattered clothing hanging limply upon its form, radiating an aura of brutality. In its grasp were 2 struggling plants. Lin Li quickly recognized them as Sistanch and Morinda, both renowned for their potent restorative properties. It is evident that after consuming them, this creature will grow increasingly formidable, while simultaneously harboring a heightened desire for release. Some beasts lingering by the riverbank have keenly sensed this change, be they male or female. They swiftly scurry away with their tails tucked, and some even plunge into the river, signaling their strong reluctance to allow the creature to approach. Observing the clumsy movements of the creature, Qing Ling trembled her lips in distress. Senior brother? Are you asking me to slay the creature? But I cannot do it, she lamented, her face etched with despair. This is a foundational stage creature, remarkably swift. I stand no chance against it. Although she too was at the foundational stage, her expertise lay in alchemy, rendering her combat prowess woefully inadequate. She was indeed a true underachiever in battle. Do not fear. Draw the purple gold sword I gifted you, and face it with courage. This marks your first step on the path to becoming a formidable force and your inaugural battle for self-preservation in the realm of cultivation. Have faith in yourself. Moreover, I shall be by your side to offer guidance, rest assured. As she watched Lin Li's figure fade into the distance, Qing Ling's tears streamed down her cheeks. Rest assured? It was not merely released, it perished. Chapter 18. The Arctic Clam Club. Qing Ling clenched her teeth and drew the purple gold sword. Almost simultaneously, a flash of purple light emanated from the blade, transforming into a small dog that trotted alongside her. Interestingly, this little dog, despite its canine appearance, was not a true dog spirit. Rather, It was the essence of a millennia-old mineral, born from the dark iron that Lin Li had purchased to forge the sword. In his pursuit of crafting, Lin Li had separated the mineral that accompanied the dark iron, only to discover that the mineral, drawn to the iron's formidable hardness, had forcibly detached itself from its original form while he was preoccupied with his work. By the time Lin Li realized what had transpired, the essence had already melded into the sword body. To preserve the sword's integrity, he had no choice but to allow it to become a sword spirit. Fortunately, the sword spirit had reformed its consciousness and no longer recalled its past, prompting Lin Li to entertain the idea of training it. Through a protracted series of training sessions, the once ethereal essence gradually took on the shape of a small dog, mastering a variety of skills such as closing doors, giving back rubs, delivering messages, retrieving items, and exhibiting playful antics, as well as engaging in mock battles. As a trump card, Lin Li also instructed it in swordsmanship, and to his astonishment, it demonstrated remarkable aptitude, mastering intricate sword techniques in just a few years. At this moment, the purple-gold sword trembled slightly, performing a flourish as it whirled around Qingling, forming an impenetrable defensive barrier. However, Lin Li could easily discern that Qingling's swordsmanship was still lacking, even though the sword could fend off enemies independently. She was unable to coordinate effectively, inadvertently hindering the sword's capabilities and diverting its focus to her needs. On the other side, the players witnessed the emergence of a zombie, further breaching their defenses. Name: Hairy Zombie. Realm: Health points. Magic points. Curses. This foolish game is once again ensnaring players. Just after battling the tide of monsters, another boss shrouded in mystery appears. Are the players all masochists? Is life too smooth for them, compelling them to engage with this ridiculous game? Yet, one must not dismiss the nature of games. They are designed with a multitude of traps to continuously stimulate players, for each completed level represents a moment of dopamine release for them. Nonsense. Which game doesn't set traps before allowing players to develop? I believe you're just talking nonsense. However, such a realm of cultivation feels undeniably authentic. Enough bickering. We should focus on how to deal with this situation. As the hairy zombie approached with the agility akin to a monkey on a May mountain, it ruthlessly dispatched any creature that crossed its path, leaving no living being unscathed. The player who had previously suggested that everyone assist the townsfolk in resisting the tide of monsters stepped forward once more. Esteemed colleagues, I am the professional player, Xiao Daoge, from the Arctic Clam Club, and I have a proposal. Now, while we face no immediate threat, we should unite our efforts to vanquish this boss with all our might. As a professional player, I am confident that no game would design an insurmountable task. Thus, the more formidable the current challenge, the more generous the rewards we shall reap upon its completion. Xiao Daoji's tone was assertive, brimming with persuasive fervor. Immediately, someone raised their fist, expressing a willingness to give it a try. I agree. I have long heard of the illustrious reputation of the Arctic Shell Club. I am indeed a fan of yours. Moreover, I particularly adore the theme song of your club. As he spoke, the player began to sing, "Guide me, brother, just twice." Ah, my friend, you are truly a kindred spirit. The enthusiastic companion quickly followed with the lyrics, "Brother, guide me twice, and I shall guide you 4 times. Although the lyrics were outrageous, they undeniably existed, titled Spring Breeze Spirit, easily searchable. "Brother, guide me 8 times, I shall guide you 16 times. As the fervent participant sang, another joined in with excitement. "Together with my brothers, we share a single Arctic shell. How my brother's sweat drips upon my back. Good brothers, let us charge together." Just as he prepared to lead his companions into battle, a female player lamented the peculiarities of their organization. Suddenly, a dashing little stray dog soared overhead, casting a scornful glance at the abstract players engrossed in philosophical musings. Its slender body taut like a bow, its clean and tidy golden fur billowed in the wind. It growled fiercely, lunging at a creature resembling a furry zombie, its sharp fangs sinking into the creature's cheek with ferocity. Then, a maiden clad in ancient garb surged forth on a flying sword. A piercing, mournful sound of the sword echoed in the air. Before the maiden even touched the ground, her sword transformed into a swirling vortex, at the center of which lay the neck of the furry zombie, glinting ominously. "Qingling, steady yourself. You are currently in a precarious position. Shift to the next stance and retreat to a safe distance of 9 feet. Strike." Lin Li's calm voice resonated in Qiling's ears. The furry zombie attempted to swat the flying sword away, but Qiling deftly evaded its attack. The golden blade gleamed fiercely, the tip poised against the creature's outstretched palm. piercing through effortlessly, and with a swift motion, severed one of its arms. Qi felt a surge of exhilaration. Master, I am formidable. Do not lose focus. Retreat now, to a distance of 7 feet. Lin Li's voice urged, its urgency palpable. Qi complied, narrowly avoiding the 2 jets of deathly energy emitted from the zombie's nostrils. Lin Li's voice continued to guide her. Concentrate. Focus. If you have the energy, counterattack. The golden sword possesses autonomous attacking capabilities. You need not overexert yourself. Simply showcase your own talents. Upon hearing this, Qingling's eyes sparkled with determination. She formed a hand seal, and 49 crimson pills shot forth from her sleeve, tracing a searing arc in the air. Gradually, she began to retreat while dodging, the pills swirling and gathering with increasing finesse. To the onlookers, she appeared ever more ethereal, like a celestial being. The furry zombie, unwilling to yield, roared and charged at her. Qingling retreated 3 feet, shifting positions to evade its pursuit, while the crimson pills coalesced around the creature, and in the next moment, they erupted in a brilliant explosion. In an instant, the furry zombie was engulfed in a torrential rain of fire. Seizing the opportunity, the previously defensive golden sword darted through the chaos like a fish through water, its tip piercing the zombie's mouth and exiting through its brain. Qingling gazed at the fallen creature in disbelief, staring at her own hands in astonishment. As a malevolent entity in the foundational stage, the corpse zombie boasts exceptional defensive and offensive capabilities, complemented by its astonishing speed enhanced by a suffocating aura, which allows it to effortlessly neutralize approximately 70 to 80% of attacks from practitioners of the same realm. However, to her surprise, the speed of the purple gold sword surpasses even that. She calculated that the spiritual energy invested in the purple gold sword was less than 1/10 of her total capacity, making it significantly easier to wield than her Dan art. Indeed, it is no wonder that this sword is one of her senior brother's most frequently used weapons. It is truly a precious artifact. The purple gold sword performed admirably, resolving the predicament with merely 30% of its power. Lin Li swiftly moved to her side, nodding in satisfaction. Qingling astutely seized upon the crux of his statement. 30% power? Indeed, the purple gold sword possesses numerous ingenious applications, leaving the remaining 70% as a hidden trump card. In this manner, those who secretly speculate about your strength will find themselves perplexed, unable to discern the depths of your prowess. When the time for true confrontation arrives, unleashing your full power will undoubtedly catch them off guard, throwing them into disarray. Remember, a trump card is the cornerstone of a cultivator's survival and should never be carelessly revealed. With a slight pout, Qingling remarked, "Does that mean it would be foolish for me to fully manifest my Dan art?" Lin Li regarded her with a faint smile, responding nonchalantly, "Not quite. It's just a minor concern." Qingling, why must you speak such blunt truths? I find them unpalatable. Chapter 19. Task accomplished. Qingling harbored grave suspicions that her senior brother's underlying strategy was to possess a perfect score of 1,000, revealing only a mere 100 to her, while others could see no more than 10. The only reason she received guidance from her senior brother was due to their shared master. Otherwise, given his nature, he might not have even disclosed 10 points to her. Dejected, Qingling uttered, "Senior brother, I shall heed your words diligently in the future. Please do not disdain me. I recognize my faults and will maintain a low profile henceforth." Lin Li playfully tapped her on the head, saying, "Do not feign modesty. Do you think I am unaware of your ways? Since I urged you to showcase your true abilities, I anticipated the ensuing consequences. In truth, I intentionally encouraged you to reveal these aspects, as there are several layers of consideration on my part." Rubbing her forehead and blinking in confusion, Qingling pondered. Intentionally encouraged me to reveal? Several layers of consideration? She mused, if I expose my Dodan technique, it will be difficult to regard it as a hidden card. If it catches the attention of those with ill intent, it may either be dismissed as trivial or provoke envy and covetousness. And surrounding me are either demonic creatures or mere mortals. Senior brother, Qingling quickly realized, looking into Lin Li's profound eyes with a hint of grievance. Are you using me as bait? Lin Li coughed. I am merely crafting an image for you as someone not to be trifled with, to prevent certain hot-headed individuals from perceiving you as easy prey. It cannot be termed as using you as bait. Then why do you refrain from showcasing your own prowess and instead push your gentle and adorable junior sister to the forefront? Qingling lamented. If there is something you need me to assist with, you could simply command me. Lin Li calmly glanced at her. Had you not consistently portrayed yourself as a feeble practitioner, always seeking to cut corners? I would not need to expend such effort. However, given your commendable performance this time, I shall absolve you of the high-level assignments resulting from your recent mistakes. Huh? Do you believe that a mere token of kindness can absolve this matter? Qiling retorted. You seem to be remarkably astute. She responded with a submissive tone, yet her face radiated joy. Unable to contain herself, she inquired, with the punishment lifted. Should there not be a reward? Lin Li offered a slight smile. Upon returning to the sect, I will lend you the sword pavilion for half a month as a retreat to aid you in mastering the 10th level of the golden purple sword's power. Upon finishing his words, Lin Li turned his gaze toward the murmuring players. Wait, senior brother, does that mean you've merely converted my assignments into training? Urgent task. It is a pleasure to meet you, completed. Essentially, we have already met. Being displeased seems rather futile. Reward settlement. Huayang Town map unlocked. Reputation system activated. Current reputation in Huayang Town, 75-100, trustworthy. The players were elated to discover that the completion of the task had elevated their reputation to trustworthy. They collectively directed their attention toward a man and a woman standing beside the motionless zombie. The man, clad in understated blue attire, possessed youthful and handsome features, exuding an air of integrity. Though his expression was neutral, his eyes resembled a cold spring under a moonlit sky, and his demeanor was distinctly refined. The young maiden donned a delicate cerulean waist-length robe, complemented by a diaphanous outer garment, exuding an ethereal beauty reminiscent of flowing water. As she walked, her attire swayed gracefully, the hem fluttering behind her in pursuit of the young man. What a stunning pair they made, enticing enough to provoke thoughts of indulgence. Yet, I could sense your musings were rather fanciful. It was evident that these two were celestial companions. Come now, you are being excessively presumptuous. Just because the girl possesses striking beauty, does it necessarily mean she belongs to another? Surely you could open your eyes a bit wider. That maiden has been diligently following that gentleman. If they are not a couple, I would willingly stand on my head. Then go ahead and do so. I remain convinced they are not. Ah, are you attempting to swindle food and drink? Amidst the lively debate, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The two figures flickered momentarily before gliding across the waves. Such a display left countless players and townsfolk dumbfounded. The residents of Huayang Town were moved to their knees in reverence. Thank you, esteemed immortals, for your life-saving grace. The players, too, erupted in euphoric delight. Such is the prowess of the immortals. The path to cultivation they yearn for is now within reach. With this thought, they clamored to pursue the extraordinary duo. Wait, fellow cultivators, please pause. Esteemed immortals, do not depart. Take me as your disciple. My dear, do not leave, sweetheart. Halt, you are leaving your husband behind. By the heavens. Expel the infatuated from our ranks. Esteemed immortal, we harbor no ill intentions, merely a desire to cultivate. We seek your guidance. However, before the players could reach the water's edge, the pair exchanged knowing smiles, their feet surrounded by clouds, and they ascended into the sky, disappearing from sight. The players stood gazing at the empty expanse above, lamenting their lost opportunity. Had their long-sought path to transcendence been abruptly severed? Not far from Huayang Town, a subtle ripple appeared on a narrow path, revealing the figures of Lin Li and Ling as they emerged. Senior brother, since you employed me as bait to pique their interest, why did you not engage with them directly before departing? Lin Li elucidated, the time is not yet ripe. For now, it suffices to leave behind a few hooks before other sects arrive. What is this hook literature you speak of? Pondering this phrase for a moment, Ling's eyes sparkled as she recalled a song her senior brother once sang, titled Red Rose, which spoke of disturbances. He was indeed an expert in such matters. Unaware of his junior sister's imaginative musings, Lin Li inquired, now that our business in Huayang Town is concluded, what plans do you have for our next journey? He anticipated that the young girl would choose to return home. Sure enough, her eyes gleamed with delight. At last, it is my turn to take the lead. We shall first visit Ernia village to see my parents. Lin Li nodded in agreement, activating the automatic follow mode. Along the way, he contemplated the current upheaval of heaven and earth, the arrival of players, the update of the game to version 1.0, and how Elder Cheng Wei, who was en route to bid farewell to the Grandmaster at Pill Thunder Peak, must have witnessed the rare celestial explosion, a sight to behold. He must be missing himself dearly now, longing for a reunion. Unfortunately, he cannot return just yet. As Qiling strolls along the path home, her heart brims with joy, her lips murmuring incessantly about the tales of her homeland. In particular, she admires her grandfather, a man of courage and ambition. It is precisely because of him that Ling was able to enter the esteemed Jingqi sect. Chapter 20. The little junior sister, who has always valued her pride naturally. The decision to send her to cultivate immortality was influenced by the personality of this little girl in the family. When discussing Qingling's character, aside from her laziness, another prominent trait is her strong sense of pride. In simpler terms, she cannot tolerate provocation. At the tender age of 3, while playing with a neighbor's child, she was challenged by him with a boast. "I can urinate 2 meters high. Surely, you can't do that." This immediately displeased little Qingling. As if receiving some peculiar command, she sprang to her feet and attempted to remove her trousers. Her mother, alarmed and pale, swiftly scooped her up and ran home. At first, everyone thought this little girl was simply a bit feisty. However, similar incidents continued to occur. When she was 4, she participated in a rice-carrying contest with a group of children. "I can carry 5 pounds. I can carry 10 pounds. At this moment, the 7-year-old boy from next door once again boasted, "I can carry 30 pounds. You surely cannot." Little Qiling's mind became fixated on just those 4 words. "You cannot." Ignoring the protests of her 2 elder brothers and younger sister, she squatted down and hoisted a 50-pound sack of rice onto her back, as if bewitched. With a cold laugh, she began to walk away. When her brothers attempted to physically restrain her, she acted as if she were a rabid dog. By the time she reached her doorstep, her clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Her grandparents were so frightened that they nearly fainted, loudly reprimanding her parents, who were still toiling in the fields. Once her parents learned the full story and saw their youngest daughter lying in bed, pale yet filled with fierce determination, they constantly questioned themselves about what sort of child they had raised. A rebellious one, perhaps? This incident resulted in Qingling suffering a fracture, requiring her to recuperate at home. However, she would never admit to such a humiliating situation. Qingling publicly claimed she was studying under a master. Yet, in the small village of Erniu, there were no schools. Thus, Qingling could only study tirelessly with her grandfather, who possessed a modest education. Ultimately, she learned a plethora of misspelled phrases like "May you prosper," "Eat a pound," "Heavenly husband rises," and "willingly concede defeat." Even so, due to her previous boasts, she endured the torment of resisting laziness and diligently studied, aspiring to become a female official. When her mother saw her daughter, so young yet filled with such ambition, she slapped her thigh and proposed, "With our daughter's temperament, studying is a waste. We should send her to the immortal sect for training, where she is sure to achieve great success." She had long heard that the city's immortal sect was recruiting disciples, and she had been contemplating whether to take her children to try. But the cost of traveling with 4 children had deterred her from making a firm decision. However, her grandfather, who had finally become a figure of authority, was displeased. He hoped Qingling would become the first female official in Ernia village under his guidance. Yet, once Qingling heard about the immortal sect, her thoughts immediately turned to magic. The notion of magic conjured images of laziness, and the prospect of being able to avoid work ignited a spark in her eyes. Moreover, she could flaunt her newfound prowess. Without hesitation, she eagerly nodded in agreement. Grandfather was unable to bear the betrayal from his beloved granddaughter. That very night, he resolved to strive for the title of the top scholar. The following year, he secretly packed his belongings and journeyed to the capital to take the imperial examination. Along the way, he encountered a famished female ghost and, by chance, the revered Master Zheng. After being miraculously saved by Master Zheng, grandfather insisted on inviting him to their home as a guest, ultimately gifting him a precious silk scarf and requesting him to take his granddaughter as a disciple. Although her parents were reluctant to part with the scarf, it fortuitously aligned with Qingling's aspirations, allowing her to repay her grandfather's benefactor with filial piety. And thus they tearfully consented. Upon meeting Qingling for the first time, Master Zheng sensed a profound master-disciple connection and did not refuse her. Subsequently, Qingling bid farewell to her family and arrived at the Zhengqi sect, where she encountered some peculiar senior brothers and sisters. The eldest brother imparted to her the correct cultural knowledge and the path of cultivation, often speaking in enigmatic terms that were difficult to comprehend yet seemed deeply insightful, only to be taken away by their master for further education. However, Qingling observed that the members of the sect interacted harmoniously, not entirely devoid of minor disagreements or quarrels, but generally in a manner akin to familial bonds. The sect was not burdened by excessive rules or formalities. It was replete with countless delectable treats and engaging pastimes. The study of immortality and magic was equally captivating, allowing her to occasionally indulge in playful antics with her master, meander through the mountains in search of exquisite wild delicacies, and lounge atop tree branches to tease the birds and squirrels, all while gazing at the azure sky and feeling the gentle breeze. She would then engage in playful banter with her elder brother and other disciples, only to find herself playfully reprimanded with a light smack from him. Such days, however, might soon be a thing of the past. As she gazed upon the nearby village of Erniu, memories of the current upheaval in the world flooded her mind, prompting Qingling to quicken her pace. "Brother, I am so frightened," she exclaimed anxiously. "With the celestial changes, both flora and fauna have grown increasingly powerful and aggressive. I worry about how the mortal villages will defend themselves. Will my parents be safe?" "They will be fine," Lin Li reassured her. "Do not forget, your family is under the care of the Compassion Hall. Although entering the realm of immortality signifies a severance from worldly ties, in truth, human emotions are deeply rooted. And even the heart of a cultivator is subject to mortal tribulations. As a sect of the human race, Zhengqi's sect naturally upholds the virtues of loyalty, righteousness, propriety, and filial piety is advocated by the sages, hoping that the hearts of its disciples resonate with the righteous path of immortality. Even if one cannot fulfill their filial duties in person, they should keep their parents in their thoughts, visit them when possible, and honor their graves a century hence. For newly initiated disciples like Qingling, Zhengqi's sect has established a special external office, known as the Compassion Hall, to care for the earthly families of new disciples until their parents pass away. Every 5 years, the sect provides financial support to the families of new disciples, informing them of their child's well-being during that period, along with preparing medicinal pills and talismans for protection. For 2 decades since Qingling entered the realm, her family has enjoyed a tranquil existence, amassing talismans sufficient for their protection. Furthermore, Lin Li is acutely aware that the recent surge of demonic tides predominantly converges upon the novice village where players first arrive. While other inconspicuous villages may suffer some devastation, they are far from being annihilated. Thus, Lin Li accompanies Qingling back to her hometown, not out of concern for her parents' safety, but rather for the fear that she may succumb to darkness. Indeed, 2 decades hence, Qingling shall transform into a practitioner of demonic alchemy, ultimately becoming the saintess of the fire cult within the demonic sect. Chapter 21. Truly impressive, Nyotsue Hua in accordance with the narrative following the game invasion. Qingling's return to her hometown coincides perfectly with the time of the world's upheaval. The villagers, stirred by external forces, mistakenly perceive her as the harbinger of calamity. Yet, despite her ability to speak, she chooses not to clarify the misunderstanding, deepening the villagers' misapprehensions. However, due to their apprehension of her identity as a cultivator, they suppress their grievances. After Qingling's familial visit concludes and she returns to her sect, those villagers harboring jealousy towards her begin to vent their resentment upon her friends and relatives, isolating them in various ways. Among them, Erju, who has had a long-standing rivalry with Qingling, becomes particularly radical. His dissatisfaction over Qingling's entry into the celestial sect has festered, and he now attributes the village's misfortunes to her, with a rage that threatens to consume him. However, as a mere mortal, Erju finds himself unable to contend with Qingling's formidable cultivation. In pursuit of a power that could rival hers, he resolves to join the celestial sect. Unfortunately, his age and mediocre aptitude render him undesirable to any sect. Yet, fate has not abandoned him. During a journey, Erju inadvertently encounters a battle between good and evil. By a twist of fortune, he saves a demonic cultivator, who, in gratitude, takes him as a disciple and imparts a sinister technique of consuming flesh and blood. In just 2 decades, leveraging the chaos of the world, Erju slaughters millions and cultivates to the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Subsequently, he returns to his hometown, biding his time for revenge against Qingling. His method of vengeance is particularly insidious. Learning of Qingling's impending breakthrough to the Golden Core, he feigns humility and implores her to entrust him with the care of her family, even offering to submit to magical surveillance. At that time, the world was in turmoil, and the righteous sect was short-staffed. Moved by her childhood friend's plight, Qingling agrees to this arrangement, granting him the opportunity. Erju diligently tends to Qingling's family, performing tasks and shielding them from difficulties, portraying a harmonious domestic scene to her for 3 consecutive months. However, on the day Qingling formally attempts to break through to the Golden Core, Erju suddenly sends her a vision of her family being tormented and slaughtered. It turns out that as early as the 2nd day of taking care of Qingling as parents, he had already murdered her entire family, deceiving her with illusions for the past 3 months. His ultimate goal was to shatter her resolve at the critical moment of her cultivation. As he anticipated, Qingling is devastated, her heart shattered, severing her path. Seizing the opportunity, Erju boldly reveals himself and provokes her. With her insufficient cultivation, she is powerless against him. In her quest for vengeance, she unknowingly masters a potent poison technique, significantly enhancing her powers, ultimately slaying Erju. However, this victory comes at a cost, as she succumbs to the path of darkness, becoming the holy maiden of the fire cult. Lin Li is acutely aware of these events because he had previously investigated the secrets of the righteous sect's corruption within the game's side quest, which contained this narrative. On the surface, it appears that Qing Ling's descent into darkness is instigated by Erju. Yet, the true architect behind the scenes is the contemporary holy maiden of the fire cult, the Lotus Seat Holy Matron. This individual, having cultivated the dark path, finds her foundation precarious, her nascent soul waning, and her lifespan dwindling. To prevent the unique alchemical techniques of the fire cult from becoming lost, she embarks on a journey across the realms in search of a successor. By a curious twist of fate, at the very moment when the heavens and earth underwent a transformation, she fortuitously passed through Erniu village. Originally intending to recuperate for a few days before turning the villagers into flesh elixirs and departing, she unexpectedly encountered Qing Ling on her way home. A brief test revealed that Qing Ling's alchemical talent harmonized remarkably with her own techniques, igniting a devious thought within her. She subtly manipulated circumstances, leading Erzin astray and compelling Qing Ling toward darkness. Ultimately, she revealed a treasure map promising to enhance cultivation, enticing Qing Ling to gradually approach the fire cult, thus paving the way for her to inherit her legacy and serve the fire cult. Lin Li, reflecting on this, smirked coldly within. Sitting Lotus Saintus, with me present, I shall ensure your utter destruction. Unbeknownst to Qing Ling, who was puzzled by her senior brother's thoughts, she was startled by his sudden acceleration. Senior brother, is something wrong with my family? Lin Li interrupted. Let us not dwell on family matters at this time. Huh, what do you mean by family? Qing Ling was bewildered. Lin Li gestured towards the farmlands on either side of the village. Look at these fields, ravaged by some unknown force. We must act swiftly to restore them, or your village will face a harvestless year. In his previous life, villagers had been stirred to discord largely due to the absence of crops, facing starvation, while Qing Ling's family remained unaffected, inciting jealousy among them. This time, Lin Li resolved to address this hidden peril first. Qing Ling scanned the surroundings and confirmed the devastation. The crops lay in disarray as if uprooted by some creature. There is no time to lose. I must cast a spell now. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Qing Ling quickly formed hand seals and intoned. Point of the three pure ones. Open the heavens light. Clouds gather. Rain falls, nourishing all things. As she invoked the rain of transformation, ethereal clouds rapidly condensed in the sky, showering gentle, life-giving rain. The rain, imbued with vitality, permeated the soil, causing the uprooted crops to tremble faintly, their severed roots glowing with a soft green light as they began to revive. Witnessing this, Lin Li pointed towards the spiritual clouds and commanded, manipulate the heavenly way. Borrow from the primordial essence, wind, fire, gold, and thunder, command the spiritual mechanism. In an instant, streaks of azure gold lightning surged from the clouds, weaving intricate patterns through the rain. Though the lightning appeared fierce, it unleashed delicate sparks upon the soil's surface, lifting the toppled seedlings as if by an invisible hand, allowing their stems to rise anew, even reconnecting severed branches and leaves amidst the resonating thunder. Simultaneously, thunder reverberated from the clouds, its deafening roar not harming the people or livestock, merely startling the birds in the fields to take flight, and causing the wooden doors of the village homes to creak under the pressure. Qing Ling looked up in astonishment to find her senior brother smiling enigmatically at her. Before she could speak, the villagers, drawn by the thunderous sounds, began to gather. Lin Li, maintaining his composure, continued to summon the life-giving rain, deliberately amplifying the thunder to ensure every villager could hear, all while discreetly observing his surroundings, wary of the sitting Lotus Saintus's whereabouts. The villagers gathered by the fields, witnessing the fallen crops rising anew, and the withered seedlings blossoming with fresh vitality, their faces adorned with expressions of astonishment. The elderly village chief, leaning on his cane, approached with trembling steps, his voice filled with excitement. Are you two celestial beings? Qing Ling offered a faint smile. It is I, Uncle Zhou. You are. The old chief scrutinized Qing Ling's face, memories flooding his mind of 20 years past. That little girl who, in a bid to outdo her friends and jumping down the steps, had leaped from the 18th step and broken her leg. The third daughter of the Niu family. Qingling nodded with a smile. It is I. It truly is you, Niu Tsuewa. Qingling's smile faltered. What Niu Tsuewa? She feigned a laugh, her eyelashes fluttering incessantly, her face betraying the question of her identity. This act of pretense evoked astonishment among her childhood friends who recalled how, at one time, she had boldly demanded them to kneel and address her as the celestial fairy Tsuehua. Now, she appeared to disdain that very name. Niu Tsuehua, you have no heart. Chapter 22. Why he is isolated from everyone. It turns out that Sister Qingling's real name is Niu Tsuehua. Though Lin Li was taken aback by this rustic charm, he was concerned that the vanity-stricken Qingling might find herself embarrassed, so he chose to preserve her dignity, averting a potential crisis. What a lovely name, sister, he exclaimed. An ancient poet once wrote, in the palace, loyal ministers stand with fans, while maidens with low hairpins drop Tsuehua. Such a captivating image of beauty. When she bows her head, it is as if flowers are gently falling. When she raises her gaze, it feels as though light is once again spilling across the world. Chui refers to the kingfisher, and in classic texts, it is also known as the azure bird, symbolizing good fortune and joy. Hua can mean flower or splendor, describing both beauty and extraordinary grace. The combination Tsuehua is undeniably exquisite. Exquisite? Is what you say true, brother? Qingling asked with hopeful anticipation. So, would you accept your partner being called Tsuehua, and would you name your daughter the same? Lin Li chuckled awkwardly. Well? Qingling's expression faltered. Amen. By the way, Tsuehua, who is this immortal? The old village chief, driven by the gossip of the entire village, eagerly scrutinized Lin Li. This is my senior brother, Lin Li, Qingling introduced hastily. Lin Li bowed to the crowd. Earlier, sister noticed the damage to the village's crops, and, in a moment of urgency, acted without prior consultation. I hope you all can forgive her. Oh, immortal Lin, you are too modest. The old village chief waved his hands repeatedly. You two are our village's benefactors. The villagers bowed in gratitude, repeatedly expressing their appreciation for the immortal's compassion, praising his remarkable talent and charm. At this moment, a voice from the edge of the crowd suddenly rose. Tsuehua, since you are so capable, could you also eliminate the monstrous bird that has been plaguing our village? This remark resonated with the other villagers, who chimed in with their agreement. Qingling responded readily. If it can be eradicated, I shall do my utmost. However, upon hearing this, the speaker, Zhao Erju, appeared dissatisfied. The way you phrase it, you're an immortal now. Are you saying that if it cannot be removed, you won't take action? Zhao Erju. Qingling's brows furrowed. What do you mean by that? Nothing much, Erju replied, arms crossed. I just think your words lack sincerity. Lin Li cast a brief glance at Zhao Erju and a certain corner in the distance before gently saying, Since you are all sisters fellow villagers, we shall certainly do our best. However, the recent restoration of the farmland has consumed considerable magical energy, and we must return to recuperate. Moreover, Sister S elders must be waiting anxiously. Upon hearing this, the villagers nodded in agreement. Aware of the vast disparity in status between himself and the immortals, and recognizing that they had just rendered a service to everyone, Erju swallowed his retort and stepped back, tucking his chin in. After bidding farewell to the crowd, as they walked along the path home, Qingling complained about Zhao Erju, who had always been at odds with her. A petty show-off, while also inquiring of Lin Li, Brother, why did you make the wood thunder spell sound so loud just now? Lin Li's lips curled slightly. The louder the thunder, the more the villagers would know who saved their crops. He glanced at Qingling, remarking that this would benefit her and her family. Qingling, puzzled, asked, But senior brother, don't you prefer to keep a low profile? Stealing a glance at her brother's deliberately altered ordinary appearance, warmth surged within her. Could it be that he was changing for her? At this thought, she felt her cheeks inexplicably flush, muttering to herself, for someone like senior brother, who dislikes trouble. To alter his usual demeanor for me must mean I hold a special place in his heart. Do not forget, we are disciples of the righteous sect. Lin Li walked with composure, his tone calm. It is our duty to assist those in need. This is not an act of ostentation. Qingling nodded in realization. As the eldest disciple of the righteous sect, even with a low profile, he must fulfill the mission of aiding the world and bringing peace to the people. Indeed, senior brother is principled in this way, clearly wishing to keep all entanglements at bay yet still maintaining his innate kindness. So handsome and cool. After a short while, Qingling's younger sister rushed over with her two brothers and sisters-in-law to greet them. Qingling introduced Lin Li, saying, These are my two brothers, Niodali and Niodachui. These are my two sisters-in-law, Mulan and Lu Qi, and this is my younger sister, Niu Fanfan. Lin Li greeted everyone with a smile. Suddenly, a muffled groan came from beneath a nearby oil tree, revealing an elderly woman, her white hair swaying as she clung to the trunk on the brink of collapse. "Be careful," Qingling and Zhao Erju exclaimed simultaneously, both heading home. Qingling's spiritual energy flowed through her, making her ethereal dress flutter without wind. Zhao Erju dashed forward, kicking up clouds of dust beneath his feet. Given Qingling's prowess, this should have been an effortless rescue. Yet, just as she reached out to assist the elderly woman, she felt an unexpected resistance beneath her feet, as if she had stepped into cotton. Meanwhile, Zhao Erju stumbled inexplicably, propelled forward with astonishing speed, arriving before the elderly woman in a heartbeat. Their noses nearly touched, and the old woman's murky pupils reflected Zhao Erju's astonished face. Petals, pure and delicate, drifted down from the tree, cascading in a romantic shower around Zhao Erju and the elderly woman in his arms. The petals brushed against the wrinkles of the old woman's face and clung to the young man's coarse garment, as if time had frozen in that moment. What just happened? I merely intended to rescue the radishes I had laid out to dry. Zhao Erju released the elderly woman, scratching his head in confusion. Qingling observed the scene, feeling an uncanny sense of déjà vu. If the two protagonists were replaced with young people, or if they were both elderly, or even if one were young and the other old, the theme would still resonate clearly. Yet, this scene depicted Zhao Erju securely holding the elderly woman's waist, both gazing deeply into each other's eyes amidst the rain of petals. No, I cannot dwell on this any longer. Qingling slowly withdrew her hand from the air, turning to look at her senior brother, only to find Lin Li intently observing the elderly woman, now supported by the villagers at the side. "Senior brother," she began. But Lin Li raised his hand to halt her words, communicating through secretive means. "Let us return home first. We shall discuss matters later." The elderly woman was none other than the revered Zuilian Xinggu. Moments ago, drawn by the thunderous sound, she had stumbled upon Qingling casting spells, and in a moment of curiosity, attempted to feign a fall to make contact with Qingling's body. Little did she anticipate that her plan would lead her straight into the embrace of a man. Reflecting on the situation, she noted the allure of the man's strong and powerful arms, and his commanding gaze from above was quite enticing. Upon further contemplation, she realized it had been many years since she had been held by a man. Since embarking on her quest for a successor, she had been tirelessly wandering, her face etched with fatigue. Would Zhao Erju truly find her unappealing? Suddenly, with a resounding slap, Zuilian Xinggu chastised herself, dispelling the fleeting moment of clarity that had taken hold of her mind. "I am 6 centuries old. Why should I concern myself with a man's opinion?" she admonished herself. "Moreover, this mortal is hardly a divine figure. With that hawkish nose, he barely qualifies as a dealist character. Given my stature, I am far too dignified to be associated with him. Just wait, I shall devise a plan." Upon returning home, Qingling introduced Lin Li to her venerable grandfather, Niu Dezhuang, her grandmother, Li Chunyi, as well as her father, Niu Ouyang, and her mother, Zhou Dehua. Lin Li, taken aback, thought, "The names of your family members are quite endearing, but why is your father named Niu Ouyang? Why such an elegant name? Does he isolate himself from others? I worry about his standing in the village." He wouldn't turn dark, would he? Sensing Lin Li's curiosity, Qingling discreetly communicated an explanation. "My grandfather, during his time in a private school, worked for a teaching scholar and was constantly surrounded by the esteemed. He aspired for my father to pursue education as well. To spare him from ridicule by city dwellers, he named him Niu Ouyang, claiming it to be a name both offensive and defensive. Yet, my father vehemently resisted, declaring himself a man of the soil, insisting that he would rather perish in the fields than seek an education and suffer humiliation. Oh, then it is of no concern. The protagonist destined to capture the hearts of children shall not succumb to darkness." Chapter 23. The enchanting lotus fairy. As the moon shone brightly and a gentle breeze caressed the air, the leaves of the trees cast shadows upon the window panes. Within the confines of a narrow, dimly lit room, a subtle tremor resonated, not born of fear, but of exhilaration. Before him stood a stunning fairy, radiant as a flower, bearing a marriage certificate, claiming it was to repay the kindness he had shown to her grandmother that day. Zhao Erju felt as if he had turned to stone. Though straightforward, he found himself utterly enamored. Who would have imagined that the scenario he had longed for in his childhood would manifest so vividly before him? The legendary figures of gratitude, Little Bai, Little Chui, Little Yin, Little Luo, had finally, to his astonishment, come seeking him. Zhao Erju's fervent gaze was fixed upon the lotus fairy, who defied his preconceived notions of a dignified and graceful celestial being. Instead, she exuded an alluring charm, a bewitching beauty overflowing with sensuality. Furthermore, her hair was as white as snow. What man could possibly resist such a captivating sight? Not to mention, it was evident from his name, Zhu, that he possessed remarkable talents in certain areas. He clenched his legs tightly, struggling to articulate. It was merely a trivial act, hardly worthy of such a celestial being's devotion. Besides, I am destitute, apart from my youth, good looks, strength, health, and considerable prowess. I possess no merits. Would the benefactor still refuse me if he were affluent? The lotus fairy interrupted him, her delicate lips parting like petals in the breeze. Her voice soft and enchanting, as if imbued with the power of a whispering breeze, teasing the heart. Zhao Erju nodded. To receive the affection of a fairy is a blessing. I merely wish not to impose upon you, not out of ignorance of your worth. Then it is simple. With a graceful sweep of her sleeve, the lotus fairy adorned the table with a lavish display of gold, silver, and jewels. Now, you are no longer destitute. Zhao Erju swallowed hard, realizing the implications. Indeed, this changes everything. The fairy's delicate brows relaxed, her long lashes casting shadows over her enchanting visage. Her lips curling into a sultry, languorous smile more mesmerizing than any treasure could ever be. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, her flowing, sheer gown slipped gracefully from her shoulders, revealing skin as flawless as jade, glowing with an ethereal radiance. Her shoulders were exquisitely alluring. Zhao Erju's mouth watered, his thoughts clouded. Was this too daring? Too hasty? Yet, considering that this delicate woman had already prepared a marriage certificate, how could he, as a man of fortified resolve, hesitate against her wishes? With the matter at hand, what harm could there be in yielding to her desires? In an instant, the night enveloped the fairy's smooth shoulders, consuming Zhao Erju's senses as well. Before he could react, darkness shrouded his vision, and silence enveloped the space, leaving only the faintest, most exquisite sensations to linger in the air. Ah, the fairy of gratitude truly knew how to captivate. After a long moment, as snowflakes settled upon the heart of a peach blossom, Zhao Erju regained his composure. His intellect dispelled any lingering impure thoughts, reclaiming the summit of his mind. Based on his years of experience perusing imperial texts, Zhao Erju concluded that the enchanting beings who offer themselves are either demons or ghosts. Genuine deities or virtuous maidens would never demean themselves by submitting to mere mortals. The chilling thought of potentially engaging with foxes, snakes, or spirits repeatedly sent a shiver down his spine. Have I fallen into the clutches of malevolent forces? He was immediately drenched in a cold sweat. Why is my lord sweating so profusely? In the dim light, the lotus-sitting fairy, with her long hair cascading down, swayed her body and began to cast her enchantments. Water, come forth. With a delicate gesture of her hand, she conjured a basin of warm water, the fifth such basin this night. It was said that even the emperor called for water only 3 times in a single evening. Trembling, Zhao Erju wiped the sweat from his brow. Realizing that the lotus-sitting fairy was no simple being, she was undoubtedly a female demon. Fearful, he contemplated fleeing. Yet another voice within urged him to see this as an opportunity. Having already boarded the chariot of the supernatural, why not continue to please her and harness her power to grow stronger? Even if it meant becoming a dread knight or forging bonds with the undead. He could endure it. As long as he could surpass Niu Zuihua, he would not mind selling his soul. Having fortified his resolve, Zhao Erju seized the delicate hand of the lotus-sitting fairy and gently kissed it, whispering, "This is merely the sweat of my happiness. If it weren't for the limitations of this mortal frame, I would gladly shed even more for you, my fairy." He sighed despondently. If only I could attain a celestial body like that of Zuihua next door, then I could remain with you forever as husband and wife. Hearing this, the lotus saintess narrowed her eyes, a cryptic smile curling at her lips. What a rugged country bumpkin. Who would have thought he harbored such wild aspirations? To seek immortality? Such a muddy-footed fellow dares to dream. Yet, he mentioned that girl, Niu Zuihua. She was worth investigating further. With her mind on business, the lotus saintess delicately lifted Zhao Erju's chin with a finger and said, "My lord, the pursuit of immortality requires favorable circumstances. Your fortune seems lacking. This matter may prove challenging." Then, with a sudden shift, she gazed at him with eyes sparkling like spring water, adding, "However, this situation is not without its possibilities." Possibilities? Zhao Erju's eyes ignited with fervor at her words, and he tightened his grip around her slender waist. "So long as I can cultivate a robust body and remain with you, I would brave any peril." Ah, my lord, there is no need for such desperation. The possibilities I speak of are not insurmountable. The lotus saintess lightly raised her jade finger, caressing his strong chest. Since Tsue Hua possesses fortune, why not? Borrow it for your use? Borrow it? Zhao Erju's throat tightened, incredulity rising within him. Is such fortune truly borrowable? The lotus saintess let out a soft sigh, her eyes glinting with cunning. Tomorrow, invite her to your home for a visit. I shall devise a way to assist you in borrowing her fortune. Zhao Erju's breath quickened instantly. Fairy, I, Zhao Erju, am but a simple man, and I struggle to articulate the depths of my feelings. However, I shall endeavor to demonstrate my love for you. The lotus fairy immediately erupted into laughter, her form shaking with delight. She blinked her eyes, feeling a sense of pride. Indeed, this fairy possesses an undeniable allure. Even in my advanced years, I can still captivate the hearts of robust young men. Zhao Erju gazed at the increasingly dazed expression of the lotus fairy, revealing his broad grin, feeling equally triumphant. This strong man surely exudes charm. Even the most exalted and powerful celestial beings must bow before my humble presence. Chapter 24. The elderly lady who knows beatbox. The following day, Zhao Erzu, in accordance with the instructions of the lotus saintess, prepared a banquet and set out to invite Qing Ling. Before his departure, the lotus saintess repeatedly admonished Zhao Erzu. This is a matter of great significance, relying on human connections. You need only summon Niu Zuehua. Do not make a fuss, lest unforeseen complications arise. Understood, Zhao Erzu replied affirmatively. He set aside his weary legs and, feeling fatigued, rose to dress in his leg garments. With a sense of determination, he nodded in agreement. His confidence was not born of arrogance, but rather from his profound understanding of Niu Zuehua's character. She was like a rolling pin, easily provoked into action with just a few stirring words. Convincing her to visit would be simpler than calling his pet dog back home. However, he overlooked one crucial detail. Niu Zuehua had just returned home, and her family showered her with affection. Even the slightest action from her would elicit concern and inquiry from her parents and siblings. Moreover, as a cultivator, she was akin to a distinguished scholar returning from a prestigious institution, making her even more coveted. Not only did her family wish to keep her close, but the villagers also regarded her as a golden phoenix, eager to curry favor. Zhao Erzu spent the entire morning searching for an opportunity to approach Qing Ling, but to no avail. Frustrated, he thought, this is intolerable. She has already made me uncomfortable, yet I still can't make her feel at ease. He contemplated taking a more forceful approach, but that proved futile as well. The surrounding crowd vocally condemned his actions, with some even raising their fists against him. Despondently, Zhao Erzu returned home, recounting the situation to the lotus saintess. Alas, what can be done? After all, she is the center of attention now. The lotus saintess responded gently. At this moment, everyone wishes to take a bite. Let us endure this fleeting frustration and wait for a chance when she is alone. 2 days later, Zhao Erzu squatted beneath the great locust tree at the village entrance, clutching an oiled paper bag containing the braised pork knuckle he had specially prepared. Qing Ling had adored it since childhood. This time, he had to succeed. He licked his lips, his gaze fixed on the Niu family's entrance. At last, he seized the opportunity when Qing Ling emerged alone. With a swift stride, he approached, wearing a beaming smile. Qing Ling, what a coincidence. I've made braised knuckle. It's quite delectable. Would you care to join me at my home for a taste? Qing Ling looked at him, puzzled, ready to inquire why he was making such an extravagant gesture when suddenly, her father, Niu Ouyang's voice boomed from behind. Braised knuckle? Did I hear that correctly? Erzu, you actually dare to treat us with braised knuckle? The sun must be rising from the west. No sooner had he spoken than the entire Niu family emerged. Niu Dazhuang, stroking his beard with satisfaction, exclaimed, Goodness, 29 years. Ever since Erzu first came to our home for a meal at the age of 4. I have not tasted a single morsel from him. At last, I have encountered his return feast. Zhao Erzu's mouth twitched in frustration. Grandfather Niu, I merely wished to invite Qing Ling. Come. Niu Ouyang threw an arm around his shoulder, proclaiming heartily, let us discuss while we dine. 3 hours later, Zhao Erzu surveyed the disarray of the dining table, his expression darkening. How infuriating. Another failure. He was filled with regret. Alas, it is an unavoidable circumstance. After all, she is currently the center of attention. The enigmatic Zhuo Yanshenggu appeared behind him, maintaining her composure, suggesting that her family must be vigilant. We should endure this momentary frustration. When she next places an order, opportunities will inevitably arise. The following day, Zhao Erzhu, filled with regret, resolved to adopt a new strategy. He decided against inviting her for a meal and recalled how Qing Ling had once been kicked by a donkey from his family. Thus, he intentionally provoked her, confident she would still exhibit the same childhood fear and shy away from donkeys. Indeed, upon hearing this, Qing Ling bristled with indignation. However, just as she prepared to accompany Zhao Erzhu to prove her bravery, Lin Li suddenly appeared before them, asserting, "Qing Ling, let us go. It is time to capture the demon bird." Zhao Erzhu, alarmed, interjected, "That large bird hasn't shown itself for several days. Is there truly a need to rush this moment?" Lin Li cast him a nonchalant glance, replying, "For cultivators, vanquishing demons and monsters is a race against time. Moreover, this is to eliminate potential threats to Ernyo village. Weren't you also anxious just a few days ago? Why the sudden change today?" "Of course, I am still anxious," Zhao Erzhu thought, his heart racing as he feared his unease would be evident. "Then we shall take our leave for now." Oh. He found himself at a loss for words to retain them, reluctantly retreating. Observing their departing figures, he was overcome with existential doubt. A matter so simple had attracted so many nuisances. Was it fate's cruel jest to deny him the chance for redemption? Zuoyin Xinggu emerged from the room. Glancing at Zhao Erzhu before pondering aloud, "Since she will not come, I shall seek her myself." Zhao Erzhu felt a surge of hope, yet quickly realized that Zuoyin Xianzi was no longer repeating herself. Although her tone lacked reproach, it unmistakably conveyed a sense of frustration at his shortcomings. He tentatively suggested, "Shall I wait until they return to try again?" Zuoyin Shenggu playfully pinched his soft flesh, chuckling, "When they return, they will surely be whisked away by others in the village for feasting and drinking. Do you believe you will find an opportunity then?" But Zhao Erzhu's face flushed as he allowed Zuoyin Shenggu to have her way with him. "Do you still possess the strength to go out?" This is merely the beginning. Loosen up, relax." She playfully pushed him back into his room and left with a refreshing air. Zhao Erzhu, filled with pent-up frustration, clenched his fists once more. It was lamentable that such a man should endure such indignities. Indeed, the enchantress was far too perilous. He must constantly remind himself to never forsake his self-defense skills, even if the enchantress possessed her own allure. The chicken coop mountain adjacent to Ernyo village served as the lair of the demon bird. Lin Li led Qing Ling through the mountain for an hour, slaying 3 beasts and 2 white zombies, yet they failed to catch a glimpse of the elusive bird. "Master, why is there no bird?" Qing Ling asked, glancing around, her impatience manifesting as she kicked at the wild grass by the roadside. Lin Li stumbled at her words, contemplating a response, but hesitating lest he provoke the wrath of the river crab divine beast. Feigning ignorance, she remarked, "Our search efficiency is abysmally low. It would be far more prudent for us to split up." Qing Ling glanced skyward and found her reasoning sound. The duo established a signal for communication, then swiftly darted along the mountain path, one taking the left and the other the right. For safety, Qing Ling released the small yellow dog, and together they traversed the verdant forest, soon vanishing from sight. Approximately 15 minutes later, Qing Ling let out a long sigh, exclaiming, "Oh, great bird. Why must you hide so thoroughly? Would it be too much to ask you to show yourself? This way, you could grant me a swift conclusion, and I could reciprocate." No sooner had she uttered these words than an unusual sound erupted from the thicket ahead. Upon closer inspection, she was astonished to find the woman with whom Zhao Erzhu had shared a heartfelt gaze amidst a rain of petals just days prior, the toothless old lady. Shaking, she emerged from the underbrush, one hand covering her mouth as she produced a series of peculiar sounds. Peely poochie, poochu, poochie patchik, puchapachupachu. This immediately reminded Qing Ling of a musical genre her elder brother had once described to her, known as beatbox, reputedly a style only the trendiest could master. To her surprise, the elderly lady before her was undeniably fashionable. With genuine admiration, Qing Ling exclaimed, "Madam, your beatbox performance is truly impressive. What on earth is beatbox?" The old lady responded, her expression one of sincere confusion. Had it not been for the authenticity of her bewilderment, Qing Ling might have suspected the old woman was insulting her. "That rhythmic music you just performed. Oh, I just had a bug fly into my mouth. What terrible luck." The old lady lamented, visibly distressed, as she stuck out her finger to flick her tongue a few times, and then turned to spit vehemently on the ground. Qing Ling, taken aback, quickly cast a cleansing spell to eliminate the splattered saliva around them. The old lady, evidently quite agitated, continued to spit and curse, "It's all that great bird's fault. I nearly met my end here." Chapter 25. Do not hinder me. I am ashamed to the point of despair. The mention of a great bird sparked a glimmer of excitement in Qingling's eyes as she eagerly inquired, Elder, have you seen the great bird? Where did you spot it? On the visage of the wrinkled Zhuo Yin Xinggu, a look of indignation emerged, though inwardly she scoffed. This girl was indeed as Zhao Erzu had described, a mind underdeveloped, utterly lacking in caution. In such a desolate wilderness, devoid of any nearby village or shop, she had encountered a stranger, an old woman, yet harbored no suspicion whatsoever. Such navet among the disciples of prestigious sects was bound to lead them to their doom sooner or later. Despite her internal musings, Zhuo Yin's exterior remained composed as she tremulously raised her frail hand, gesturing toward a distant valley. It is just over there, following the direction of her finger. Qingling gazed intently, entirely oblivious to the flicker of coldness that had momentarily flashed in the old woman's murky eyes. Declaring her identity as a disciple of the righteous sect, Qingling expressed her gratitude for the guidance before preparing to depart. Wait, young lady, Zhuo Yin urged. This mountain path is fraught with many forks. You may not recognize the way and could easily stray. Allow me to accompany you. No. Qingling shook her head repeatedly. I am well acquainted with this mountain from my childhood. You are of advanced age, and that great bird is perilous. It would be best for you not to accompany me. Yet, Zhuo Yin insisted, you are unaware, dear girl. The lair of that great bird is exceedingly concealed. Were it not for my chance discovery while gathering herbs, an ordinary person would never find it. Although I may not possess the cleverness, bravery, or strength of youth, I have spent many years gathering herbs in these mountains and am capable of guiding you. Is that truly so? Qingling was taken aback, recognizing the old woman's willingness to brave danger to lead her. She was indeed a warm-hearted individual of noble character. There is nothing to prevent it, Zhuo Yin replied. We must not delay. The great bird may have returned to its nest. Let us set forth promptly to avoid missing it. Upon hearing this, Qingling refrained from further protest, expressed her thanks once more, and promptly set out with her. Zhuo Yin guided Qingling along the mountain path until they soon arrived before a deep, shadowy cave. Feigning nonchalance, Zhuo Yin remarked, Earlier, I thought I saw that great bird vanish around here. I wonder if it has entered this cave. Allow me to investigate. Trusting her, Qingling cautioned Zhuo Yin to remain in place and, accompanied by her small yellow dog, strode confidently into the cave. It was perilous enough to allow the old woman to lead. There was no reason to invite her into further danger. Zhuo Yin, lingering behind Qingling, secretly reveled in delight. Go in and explore thoroughly. This place will soon become your future home. She was well aware that no great bird resided within the cave, only a green zombie of considerable strength, comparable to someone in the mid to late stages of foundational cultivation. She had meticulously orchestrated her scheme during their journey. Once Qingling confronted the green zombie within, she would seize the opportunity amidst their entanglement to unleash her poison pill, delivering the ultimate betrayal. A sinister chuckle escaped her lips. When the time comes, should it be revealed that Qingling is suitable for her own inheritance, plans can be set in motion to shatter her resolve and lead her astray into darkness. If she proves lacking in such qualifications, then the zombies shall be unleashed to take her life. In this manner, even if the righteous sect investigates, they would find no connection to the firewood instructor. The mere thought that her casual musings could concoct such a flawless scheme caused the lips of the Lotus Seat Saintess to curl upwards in delight. In that instant, a thunderous roar erupted. In the eerie cave, the green zombie was enraged by Qingling's trespass into its territory. A surging wave of corpse energy poured forth from the depths of the cavern. The narrow passage extended straight ahead, offering no refuge. Just as Qingling was about to be engulfed by the overwhelming miasma, a small yellow dog bravely stepped forward. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from the shadows ahead. Following that, a pair of pitch-black hands emerged from the swirling energy, their long, curved nails resembling the claws of a beast. Next came a gaunt arm and a head crowned with unkempt hair, followed by a torso clad in hemp robes and feet caked in mud. The green zombie, with its arms outstretched, leapt from the darkness, landing squarely before Qingling. A zombie. With unwavering composure, Qingling drew her sword with deliberate grace. Without a moment's hesitation, she struck at the exposed fangs of the green zombie with a decisive blow. At the same moment, behind her, the Lotus Seat Saintess seized the opportunity. Extending her malevolent hands, a pitch-black poison pill materialized suddenly between her palms. Tiny and unassuming, it was even smaller than a grain of millet. She chuckled sinisterly. Now is the time. Hesitation would mean defeat. The Lotus Seat Saintess infused a wisp of spiritual energy into the poison pill, which instantly shot forth like a bullet. The sound was sharp, yet The resonant clang of Qing Ling's sword energy and the fierce roar of the green zombie completely drowned out the sound of the poison pill's launch. The minuscule poison pill appeared almost silently at Qing Ling's back. Hey, for me, pill strike. Little red heart, engrossed in battle. Qing Ling remained oblivious to the peril looming behind her as she raised her golden sword to sever the zombie's head. At that precise moment, the poison pill struck her back. Success. The Lotus Seat Saintess was elated. Her poison pill, feared even by those of higher ranks, would undoubtedly obliterate a mere foundation establishment practitioner. However, the next moment brought an unforeseen twist that made the Lotus Seat Saintess exclaim in disbelief. Just as the poison pill was about to make contact with Qing Ling's back, it was repelled by a layer of spiritual armor, not only thwarting its advance, but also causing it to ricochet back with astonishing speed. The Lotus Seat Saintess had not anticipated such an occurrence. Seeing her poison pill flying back at her, it was too late to evade. A sharp crack resounded as the poison pill struck her right leg, penetrating through her femur. Comparable to a thousand-fold hallucinogenic drug, the toxins from the pill began to spread within her thigh. It was essential to note that this was a meticulously crafted poison pill, designed for combat, with a hardness surpassing its toxicity. It was utterly unfathomable how a mere protective armor of the Foundation establishment stage could possess such terrifying recoil. Could this little Taoist priestess be feigning innocence while hiding her true strength? As the stench of death dissipated, Qing Ling methodically dismembered the green corpse and reduced it to ashes with fierce flames. Yet, instead of scattering the remains, she turned back, sensing a gentle tap on her shoulder from behind. She presumed it was the old woman, wishing to speak with her. Upon turning, however, she was met with the sight of the elderly lady kneeling on the ground, a mask of anguish upon her face, fist clenched, and tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at her. Qing Ling was momentarily taken aback. "Elder, what are you doing?" The lotus-sitting saint had just consumed an antidote, but the wounds required time to heal. She struggled to suppress the pain in her voice. In truth, she longed to express, "The protective spirit armor you bestowed upon me has caused my thigh bone to fracture, and the lethal dosage of the narcotic is spreading from the wound, leaving me utterly drained and in excruciating pain." Yet, she refrained from uttering such words. After a brief contemplation, she sorrowfully replied, "I am filled with shame. I brought you here without fully understanding the circumstances, putting you in danger. I feel so guilty, so heartbroken. Only by kneeling before you can I alleviate my remorse a little." Qing Ling thought to herself, "Goodness, this elderly lady's sense of guilt is rather excessive." She hurriedly approached to assist the lotus-sitting saint, gently reassuring her, "There is no need for such humility, dear elder. Your good intentions in bringing me here to seek the great bird have filled me with gratitude. Even if we do not find it, it matters not. We can continue our search. Why should you bear such self-reproach?" As the lotus-sitting saint rose to her feet, Qing Ling noticed her trembling right leg and felt a twinge of curiosity. The elder immediately patted her injured limb, forcing a smile as she said, "My leg has gone numb." "Ah, it is merely a result of stagnant energy," Qing Ling enthusiastically offered. "I have elixirs that can invigorate your circulation. Consuming them would surely restore the flow of your blood." "Absolutely not," thought the lotus-sitting saint. "If I were to take your medicine, wouldn't it lead to a catastrophic hemorrhage at the wound? How would I then explain this injury?" To quell Qing Ling's concerns, she gritted her teeth and stomped her right foot heavily. "See, I am perfectly fine," she declared, her voice laced with a tremor. "Thank goodness." Qing Ling nodded. Though puzzled, she inquired, "Elder, are you crying?" "I am merely moved. Your kindness overwhelms me." The lotus-sitting saint replied, suppressing her agonizing pain with a forced smile. "Enough of this. I shall take you ahead to sea. Today, we must find that bird, no matter what." Witnessing her determination, Qing Ling felt a surge of admiration. What a spirited elderly lady she truly was. Chapter 26. Are you all right, elder? Qing Ling gracefully followed the faltering steps of Zuolian Shenggu until they arrived beneath a towering cypress tree, so vast that it could be encircled by 10 people. This ancient giant, having stood for countless years, boasted a sprawling canopy that resembled a verdant lake suspended in the heavens. Zuolian Shenggu swept her consciousness across the area, and a smile crept upon her lips. This was the spot. "Nukwihua, oh Nukwihua, your incessant chatter has compelled me to halt my healing process and feign joy. This torment shall be repaid tenfold." Though her heart roiled with fury, she feigned curiosity and remarked, "Earlier, I noticed a bird alighting on this tree. I wonder if it's still here. Little girl, why not ascend and have a look? But do exercise caution this time." Of course, releasing her spiritual awareness, Qing Ling sensed the abundant spiritual energy enveloping the tree. She stepped forward with deliberation, approaching the base of the cypress. Before she could scale its trunk, the leaves above rustled ominously, and suddenly, a 3-meter-long single-horned green silk snake lunged forth from the foliage. Had it not been for Qing Ling's acute perception of the spiritual fluctuations, she would have remained oblivious to the presence of this venomous serpent, which blended seamlessly with its surroundings. Hiss! The single-horned green silk snake bore a fleshy horn atop its head, an appearance that might conjure amusing associations with creatures subdued by the river crab deity, yet it signified a lineage imbued with the blood of dragons, likely rendering it more formidable than some perfected foundational cultivators. Upon revealing itself, it emitted a piercing hiss, its vertical pupils glinting with malice as they fixed upon Qing Ling. Clearly, it was on the prowl. Yet, the roles of hunter and prey remained undetermined. One thing was certain, the last one laughing would undoubtedly be her, Zhuo Lian Shenggu. Inwardly, she could not suppress a derisive chuckle. With a subtle motion, Zhuo Lian Shenggu revealed a short blade concealed beneath her bosom. Nukwahua. Regardless of whether you were merely playing the fool or truly stumbled upon fortune earlier, this time, I shall surely seize you. With a swift flick of her wrist, the blade gleamed menacingly. This was the 7-kill penetrating bone knife. True to its name, the weapon harbored lethal properties upon being drawn. It unleashed 7 streams of blade aura, in harmony with the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, each strand capable of penetrating various defenses, such as iron armor, talismans, or toxic mists, ultimately converging into a singular point that could pierce through targets and rend their armor, rendering it a nemesis to all defensive spells below the nascent soul stage. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhuo Lian Shenggu's eyes as her fingers tightened around the hilt, her form darting towards Qing Ling like a specter. Where the blade passed, the air was sliced, leaving behind intricate black patterns. At that moment, Qing Ling was wholly absorbed in countering the onslaught of the single-horned green silk snake, her delicate back completely exposed to the blade's trajectory. The timing was impeccable. In truth, Zhuo Lian Shenggu possessed the prowess to vanquish Qing Ling without the need for the 7-kill penetrating bone knife. Yet she longed to ascertain the true strength of the girl's protective spiritual armor. Regardless of the outcome, victory would assuredly be hers. Simultaneously, the single-horned green silk snake before Qing Ling reared its head, its horns suddenly radiating a blinding azure light. This is her innate talent and divine ability. The azure dragon mystic light, which crumbles upon contact. The moment Qing Ling unsheathed her sword, the azure dragon mystic light was already before her. However, she was suddenly whisked away by the Zijin's sword, gliding like a fleeting cloud, instantaneously shifting 5 zhang away. Subsequently, the Zijin's sword emitted a resonant clang, as if it were slicing through the air on its own. Boom! The sword energy surged like a thunderclap from the heavens, cleaving down upon the head of the single-horned azure serpent, severing its glistening horn with a resounding crack. The momentum was unrelenting, and the cold light flashed again, precisely slicing into the serpent's vital point, instantly cleaving its body in 2. The single-horned azure serpent met its demise on the spot. Qing Ling cast a puzzled glance at the Zijin's sword. She had barely moved during that entire sequence, as if being carried along by a master. Then, she turned to glance at the old woman. This fleeting glance sent shockwaves through her pupils. It turned out that at the moment the sitting lotus saintess lunged her knife toward Qing Ling, she had been propelled away by the power of the Zijin's sword. The azure dragon mystic light emitted by the single-horned azure serpent fortuitously collided with the 7 kills penetrating bone knife in the hands of the sitting lotus saintess. Such a coincidence was simply too uncanny. The sitting lotus saintess had no time to adjust her knife's trajectory and was instead struck in the abdomen by the rebounding blade. The 7 kills penetrating bone knife was already a formidable weapon, and with half of her strength behind that strike, compounded by the tenfold might of the azure dragon mystic light, even her nascent soul-level body could not withstand it, as the blade instantly pierced through her vital organs. The malevolent energy surged through her insides like a venomous serpent, and in the throes of excruciating pain, she was rendered voiceless, unable to scream. Fortunately, as a master of alchemy, the sitting lotus saintess possessed exceptional medical skills. She immediately stifled the pain, withdrew the knife, and suppressed the malevolent energy. However, she had no time to seal her wounds or staunch the bleeding. Her first instinct was to swiftly conceal the knife to avoid Qing Ling's gaze. Thus, when Qing Ling abruptly turned around, the sight that greeted her was that the sitting lotus saintess was inexplicably stabbing herself with a knife, and blood was gushing from her abdomen, clearly indicating that she had already inflicted a wound upon herself. This scene was utterly surreal, bordering on madness. Ling had descended the mountain for merely 15 days. Prior to this, she had spent over 20 years as an ordinary novice nun with limited experiences. Now, having just begun her journey in the world, though her horizons had broadened slightly, she had never encountered such a scenario. She had to admit, she was genuinely startled. Ling didn't dare to speak at first, until the sitting lotus saintess slowly lowered her knife and took out a bandage from her bosom to staunch the bleeding from her abdomen. Only then did Ling tentatively inquire, "Elder, are you all right?" The sitting lotus saintess trembled her lips. What could she possibly say? With a determined heart and clenched teeth, she feigned a sorrowful demeanor, exclaiming, "I truly deserve to die. Once again, I've put you in danger. How can I face you now? If I do not injure myself, my conscience will never be at peace. I feel an overwhelming sense of guilt. I am so ashamed and so sorry for you." As her words progressed, they transformed into a heart-wrenching wail. Ling listened with a face full of disbelief. She repeatedly stabbed herself, and had it not been for Ling turning back, she would have prepared to stab herself a second time. What was going on? Was one self-inflicted wound not enough to alleviate her inner turmoil? Was the old woman's temperament not excessively extreme? Ling hesitated for a moment before softly speaking. "Elder, perhaps it would be best to let it be. There is no need to trouble you to guide me. I can seek it out myself." To be honest, during this period, she had grown rather fearless in the face of even the most ferocious demons. Yet now, an overwhelming sense of dread consumed her, given the old woman's fiery temperament. Should she fail to find her target once more, she might resort to taking her own life on the spot. That truly is a frightening prospect. Chapter 27. The Lotus Seat Saintess stands firm. No way. The Lotus Seat Saintess straightened her back defiantly, raising her hand to refuse. "It is utterly unacceptable to let this matter rest so easily. I have already wounded myself with a knife, and you think you can simply escape? Not a chance. Until I uncover the truth of your situation, I shall not relent. I have vowed that should I take the wrong path thrice today, I will return home immediately. However, as long as there remains a single opportunity, I shall never give up." With renewed determination, the Lotus Seat Saintess declared, "I recall another location where that great bird often appears. Let us go. I shall take you there at once." One must wonder, who could refuse the earnest assistance of an elderly person who would rather bleed than shed tears, selflessly willing to help? Reluctantly, Ling produced a hemostatic pill for the elderly woman to consume, then transformed the little yellow dog into a larger form to carry her to the next destination. This time, they arrived by a mountain spring. The gentle stream meandered down from the peak, ultimately merging into a crystal-clear pool. The water was so clear that the bottom was visible, strewn with the tracks of various wild animals. It was evident that this was a vital water source for the creatures of the mountain, perhaps due to the sun still being high. Only a few small animals were seen at the edge of the pool, quenching their thirst. Ling extended her spiritual awareness and discovered a colossal duck submerged in the depths of the emerald waters, its feathers resplendent in a dazzling array of colors. Before they could approach, the enormous duck, previously frolicking at the bottom, suddenly burst forth from the water, exuding a ferocious aura as it charged directly at Ling. In this time of upheaval, the rampant spiritual energy had not only augmented the creature's strength, but had also rendered them fierce. It offered no chance for testing. Instead, it launched a lethal assault on Ling. With a swift motion, she drew her purple gold sword, its blade clashing against the duck's powerful legs in midair. Her gaze was resolute, sharper even than the sword's gleam. "You are the one, great duck. No, today you are the great bird. You are the one that can save the old woman's life." At that moment, a flicker of determination flashed in the eyes of the Lotus Seat Saintess behind her. With her fingers poised, she traced her eyelids, and in an instant, her eyes erupted with a blinding crimson light. This was not the manifestation of her red-eye affliction. Rather, she was invoking a mystical technique from her alchemical arts, the Scarlet Sky Magic Eye. This formidable power required the refining of her eyes with the earth's fiery essence, enduring the searing pain of 7 days of intense heat with each refinement. Once the eye fire was forged, it not only allowed for precise control over the alchemical flames, but also enabled the seer to pierce through illusions. Ordinary illusions were rendered powerless before her, revealing even the most subtle traces of spiritual energy's flow. Were it not for the urgency to ascertain Ling's qualifications to inherit her teachings, the Lotus Seat Saintess would never have resorted to this ultimate skill lightly. After all, each usage meant a fresh round of refining the eye fire, wasting a week's worth of arduous cultivation. As the crimson light flickered, she intently observed every movement of Ling, her mind resolute. If this girl proved unworthy of becoming her disciple, She would ensure that her head would meet her own rear end today. Fire essence. Condense. As the Lotus Saintess sat, her fiery gaze abruptly converged, the intense flames within her pupils rapidly contracting into two blinding crimson halos. Awaken, demon eyes, she commanded. The fiery rings within her eyes suddenly expanded, threatening to engulf her entire eyeball. Oh, Qi Ling, is that you? A clear, melodious call resonated from behind. Qi Ling, wielding her longsword, struck down upon the duck's neck, swiftly twisting her wrist to withdraw the blade, which glistened with droplets of blood in a graceful arc. Be careful, Lin Li exclaimed, appearing like a specter at her side. With a swift motion, he deflected the incoming duck wing, the force creating a resounding whoosh that reverberated through the air. The large duck was instantaneously dismantled, its various parts strewn across the ground. Meanwhile, the Lotus Saintess found herself ensnared by the violent gust generated by Lin Li's sudden movement, spinning twice in place as the flames in her eyes began to distort. With a sudden burst, two fiery serpents erupted from her eye sockets, singeing her eyelashes and curling them into ash, wisps of smoke rising from the charred remnants. Ah! She cried out, raising both palms and striking her eyes with tremendous force, each blow potent enough to shatter a walnut. Qi Ling, startled by the elder's actions, rushed forward to intervene. Elder, please do not resort to self-harm as a means of expressing your remorse. Upon hearing this, the flames in the Lotus Saintess's eyes flared even higher between her fingers. With a sudden, earth-shattering roar, she cried out, ah, and flames erupted from her eyes. Qi Ling stood dumbfounded, taken aback by the wave of heat that washed over her. She had always considered the notion of one's eyes spewing fire in moments of anger to be an exaggeration found only in novels. To her astonishment, it turned out to be quite real. My eyes. The Lotus Saintess turned in confusion, only to find herself enveloped in darkness. Upon introspection, she discovered her eyeballs shriveled and cracked, the surfaces of her eye sockets charred black. At that moment, she realized she had become utterly blind. Ah, she lamented, clutching her eyes as blood tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. She thought of Qi Ling, unharmed, and then of her own myriad injuries, wounds to her legs, cuts from blades. And her eyes. Damn it, she cursed. Only I am the one to suffer in this world. Qi Ling, frantic, pivoted to pull Lin Li closer. Hurry, Master Brother. You must stop her. The Lotus Saintess's expression hardened, her face flushing with rage. Fine, fine, fine. You think it's not enough for you to witness my misfortune alone? You must summon your Master Brother to witness my humiliation as well? The string of failures had already ignited a murderous intent within her. Now, with the prospect of losing face before a second person, the murderous urge within the Lotus Saintess could no longer be contained. Today, she would disregard any notions of inheritance. Today, she would unleash a massacre. Nyotsuei Hua, I shall not let you live in this world alongside me. Lin Li remained still, whispering to Qi Ling, do not panic. Among the three of us, there lies a villain. Huh? Qi Ling glanced back and forth between Lin Li and the Lotus Saintess, her expression one of bewilderment. Who is it? Lin Li, filled with exasperation, exclaimed, did I not warn you before? One must always act with utmost caution when venturing into the world outside. Take a good look at this old woman. Her eyes are ablaze with malice. Can she be an ordinary person? She conceals her identity to follow you, all for the purpose of harming you. And me? Qi Ling cast a furtive glance at the seated saintess of the lotus, her mind awash with doubts. But has she not been inflicting harm upon herself all along? Could it be that she intends to render herself incapacitated, thereby burdening me with a heavy moral dilemma when the moment to strike arises? What a novel form of moral coercion. How vile. How deranged. Initially, Qi Ling had used her spiritual sense to probe the old woman, perceiving her to be an unremarkable mortal devoid of any cultivation, which led her to believe the old woman's claims. However, such an assessment proved to be flawed. If the adversary's cultivation was significantly superior, she could effortlessly employ a more formidable concealment technique to mask her true level, eluding detection. Yet, if her realm was indeed far above that of Qi Ling, why resort to such underhanded tactics? Would it not be simpler to eliminate her directly? Was she truly a madwoman? Little did she know the thoughts swirling within the saintess of the lotus. The saintess, possessing keen insight, swept her consciousness over them, and quickly discerned that the two were engaged in hushed conversation behind her back. Astute as she was, she immediately surmised what might be afoot. Ah, my foolish junior sister, yet my senior brother possesses discernment. They have noticed something amiss about me and are filled with suspicion, are they? Resolute in her actions, she had no intention of letting them escape. With a decisive wave, an oppressive aura descended, firmly suppressing Qingling and Lin Li. Simultaneously, she unleashed a venomous pill from her mouth. This pill, shrouded in darkness and adorned with 9 ominous patterns, was a supreme-grade poison pill known as the Fiery Pestilence Nerve Pill. It contained a lethal, fire-based miasma capable of incinerating one's consciousness upon release. One of her signature divine abilities. Few below the nascent soul realm could withstand it. However, unbeknownst to her, Lin Li had already released his potent sedative, the exquisite, fragrance-less softening powder. At the same time, he extended his spiritual sense, sweeping the area within a 30-mile radius to detect any lurking threats. Senior brother, beware of her poison pill, Qingling urged urgently, just as the saintess of the lotus expelled the pill, preparing to revel in her triumph. She suddenly felt a slight lag in her movements, accompanied by dizziness. Realization struck her as she glared at Lin Li. You little brat, have you poisoned me? And the effects are 100 times stronger than my own concocted hallucinogens? The saintess of the lotus flushed with indignation, suddenly acutely aware of the treacherous nature of the world around her. Even those with prominent features could be so insidious and so knowledgeable. Chapter 28. This shot must be taken with full force. What kind of poison is this? It is truly insidious. The holy maiden of Lotus, cursing inwardly, found herself momentarily overwhelmed by drowsiness, despite being a master of poisons herself. It was not paranoia that plagued her. Such a venom could hardly be deemed a legitimate weapon. Stories of righteous disciples entangled with demonic seductresses flashed through her mind, tales of enchantment, confinement, and suspension. Damn it! This young man must be lusting after her as a sorceress. Her complexion flushed. The holy maiden, though a woman, adhered firmly to one principle in matters of intimacy: she must always hold the reins. Therefore, to employ despicable means to possess her was but a fanciful dream. At this moment, she no longer fixated on murder. Instead, she detonated the neurotoxin pill, using the swirling poison mist to retreat swiftly into the air like a crane with broken wings. However, Lin Li seemed to anticipate her every move. Numerous identical auras emerged from all directions. The holy maiden furrowed her brow, pondering if this foundation-building youth dared to challenge her directly. Was this not an act of sheer arrogance? Though she was an alchemist, she was a formidable poison alchemist at the peak of her craft. And she was indeed a genuine nascent soul cultivator, a mere foundation-building insect, armed with nothing but filthy poison and a few feeble avatars, sought to contend with her? How audacious! Such recklessness was almost grotesque. How were the righteous sects educating their disciples these days? The current state of education was utterly deplorable. A fleeting moment of sarcasm crossed her mind, a mere spark in the blink of an eye, seizing the few breaths before her impending unconsciousness. She unleashed her overwhelming nascent soul pressure like a cascading river. Qingling felt her spirit quake violently, her legs turning to lead, rendering her unable to resist kneeling. Lin immediately retreated with Qingling in tow. Insect. With a flick of her fingertip, the toxic mist from the neurotoxin pill surged toward them. Meanwhile, she pivoted and seized one of Lin's avatars, crushing it with ease. This wet and slippery sensation. Surely, it cannot be produced by a mere paper puppet. The blind holy maiden, unable to see the residue on her hand, instinctively inhaled the scent. The next moment, she began to shake her hand in disgust. It is actually white bone toxin. The white bone toxin resembles bone and possesses a mesmerizing effect. Once inhaled by a cultivator, it instantly disrupts their consciousness. The afflicted would see visions of their most cherished individuals or deepest desires, becoming ensnared in a hallucinatory reverie, ultimately turning into a pile of bones. Typically, practitioners of demonic poison arts would concoct the devouring immortal powder from such mushrooms. Yet, she had never heard of such fungi being used to create avatars. At this moment, the holy maiden's mind was flooded with images of herself breaking through to the nascent soul stage, elevating the blazing fire sect, and reveling daily with 800 handsome men. No, this is too much. She hurriedly retrieved an antidote pill, pouring it into her mouth, though her movements grew increasingly sluggish. Lin Li nodded in satisfaction. Over the years, in an effort to minimize the economic losses associated with the refining of paper effigies, he dedicated part of his time to researching alternative materials alongside his cultivation, ultimately discovering the white bone toxin mushroom, which bears a resemblance to human bones. This toxic fungus, once cultivated, can reproduce in abundance and serves as an exceptional vessel for channeling spiritual energy, although its physical strength slightly pales in comparison to traditional paper materials. Its unique characteristic of automatically releasing toxins upon destruction transforms it into a covert defensive mechanism, embodying both offense and defense. Having suffered yet another setback, the Lotus Seat Saintess, with a chilling expression, summoned her life-bound alchemical furnace, the blood-refining furnace of soul binding. At this point, she could no longer afford to be concerned about her damaged psyche. She intended to forcibly suppress the consciousness affected by the toxins using the furnace's soul-binding capabilities. If she could buy herself 3 breaths of time, she would demonstrate to this young man that the chasm of cultivation could not be bridged by mere poisons. In the air, the Lotus Seat Saintess cast her alchemical furnace into the fray without uttering a word, and a torrent of blood energy cascaded down upon her. Lin Li narrowed his eyes, and the other 10 or so clones immediately surged forward. The Lotus Seat Saintess slightly parted her lips, releasing dozens of poisonous pills that transformed into ghostly beams, while her spiritual sense clung tenaciously to Lin Li's location. With the first breath, she softly uttered 2 words, her voice as frigid as frost. Mystical ripples materialized around Lin Li, causing his movements to slow. The blood-refining furnace of soul-binding descended upon him. However, Lin Li reacted swiftly, shaking his body to forcefully break through the ripples. He then executed an intricate footwork, retreating Tianzhong with a swift motion. "Senior brother, flee quickly," Qingling exclaimed. Paralyzed under the pressure of the nascent soul stage, managing to utter those 4 words with great effort. "Do not fret, it is not yet time for her to escape." Lin Li raised his left hand, and hundreds of prohibitive talismans soared into the air, erecting a barrier of isolation. The Lotus Seat Saintess scoffed. "You blinded me, and still dare to hope for escape? A fool's dream." Qingling, straining against the pressure, retorted, "Wasn't it you who blinded yourself?" Silence. The Lotus Seat Saintess barked. Second breath. The blood-refining furnace, shrouded in a layer of crimson blood evil, surged towards Lin Li, carrying a bone-chilling wind. This blood evil was the accumulated essence of resentment from her human meat pills, forged through the fires of her life-bound alchemy, now inseparable from the furnace's malice. When it struck, its efficacy rivaled that of heavy artifacts like bricks or seals. Furthermore, those struck would not only suffer grievous injuries but would also have their vital essence forcibly extracted, leaving their remaining spirit suppressed in the furnace's blood pool, eternally tormented by the furnace's flames. As the furnace hurtled towards him, Lin Li stood his ground, not flinching, his arms tensed, bracing himself against the artifact with his flesh. "Senior brother, no?" Qingling's scream pierced the air. Yet, before their eyes, his body began to disintegrate within the furnace's blood evil. The sound of shattering bones akin to popping beans, and in an instant, only a pool of blood-soaked mud remained, seeping into the ground. The Lotus Seat Saintess delicately caressed the still-warm furnace, her crimson lips parting slightly. "It seems I have spared myself the third." Her words were abruptly cut off as a cold male voice resonated from below. "Your third breath has arrived." Amidst the tumult of earth and stone, a dark golden binding rope surged forth like a venomous dragon, aimed directly at the ankle of the Saintess. As she cast her gaze downward, her eyes fell upon the remnants of crushed mushrooms mingled with blood and mud. And only then did she realize that what she had just obliterated was merely a doppelganger of Lin Li. To think, this rascal had not revealed himself at all during the entire ordeal. How reassuring it must be for you to leave your junior sister in such hands. Hearing this, Qingling could not help but burst into tears. "Wretched senior brother, you have even deceived your adorable junior sister. Alas, a foundational cultivator is but a foundational cultivator. Such a soft target." The Saintess scoffed and began to weave her spells, yet her expression shifted abruptly. Before her spiritual sense, the ropes binding her glimmered with bizarre patterns, remaining impervious to her attempts to channel her nascent soul-level powers. Even more alarming was the realization that when she endeavored to summon her alchemical furnace, it had already been ensnared in a cocoon of 9 chains, crackling with lightning. Turning to investigate the little Taoist who had emerged from the earth, the Saintess was further astonished. Did he truly dare to point a gun at her backside? Indeed, though invisible, the vision conveyed by her spiritual sense revealed the little Taoist raising a long spear. It appeared rather stiff and dark, yet evidently it was merely an ordinary weapon, one that could likely be purchased with mere coin rather than spirit stones in any market. He was even attempting to poke it beneath himself, like a firebrand-wielding ant. The Saintess concluded without hesitation that this fool must indeed be simple-minded. It was true that any normal person, upon encountering a bound woman, would be prone to delusions. However, glancing into the Taoist's bright eyes and calm demeanor, he seemed utterly unperturbed by the situation. It was as if he genuinely believed he could slay her nascent soul-corporeal form with a second-rate magical artifact. The Saintess blinked, forming a new hypothesis. Perhaps He was simply a fool? Observing her unruffled countenance, Lin Li immediately surmised that this ancient sorceress must possess some other advantage. Otherwise, she would not remain so composed while he probed her. Yet this aligned with Lin Li's suspicions, for she was a character of the narrative. And even a mere minor boss at the nascent soul stage should not be underestimated. Thus, the shot must be executed with utmost effort. Chapter 29. Shall I test the waters for my brother? A direct strike. Lin Li observed the sitting lotus saintess straining to harness her spiritual energy, a faint smirk curling at the corners of her tightly pressed lips. Yet, within half a second, that smirk solidified into sheer astonishment. Her lips, once pursed with tension, suddenly parted wider, as if they were about to engulf her disbelief. The sitting lotus saintess frantically expanded her spiritual awareness, striving to comprehend the spectacle before her. What had she just witnessed? It was an onslaught of ferocious spiritual light, an unyielding spear, an inescapable demise. In that instant, she couldn't suppress the urge to question her former self. What kind of soft target was this? He was practically searing with intensity. To label him as a formidable killing deity, whose spear never returned, would be no exaggeration. But the pressing question lingered. Why conceal such power? Why hadn't she fortified her defenses further? Why had he chosen to strike at her most vulnerable point? Was it merely her misfortune? Undeniably. The might of this spear surpassed anything she had ever encountered, so potent that the very thought of resistance failed to materialize. Thus, her life would be forever etched in this moment. The spear pierced her body. Ah, the pain! As the sitting lotus saintess succumbed to the encroaching darkness, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of relief. At least the effects of the drug had finally kicked in. Meanwhile, Lin Li observed the sitting lotus saintess, who fell as easily as a mere fish. Was it truly this simple? She appeared so composed. He had expected her to possess some unique defensive technique. But it turned out she was merely holding on by a thread. Before he could fully savor the sensation of his strike, he saw the spear's brilliance continuing its trajectory beyond the saintess's form, ascending into the distant sky. Fortunately, he had anticipated this. The array formed by the prohibitive spiritual symbols overhead diminished the force of his attack by half, while the remaining potency resembled a sharp arrow, intercepted by a figure emerging from behind the tree where Qing Ling stood, dispersing the energy with a wave of his hand. This figure was Lin Li's true self. He executed a hand gesture, conjuring 7 identical clones. Clone 1 sheathed the long spear, donning a golden bell to ward off evil. Clone 2 wielded a soul-cutting flying knife. Clone 3 produced the weak water of immolation. Clone 4 unveiled a sutra for transcendence. Clone 5 swiftly pilfered the saintess's bag of holding. Clone 6 scattered pure water. And Clone 7 cleared the battlefield while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. A seamless operation unfolded, methodically attending to the aftermath of the battle. Moments later, each clone returned to the confines of Lin Li's sleeves. Qing Ling knelt on the ground, staring in disbelief as her elder brother reduced the sitting lotus saintess to mere ashes in the span of half a cup of tea, followed by an impeccable cleanup. A sense of dread gripped her heart. It appeared that the power of her brother's casual strikes with his clones was indeed as fearsome as it was astonishing. Clearly, her estimation of his strength needed a substantial upward revision. Players were now reveling in the experience. The ultra-realistic immortal cultivation game Asking the Tao had officially launched, heralded as one of the most impactful cultural phenomena of the century. Its almost second-world immersive experience transported players into a realm that felt genuinely alive with the essence of cultivation rather than a mere virtual game, igniting discussions about the allure of traversing into another reality. On the inaugural day of the server launch, the official forum buzzed with excitement. Although players were still confined to the initial exploration of the mortal town and had yet to experience the true realm of cultivation, their fervor for the game was undiminished. Engaging with highly intelligent NPCs and navigating multifaceted quests, a grand world of martial arts, replete with elements such as sword immortals, talismans, alchemy, formations, dual cultivation, demonic transformations, and the metamorphosis of beasts began to unfurl. At this moment, a highly praised video circulating in the forum corroborated this enthusiasm. The video showcased a complete battle sequence where a lone figure named Qi Ling, accompanied by a dog and a sword, confronted a grotesque zombie outside Huayang Town. The eerie zombies, the stunningly realistic special effects, and the dazzling combat moves created a spectacle that surpassed many major cinematic productions. However, what astonished players most was the conclusion of the video, wherein the little yellow dog leaped into the sword behind the female cultivator, followed by a breathtaking scene of her and a male cultivator soaring through the skies. It turned out that the remarkably powerful dog was not merely a spirit pet but a weapon spirit. This was the very embodiment of a cultivation novel. Furthermore, the identities of the cultivators Lin Li and Qing Ling, as they made their first appearance to players, sparked extensive discussion. Questions arose. Where did they come from? Why did they choose to assist? And why did they seem indifferent to the players' pleas? Had they truly departed, or were they quietly observing from the sidelines? Ultimately, the purpose of all this fervent discussion was singular: to uncover the path to their own cultivation journey. After all, in such a vividly authentic world of cultivation, no player was content to remain a mere mortal. They were all fervently striving for the day they could stand shoulder to shoulder with immortals and wield a sword that could move mountains and rivers. At this juncture, the Arctic Shell Club was also embroiled in intense discussion. The reason being, a professional player known as Guide Brother, after completing the tasks in Huayong Town, had obtained an item and a new quest. Item: grass that follows the wind. Description: follow the grass, and you shall enter an unknown and mysterious place. Quest: seek the celestial traces. Hint: your remarkable performance has attracted the attention of a mysterious cultivator who has left a token to guide you to a cultivation sect. When he was in pursuit of Lin Li and Qi Ling, this grass had suddenly appeared in Guide Brother's possession, along with the quest notification. As a senior member of the Arctic Shell Club, he promptly reported this news. The club took this very seriously, given the current trend of development. The game Asking the Way was showing signs of widespread participation, and as a professional esports platform, the club naturally wished to lead its professional players to quickly secure a foothold in the game. Since Guide Brother had accepted the quest, they needed to seize the opportunity and complete it without delay. A professional player from the Arctic Shell Club suggested, if we stay ahead of everyone, the benefits will be tremendous. However, another member, known as Sanbin, expressed a contrary view. Is it as simple as just being ahead of everyone? The game has only just begun, and the future remains shrouded in uncertainty. What if, after completing the task, we find ourselves in a subpar faction? It is still unclear whether there is an option to exit a faction, and if we act recklessly, we may merely be paving the way for others. In my opinion, rather than risk becoming a mere facilitator for someone else's success, it would be wiser to wait until others have ventured forth before making a decision. Shaking his head, Zhao Bian remarked, opportunities are fleeting. Overthinking only squanders what is within reach. It is certainly preferable to avoid selecting a mediocre sect, only to end up with a wasted character. The members of the Arctic Shell Club engaged in fervent debate. The club manager, Chao Charlie, directly inquired of Qiu Dao. You accepted the task. What are your thoughts? Qiu Dao replied, I wish to proceed. Sanbin Zhengji advised, I believe it would be prudent for you to reconsider. What if the endeavor proves fruitless? That would be quite disheartening and embarrassing. Qiu Dao smiled, however. To let this opportunity slip away would feel like a significant regret in my life. Sanbin Zhengji said earnestly. Perhaps you could give me the opportunity, and I shall test the waters on your behalf? Chapter 30. The entire village watched him. The Arctic Shell Club was still deliberating whether to undertake this task, unaware that a segment of ordinary players in Huayong Town had already obtained the wind-blown grass. In stark contrast to the myriad concerns of professional players, the ordinary players had tossed the grass into the air the moment they received the task. A refreshing breeze emerged inexplicably, enveloping the yellowed, withered grass, carrying it away into the distance. Their carefree attitude stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, they were essentially nothing at present, as life and death were mere whims of fate. Secondly, they were inspired by the gallant figures of Qi Ling and Lin Li, embodying the chivalrous spirit of vanquishing demons and upholding justice. Moreover, having pursued this journey, was this not precisely the vehicle they had longed for to take them to kindergarten? On the second day after they began their actions, Huayong Town welcomed a new batch of visitors. A gigantic red-crowned crane soared through the sky, descending into the woods outside Huayong Town. Shortly thereafter, several men and women clad in plain Taoist robes appeared on the bustling streets. However, the passers-by brushed past them, utterly oblivious, as if they were invisible. Senior Brotherly. Is this the town where the outsiders have descended? It seems rather ordinary. And are these seemingly aimless individuals on the streets truly the celestial beings from beyond? They appear not much different from other mortals, aside from their lack of decorum, remarked a disciple. The Taoist elders sighed. Indeed. Our purpose here is to conduct an in-depth investigation, meticulously documenting their words and actions, unearthing the purpose of their presence, and ultimately reporting back to our sect. Upon hearing this, the elder's junior sister glanced at the nearby outsider and inquired, Senior Brother, Did you hear that girl say she felt as exhausted as if she had grown a new set of limbs overnight, frantically pursuing 8 male models? Should we record that? By the way, what is a male model? The Taoist shook his head. Let us just note it down for now. We can delve deeper into it later when the opportunity arises. In truth, this group of cultivators was the genuine guiding light for the players of Huayang Town. Various sects would observe, comprehend, and filter through to invite suitable players into their ranks. Lin Li was disinterested in engaging with them. He preferred not to entangle himself prematurely over a promising player. After all, he had already left a trail for the players he had chosen through the wind-blown grass, allowing them the freedom to decide whether or not to join the righteous sect. To Lin Li, the essence of players lay in their quality. Among the thousands of players in Huayang Town, he had selected merely 50. These players either resembled the likes of the professional player Qiu Dao, boasting immense potential for development, or were individuals with stable personalities that he had once known. Additionally, there were those with exceptional talents, such as the joyous type, the unruly type, and the eccentric combinations, each with their own unique characteristics. These players would become Lin Li's initial hand of cards, ready to confront inevitable crises. For instance, certain high-risk special events could be entrusted to the indomitable players to resolve. As long as the rewards are sufficient, players will always be willing to invest their hearts and souls, contributing their fervent enthusiasm. Lin Li is not concerned about whether the players he selects will pass on their fortunes to others. This is because he has imposed restrictions on the grass. Giving it away will lead to an explosion. From the player's perspective, this should resemble a one-time binding item, possessing non-tradable attributes. After Lin Li decisively dealt with the sitting Lotus Saintess, Qingling learned from him that her senior brother had been on guard against her since the moment the old lady fell against the tree. At the time, she found it odd that he would secretly sabotage her attempts to save her. Initially, she wanted to inquire, but Lin Li stopped her, and later, overwhelmed by other matters, she forgot. Now, upon hearing Lin Li recount his journey from vigilance to suspicion, then to surveillance, investigation, strategizing, and finally wrapping things up, she realized that her senior brother was indeed far-sighted and exceedingly adept in his actions. Though they were both novices who had never descended the mountain, Qingling understood that her senior brother was unlike other men. He was not one to be superficial. He always disguised himself, concealing his strengths. In reality, he was more reliable than anyone else. The expression on the sitting Lotus Saintess's face before her demise indicated that she would have been utterly astonished to meet her end at the hands of an inconspicuous little cultivator. What does this signify? It signifies that while one might believe he is on the 2nd level, he is actually on the 200th. Through her senior brother's meticulous information gathering and the subsequent lure and elimination of the enemy, Qingling gleaned a crucial secret to triumphing over formidable foes. The more ordinary one appears in daily life, the better. This allows everyone to mistakenly perceive one as unremarkable, causing enemies to regard one as an honest individual whose strength aligns with their fade. Consequently, even if enemies probe into one's background, they will only uncover fabricated information. Decisions based on such erroneous data often lead to fatal oversights and confrontations. A renowned figure by the surname Lu once articulated, "What seems harmless is often the most perilous." Many skilled individuals have lost their lives due to the information disparity meticulously created by their adversaries in various unguarded moments. With the sun still shining, Lin Li and Qingling discovered the true lair of the great bird and vanquished it. Upon returning to Ernyo village, the villagers held a celebratory feast for the two in the ancestral hall. While the villagers rejoiced at having rid themselves of a significant threat, Zhao Erju clenched his fists in bitter resentment. The fairy was nowhere to be found, and it was likely that her fate was grim. This also meant that his path to immortality was severed. Damn it, I will kill them, Zhao Erju raged internally. Yet, a voice of reason urged him to remain calm. Do not forget, they are cultivators. So what? They have cut off my path to immortality and may very well have killed the beloved wife I just acquired. I must seek vengeance. Reason countered again. How can a mere mortal stand against cultivators? If discovered, there is no doubt you will perish. Are you suggesting that I should simply give up? At this moment, a sinister thought suddenly surfaced in Zhao Erju's mind. Though I may lack the ability to eliminate them, it certainly does not imply that others are equally powerless. Do they not pride themselves on being virtuous individuals? If such righteous figures were to commit the heinous act of slaughtering the villagers, their sect would undoubtedly impose punishment upon them, would they not? Even if their sect refrains from retribution, other sects with whom they have strained relations would surely seize this opportunity to retaliate. Yes, that shall be my course of action. Zhao Erju gazed at the tables laden with food, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Drink up. Indulge yourselves, so you may embark on your journey fully satiated. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Zhao Erju, citing an inability to handle liquor, stealthily slipped out of the grand hall and made his way to the kitchen behind the ancestral hall. He surveyed the stacks of yellow rice wine upon the counter and retrieved a packet of a potent sedative for swine from his pocket. This was a concoction he had procured from a physician, renowned for its effectiveness. He had previously utilized it to partner with others, stealthily pilfering 13 plump pigs in a single night. The atmosphere was just right today, perfect for the entire village, young and old alike, to partake. Just as he was eagerly pouring the powder into the wine jar, he suddenly felt the sensation of being watched. As the saying goes, caution ensures longevity. Even though he could not ascertain the source of his unease, Zhao Erju instinctively covered the jar and cautiously turned his head to look behind him. To his astonishment, he found the entire village, over 300 souls, silently gathered at the door, their eyes fixated upon him. Chapter 31. Your master uncle misses you. Silence enveloped the village of Ernia this evening. Erju, the old village chief, emerged, surrounded by a throng of villagers. Did you not claim to be inebriated? Why then do you venture to the kitchen for a jar of liquor? Zhao Erju cast a furtive glance at the crowd. Although a sense of impending exposure gnawed at him, an overwhelming instinct for self-preservation compelled him to feign innocence. After all, they were all from the same village. They could be easily deceived. I did not take the liquor jar. I merely felt parched and came to the kitchen for some water. I happened to notice that the jar was somewhat soiled, so I wiped it with my sleeve. He feigned innocence, gazing at everyone with wide eyes. What has transpired? Why is everyone gathered here? The villagers exchanged glances, then shook their heads in unison. The old village chief interjected. We are here to address the large bird in the kitchen. It is said to be exceptionally delicious and beneficial for one's health. However, before the village chief could finish, Zhao Erju's cousin, interrupted sharply. Village chief, spare us the trivialities. Let us be direct, Zhao Erju. What did you just put into the liquor jar? Upon hearing this, Zhao Erju's expression darkened immediately. Ergo, what do you mean by that? Nothing much. Just inquiring what you inserted into the liquor jar. What do you mean, inserted? I already told you the jar was dirty, and I was merely wiping it. He paused momentarily, then squinted suspiciously. Wait a moment, Ergo, you wouldn't be attempting to frame me for deliberately soiling the jar, would you? I have no such intention. Then what do you mean? Zhao Erju raised the liquor jar defiantly. Do you really believe I, Zhao Erju, am that kind of person? It is merely a jar of liquor. If I had indeed sullied it, I would simply compensate for it. Why would I concoct such a falsehood to deceive everyone? With that, he angrily smashed the jar onto the ground. How much is this liquor worth? I will pay. I refuse to believe that I, Zhao Erju, cannot afford a mere jar of liquor. His vehement protestation suggested he had suffered a great injustice. Yet, Zhao Ergo sensed something was amiss. Their bond could be described thus. Even if they both found themselves at the courthouse, neither would question why the other was there. Nor would they inquire why one followed the other. Zhao Ergo stepped forward, picking up the shards of the broken jar and offering them to Zhao Erju. There is still a sip of liquor remaining. Since you claim you did not add anything to it, you should drink it. Do you not trust me? Zhao Erju looked at Zhao Ergo in disappointment. I am your brother. What could I possibly gain from deceiving you? Well then, drink it. Zhao Ergo nodded dismissively. The feeling of being mistrusted was indeed repugnant, Zhao Erju retorted. Then drink it, Zhao Ergo reiterated. You know what kind of person I am. I can be playful and amiable, but if you touch my sore spot, you will learn the true nature of darkness. I am like a youthful wolf, seemingly innocent and naive on the surface, yet shrewd and perceptive beneath. I am never lacking in thunderous resolve nor in a compassionate heart. Within my heart resides both Buddha and demon. However, I have deeply sealed the demon away, leaving only the essence of the Buddha. I initially intended to face everyone with the compassion of a bodhisattva, yet some insist on unbinding the demon that lies within me. Thus, I ponder, when confronted with a true embodiment of evil, can you remain steadfast? Zhao Erju was genuinely infuriated. Reciting seemingly impressive yet entirely incomprehensible phrases he had overheard by the roadside, all in an attempt to intimidate his adversary. Indeed, I am but a human-faced pig, and the wolf with the visage of a child can simply consume this wine. However, Zhao Ergo remained impervious to persuasion. I may drink, but from this moment forth, our ties are severed, Zhao Erju declared coldly, clutching the hem of his garment. Then drink away, Zhao Ergu replied, taking a deep breath. Zhao Erju found himself confronted as Zhao Erga hastily brought the wine to his lips during his inhalation. He took a hearty swig. Cough, cough, what the hell? Zhao Erju had unwittingly ingested his own concoction and fell into a serene slumber. That very night, the villagers, upon realizing his nefarious deeds against their own, transported the deeply unconscious Zhao Erju to the county magistrate's office. Such treachery within the village was intolerable. Even the kindest souls could only forego the impulse to beat him, but would never prevent him from meeting his demise. Meanwhile, the perceptive Lin Li discreetly took his leave, refraining from mentioning the matter of the large bird again. Qing Ling, though unclear about Zhao Erju's motives, was understandably enraged. She had inspected the jar of wine and discovered it contained 5 taels of potent narcotics. Had he administered such a drug under normal circumstances, it might not have resulted in death. However, in this instance, with the villagers indulging in food and drink, the loss of their autonomous respiratory function could spell disaster for half the village. Fortunately, her senior brother had informed everyone that the bird was edible, prompting the villagers to flock to the kitchen, inadvertently uncovering Zhao Erju's plot. In that moment, Qing Ling suddenly considered whether her senior brother had orchestrated this intentionally. Yet she quickly dismissed the notion, for he had never known Zhao Erju and could not have deliberately schemed against him. Lin Li contemplated whether to disclose Zhao Erju's actions to Qing Ling, but decided against it, reasoning that Zhao Erju would surely confess upon capture. How she chose to deal with him thereafter would depend solely on her judgment, should she find herself at a loss. He had meticulously prepared 38 plans that could ensure the other's demise, readily available for her perusal. Zhao Erju sought to sacrifice the entire village to compel Qing Ling towards darkness. With Lin Li present, such ambitions would forever remain unfulfilled. On the following day, Lin Li planted white-boned poison mushrooms in inconspicuous corners throughout the village. These toxic fungi were imbued with his spiritual consciousness. Should any village face formidable foes or significant peril, Lin Li would be able to sense it instantly and manifest a doppelganger to confront the threat. Considering the ephemeral nature of poisonous mushrooms and the constraints on my time for their upkeep, Lin Li retrieved 5 paper effigies from his storage pouch. After a moment's hesitation, he produced a 6th, followed by a 7th and an 8th. Once all arrangements were meticulously in place, he stood at the village entrance, hands on hips. As the esteemed elder brother, he had fulfilled his role admirably, not only by broadening his younger sister's horizons and attending to her mental well-being, but also by eliminating any potential factors that might lead her towards darkness. Upon returning to the sect, he intended to suggest to his master that the resources he had expended be replenished at double the rate. On a reflective note, his master and grandmaster must surely miss him dearly. Lin Li gazed up at the sky when suddenly a celestial decree descended from above. He reached out to catch it, and the decree transformed into a thin sheet of paper. Written upon it in the hand of the esteemed Zhang was a message with 2 lines. Lear, return swiftly. Your esteemed Master Wei misses you. Chapter 32, The Young Maiden's Foot Malady. Although the letter from Master Zheng merely stated that Elder Changwei was missing him, Lin Li understood the underlying sentiment quite well. Much like the stubborn modern parents who incessantly nag about their children venturing out into the world, secretly counting the days until their return, the letter concealed the master's unspoken concern. A soft smile graced Lin Li's lips as he turned to seek out Qing Ling. 6 days had elapsed since the onset of the celestial upheaval, and it was only now that the message from Master Zheng had reached Lin Li. This delay underscored the tremendous impact the event had wreaked upon the realm of cultivation. Lin Li had anticipated such disruptions, for the cataclysm had indeed transformed the landscape of the cultivation world. The first casualty of this upheaval was the once gentle spiritual energy, which had morphed into a volatile force. Many cultivators, steadfast in their old habits, attempted to replenish their depleted reserves without realizing that the energy they inhaled now wreaked havoc upon their meridians, leading to potentially grave injuries. The venerable Dengji Laozu, transformed into a humanoid firework, stood as a poignant testament to the chaos. Simultaneously, wild beasts descended into madness. Zombies wreaked havoc, and spiritual beasts rampaged, inflicting varying degrees of turmoil upon towns and sections. The situation was exacerbated by the weakening or outright failure of numerous protective formations, making it easier for these frenzied creatures to invade human settlements and revealing countless hidden caves and secret realms to the world. It was akin to torrential rains unearthing long-buried ancient tombs. One could hardly imagine that this calamity would serve as a conduit for the re-emergence of ancient cultivators' abodes. The emergence of these realms presented local cultivators with opportunities for advancement, while for ordinary mortals, it hinted at the chance for meteoric rise. After all, fortune might smile upon those who stumbled upon a legacy within, potentially ushering in a new era of mortal cultivation. For players, The celestial upheaval signified an update to the game, unlocking dungeons for exploration. Engaging in these realms not only promised experience points, but also rewards in the form of equipment, materials, and skills tailored to their levels. Lastly, the tumultuous spiritual energy severely disrupted communication spells and divination techniques, much like a chaotic magnetic field leading to imprecise positioning. What once was precise communication became erratic, with messages veering off course or long-range transmissions reduced to mere short distances. In truth, the message from Master Zheng had set off 3 days prior, but encountered numerous misdirections along the way, ultimately necessitating a return. Consequently, he was compelled to relay the message through the various outposts of the Zhengqi sect, employing a relay system that significantly hampered the efficiency of communication within the cultivation world, reducing once instantaneous messages to a mere shadow of their former selves. The ripple effects of this chaos extended far beyond mere communication. In the past, disciples from various sects could traverse vast distances without losing contact, thanks to the instantaneous nature of their spells. When faced with formidable adversaries, one may simply call for assistance. Even if the enemy employs various means to intercept distress signals, the elders of the sect can deduce the identity and whereabouts of the assailants through the disciples' soul lamps, pursuing them relentlessly across vast distances. However, with the regression in communication and the inaccuracy of divination, these safeguards have become utterly ineffective. Moreover, the emergence of secret realms has led many cultivators to sudden wealth, resulting in a sharp increase in murder and treasure theft. The order of the entire cultivation world is gradually disintegrating, and the law of the jungle survival of the fittest begins to prevail. This is precisely the crux that plunges the entire cultivation realm into deeper chaos. Therefore, Lin Li has consistently reminded his junior disciples to be vigilant when venturing out and to avoid attracting undue attention. Lin Li conveyed the urgency of the situation to Qing Ling. "It is imperative that I return immediately." Upon hearing this, Qing Ling's fingertips trembled slightly, and her gaze inadvertently shifted to her harmonious family in the courtyard. Her grandmother was pouring tea for her grandfather. Her parents were playfully teasing the baby in her brother-in-law's arms, and her sister sat in the corridor, engrossed in a storybook. This heartwarming scene stirred a pang of bittersweet emotion within her. She understood that from the moment she embarked on the path of immortality, she must sever ties with the mundane world. Cultivators are most averse to being entangled in earthly connections. If one becomes too attached to familial bonds, not only is their resolve likely to waver, but their loved ones may also become embroiled in calamities beyond the realm of mortals. The multitude of orphans within the cultivation world serves as a blood-stained testament to this truth. Yet, she whispered to herself, a flicker of inner turmoil passing through her eyes. She recalled the countless cultivators whose hearts had shattered due to concerns for the mundane world. Some have perished while attempting to defy fate to save their loved ones. Others have succumbed to inner demons bred from familial grudges, leading to their ruin, and still others, ensnared by love, have allowed their infatuation to spiral into devastation for themselves, their families, and even their sects, wreaking havoc upon the world. These lessons all warn her, the paths of immortals and mortals diverge. To remain entangled in worldly ties only leads to disaster. Taking a deep breath, Qing Ling pressed her fingertips into her palm, allowing the pain to dispel the last vestiges of hesitation. Today's farewell serves to protect her family while also refining her own resolve. She tightened her grip on her sleeves, inhaled deeply, and raised her gaze to Lin Li. Her eyes seemed to convey 1,000 unspoken words, ultimately crystallizing into a soft yet resolute declaration. "Senior brother, I shall return to the sect with you." Lin Li was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing in confusion. "You wish to return before completing your training?" The tears that threatened to spill from her eyes swirled in their confines. Qing Ling opened her mouth, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Don't play the fool with me." Lin Li replied earnestly, "The issues you exposed during your descent from the mountain are far too numerous. Although I can offer guidance, there are still shortcomings. I must caution you that the repercussions of the celestial disturbances and the arrival of otherworldly beings will endure for a long time. You will not only face an increasingly hostile environment, but must also remain vigilant against various nefarious forces. For your own safety, as well as the safety of your family and village, you must diligently enhance your cultivation and exercise your intellect." Lin Li spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Qing Ling lifted her head, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. "I understand. After my experiences these past few days, I have gained clarity. You need not worry. Upon my return to the sect, you would not neglect your duties, would you?" Qing Ling's almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise. How could that be possible? Lin Li's lips curled into a slight smile. "Excellent. for I too would not wish to have a sister disciple afflicted with athlete's foot. Athlete's foot? Qing Ling's expression changed dramatically. What do you mean by that? Oh, it refers to the toxic miasma released by that old witch yesterday. Although I managed to dispel most of it, a small residue remains within you, Lin Li explained languidly. You must engage in daily breathing exercises for 7 days to eradicate it. Otherwise, if the miasma spreads to your feet, it will undoubtedly develop into athlete's foot. And a rather stubborn and foul-smelling variety at that. Brother, are you pulling my leg? Qing Ling exclaimed anxiously, stamping her foot. Is it reasonable for a beautiful girl to suffer from athlete's foot? Believe it or not, Lin Li replied, turning to leave, by the way. While there are not many frenzied creatures around Ernyo village, they still pose a potential threat. You should devise a solution to this dilemma. And once you have resolved it, return to the sect to report. Chapter 33. Betrayed by a bird in my previous life. The Zhengqi sect is nestled within the majestic Haoyan mountain range, a vast spiritual vein revered by nature itself. Akin to a celestial paradise. The air is imbued with ethereal essence, flowing like wisps of clouds, perpetually lingering throughout the year, reminiscent of an otherworldly realm. The mountain streams babble melodiously, and what appears to be an ordinary brook may very well be a manifestation of a spiritual spring. Rare mystical beasts occasionally flicker in and out of sight, and a fleeting shadow in the sky might signify the presence of an extraordinary spiritual bird. However, as Lin Li stepped into the mountains, before even crossing the protective barrier of the sect, he was taken aback by the transformation of his surroundings. The once verdant trees now leaned precariously, many spiritual plants trampled and destroyed, while the streams ran murky, with the occasional carcass of a ferocious beast strewn across the forest floor. It is common knowledge that in such a fertile domain, the abundance of spiritual energy breeds formidable spiritual beasts. When the natural order is disrupted, the ferocity of these beasts, driven mad, far surpasses that of the ordinary wildlife outside Huayang town. The tide of beasts surged forth like thunder, leaving devastation in their wake, capable of shattering rocks to leave fossil-like imprints. Suddenly, a piercing shriek sliced through the ethereal expanse. A black-tailed vermilion bird swooped from the heavens, its elongated tail trailing fierce winds, resembling a crimson comet racing through the sky. Lin Li was soaring deeper into the mountains on his sword when he spotted the plump bird. Instinctively, he reached out to seize it. In an instant, the black-tailed vermilion bird was caught by an irresistible, overwhelming force, spiraling down before him, where he grasped it firmly by the neck. Ah, indeed, it is you. Lin Li appraised the magnificent creature before him, marveling at its impressive stature. Its massive body was adorned with glossy red feathers, save for the dark base, while its rotund belly resembled a hefty pom-pom. As he admired the bird's beauty and rarity, he swiftly broke its neck, plucked its feathers, drained its blood, and removed its entrails, all with remarkable speed and proficiency. With ingredients readily available in his storage bag, Lin Li sought out a fallen grove, reminiscent of a rustic barbecue, and kindled a fire, preparing the bird. True to his nature, Lin Li's intentions extended beyond mere culinary satisfaction. He had no desire to roast a divine beast blessed with the bloodlines of the vermilion bird and the black phoenix solely for sustenance. His motive for slaying it was rooted in the knowledge that it would, in turn, threaten his little master uncle, Lin Xiaoyan. The image of Lin Xiaoyan surfaced in his mind, her black hair cascading over her simple attire, exuding an aura of pure aloofness. She was a woman of breathtaking beauty. This black-tailed vermilion bird was one of the spiritual beasts seeking fortune within the Zhengqi sect. In his previous life, due to the upheaval in the natural order, it had been injured while battling alongside other frenzied beasts, fleeing for its life until it was rescued by Lin Xiaoyan, the sect leader. Recognizing its exceptional aptitude and its connection to Lin Xiaoyan, entrusted it to her for bonding. Little did they know that this foolish bird, proud of its noble lineage, would scorn Lin Xiaoyan. Unaccustomed to such disregard, she inexplicably found herself infatuated with the spiritual beast, drawn to its perceived grandeur. It is akin to an exceptional girl encountering a golden-haired boy. Lin Li, truly, I would be grateful, perhaps due to Lin Xiaoyan's overly innocent disposition. She believed that since the black-tailed Zhuke was assigned to her, it was her responsibility to subdue it, thereby augmenting the strength of her sect. For an entire decade, she traversed the vastness of the world, ventured into ancient cultivation caves, and explored perilous secret realms in search of resources for this bird. Yet, every time she returned, battered and bruised, the foolish creature would hardly spare her a glance. Only when she produced rare spiritual herbs would the black-tailed Zhuke deign to approach her, then shamelessly indulge in the fruits of her labor. At last, with Lin Chaoyun's generous offerings, the black-tailed Shike transformed into human form in just 10 short years. He stood tall and elegant, with features as picturesque as a painting, resembling both man and bird. One wonders who bestowed upon him such unfounded confidence. For he looked down upon everyone with disdain. In conversation, he spoke as though he were suppressing a great fart, often delivering his words in fragmented bursts. It was only when in need of rare materials that he would summon Lin Chaoyun, as if she were merely a servant. Lin Chaoyun consoled herself, believing it normal for a creature of noble lineage to possess pride, yet she held on to the hope that one day, her sincerity would touch this bird's heart, leading it to forge a bond with her and fight alongside her. However, not long after, upon returning from an outing, she was astounded to find the black-tailed Shike in her cave, entwined with Chanbiao from the neighboring Beast Master sect, their affection evident. The bird's eyes sparkled with a tenderness she had never witnessed before. A passing disciple could not help but warn her, "Little martial ant, you ought to be cautious. Every time you descend the mountain, you leave that Chanbiao to look after the black-tailed Shike, and now that bird seems to be all but hers." Lin Chaoyun felt as if struck by lightning. Firstly, she had only hired Chanbiao once to examine the bird's lineage, never entrusting her to care for her spirit beast. Secondly, she had never imagined she would be robbed of her beloved companion. More absurdly, the black-tailed Shike, now in human form, desired to become Chanbiao's partner and follow her back to the Beast Master sect. Chanbiao, seemingly under some spell, incessantly declared her affection for the magnificent bird, professing a love that spanned 3 lifetimes and 10 miles of peach blossoms, vowing they would never part. Lin Chaoyun was thoroughly devastated. To think she would be compelled to sacrifice a decade of devotion to facilitate a romance between a human and a beast. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Chaoyun was not one to be easily trifled with, and the betrayal of her heartfelt devotion transformed into a blade of the sharpest edge. She began to target both Chanbiao and the black-tailed Shike. The black-tailed Shike, utterly incensed, rebuked Lin Chaoyun for her cold-heartedness. "You accuse me of ingratitude. Yet what you have lost is merely a decade of effort, while I have lost love. Biao and I share a profound affection. I love her as a person, and she loves me as a bird. What a magnificent love we possess. Why can you not support us? You, who only know how to fight and scheme. Devoid of any understanding of romance, are you even human?" Lin Chaoyun asserted that she could not comprehend romance between humans and animals, but if they desired love, they must compensate her. Alas, Chanbiao was as poor as a church mouse. The black-tailed sparrow, unable to find an alternative, concocted an excuse for negotiation, luring Lin Chaoyun to the back mountain of the Zhengqi sect, where it summoned a possessed Shangliu. This formidable beast wreaked havoc upon the Zhengqi sect, turning their world upside down. At that time, the Zhengqi sect had endured a decade of turmoil, significantly weakening its power, making the confrontation with Shangliu exceedingly arduous. Lin Chaoyun proposed to forego the pursuit of resources in exchange for the black-tailed sparrow's assistance. However, the black-tailed sparrow unfurled its fiery red wings and fled with Chanbiao without a backward glance. Ultimately, in a desperate bid to save her sect, Lin Chaoyun was compelled to sign a slave contract with Shangliu, thereby becoming a puppet of the malevolent creature. Years later, tormented beyond endurance, she chose to self-detonate her primordial spirit, concluding her life amidst the flames. Initially, Lin Li, while undertaking a quest, held Lin Chaoyun in contempt upon witnessing this segment of her story. He thought it absurd for such a capable cultivator to lack discernment, allowing a mere bird to turn her world upside down, suffering unnecessarily. However, after years of companionship, he came to realize that his junior apprentice was not truly foolish. Rather, she had merely been sheltered from the harshness of society, her heart as pure as snow. He understood that her unwavering commitment to forming a righteous bond with the spirit beast did not warrant scorn. Moreover, she remained a person of integrity until her last breath. Lin Li believed that a good person's fate should not unfold in such a tragic manner. Thus, upon encountering the black-tailed sparrow, he resolved to make it his next target for roasting, convinced that the fate of this bird should indeed be sealed. Chapter 34. Cherishing your scent in death. After a fragrant incense had burned for a while, a delectable wood-smoked bird was prepared under Lin Li's precise control of the flames. Just as he was about to indulge in his feast, 2 miniature lights darted towards him. Lin Li looked up to see 2 children, around 4 or 5 years old, whose features and attire were strikingly identical, as if they had been copied and pasted, making it difficult to distinguish between them. The children sported twin buns reminiscent of Neza, dressed in black attire cinched at the waist with a blue ribbon, each adorned with a large pocket. Their round, chubby faces were rosy and endearing, and their watery eyes shimmered with a sorrowful glimmer, evoking a sense of pity. Regrettably, Lin Li had never been one to coddle children. If they wished to cry, then let them. He turned his back, feigning ignorance. Upon landing, the two children fixated on the bird hanging on the rack, their choked voices filled with disbelief and sorrow. Qingyin, is it really you? Qingyin, the one who annihilated the entire clan? No, that was a mistake. Lin Li shook off his errant thoughts, feeling a sudden jolt of realization. According to the storyline, this bird should not yet have formed a bond with anyone, thus it could not possibly have a name. Had these children mistaken the bird for another? No. The children disregarded Lin Li and rushed towards the roasting rack, tears streaming down their cheeks. Undeterred by the heat as they grasped the cooked bird and began to weep profusely. Qingyin, how could it be you? Qingyin, you cannot die, Qingyin. Open your eyes and look at me, sniff. Qingyin, you died so beautifully. Ugh, so tragically. It appeared that this indeed was their spirit beast. Could it be that he had misjudged? Suddenly feeling vexed, Lin Li recalled his daily reminders to think twice before acting. How had he been so impulsive today? Moreover, he was most apprehensive about dealing with children, as they were beyond reason and one could not resort to physical reprimands. The situation was becoming rather passive for him. Indeed. Once they confirmed that the roasted bird was their sought-after Qingyin, the two children turned to Lin Li, their sobs subsiding as they asked, Big brother, did you kill Qingyin? Seeing their sorrow, Lin Li could not bring himself to lie and nodded. Yes, it was I. The cries abruptly ceased. The two children exchanged glances and smiled. If it is you, then it's wonderful, for it no longer concerns us. Lin Li was left bewildered. What do you mean it doesn't concern you? Before he could grasp the logic behind their reasoning, he watched as the two children licked their lips and began devouring the roasted bird. Their small mouths moved rapidly, consuming the meal with a ferocity that was astonishing. Lin Li's eyes twitched, a vein throbbing in his forehead. Whose children were these? They were completely defying expectations. Just moments ago, they had been weeping inconsolably. Yet now they feasted upon the roasted bird as though it were a long-awaited dream come true, as if they had been yearning for this black-tailed vermilion bird for ages. They were even consuming their own spirit beast. How could they be so callous? Wait a moment, parents. Lin Li focused on the embroidery on the children's chests. White tiger scenting the rose. What a flamboyant emblem. Are you disciples of the Beastmaster sect? Two children were engrossed in consuming a bird, their mouths glistening with grease. When questioned, they answered without raising their heads. What are you doing at the Zheng sect? Taking advantage. Oh no. I mean doing business. You foolish brother, why do you answer whatever others ask? So what? That's simply the truth, brother. No, that's incorrect. I am the elder brother. Oh yes, I am the younger brother. Lin Li observed the two children, sensing their lack of intelligence. Why did you just name this bird Qingyin? Because that is its name. Who gave it that name? Our master. Where is he? He is. The two children continued eating while answering. In the blink of an eye, they had consumed half of the 200-gene bird, and then they patted their round bellies, saying, We cannot tell you where he is right now. Why can't you tell me now? Because the master is currently helping the Zheng sect suppress ferocious beasts, we cannot disturb him. Foolish brother, why is your mouth like the waistband of cotton trousers? Alas, I told you, you are the younger brother. Lin Li's gaze drifted between the two children and the remnants of the roasted bird, gradually piecing together the situation. Since the upheaval of heaven and earth, the spirit beasts of the cultivation world had nearly all become ferocious beasts. For righteous sects like the Zheng sect, interactions with spirit beasts used to be based on mutual understanding and cooperation, emphasizing assistance in the shared pursuit of the Tao. Even without practicing beast-taming techniques, as long as there was a connection, cultivators could form contracts with spirit beasts, fighting alongside each other in harmony. However, now that spirit beasts had become wildly aggressive, losing their intelligence, those cultivators who once viewed spirit beasts as friends found themselves powerless. Only those adept in the art of beast taming, like the beast-taming sect, could slightly mitigate the ferocity of spirit beasts or control the already frenzied ferocious beasts. Consequently, the beast-taming sect experienced rapid expansion during the first two versions of the game, becoming increasingly arrogant and suppressing smaller sects like the Zheng sect. Although, under Lin Li's deliberate guidance over the years, the Zheng sect had significantly reduced its number of spirit beasts. As a sect that had been established for nearly 10,000 years, it had accumulated a substantial number of spirit beasts, even if not 1,000. Certainly no less than 800. These spirit beasts included descendants of ancient spirit beasts, those brought back by disciples during their training, and others that voluntarily sought refuge in the sect for sustenance. As long as they were not vicious beasts, the Zhengxi sect generally cared for them well. Furthermore, after years of coexistence, the kind-hearted cultivators within the sect had long considered them as family, making it difficult to treat them harshly. Thus, inviting the beast-taming sect for assistance in suppressing the ferocious beasts was entirely reasonable. The most troublesome aspect now was that the slain black-tailed vermilion bird had likely been promised by the sect leader to the master of these two children as a reward for their assistance in suppressing the ferocious beasts. Since this silly bird had a name, it must have acknowledged the other party. Now that their bird was gone, there would undoubtedly be zero tolerance. Upon contemplating this, Lin Li could only feign nonchalance and declare, "Do you believe that by withholding the truth from me, you can evade compensation?" Compensation? The two children gazed at Lin Li with an air of innocence, their previously sweet voices now tinged with indifference. What compensation? Lin Li pointed at the black-tailed jay and stated, "This bird attacked me, and since you claim it belongs to your esteemed master, I shall naturally seek restitution from him." Upon hearing this, the children's expressions soured further. "Brother, does he think we're fools?" "Indeed, it seems so. I am quite incensed. What shall we do?" "Let us inform our master." "Very well, go ahead and tell him. The bird's flesh has already been consumed, and I am indifferent. After all, you do not recognize me." Lin Li shrugged, adding, "By the way, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." The two children erupted in outrage. You. The older child stamped his foot in frustration, his small finger trembling as it pointed at Lin Li. "Are you trying to flee?" The younger child chimed in. Lin Li leisurely turned his gaze towards them, feigning innocence as he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. One may eat a bird indiscriminately, but one must not speak recklessly. I am merely departing in an orderly fashion, not fleeing. On the contrary, if your master were to discover what you have consumed, it is you who would need to escape." The two children immediately huddled together, the older brother pulling his younger sibling to turn their backs to Lin Li, cupping his hands to his ears as they whispered, "What should we do? If our master finds out we ate the jay, he will surely punish us by making us work to repay the debt." The younger child shook his head. "That cannot be. We are far too young. Our master would not force us to earn money." He gestured to indicate their modest height, attempting to reassure his brother. "At most, our master would exchange our divine rations for coarse grains and our celestial garments for simple cloth." "Oh dear, brother, this is terrifying. You must think of a solution." The older brother's solution was to join him in tears. Observing their plight, Lin Li cleared his throat. "Enough of the weeping. I have a way to prevent your master from punishing you, but it requires your compliance." The two children, their tears swiftly drying, suddenly grew wary. "Why would you suddenly show such goodwill if you plan to leave? Surely you do not intend to use us to deceive our master?" They shared a glance, resolutely nodding in agreement, before turning their heads to face Lin Li. "Deal. Regardless, our master is formidable. Deceiving him is preferable to being deceived ourselves." Chapter 35. Though it cannot be taken, it can be carried away at the gate of the righteous Qi sect, atop Tianmen Peak. One could behold a profound rift splitting the mountains, a straight valley piercing through the rocky terrain. Hundreds of bloodied, ferocious beasts writhed in agony beneath the oppressive might of the Xianshan town's beast flag. The large black flag, embroidered with a coiling dragon pattern, flapped vigorously, its surface shimmering with dark light that entwined each beast like chains. Once gentle spirit beasts now displayed their wildness, their snow-white fangs stained with fresh blood and flesh, while their crimson eyes swirled with an abnormal mist. Each time they attempted to break free from the restraints, the coiling dragon on the flag emitted a deafening howl, causing stones to rain down from the peak. Elder Yin Lingxiu of the Beast Master sect hovered majestically at the top of the flagpole, his robes billowing in the fierce wind. Wielding a spirit whip, each strike he delivered gradually transformed the beast's frenzied roars into whimpers, clarity returning to their once maddened eyes. If not for the visible calming of the raging spiritual energy within the spirit beasts, this scene would be truly shocking in its brutality. "Thank you, Taoist friend Yin, for your assistance," said Li Guanqi, the leader of the righteous Qi sect, bowing slightly with an expression of deep concern. Yin Lingxiu smiled lightly. "You are too kind. Dao brother, to have earned the favor of a black-tailed vermilion bird on this trip has indeed been a significant gain for me." As they conversed, two flickering lights approached leisurely. As the glow dissipated, a pair of exquisitely crafted youths emerged. "Greetings, master," the children greeted Yin Lingxiu with proper decorum, then turned to Li Guanqi with a bow. "May fortune bless you, real personally." Li Guanqi was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Yin Lingxiu shot the two children a stern look and clarified, "Forgive me, Dao brother. These two are still quite young and have learned too much. leading to some confusion. Turning to the youths, he inquired, Lu Feng, Lu Wei, where's Cheng Yin? Lu Feng, the elder brother, stepped forward with a serious expression and reported, he has encountered some difficulties. Yin Lingxiu's brow furrowed slightly. He faced a formidable enemy in the Haoyun mountain range. What kind of formidable enemy? Yin Lingxiu's demeanor turned grave. Although the black-tailed vermilion bird had yet to mature, its innate bloodline granted it combat prowess at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, indicating that its adversary should not be underestimated. Beside him, Lu Wei blinked innocently and chimed in, it's the sort of enemy that could cost one their life. He deliberately adopted a cute demeanor, then asked, Master, is the black-tailed vermilion bird highly valuable? Yin Lingxiu, oblivious to any ulterior motives, nodded, Chengyin's bloodline is rare, hence it holds great value. However, it is currently in a mixed blood state. Its true worth will only manifest once it has refined its bloodline and undergone further tempering. Refining it makes it valuable? Lu Feng, with an equally innocent expression, pressed on, is it the same if fire is used for tempering? Indeed, Yin Lingxiu replied solemnly. Regardless of the method employed for tempering, as long as it can awaken its bloodline power, Chengyin's value will double. Therefore, we must rescue it at all costs. This statement sparked a glimmer of understanding in Liu Yue's eyes. I see, Master. You mean that even using fire for tempering can double Chengyin's value? Lu Feng exclaimed joyfully. That's splendid. So, even if we only save half, it won't be a loss. Yin Lingxiu gently patted his head. Nonsense. How can one save half a bird? Quickly. Lead me to where we can rescue Chengyin. Master. Lu Feng lifted his head, blinking innocently. Chengyin cannot be saved. But you may carry it away. Liu hesitantly retrieved half a roasted bird from the spirit beast pouch and timidly presented it to Yin Lingxiu. It has already been cooked. My brother and I could only salvage half of it. Yin Lingxiu gazed intently at the charred remains of the bird, the air around them thickening as if the wind itself held its breath. Master. Lu Feng's voice trembled slightly, and the roasted bird nearly slipped from his grasp. Li shrank behind her brother, furtively studying their master's expression. Li Guanqi, noticing the tension, stepped forward, his wide sleeves brushing the air. Dear friend, please temper your wrath. To slay a black-tailed vermilion bird is no small feat. These two young ones, given their tender age, have done remarkably well to retrieve even half a corpse. But it is undeniably cooked. Yin Lingxiu's fingers traced the spices on the roasted bird, his brow furrowing in agitation. What formidable enemy would roast it for consumption and intentionally leave half for them to bring back? His gaze darted like lightning towards his two disciples. Speak. Are you concealing something from me? The two children hurriedly shook their heads. Lu Feng raised his hand. I swear by the heavens. We did not slay the black-tailed vermilion bird. Li Guanqi stroked his beard in agreement with their cultivation. It is indeed improbable they could harm a black-tailed vermilion bird in the slightest. No, I cannot allow Chengyin to die without understanding how. Just as Yin Lingxiu was about to continue his interrogation, a piercing sword cry echoed through the air. A streak of azure light slowly descended from the clouds, landing steadily before them. Disciples Lin Li pay respects to the sect leader. The newcomer was none other than Lin Li. Upon seeing him wink, Li Guanqi instinctively swallowed the words he was about to utter and casually introduced Lin Li to Yin Lingxiu. Junior, Lin Li, greets Senior Yin. Lin Li bowed respectfully to Yin Lingxiu. The two children's eyes brightened upon seeing him, their earlier fear dissipating as they chorused, Greetings, Brother Lin. Liu even discreetly tried to signal him, only to retract when her brother Lu Feng shot her a glare. Lin Li nodded slightly and turned to Li Guanqi. His expression grave. Sect leader, I have just encountered a Xiang Lu at the mountain gate. Before Li Guanqi could respond, Yin Lingxiu's pupils constricted at the mention. His spirit ring was quivering with excitement. Xiang Lu? You mean you saw the ancient ferocious beast Xiang Lu? Was it not believed to be extinct? I cannot say for certain, Lin Li replied slowly, but from its appearance, it indeed resembled the nine-headed Xiang Lu. When I stumbled upon it, it was locked in combat with a black-tailed vermilion bird. He then casually glanced at the roasted bird in Lu Feng's hand, suddenly exclaiming, the bird corpse in this young friend's possession seems to be that of the black-tailed vermilion bird slain by Xiang Lu. He strode forward, lightly tapping the skin of the roasted bird. Indeed, observe closely, there remains the powder I sprinkled. At that moment, it took only 3 moves for Xiang Lu to slay it. To protect its remains, I covered its bloody flesh with the powder. Upon returning to the mountain, I sensed the powder's essence shifting and initially thought it had lost its efficacy, only to discover it had been collected by 2 young friends. Li Guanqi stroked his beard with a long sigh. This black-tailed vermilion bird was a reward I asked Yin Daoyu for, to subdue the guardian spirit beast of the mountain. Now, before he could finish, Liu interjected cheerfully, Brother Lin, why didn't we see you when we found it? I hastily scattered the powder and went after Xiang Lu, Lin Li explained. By the way, Master Sherbo just mentioned that this black-tailed vermilion bird was meant as a token for Senior Yin. Indeed, Li Guancher exchanged glances with him, then cautiously inquired, what shall we do now? Yin Lingxiu promptly waved his hand dismissively. That is of little consequence. He pressed Lin Li urgently. Did you lose track of Xiang Lu? No. I noted its hiding place before returning, Lin Li replied. Li Guancher sighed. It seems we are truly beset by calamity. Even ancient fierce beasts have emerged. However, since it has departed, let us temporarily set this matter aside and discuss the black-tailed vermilion bird. Ah, Dao brother, the black-tailed vermilion bird is trivial. But Xiang Lu is of great importance. Let Lin Xiaoyu finish speaking. But did you not say just now that we must not allow the black-tailed vermilion bird to perish without cause? Indeed, but the facts are laid bare before us. It was slain by Xiang Lu. Out of both sentiment and reason, I must seek vengeance. Lin Li hastily interjected. That is far too perilous. How about we consider a different reward, Senior? Li Guancher agreed. Yes, this matter requires careful deliberation. No, Yin Lingxiu declared with righteous fervor. Xingyin has already formed a bond with me. The transaction between our sects has been completed. Am I, Yin Lingxiu, want to go back on my word? Moreover, it was Xiang Lu who harmed my spirit beast. This debt must be settled with him. Lin Li felt deeply moved. Senior Yan's clarity in matters of enmity and gratitude is truly commendable. In that case, I shall reveal Xiang Lu's hiding place to you, Senior. After speaking, he cast a glance at Li Guancher. Li Guancher chuckled, tapping Lin Li's head. Why look at me? You've already spoken your piece. Can I still intervene? Lin Li smiled sheepishly. Yin Lingxiu bowed slightly to Li Guancher. Thank you, Dao brother, for your support. Internally, he chuckled to himself. What a bunch of novices. How precious is Xiang Lu, and yet they would so easily hand it over. Truly, a foolish child and a foolish father. Lin Li also chuckled softly. In another decade, that Xiang Lu would become a fortuitous opportunity for the beast-taming sect. At this moment, it was in the critical phase of refining its bloodline. Disturbing it now would be akin to destroying this chance with one's own hands. Past enmity, let us momentarily collect interest today. Chapter 36. I have 3 strategies. Li Guanchi gazed at Yin Lingxiu, who was counting spirit beasts, and couldn't help but ask Lin Li, are you not deceiving him? Lin Li smiled faintly. It's not really a deception. After all, it will eventually belong to his family. I merely informed him early, and he should be grateful to us. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Lingxiu's voice echoed, thank you, Lin Li. I shall take my leave now. Although Lu Feng and Lu Wei found something odd, they followed their master in expressing gratitude to Lin Li. The 2 youngsters failed to notice that after leaving the Zhengqi sect, their impression of Lin Li was gradually fading from their minds. Lin Li discreetly wiped off the other shore flower powder from his hands, which could erase half a day's worries, and smiled at Li Guanchi. After a brief silence, Li Guanchi replied, do not be complacent. He promptly activated the protective mountain array and returned with Lin Li to the discussion hall at Bamboo Shadow Peak. During their visit to the Wanfu sect, Master Qi witnessed a true immortal perish in an explosion. Following that, celestial phenomena emerged, and beings from another realm descended. Now, calamities have arisen. Spirit beasts have gone wild, devouring humans while zombies rampage unchecked. He stared at Lin Li, his voice heavy as if from the abyss. Leos, the catastrophe that could overturn heaven and earth has indeed come, just as you predicted. The Zhengqi sect has always been sparsely populated, with only about 20 disciples in each generation, which has fostered particularly deep bonds among them. This camaraderie is precisely why Lin Li is willing to exhaust himself for the sect and strategize for its future. Master. Just as Lin Li was about to speak, Li Guanchi raised his frail hand and gently waved it. Lear, your innate talent on the path of destiny far surpasses mine. And you must understand that the secrets of heaven should not be carelessly divulged. He paused, his voice growing ever more somber. Over the years, you have revealed too many secrets. If you persist in this manner, it is likely that before you can transcend and become an immortal, you will exhaust your lifespan and perish. At this point, Li Guanchi sighed inwardly. He was mistaken. He had truly erred. Not just him, but the entire Zhengqi sect had been wrong. For more than a century, Lin Li had consistently reminded his fellow disciples venturing into the world of cultivation about the dangers that existed and the calamities that might soon arrive. Yet, everyone merely perceived him as cautious, always smiling and agreeing. never taking his words to heart. After all, Lin Li had cultivated for 100 years and preferred to conceal his strengths and feign weakness. Of course, everyone knew he was not as simple as he appeared. They were all tacitly playing along with his facade. Nevertheless, no one anticipated that Lin Li could foresee the future with such precision that everything would come to fruition. It is worth noting that both he and his 6 disciples had suffered backlash for peering into the secrets of heaven. His cultivation halted for 500 years while his disciples fell one by one. Moreover, most crucially, their ability to predict outcomes paled in comparison to Lin Li's. So how could Lin Li not pay a price over the years? In truth, Lin Li's accurate predictions were not reliant on the art of divination. Yet, Master Guanxi's words were not entirely unfounded. For the secrets of heaven are indeed not to be disclosed lightly. Lin Li understood that if he were to carelessly reveal the details of the future or directly disclose others' fates, he would face severe repercussions. One must endure weakness for at least 5 minutes, sacrificing 72 hours of life. Life is fleeting, and the existence of cultivators is often further shortened by various celestial tribulations and trials. Should one inadvertently reveal heavenly secrets, allowing foes to exploit these 5 minutes of vulnerability, or find themselves unable to turn the tides due to the loss of 72 hours of lifespan in the face of adversity, would it not drive them to despair? Contemplating this, Lin Li felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. At the same time, he began to scheme. It was time to extend his lifespan further and to amplify his hidden cards during moments of weakness by 5-fold, or rather, 10-fold, perhaps even 100-fold for greater assurance. Alas, without a system, he felt increasingly pitiful. Even the mere act of revealing heavenly secrets required extensive deliberation and utmost caution. However, Lin Li was not the type to be paralyzed by fear. The prohibition against disclosing heavenly secrets does not imply that one cannot intervene upon foreseeing the future. Otherwise, those adept in divination would simply resign themselves to fate upon glimpsing the heavenly mysteries, rather than tirelessly pursuing the greater path. How then could one hope to prosper? Ultimately, heavenly secrets are capricious and ever-changing. While the future may be guarded, the very moment it is foreseen, it begins to shift. What Lin Li must do is to alter his fate through strength and guide the momentum towards his desired outcome. As a formidable cultivator nearing the tribulation phase, Li Guanxi was keenly aware of this. He solemnly advised Lin Li, henceforth, do not speak recklessly about future matters. If you wish to strategize, simply inform us how best to act in the present. He regarded Lin Li as his own, resolutely ensuring that he would not fall into peril. In the wake of turmoil, you shall become the helmsman of the righteous Qi sect. At that time, everyone within the sect will heed your commands. Li Guanxi paused, adding, this matter has been agreed upon by your master and all your senior brothers. His hesitance to directly confer the position of sect leader to Lin Li was not due to a lack of desire, but rather an understanding that Lin Li himself was reluctant. He knew Lin Li too well. The lad preferred to remain concealed, nurturing his potential in silence until he could astonish all. Moreover, Li Guanxi considered that the position of sect leader was a focal point of the entire sect. Rather than thrusting Lin Li into the eye of the storm, it was wiser for him to retain that position, drawing fire and shielding Lin Li from the tempest. Upon hearing this, Lin Li comprehended the intentions of his master and elder. He was being entrusted with the authority to command while being shielded from the immediate dangers. He would guide the entire sect to survival amidst the impending chaos. This path would be arduous, yet with the support of the entire sect, it would be significantly more manageable than traversing it alone. With this in mind, Lin Li solemnly nodded. I understand, Master. Now, I have 3 matters that require our collective action. First, we must unlock the sect's resources and fully advance the construction of our order. This is of paramount importance. In turbulent times, the foundation of the sect is the bedrock of our survival. Whether in mitigating crises or intimidating adversaries, it all hinges upon our strength. To seek a glimmer of hope, one must abandon the lethargy of the past and endeavor to elevate one's cultivation and revenue. Secondly, it is essential to attract the celestial visitors, inviting them to join our ranks, aiding them in their development, and solidifying their loyalty. This undertaking has been prepared since the very day the celestial visitors arrived. If my instincts serve me correctly, those who accepted my invitation will reach the sect within a day or 2. At that time, I kindly request the master to dispatch someone to receive them. Li Guanxi was momentarily taken aback. The celestial visitors presumably refer to those outsiders who have descended. In recent days, practitioners from various sects have been quietly observing and gradually uncovering some of their secrets. Particularly their peculiar immortal traits invoke a sense of trepidation. However, thus far, No one has discerned the purpose of their arrival. They seem to be perpetually busy, soliciting tasks from others, as if idleness might precipitate some calamity. Consequently, various sects have refrained from engaging with them hastily. Although Li Guanchuan is unclear as to why Lin Li seeks to win over these individuals and cultivate their sense of belonging to the Righteous Chi sect, he still earnestly notes this matter. Thirdly, we must remain vigilant against the beast-taming sect. Chapter 37. I don't care. The initial two matters were within Li Guanqi's comprehension. Even without Lin Li's reminder, he would have orchestrated similar arrangements, albeit with variations in timing and method. However, why should there be a need to guard against the Beastmaster sect? Could it be that the upheaval of the world was somehow linked to them? This notion seemed illogical. Both the Righteous Chi sect and the Beastmaster sect had coexisted as the rightful paths of the Tsang realm for millennia, maintaining a cordial relationship. Li Guanqi was well acquainted with them and could not fathom any motive the Beastmaster sect might have to stir chaos and invoke calamity. Furthermore, not long ago, their esteemed ancestor had been obliterated amidst this cataclysm, forcing them to abandon numerous pursuits in order to restore their sect's foundation, leading the entire sect to work for a living. Wait a moment. Although the esteemed ancestor had perished, as per the words of his junior brother Chang Wei, he had transcended the thunder tribulation prior to his demise and entered the stage of refining his celestial body. Logically speaking, he should have at least attained the status of an earth immortal. Would a cultivator of such high caliber truly fall upon the destruction of their physical form? Even a nascent soul stage practitioner could escape the destruction of their body, seeking opportunities to reconstruct it or transform into a ghostly cultivator, let alone an immortal. Li Guanqi was well aware of the esteemed ancestor's capabilities. To label him as cunning would not be an exaggeration. It was said that he had mobilized the entire sect's resources to prepare countless life-preserving measures for this tribulation. Given his meticulous nature, even in the event of failure, his primordial spirit would undoubtedly evade annihilation. Continuing along this line of thought, Li Guanqi pondered the implications if the esteemed ancestor's primordial spirit had managed to escape during the destruction of his physical body. With the upheaval of the world, the chaotic influx of spiritual energy had influenced all beings to varying extents. Particularly vulnerable to corruption were entities like corpses and wandering souls, which leaned towards the sinister. In such an environment, it was conceivable that the esteemed ancestor's primordial spirit might succumb to demonic influence. A demon of immortal caliber? This thought startled Li Guanqi, prompting him to glance at Lin Li, who had just proposed to inaugurate the Spirit Beast Pavilion in order to bolster the disciples' strength. At that moment, a resounding roar echoed through the heavens. It was the fire-armored divine turtle of his junior uncle. Lin Li swiftly traversed to the refining body peak, where Lin Chaoan resided. Junior uncle, Lin Li. Lin Chaoan regarded the nephew who had warned him 60 years prior, his voice imbued with a complex amalgam of confusion, astonishment, and ire. 60 years ago, you had presented me with a tome titled 18 Countermeasures Against Calculated Betrayals. A guide on kindness is acceptable, but one must learn to distinguish the treacherous. And a manual on 5 ruthless tactics to make betrayers regret for life. These materials had led me to mistakenly believe you had joined some peculiar organization. It seems, in retrospect, you were merely attempting to alert me. 60 years ago, Lin Li had perfected his external incarnation and puppet techniques, enabling him to manipulate 38 avatars simultaneously for various pursuits: research, writing, talisman crafting, alchemy, and surveillance. Furthermore, these avatars not only inherited his knowledge and thoughts but could also relay their insights back to the original self. At that time, the alter ego responsible for writing had just finished a series of summaries on how to prevent exploitation and retaliate against it. Lin Li casually selected a few titles, bound them together, and visited Lin Chaoyan to offer a preemptive warning. Little Master Uncle, have you ever heard the saying, the relationship between people is ever-changing? Lin Chaoyan, a body cultivator, was currently driving away the bull demons while plowing the fields herself. Lin Li had to stand on the sled to communicate with her. What saying? She asked. No, I haven't heard it, Lin Chaoyan replied without turning her head. But it sounds quite reasonable. I shall adopt it as my own. Lin Li was momentarily speechless, and after a considerable pause, he continued. What I mean is, this saying applies not only to human relationships but also to the interactions between humans and spirit beasts. The bull demons, who had been forced out of their jobs, nodded in agreement. Indeed, who would have thought that one could diligently work only to be usurped by their employer? Lin Li continued. You see, those who raise pigs know they must build a pen before feeding them. Otherwise, once the pigs are well fed and gain strength, they will escape. Similarly, If you wish to form a bond with spirit beasts in the future, shouldn't you establish some rules first? Otherwise, once you strengthen its wings, it may very well take flight. Establish rules for spirit beasts? Lin Li pondered as she glanced at the bull demons in the fields. Suddenly realizing that Lin Li's sudden advice implied he feared this group of bull demons might betray the righteous sect. Perhaps he was considering placing them under control? There were whispers that Lin Li had recently been studying the fate of their elder brother. Had he glimpsed some celestial secret and sought her assistance? However, upon hearing this, the once nodding bull demons raised their heads in unison, their copper bell-like eyes fixed intently on Lin Li, exhaling heavy clouds of white breath from their nostrils. Damn it. This kid is up to no good. He wants to put rings on us at our first meeting. Seeing this scene, Lin Li turned and fled without hesitation. Hey. Brothers and sisters, I wasn't talking about you. Over 100 foundational stage azure-horned divine bulls stomped their hooves impatiently, their gleaming horns aimed directly at him. Hey. What's the purpose of those shining horns? Surely not for me. I was merely discussing potential hazards with Master Uncle. I didn't mean to imply you were ungrateful. I was just thinking of preventing future problems. The overwhelming aura of the demon beasts formed a tangible pressure, startling Lin Li, who felt as if his legs were turning to wheels. He ran while calling back, "Little Master Uncle, please say something. Master, save me. Save me." That day, the azure-horned divine bulls chased Lin Li around the Haoyan mountain range for a full 1,800 laps. It was during this incident that the sect caught a glimpse of Lin Li's true abilities. A mere chi-refining cultivator managed to outmaneuver a group of foundational stage divine bulls for half a month, and he did so without even utilizing the powers of his chi-refining stage, relying solely on the swiftness of his physical form. That evening, Lin Li received 3 books from Lin Li, the implication unmistakable. However, Lin Li was confident that even if the heavens were to fall, neither her disciples nor her spirit beast would ever betray her. To prove this point, she deliberately chose to raise a spirit turtle that would never grow wings. Previously, she had questioned whether her aura was incompatible with animals. As her childhood pets, a small koi fish, a little hamster, a bunny, and a tiny viper had all departed from her life. Now, she was resolute in demonstrating her discerning eye and formidable strength. Yet, as the upheaval in the heavens commenced, the fire-armored divine turtle went into a frenzied attack against her. Nevertheless, Lin Li understood that such behavior was typical among spirit beasts, and she managed to maintain her dignified and graceful demeanor. However, after being rescued from madness by Lin Li of the Beastmaster sect, the fire-armored divine turtle astonishingly attempted to flee. In a fit of exasperation, Lin Li intercepted it, only to learn that it had stolen her storage bag in a bid to run away from home. The reason? It professed its desire to pursue Lin Li, declaring its love for him and its intention to pledge itself entirely. Oh, the heavens! What madness is this? Lin Li was utterly shocked, but Lin Li is a man. And have you forgotten? You are a male turtle. The fire-armored divine turtle, however, remained unfazed. Prejudice in the human heart is like a mountain. If I do not even care about my species, how could I possibly be concerned with gender? If you possess even a shred of humanity, do not obstruct me from seeking my own happiness. It disregarded whether Lin Li reciprocated its feelings, adamantly demanding that Lin Li step aside. Seeing her refusal, it was willing to risk another episode of frenzy to engage in battle with her. The outcome was inevitable. Under the force of Lin Li's 2 fists, the turtle was shattered, its shell crumbling, revealing its head emerging. Chapter 38. If you agree, I can love you. When Lin Li arrived, the fire-armored divine turtle was already on the brink of death from its incessant weeping. Its mournful cries echoed throughout the entire body refinement peak. Lin Li simply could not comprehend how, after accompanying Lin Li for 60 years, this turtle could still be oblivious to the fact that, at body refinement peak, the most formidable figures to avoid were none other than the peak master Lin Li and her disciples, Wan Qingqing, Ming Donglu, Lu Xing, Yi Fan, and Wu Ming. In short, it was best to steer clear of them all. Their lineage, skilled in external body refinement and the internal cultivation of organs and bones, had honed their flesh and blood to an extraordinary degree. On the surface, they appeared as delicate beauties and handsome youths, but upon closer inspection, one would discover an underlying terror in their every gesture, imbued with formidable power. It was not uncommon for them to perform extraordinary feats, such as shattering thunderbolts with their eyelids, damaging treasured swords with their nails, severing flying swords with their tongues, and slicing through formations with their hair. According to the gossip of Qingling, there was once a rogue from the Haoyan sect who foolishly mistook the 4th disciple, Wan Qingqing, for an easy target and deceived her into giving her first kiss. The consequence was a mouthful of lost teeth and a severed tongue. He subsequently fled to Yawang Valley, spending a fortune of spiritual stones to recover. Since then, his kissing skills plummeted, and his cultivation stagnated as a result. Though the fire-armored divine turtle was notorious for its physical tenacity, its internal organs remained merely ordinary flesh, incomparable to those who truly practiced both internal and external cultivation. When Lin Li struck it with a couple of punches, it could not withstand the tremendous shock, blood gushing forth from its mouth like a fountain. Yet, it continued to lament, "Just kill me. I can no longer endure this. Every day, you merely provide me with sustenance and pressure me to cultivate, controlling every aspect of my existence with no semblance of freedom. Now that I have finally managed to find someone I love, well, someone I unilaterally love, why can't you just let me be?" Observing this scene, Lin Li instinctively distanced himself, fearing that if the turtle were to be struck by lightning, he might be caught in the fallout. Lin Li inquired of Lin Li, "Am I in the wrong?" The fire-armored divine turtle continued its tirade. "You understand nothing of emotions beyond providing me with material satisfaction. And considering your wealth, what is so wrong with spending a little on me? After decades of friendship, do you really need to be so miserly? Besides, I haven't taken much, after all. What I truly seek is not a wealth of riches, but a wealth of love." Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Li retorted directly to Lin Li. "Did you ever read the 3 books that the disciple left for you, Master Uncle?" Lin Li nodded. "I have perused them occasionally over the years and gained much from them. And do you believe you were mistaken?" With a deep sigh, Lin Li admitted, "I was wrong, and egregiously so." Upon hearing this, the fire-armored divine turtle finally felt a sense of satisfaction. Swallowing back its blood and tempering its dramatic tone, "Your recognition of your errors brings me solace. In light of your years of attentive care towards me, I forgive you." "Oh, is that so? That is truly wonderful," Lin Li remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the fire-armored divine turtle. "I was indeed foolish and naive in the past." The fire-armored divine turtle proudly raised its head. "Indeed. It is essential to accept reality and to understand the importance of letting go when the time is right." In the next moment, Lin Li delivered a powerful punch, shattering the creature's head. "Since you have forgiven me, I shall reluctantly accept your forgiveness." The remnants of the fire-armored turtle's soul drifted out, bewildered and disoriented, surveying its circumstances. Is external communication in vogue these days? Lin Li calmly extended a finger, pressing it against the creature's brow. "You too must learn to embrace reality and to release what must be released." A formidable surge of energy penetrated the fire-armored turtle's spirit, instantly disintegrating it into ethereal fragments that dispersed into the cosmos. Lin Li withdrew his finger, his gaze tranquil. In the 3rd chapter, 2nd section, if someone consumes your resources and enjoys everything you offer, only to betray you and seek your demise, do not let them off lightly. For even if you momentarily soften and forgive them, they will harbor doubts. What if this gets out? Will you bear a grudge? Are you waiting for the opportune moment to retaliate? Their existence will inevitably pose a threat to you once more, leading them to raise the knife against you again, seeking to eliminate you once and for all. Lin Li's decision to eliminate the fire-armored turtle was unexpected for all. "Master!" A heart-wrenching call echoed as a figure dashed towards Lin Li, landing beside him. It was his eldest disciple, Wan Qingqing, also the 4th junior sister of Lin Li. Since the sudden disappearance of the fire-armored turtle, she had followed her master's orders to search for it with the other disciples. At this moment, witnessing Lin Li's nonchalant gesture towards the turtle, she understood that its fate was sealed. The turtle's eyes reflected this realization. If it could utter a plea, it would be, "Spare my life. I never truly cared for Yan Lingxiu. If you consent, I could love you instead." But alas, it was too late. "Master, why?" Wan Qingqing could not comprehend how her usually compassionate master could act with such decisiveness. Eager to grasp what transpired in her brief absence, she was interrupted by Lin Li's smile as he commended Lin Li. "Congratulations, Master Uncle, on your achievements and for safeguarding your interests. It is gratifying to see that your years of guidance have borne fruit." He then proceeded to elucidate the situation to Wan Qingqing. Upon hearing the explanation, Wan Qingqing's brows furrowed in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock as she gazed at Lin Li. "Eldest brother, are you saying this beast dared to strike against our master?" A surge of fury enveloped her, causing her skirt to flutter without wind, her spiritual energy swirling around her. The gentle features of her face darkened as she raised her foot to stomp down on the remains of the fire-armored turtle. What a treacherous, ungrateful wretch. "Ah, wait." Lin Li, quick-witted and agile, seized her by the collar, and pulled her back. The tortoise shell was an exquisite material for refining instruments. Should it be damaged, our losses would be even greater. Lin Li nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. Indeed, I have invested considerable resources in nurturing it over the years. Since it refuses to repay my efforts, let it compensate with its body, thus mitigating some of the losses. As she spoke, she drew the fire armor tortoise into her grasp, softly murmuring, "Perhaps I am at fault, but your unwillingness to forgive renders you in the wrong. Rest in peace." Hearing that both the senior brother and the master had acted this way, Ruan Qingqing reluctantly acquiesced. "However, senior brother, is it not rather disrespectful to lift me, a cultivator of the transformation stage, as one would a mere puppy, considering your foundation establishment status?" Just as Ruan Qingqing pondered this conundrum, Lin Li set her aside and turned his gaze towards his master and the accompanying junior disciples who had come with Iguanqi. After exchanging greetings with his master, Lin Li intended to further discuss the arrangement of spirit beasts. Yet, the eager junior disciples, curious about his recent descent from the mountain, clamored to greet him, attempting to extract information. Unfortunately, this audacious group was indeed quite bold. One immediately attempted to drape an arm around him, while another, lacking any sense of restraint, leaned against his shoulder. Discontented murmurs erupted, and before long, a tug-of-war ensued. Just as Lin Li was about to frown and reprimand them, his robe was pulled aside, revealing a broad expanse of muscular chest. The male disciples gasped in shock and hurriedly reached out to cover him. The female disciples, equally startled, rushed to assist by shielding him. Lin Li, taken aback, swiftly delivered a sharp slap to 5 of them. Consequently, the 5th junior disciple collided headfirst with the 3rd junior sister, producing a resounding crash. The back of the 5th junior disciple's head rebounded against the forehead of the 9th junior disciple, creating an uproar. Instinctively, the 9th junior disciple pulled back, grasping the shoulder of the 4th junior sister, causing her to stumble. In turn, the 4th junior sister's foot kicked the shins of the 7th junior sister, sending her tumbling and her skirt flying. Zhang Jinren nearly choked on his breath, swiftly employing his magical powers to bind the 7th junior sister entirely. Rendered immobile, she struggled and collided into the 5th junior disciple. The impact sent him askew, landing atop the 9th junior disciple, whose mouth met the 5th junior disciple's teeth with a forceful clash. The expressions of both the 5th and 9th junior disciples twisted into grimaces. The scene had grown increasingly chaotic. Lin Li, indifferent to the antics of this lively group, returned to his discussion with the elders regarding forthcoming matters. Half an hour later, Li Guanqi declared, "Effective today, all disciples of our sect lacking spirit beasts may proceed to the spirit beast pavilion to form contracts. Should any spirit beast refuse to contract, starting today, our sect will no longer provide any cultivation resources, offering only a shelter, while the task hall will issue spirit beast tasks for self-sustenance." Chapter 39, Tears of Kin. The following day, although the 2 sudden announcements made by the sect leader were somewhat unexpected, for disciples who had yet to establish their foundations, the opportunity to form a bond with a spiritual beast was undeniably a boon. It is essential to recognize that cultivators below the foundation establishment stage are incapable of flight on swords and possess relatively feeble abilities, rendering them as defenseless and lacking in offensive power as fragile little creatures. In such circumstances, a suitable spiritual beast becomes exceedingly significant. Whether as a mode of transportation or a capable combat companion, it can prove crucial for survival. In the past, disciples of the Zhenqi sect sought to bond with spiritual beasts through the Spirit Bonding Conference held once every decade. And mere participation did not guarantee the acquisition of a spiritual beast. The founding principle of the Zhenqi sect is rooted in the 5 just paths: right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, and right result. Thus, the process of forming a bond with a spiritual beast within the Zhenqi sect has never been conducted in an unequal manner, akin to a master selecting a pet. Instead, it relies on mutual affinity. More precisely, it hinges on whether the spiritual beast you desire also harbors affection for you. In essence, it is akin to a matchmaking endeavor. Should one seek to achieve this bond without genuine intent, the spiritual beast would dismiss them entirely. They too consider personality, character, and, most importantly, economic stability when selecting a partner for bonding. Furthermore, the management of the spiritual beast pavilion has consistently been entrusted to Master Zheng, a venerable elder renowned for having the most disciples within the sect, characterized by a gentle disposition and a benevolent persona, who is reluctant to part with the spiritual beast lightly. The last time Lin Li attended the Spirit Bonding Conference was at the age of 20, when he was merely assisting his master with mundane tasks. He vividly recalls witnessing his master, initially stern and fearsome while elucidating the nuances of nurturing spiritual beasts to a junior disciple, subsequently becoming melancholic as soon as that disciple departed. The scene resembled not the relinquishing of a spiritual beast, but rather the marriage of a daughter, an experience that left Lin Li profoundly shaken for an entire year. Since then, Lin Li has developed a more vivid impression of his master, a tender-hearted yet steely patriarch. After a lapse of over 80 years, Lin Li finds himself here once more. This time, he harbors no intentions of selecting a spiritual beast for bonding. Instead, his purpose is to reassure his master, Master Zheng, urging him not to be excessively stringent when choosing candidates. For instance, he advises against the unreasonable insistence that those who cannot tolerate spicy food be barred from associating with those who can. Simultaneously, he intends to convey to the spiritual beasts reluctant to form bonds that the environment within the cultivation realm will only deteriorate further. For the sake of survival, every beast must contribute to the construction of the sect. Those unwilling to bond with others must fulfill their monthly task quotas. Otherwise, they should seek alternative paths. Of course, departing from the Zhengqi sect is not entirely out of the question, but one must first settle the resources utilized over the years before leaving. This approach is akin to a spiritual beast version of, if we must part ways, you shall reimburse me for the expenses incurred during our time together. His master asserts that such a stance is excessively parsimonious and may tarnish their reputation. Nevertheless, Lin Li remains steadfast in his belief that for the Zhengqi sect to uphold its image of sanctity and compassion, it must first possess the corresponding capabilities. Otherwise, when faced with dire adversity, the loss will extend far beyond mere reputation. It will encompass the lives that have always been cherished as treasures. He wished to spare the celestial Master Zheng from the sorrows of his previous life. At that moment, a clear voice resonated from a distance. Lin Li lifted his gaze to the sky, where a man clad in plain garments and adorned with a purple crown was descending on a cloud. The radiant sunlight illuminated his gentle and handsome visage, resembling not an elder of the sect, but rather a young nobleman from a prominent family. He exuded an air of elegance, like a refined gentleman amidst a clear, bright day, undeniably perilous. Lin Li bowed respectfully, addressing him as master. A closer observation of the disciples of the righteous Qi sect would reveal that they uniformly referred to their mentors as master, never as respected teacher. This was a result of Lin Li's advocacy over the years. His extensive experience in reading web literature suggested that those addressed as master were often elderly figures, embodying a familial bond akin to father and child. In contrast, those referred to as respected teacher were predominantly youthful, resembling a timeless vision of pure beauty. Consequently, many disciples would vocally extol their respected teacher while secretly harboring affections. Particularly in narratives involving master-disciple relationships, rebellious disciples seldom called their mentors master, as if uttering the word father would preclude any notion of defiance. Moreover, the striking appearance of the celestial Master Zheng was inherently shaped by his refined state of mind. Lin Li would not alter this to prevent disciples from developing feelings for him. Instead, he would merely address him in a manner that conferred a sense of seniority, as a gentle reminder to certain infatuated minds to maintain decorum. The celestial Master Zheng was immensely pleased by Lin Li's respectful address of master, even after countless occasions. Witnessing his devoted disciples' unwavering respect elicited an exhilarating sensation akin to being called father, a joy that soared to the heavens. With a smile that was almost impossible to suppress, with a gentle wave of his hand, a warm force lifted Lin Li from his bow, and he spoke softly. Enough of the formalities. We, as master and disciple, traverse the path of the great Tao together. Such politeness breeds distance. Ah, Lin Li readily complied, stepping forward to drape his arm over his master's shoulder. Has master, after a night of contemplation, arrived at any conclusions? The celestial Master Zheng's forehead twitched with suppressed irritation. Rebellious child, how dare you? If the celestial calamity were to ravage the world, would I merely harbor benevolence without the strength to subdue the beasts? However, Lin Li, while the other spirit beasts in the spirit beast pavilion may be trained by me without issue, the elder Mo Qilin and the elder Thunder Dragon are the guardian deities of our righteous Qi sect. If you can persuade them, that would be ideal. If not, you must ensure that I remain uninformed. Understand? As your master, I have little energy left to soothe the old once I've tended to the young. Should they cause a ruckus, I may not side with you. Lin Li mused, what a lamentable fate this middle-aged man bears. He nodded affirmatively. Fear not, master. Even as a ghost, I would never. Before he could finish, the celestial Master Zheng shot him a glare. Leave. Understood, Master. Lin Li promptly dashed into the Spirit Beast Pavilion, where he was greeted by his fifth junior brother, Feng Jihan, clad in a vigorous outfit. In his previous life, Feng Jihan epitomized the archetype of a quintessential hero. His life can be succinctly summarized as one of opulence at birth, followed by the tragic demise of his entire family, leading him to assert, "My fate is dictated by me, not by heaven." Upon reaching the age of 18, he returned as a formidable force. Along his journey, he gathered followers and women alike, indulging in countless romantic escapades, amassing a harem of 300, while simultaneously establishing himself as the renowned gunmaster of his era. With his 9-dragon silver gun, he triumphed over 18 adversaries in the tribulation stage without faltering. Ultimately, he solidified his status as one of the supreme beings who quelled the second version of the game, basking in unparalleled glory. Regrettably, the policies of the realm did not permit such grandeur. He was ultimately ensnared by a conspiracy orchestrated by his own followers and lovers, mistakenly identifying elderly Fuchen, the sixth elder of the CLP who had once brought him to the sect and taken him as a disciple, as the mastermind behind the annihilation of his family. Ironically, Li Fuchen was an enigmatic figure, notorious for his peculiar penchant for pursuing his beloved, leaving his partners and disciples in turmoil. Despite numerous opportunities to clarify this misunderstanding, he chose silence, relishing the intrigue. Consequently, master and disciple turned against each other, both succumbing to darkness, nearly sacrificing the entire righteousness sect in the process. Fortunately, in this life, Lin Li had preemptively identified the true perpetrator behind the massacre of Feng Jihan's family, ensuring that he and his sixth master would not succumb to foolishness and misunderstandings henceforth. From that moment on, Lin Li became, apart from Master Li Fuchen, the most benevolent soul in Feng Jihan's heart. Akin, were it not for his male gender, he might have devoted himself entirely. He almost clung to Lin Li's shoulder like a needy child, inquiring, "Brother, have you prepared the delectable treats for the spirit beasts?" Lin Li shrugged him off with a chuckle. "Look at your aspirations. Those snacks are meant for children. Your objective today is Elder Thunder Dragon." Upon hearing this, Feng Jihan turned away, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Ah, kin. A kin whose tears flowed like rivers, indeed. Chapter 40. The master has grown significantly. Lin Li stood behind him, saying, "You have at least touched the threshold of the divine transformation stage. Subduing a recently rampaged and still feeble Great Ascension stage spirit beast should be quite simple." Feng Jihan, with an almost instantaneous clarity in his articulate Mandarin, asked with utmost seriousness, as if he had adopted a dubbed tone, "Senior brother, do you wish for my demise?" The gap between the nascent soul and Great Ascension stages is 4 significant realms apart. Claiming that he has merely grazed the divine transformation threshold is akin to saying he has merely brushed against a bed. He is still several minor realms away from the Great Ascension stage. The disparity is so vast that it renders the notion of simplicity absurd. A mere flick of lightning from the opponent could lead to the obliteration of the entire Long family. Just as he was preparing to make a hasty retreat, a sudden sharp pain shot through him, and his body was propelled into the air. "Senior brother, how could you resort to such underhanded tactics?" he exclaimed, feeling a kick from his master. Feng Jihan was helplessly hurtling towards the Dragon Valley, where the Thunder Dragon resided. To his greater horror, the ancient Thunder Dragon seemed to have anticipated his arrival, its enormous eyes fixated upon him, unwavering in their gaze. "Fourth master, save me." In desperation, Feng Jihan turned to Zhang Jinren for aid. Lin Li obstructed his master, shaking his head, then addressed Feng Jihan, "Fifth junior brother, fret not. I assure you, I harbor no ill will for your accidental tearing of my clothing yesterday, nor do I intend to send you to your doom." "Wait, Lin Li. You have made your motives abundantly clear," Zhang Jinren remarked, casting a sympathetic glance at the sixth disciple, hoping he could return unscathed. "In fact, while I was kicking you just now, I managed to attach a storage bag to your waist, filled with all the preparations I had made to deal with the Thunder Dragon," Lin Li continued, only to sense something amiss midway. Turning, he found his master gazing at him with a look of astonishment and confusion, as if to say, "Are you serious? Lin Li, why have you prepared so many means to confront the Thunder Dragon?" Lin Li blinked innocently with the changes in the world. "I feared that everyone might hesitate to confront the rampaging Thunder Dragon, so I prepared some restraining and calming measures in advance to prevent it from wreaking havoc within our sect. Surely, that is reasonable?" "Oh, I see." Zhang Jinren's eyes drifted towards the other storage bags on Lin Li's person. Lin Li flashed a compliant smile. "Rest assured, master. I would never prepare countermeasures against you out of concern for your potential dark turn. Thank you, but you have already disclosed the reason for your preparations. Zheng Zhenren wore an awkward yet polite smile, mentally urging himself to think quickly. What had this impudent boy said to him in the past? Why would he turn dark? As Zheng Zhenren reminisced, he couldn't help but marvel at the fact that this young man was so cautious that he had prepared a set of countermeasures against his own peers. What would he do when faced with a true enemy? Prepare 10 or 8 sets. Upon reflection, it was quite impressive. As a practitioner of the Mahayana, Master Zheng surprisingly found a sense of security in his foundation-building disciple. Within the Dragon Valley, Feng Jihan wielded the 9-dragon silver spear, initiating his escape with a powerful move reminiscent of a valiant warrior shedding his garments. Historically, spearmen have often been favored by fortune. Although he skillfully dodged the Thunder Dragon's tail swipe, the subsequent electrifying breath of the dragon left his hair standing on end. And even the sea urchins beneath his arms began to emit wisps of smoke, a sight too distressing to behold. In a state of panic, Feng Jihan could only rummage through the storage bag that Lin Li had provided him, hoping he wouldn't suddenly encounter an iron fist. Upon opening the bag, he finally comprehended why his senior brother exuded such confidence. The reverse dragon locking sun formation, top-tier immortal talismans, the endless river waves. Astonishingly, there were 72 top-tier talismans, 12 supreme talismans, and 346 talisman treasures, alongside arrays and poisons. What was this? A boundless elixir for replenishment? Was all this merely intended to deplete the Thunder Dragon's strength? As he observed the Thunder Dragon ensnared by the talismans, an inexplicable sense of indulgence washed over him. Although the materials for crafting these talismans and formations were not particularly rare, their effects were remarkably potent, showcasing his senior brother's mastery in these arts, which had evidently reached the level of a grandmaster. Moreover, the talismans and formations he had entrusted to him were specifically designed to counter the Thunder Dragon, with their consumption rates seemingly calculated with precision. In the prime of the Thunder Dragon's prowess, perhaps it would have been unafraid, but given its current state. A twisted smile crept upon Feng Jihan's face. It turns out I can also battle across 2 realms. Thus, Thunder Dragon, Feng Jihan brandished his spear, tilting it toward the ground. The cold gleam at the spear's tip reflected a fierce arc amidst the lightning. Offended, in an instant, the Dragon Valley was ablaze with spiritual light, the roar of the dragon echoing through the heavens. The dragon's body, entwined in arcs of purple lightning, suddenly soared into the air, only to be abruptly halted by the interwoven spiritual light. Toxic gas coalesced into ghostly green chains binding the dragon's claws, while the illusionary formation unleashed successive waves like an unseen barrier, accompanied by numerous explosive talismans igniting in brilliant flames between the dragon's scales. Feng Jihan remained motionless, yet the spiritual spear in his hand thrummed with energy, its force akin to an abyss, firmly suppressing the Thunder Dragon's frenzied charge to within 10 zhang. The Thunder Dragon roared in furious lament, its might causing the mountains to shatter, yet it could not break free from the prison constructed of elixirs, illusions, and talismans. Left only to seethe in impotent rage, Master Zheng observed for a while, his heart racing. Lear, such high-level formations and talismans are quite costly. By the way, you haven't descended the mountain in a century, relying entirely on my spirit stones. Logically, you shouldn't be able to procure so many items. So, are all these crafted by you yourself? Crafting talismans, refining elixirs, arranging formations, concocting poisons, deducing strategies, and mastering the sword, spear, and bow simultaneously. Not to mention singing and playing the flute. Have you resolved to forsake the path of the Tao and pursue a path of eclectic cultivation? Lin Li, exasperated, replied, Master, let's not include singing and playing the flute. It sounds rather unbecoming. You still acknowledge what is unbecoming? Lin Li understood the meaning of Master Zheng. Practitioners are categorized based on their areas of expertise, which include alchemists, talismans, formations, body cultivators, sword cultivators, and so forth. Each type of cultivator diligently advances in their respective fields, pursuing the ultimate path to immortality. In contrast, a miscellaneous cultivator possesses a smattering of skills, but is destined to find it challenging to ascend the great path. Lin Li, however, was clearly not one of them. He confidently assured, Master, rest assured, I am currently devoted solely to the path of Tao and am striving toward its utmost pinnacle. In the realm of cultivation, it is widely believed that among practitioners of the same realm, sword cultivators are the strongest. The most renowned move of a sword cultivator is the ability to shatter myriad laws with a single sword strike, declaring that regardless of how profound your Tao may be, it will be cleaved asunder by my sword. In contrast, The practitioners of Tao can counter this notion, asserting that no matter how intricate your sword techniques may be, they too can dismantle a single sword with myriad laws. On the surface, the conflict between myriad laws and a singular sword seems straightforward. Yet one must consider that the phrase a sword shattering myriad laws often implies that the sword cultivator is left with naught but their solitary sword. Conversely, Tao practitioners embody countless pathways, known as myriad laws, which essentially converge into a singular doctrine. The question of superiority is subjective, as each may perceive strength differently. Master Zheng gazed into Lin Li's earnest eyes and pondered, if you specialize solely in Tao, from whence do these talismans, formations, and poisons arise? Do you possess extraordinary abilities? Moreover, over the past century, when have I imparted to you such a plethora of skills, some of which I have not even delved into myself? Alas, his own disciple concealed myriad secrets, rendering him inscrutable. How vexing! His curiosity was piqued. He yearned to uncover the truth. Nevertheless, remember this, cultivation must center around the great path. One must not be indecisive. Master Zheng offered a piece of advice, suddenly recalling the third policy discussed between Lin Li and the sect leader. Regarding your caution towards the beast-taming sect, have you discerned something? Could it be that their elder, apart from perishing in the upheaval of heaven and earth, encountered other fateful occurrences? He quickly added, if it pertains to heavenly secrets, feel free not to respond. Not at all, Lin Li replied calmly. He did not perish. For this is an event of the past and does not constitute a breach of heavenly secrets. Master Zheng then displayed a contemplative expression. Observing this, Lin Li felt a surge of reassurance. It seemed that his master had indeed grown considerably. Chapter 41, The Main Quest, The Divine and Demonic Sovereignty. The theme of version 1.0 of the Way of the Tao revolves around the transformation of heaven and earth. However, due to the vastness of the four realms in the cultivation world, the chaos that arises in various regions is manifold and distinct. To express it in the player's terms, the four realms resemble four independent servers. Players will trigger entirely different main quests based on the characteristics of their arrival locations. In the Song realm, the main quest is titled The Divine and Demonic Sovereignty. Interpreting the title suggests a focus on individual willpower, reinforcing personal strength through extreme or legitimate means. Whenever a player breaks through to the chi refining stage, they will automatically undertake this task. The trajectory of the quest will diverge into two starkly different paths based on the player's affiliated sect. One remains steadfast in the principles of righteousness, while the other gradually descends into the depths of evil. Ultimately, players and NPCs belonging to different sects will become each other's experience and resource repositories due to their opposing factions. This is a common faction setting in games. Yet it serves as a root of turmoil within the cultivation world. The struggle between good and evil, the opposition of divinity and demonism, constitutes the core conflict that the principal NPC of this main storyline will endure. This protagonist is not only a reincarnated immortal, but also embodies the archetype of an ordinary mortal hero, due to the machinations of his former enemies. The family he chose for his reincarnation regards him as a harbinger of disaster from the outset. Despite possessing exceptional talent for cultivation, he was targeted by the sect master of the Suspended Sword sect at the tender age of 10, only to fall victim to his parents' schemes that stripped him of his spiritual roots, rendering him a cripple. Meanwhile, his brother usurped his celestial fate and joined the Suspended Sword sect. Nonetheless, he did not perish. Instead, he relied on a mysterious artifact, the transformation vessel, discovered during his flight, which granted him the ability to restore his spiritual roots. He even evolved an ordinary white fox into a three-tailed spirit fox, enabling him to join the Beastmaster sect. Subsequently, within the Beastmaster sect, he was possessed by a living immortal, yet fortune favored him. Not only did the being fail to seize his corporeal form, but it was also compelled to disguise itself as his elderly companion, providing him with various conveniences. Coupled with his fortuitous destiny, he experienced a series of extraordinary encounters, leading a life that perfectly aligns with the requirements of a protagonist NPC. In contrast, Lin Li, despite possessing slightly higher comprehension, faster cultivation speed, and a marginally greater understanding of the future, lacks any significant advantages in other respects. The thought of laboring diligently for over a century, accumulating assets merely sufficient for a single round of Hearthstone, fills Lin Li with a sense of melancholy. Perhaps this exemplifies the distinction between an ordinary person and a child of destiny. He wonders when he will gather enough resources to play a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! With a sigh, Lin Li can only take solace in his slight foresight regarding the future. Perhaps enduring some hardships in the present will ensure a future filled with unending trials. Fortunately, The protagonist's true alignment, whether he will tread the path of righteousness or succumb to the path of wickedness, will only reveal itself in the later stages of the version. For now, the righteous sect need only remain vigilant against the Beast Master sect, particularly the Old Schemer, the ancestor of the Beast Master sect. The attempt to seize control has failed. Yet the lingering ambition remains. Disguised as the seemingly innocuous elder, a clandestine scheme unfolds. Relentlessly pursuing the protagonist's physical form while dragging the Beast Master sect deeper into the abyss of depravity. Ultimately, the sect is transformed into the foremost malevolent faction of the Zheng realm, with its leader firmly ensconced in power. In a previous life, the righteous sect met its demise at the hands of the Beast Master sect. As Lin Li and the esteemed Zhang Zhenren ponder this situation, Feng Jihan emits an exuberant chuckle. "Thank you for your kindness, Senior Thunder Dragon." At that moment, Lin Li hears the telepathic voice of Thunder Dragon. "You little brat named Lin, I hope the meal ticket you promised is as satisfactory as you claim. Otherwise, I shall return to hold you accountable." Lin Li respectfully bows from a distance. "Rest assured, esteemed senior. Feng Jihan is undoubtedly worthy of your favor and will provide you with far more excitement than I ever could." Delegating the matter of the contract to his master, Lin Li prepares to depart. Meanwhile, within the Spirit Beast Pavilion, Ruan Qingqing instructs her junior disciple, Shen Yunci, "Junior brother, how can you feed the Spirit Beast its favorite Yunsoul pill like this?" Her words falter as she freezes. Glancing up, she observes her fifth junior brother successfully forming a bond with the revered guardian beast, Thunder Dragon. Using various tactics bestowed by their eldest brother, without even offering a morsel of food, Shen Yunci turns to her, bewildered. "Sister, is the high-grade Yunsoul pill we purchased truly effective?" Ruan Qingqing responds with a calm demeanor. "Given its exorbitant price, it must be effective." She numbly turns away and offers the high-grade Yunsoul pill to a passing spirit beast. The creature, perched high above, sniffs the pill with a slight twitch of its nostrils, a flicker of human-like hesitation glimmering in its golden vertical pupils. Subsequently, it spits and retreats a couple of steps, fleeing without a backward glance, leaving Ruan Qingqing in stunned silence. From beside her, Shen Yunci voices his dismay. "Fourth sister, are we truly so pathetic?" Ruan Qingqing retorts, "Silence. Do not demean yourself in such a manner." She calmly pops the high-grade Yunsoul pill into her mouth, chewing expressionlessly. Upon lifting her gaze, she notices a young girl, who has been attempting to please the spirit beast, stopped in her tracks, gazing at her in disbelief. Ruan Qingqing raises an eyebrow, perplexed. The girl, hesitating to speak, ultimately asks with a complex expression, "Is that delicious?" Instinctively recalling the taste. Ruan Qingqing assesses, though the texture is somewhat coarse and gritty, the flavor is quite pleasant, rich in spiritual energy and fragrant, albeit with a slight bitterness, ideal for those who enjoy tea. Suddenly realizing what she has consumed, she falls silent for a moment. Ruan Qingqing then hands the partially bitten high-grade Yunsoul pill to the still-dazed Shen Yunci. Shen Yunci is left speechless. The young girl observes this exchange, her expression growing even more intricate. "I didn't expect you to be so dedicated in seeking spirit beasts, even sampling the beastly Yunsoul pills yourselves," she remarks, clenching her fist. "However, such matters largely depend on fate. If you cannot find a suitable one this time, there is always the next opportunity. There's no need to rush." She silently retreated 2 steps, her face clearly expressing a resolute defiance. Ruan Qingqing and Shen Yunci were at a loss for words. Shen Yunci, grasping the advanced spirit-nourishing pill given to him by his senior sister, wore an expression of bewilderment, as if questioning his own actions. Observing their silence, the young girl hastily departed. Once she realized that no one was watching her, she secretly consumed 2 of the spirit-nourishing pills she had purchased. After chewing for a moment, a look of astonishment spread across her face, while the spirit beast she had chosen appeared equally shocked. Under the impression that her covert submission had gone unnoticed, the young girl eagerly offered the chewed pill to the spirit beast, saying, "I tasted it for you, and it truly is delightful." The spirit beast regarded her with disdain, dismissing the human who dared to consume a beast pill. Not far away, Ruan Qingqing, who had inadvertently witnessed this scene, averted her gaze in discomfort. "I'm sorry, little girl. It's all my fault for causing you to strive so hard." She then lifted her gaze towards the towering figures ahead. "No, I cannot let this beast pill go to waste." She turned to the still lost in thought Shen Yunci and exclaimed, "Let us seek out the senior brother." Chapter 42. Walking the path of green tea leaves the green tea with no path to walk. Meanwhile, the 3rd junior sister, Yun Luai, and the 7th junior sister, Xinz, who harbored similar intentions, approached Lin Li together. at the edge of the Spirit Beast Pavilion's forest. Upon seeing the four of them coming in unison, Lin Li promptly produced a talisman and affixed it to his clothing. Senior brother, Yun Luai, being of higher seniority, spoke first. You cannot favor the fifth one alone. I wish to form a contract with the esteemed Imo Qilin, and I implore your assistance. The others, upon hearing this, immediately expressed their dissatisfaction, and a commotion ensued as they vied for Lin Li's support. As the protective talisman began to falter, Lin Li flicked his hands, casting off the four pendants adorning him, and huffed. Aren't you all in your 30s? Can't you behave with a bit more decorum and refrain from such roughhousing? The seventh junior sister, Xinze, rubbed her wrist and forced a pitiful smile. Senior brother speaks truly. I should not put you in such a difficult position. I am younger and less capable, unlike my other senior brothers and sisters, so it is only right for you to grant them the opportunity. Her overly familiar tone swiftly tugged at the long-buried memories of the others, and almost reflexively, the remaining three looked at Lin Li with tearful eyes. Lin Li recalled that this was the scene he had once used 30 years ago to caution his junior siblings about the treachery of green tea-type opponents. In the next moment, Wan Qingqing gently tilted her neck, adopting a fragile and beautiful pose, and sorrowfully said, No, senior brother, do not blame the seventh junior sister. If blame is to be laid, let it be on my own ignorance that has caused you distress. Please shower more affection upon the seventh junior sister. I have long grown accustomed to being overlooked. Truly, I am fine. A few years of sadness will pass. Amusement danced in the air as the other two, recalling the lessons from the book Walking the Path of Green Tea, leaves the green tea with no path to walk that senior brother had provided, eagerly prepared to perform their own act. However, Lin Li interrupted them with a cold smirk. Enough. Do you dare to flaunt your paltry skills before me? If you wish to vie for my support, then continue your contest. The third junior sister, Yun Luai, who was struggling to maintain her dignity, suddenly brightened at his words and cautiously inquired, Didn't you say we should be more civilized and refrain from roughhousing? Quickly change your mind. I want to flatten them. Lin Li smiled slightly. You do have a point. Then, let us keep our hands to ourselves and resort to verbal sparring instead. He pointed at Wan Qingqing and Xinze, the two who had been the most aggressive. Let the competition commence with a kiss. The two maidens were taken aback. Wan Qingqing quickly covered her mouth and exclaimed, That is my first kiss. Senior brother, do not jest. Lin Li pondered for a moment, realizing that watching them kiss would indeed be rather undignified. His gaze drifted to a nearby tree, where a spirit monkey was munching on grapes, thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. He approached and snatched the grapes. These are the ones I just picked. Lin Li crushed one and tossed the seeds into the air. In a moment, you shall spit the grape seeds at each other. Whoever hits their opponent shall earn my assistance. The four individuals turned their heads to observe the monkeys on the tree, who were filled with indignation yet unable to express it. They then glanced at the mutilated grapes in Lin Li's hands, weighing their options carefully before deciding to forego the endeavor. The mere thought of being exposed for stealing grapes from monkeys to compete in spitting out seeds was enough to tarnish their reputations as celestial beings or divine lords, reducing them instead to mere jesters. Shall we cease this folly? Lin Li remarked, observing the dispirited demeanor of his companions. Allow me to articulate my thoughts. The reason fifth brother was able to form a pact with the Thunder Dragon Elder and defeat it is merely one aspect. More crucially, the Thunder Dragon required a practitioner of metal attributes to harness the explosive thunderous energy within. Among our sect, only fifth brother possesses the golden spear sacred body capable of withstanding such power, hence his selection. If any of you remain unconvinced, I am willing to facilitate a trial for you. The four heads promptly shook in refusal. No. As long as fifth brother stands firm, he is undoubtedly the most suitable conduit for this energy. Junior brother Shin Yunsi hesitantly inquired, What of the Ink Qilin Elder? Does the senior brother have a suitable candidate for it? Lin Li shook his head. The Ink Qilin Elder is the steed of our ancestor Hongyun. It has expressed a desire not to bond with anyone other than the ancestor. In the future, it will emit divine light to reinforce the mountain-protecting formation of our sect. Should any of you wish to challenge it, I can offer assistance, yet I will not compel it to submit. Is anyone willing to attempt this? Once more, the four shook their heads. Never mind. The Ink Qilin Elder is not only our ancestor's steed, but also a friend, if it is unwilling. We dare not provoke it. Lin Li sighed. In truth, the Ink Qilin Elder's undying divine light of water element is exceptionally potent. It can aid in healing during combat. If you could find a way to change its mind, it might be worth a try. Given the current upheaval in the world, it understands the stakes involved. I believe that if someone were to catch its eye, it would not refuse. Wan Qingqing's eyes lit up at this notion. What about my master? Lin Li coughed lightly. Perhaps it is best not to consider your little master. Her spiritual beasts have a penchant for opposing her. And there's no need to court trouble. Oh, Wan Qingqing replied, a hint of resignation in her voice. It was truly regrettable that her master, so striking and commanding, lacked a connection with beasts. Lin Li scrutinized her for a moment before retrieving a vial of spirit-attracting elixir he had concocted from his storage pouch, offering it to Wan Qingqing. Fourth junior sister, you share a lineage with your little master, however. Your situation remains manageable. This elixir can assist you in attracting spiritual beasts. Upon hearing this, Wan Qingqing shed two broad tears. Senior brother, are you implying that I, like my master, am ill-suited for nurturing spiritual beasts? Lin Li, wishing not to dampen her spirits, responded delicately, it is merely a matter of slim prospects. Wan Qingqing, third junior sister Yun Luai quickly comforted her. A seemingly bleak path may, from another perspective, be a vast opportunity. Cheer up, junior sister. Indeed, senior sister. Senior brother has bestowed upon you the spirit-attracting elixir, and I shall accompany you to feed the beasts. I refuse to believe that none will take a liking to you. Seventh junior sister Xinz also hurried to offer her reassurance. Xin Yunzi recalled Wan Qingqing consuming the beast's elixir earlier and opted for silence. Quietly returning the half a high-grade spirit elixir, still bearing her bite marks, to Wan Qingqing. Lin Li led them to nourish the spiritual beasts. To speak candidly, if given the chance, Wan Qingqing sincerely wished to take her senior brother with her to the grave. He was indeed remarkably useful. She had just mixed the spirit-serving pill into the essence-concealing pill, and those spirit beasts, who had previously paid her no heed, suddenly flocked to her. Witnessing the fervor of the spirit beasts competing for the beast pills, Wan Qingqing couldn't help but smile with delight. Oh, what an adorable black and white bear. Adept at breaking its foes. Wow, this is a mud-digging frog, renowned for its unparalleled speed in delivering messages. Oh my, this golden-haired lion looks so impressive. Riding it must be quite a sight. Suddenly overwhelmed by such a vibrant and lively atmosphere, Wan Qingqing felt her senses nearly overwhelmed. Momentarily torn between the decision of attending Tsinghua or Peking University. Then her gaze shifted, and she spotted a figure that was the most aggressive in the fray, displaying the most intense posture. Its brown fur shimmered with a metallic luster under the sunlight, and the muscular contours rippled beneath its skin as it lunged for food, forcefully pushing aside other spirit beasts and carving a path through the throng. Could it be the fabled Silvermoon steed? Just then, that figure lifted its head, its neck forming an elegant arc, and let out a call. Hee-haw, hee-haw. In that instant, Wan Qingqing felt utterly deflated. It was a mule, with a stoic expression. She averted her gaze. First and foremost, she had no desire to raise a mule. Chapter 43. Bear me on your back, and I will bear you. Becoming a perpetual motion machine as the beast cores were nearly consumed, Wan Qingqing softly cleared her throat and, with a newly adjusted gentle tone, inquired, Who among you wishes to forge a spirit contract with me? At her words, the previously joyous atmosphere surrounding the consumption of spirit pills fell into a solemn silence. The spirit beasts, in unison, discarded the pills from their mouths and raised their heads. In the next moment, they scattered in a panic, as if they had heard a terrifying threat. At that instant, Wan Qingqing's mind felt as pale as a feather. Her gaze slowly shifted, ultimately resting on the lone spirit beast that had not fled. Indeed, it was that mule. It remained strikingly charismatic, akin to a firefly illuminating the darkness. So vivid and exceptional. Wan Qingqing's eyes softened in an instant, resembling those of a loving mother. It was indeed different from the others. While they sought only her beast cores, this one sought her as a person. At that moment, the mule continued to devour its meal with fervor. Wan Qingqing opened her mouth. Little mule. Hearing her voice, the mule abruptly raised its head, finally realizing what had transpired. Wan Qingqing, with a beaming smile, asked, Would you be willing to be my spirit beast? The beast core in the mule's mouth fell from its shock, clattering onto the ground. The sound drew Wan Qingqing's attention. In the next instant, it abruptly turned and dashed away. Wan Qingqing muttered, Damn it, flowers will wither, and I too will fade. She gazed expressionlessly at the mule's retreating figure, attempting to console herself. Never mind. They throw mud at me, and I will plant lotus flowers with it. They hurl excrement my way, and I shall craft egg tarts from it. At least I am not left with nothing. I still have a ground strewn with the remnants of beast course. Just as she was on the verge of losing her self-composure, she suddenly saw the mule pivot and gallop back towards her with a loud bray. Not just the mule, but all the spirit beasts that had fled moments ago turned as one, rushing back towards her like a tidal wave. Wan Qingqing, witnessing this familiar scene, thought, Don't go too far. Do you not even wish to leave me this meager residue? However, just as this thought surfaced, she heard her junior sister Xinz's frantic cry, "Sister, run." Then she saw countless currents of electricity surging from the ground. Lin Li, Xinz, and Shen Yunzi each mounted their spirit beasts and fled. Is it so? Have I become the last one left behind? Elder Lei Long. At this moment, she heard the terrified voice of her fifth junior brother Feng Jihan from afar. No, this is too intense, too violent. Do not do this. Wan Qingqing exclaimed, damn. She covered her ears and turned to flee. Chaos reigned around her, with all spirit beasts running about like headless flies. Yet, whether it was merely her illusion, she felt the ground beneath her stirring with electric currents, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. Suddenly, the mule reappeared. Wan Qingqing desperately ran ahead, while the mule chased fervently behind her, as the electric currents surged madly towards their direction. She had not anticipated that the mule would be as swift as lightning, even surpassing her own speed. In a moment of distraction, Wan Qingqing inadvertently positioned herself directly in the mule's escape route. The mule, startled by her presence, showed no hesitation. It simply lowered its head and hoisted the obstructing human onto its back. Caught off guard as she found herself astride the mule, Wan Qingqing took a deep breath, her heart swelling with emotion. However, upon glancing back, she noticed that the current surged forth with greater speed than the mule itself. Leaning closer to the mule's ear, she exclaimed with excitement, "Ah, mule, we..." Before she could finish her sentence, the mule suddenly neighed, twisted its head to grasp her collar, and with a graceful flick of its tail, flung her to the front before effortlessly bounding onto her back. Taken aback by the sudden turn of events, Wan Qingqing could only respond with a muted expression. The mule neighed again, its tone filled with urgency. At that moment, Wan Qingqing had an epiphany. The mule was indicating that it was fatigued, and it was time for her to carry it instead. This reminded her of a tale from her childhood, where a grandfather and grandson rode a horse out and took turns carrying it back. It must be said, this mule was quite ingenious. When it grew tired, it would have her bear its weight, and when she was weary, the roles would reverse. They became a source of mutual motivation, akin to the perpetual motion machine spoken of by her senior brother. What a stroke of fortune, they were saved. In the air, the anxious Lin Li, Xinz, and Shen Yunzi gazed on in astonishment as their pupils dilated. All the cultivators present, witnessing this scene, felt that although their lives were destined to span a considerable length of time, they might never encounter a spectacle more absurd than this. While still in shock, Xinz remarked, "Fourth senior sister truly excels in physical cultivation. Look at her posture, her speed, and her extraordinary stamina. Truly top tier." Lin Li, poised to intervene, looked upon his unreliable junior disciples, closed his eyes, and coldly stated, "Do you still have the leisure to watch this spectacle? Have I taught you nothing about watching over and supporting one another?" Lin Li, suddenly jolted, called out to Wan Qingqing, "Junior sister, what are you waiting for? Hurry and toss the mule off and fly up." As soon as those words left her mouth, Wan Qingqing had yet to react when the mule tightened its grip around her neck, letting out a cry reminiscent of a slaughtered mule. "Hey, calm down, mule." Wan Qingqing gasped for breath. Seeing that Wan Qingqing was still hesitating, Lin Li had no choice but to steer her crimson-eyed golden eagle into a dive. The mule's eyes brightened, and it leaped onto the back of the eagle. Wan Qingqing, crimson-eyed golden eagle. The eagle closed its eyes slightly, its beak trembling. "Ah, mule." Wan Qingqing ascended into the air, her voice softening. "Are you so eager to abandon your companion through thick and thin?" The mule, filled with shame, lowered its head. Lin Li also closed her eyes and turned to Shen Yunzi, saying, "What about your senior sister?" She paused. "Isn't your little uncle going to intervene?" Shen Yunzi. He lowered his head, overwhelmed with embarrassment. Not far away, Lin Li stood amidst the surging currents, addressing the direction of the Shenlong Valley. "Wind junior brother, senior thunder dragon, since the two of you have just formed a pact, could you perhaps temper your energies a bit? I possess a vial of the 9-turn rejuvenation pill, which could assist you." "Unnecessary. A true man would never resort to medicine," thundered the voice of Thunder Dragon, resonating like a clap of thunder. Wen Jihan, upon hearing this, pouted in a display of indignation. Lin Li replied with calm composure, "The 9-turn rejuvenation pill possesses remarkable efficacy in expanding one's internal meridians. For you, when junior brother and senior, it would yield nothing but benefits." Thunder Dragon scoffed, "In the face of looming crises, do you still wish to rely on pills?" Lin Li responded serenely, "In times of peril, replenishing vitality and ensuring proper rest is indeed prudent." Replenishing vitality. Well, that makes sense. Then hand over the pill. Thunder Dragon raised his voice. In this case, our debt shall be settled. Ah, no, it seems we have trifles to clear. 3 trifles, to be precise, Lin Li retorted. You and your trifles, he muttered, tossing the pill towards Shenlong Valley. Now, I implore you, Senior Thunder Dragon, to swiftly retract your powers. Although my Wen junior brother is robust, he too deserves your benevolence. Wen Jihan's face flushed crimson. Master Brother, you. What? Nothing at all. Master Brother, your kindness is truly remarkable. Observing Master Brother bestowing treasures upon Wen Jihan, Ruan interjected with a hint of envy. Master Brother, do you possess any more elixirs? I find myself in dire need of care and medicinal aid. I too share the same plight. The mule atop the red-eyed golden eagle could not resist the temptation. Projecting a feeble thought, Lin Li regarded it thoughtfully. Did you not just consume a considerable amount of spirit pills? Indeed, though I am pitiable, small, and helpless, I possess an insatiable appetite. Upon hearing such shameless words, the red-eyed golden eagle could no longer contain itself. In truth, I too am in a similar situation. Chapter 44. The Dilemma of the Righteous Sect. At this moment, Ruan Qingqing gazed pensively at the golden eagle belonging to her third senior sister, then turned her attention to the mule. She felt that finding another spiritual beast was unlikely, although this mule was rather shameless. She believed that having it was preferable to having none at all. Moreover, the mule was exceptionally astute and carried her at a commendable speed. What more could she desire? Thus, she felt a sense of relief. Mule, how dare you request pills from my senior brother when you have not even formed a bond with me? Upon hearing this, the mule suddenly paused, its equine visage revealing a contemplative expression. Noticing this, Ruan Qingqing sought to reason with it. Do you think my senior brother's pills are easily obtained? Without my assistance, you would have to endure considerable hardship to exchange for them. The mule's large eyes blinked in contemplation. Ruan Qingqing then appealed to its emotions. However, after our brief interaction, I am certain you recognize that you will find no better companion for yourself in this spiritual beast pavilion than I. The mule hesitated. Just then, Lin Li presented a delicate porcelain vial to Ruan Qingqing. Her eyes brightened with anticipation as she inquired, Senior Brother, what kind of pill is this? Lin Li replied nonchalantly. It is a spirit awakening pill, a coveted advancement elixir among spiritual beasts, far more significant than any worldly benefits. Ruan Qingqing gasped in horror, casting a fearful glance at Lin Li. Although her senior brother was known for his generosity, all the junior disciples understood, the more valuable the gift he bestowed, the greater his dissatisfaction with their progress and cultivation. In other words, he deemed their skills inadequate and believed they required further practice. Yet, concerned that they might succumb to the burdens of their studies, he offered fine gifts to placate them. As Ruan Qingqing stared at the small vial in her hand, she was momentarily transported back to the late-night sessions at the Tsong Kong Cliff Academy, grappling with devilish mathematical problems and maddening logic tests, accompanied by the despairing cries of the ill-prepared. With great reluctance, Ruan Qingqing pushed the vial back toward him. Senior brother, I have already graduated. Perhaps you should give it to another brother or sister? No sooner had she spoken than a ticklish sensation coursed through the top of her foot. Looking down, she saw that the previously hesitant mule was now affectionately resting at her feet, licking her shoes in a display of flattery before raising its head and calling out endearingly. Ruan Qingqing's first reaction was, damn, this mule is so incredibly realistic. Her second thought was, wow, it's just like me. Beside them, Yun Luoyi averted her gaze. Unable to watch any longer, she turned to Lin Li and said, Senior brother, you must bind them together, with such striking similarities in their appearances. It would be illogical for them not to be in the same household. Xinz and Shin Yunzi nodded in agreement. There was indeed a connection between the two. Lin Li, with an air of authority, pressed the porcelain vial into Ruan Qingqing's hands. Accept it. Everyone will be quite busy in the days to come, and I won't have the time to help you with your studies, so there is no need to worry. Moreover, this vial of pills was specifically prepared for you to bond with your spiritual beast. He paused, casting a meaningful glance at the mule. It seems this mule has quite the destiny. From now on, as it accompanies Ruan, it must contribute much to the righteous sect. If it performs well, it will undoubtedly reap the rewards. The mule nodded delicately towards Lin Li, who, after a moment, took out several bottles of elixirs to distribute among his fellow disciples. Here, everyone shall partake. Each person receives a bottle. Once the benefits were dispensed, he raised his gaze towards the mist-laden Tianmen Peak, his tone shifting to one of gravity. Having concluded matters here, it is time to attend to important affairs. The windgrass he had prepared had been dispatched several days prior. and by his calculations, the batch of players should be arriving shortly. Lin Li's brow furrowed in concern. Should these newcomers witness the desolate state of the Haoyun mountain range upon their arrival, it would likely leave a poor first impression of the Zhengqi sect. After all, these players are well versed in the ways of the internet and have their forums. As the first sect they encounter in the realm of cultivation, every detail of their experiences at the Zhengqi sect would be meticulously documented and shared widely. With this thought, Lin Li's expression grew increasingly solemn. Preparations were indeed necessary to welcome this group of players. In the Canjing realm, within the Zhengqi sect, turmoil had arisen due to the upheaval of heaven and earth. The sect leader announced a seclusion for the purpose of striving for a breakthrough to the Great Ascension stage. In the interim, the authority of the sect was entrusted to Lin Li. This arrangement was met with remarkable harmony among the disciples, with no dissenting voices raised. After all, Lin Li was among the earliest disciples to join the sect, and even if he was not the sect leader's direct pupil, he was regarded as an elder brother by all. Thus, placing him in charge was merely a natural progression that everyone had long since accepted. However, the number of disciples in the Zhengqi sect had always been modest, typically hovering around 20 per generation. In the 10th generation, aside from those who had ascended or passed away, only the elder Qianhe remained, wandering the mortal realm. Currently, among the 11th generation, led by the sect leader Li Guanchi, only 10 disciples had yet to ascend and were still alive. The 12th generation, with Lin Li at the helm, comprised 12 individuals. Additionally, there were 5 companions of the elders and 23 registered disciples, along with 58 miscellaneous workers. This constituted the entirety of the Zhengqi sect's personnel at present. Some disciples were absent and unable to return in time, leaving Lin Li with a rather limited pool of resources to command. Thus, every cultivator was required to partake in the reconstruction of the sect, repairing the mountains, planting trees, relocating hills, filling lakes, reconstructing formations, and building palaces and pavilions. Even the sect leader, who had declared his intention to enter seclusion, was covertly assigned by Lin Li to inventory the resources in the treasury. Having developed over nearly 10 millennia, the Zhengqi sect possessed a wealth of teachings and legacies left by both ascended ancestors and revered elders who had regrettably passed on. The resources available, including cultivation techniques, insights, and various rare materials, were beyond count. Each generation of disciples contributed to this treasury while also drawing from it. Although this led to a somewhat depleted reserve, the vast array of techniques and cultivation experiences available was immense. Thus, even if an heir to a particular lineage within the Zhengqi sect were to unexpectedly fall, the accumulated texts and records would allow the sect to swiftly restore its heritage. Just as the sect leader Li Guanchi practiced the path of destiny, despite his reluctance to share it with Lin Li, he did not hinder him from perusing the texts. Lin Li, instead, relied on these books to gain insights and improve the inherent flaws of his lineage. Li Heir, here is the organized directory. Within half a day, Li Guanchi had meticulously rearranged the treasury and reported back to Lin Li. Lin Li promptly accepted it with respect and glanced over the contents. 8 million low-grade spirit stones, 39 million mid-grade spirit stones, 17 million high-grade spirit stones, and 9 million supreme-grade spirit stones. After perusing the records within the jade slip, Lin Li was slightly astonished. Master Uncle, has our Zhengqi sect truly fallen to such poverty? Based on the exchange rate of spirit stones at 100. The total assets of the Zhengqi sect amounted to approximately 9,170,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. Is this still considered poor? Li Guanchi couldn't help but click his tongue. As a seasoned recluse cultivator, aside from his magical artifacts and medicinal pills, he typically carried only a few thousand supreme-grade spirit stones in his pocket, and that was after saving for 3 years. Just as he was reflecting on this, a figure appeared almost imperceptibly. Lin Li is not mistaken. Indeed, our Zhengqi sect is impoverished. The newcomer was Lin Li's 9th master uncle, Duga K, the leader of the Jianlai peak of the Zhengqi sect. Chapter 45, The Endless Stream of Spirit Stones. The sword cultivators are notoriously impoverished. Lin Li often reflects on the burdens that weigh heavily upon a sword cultivator, as if they bear 2 fateful buffs, the first being their profound poverty, and the second, their incessant entanglement in tumultuous strife. This predicament is hardly surprising, for the 2 virtues of sword cultivators, unparalleled handsomeness and extraordinary prowess, are immensely resource-intensive. Unlike weaponsmiths who can exchange their craftsmanship for spirit stones, or alchemists, talismans, and array masters who can produce tangible items for trade, sword cultivators possess not but themselves and their singular sword. Alas, this very sword demands a lifetime of sustenance. As a sword cultivator's mastery deepens, Their destined sword requires continuous reforging and refinement, consuming resources at a rate reminiscent of a gold-devouring beast. While there exist certain celestial swords that can grow autonomously, such treasures are nearly exclusively the legacy of esteemed families or sections. For an ordinary practitioner to possess one is akin to achieving immortality. Moreover, even if one were fortunate enough to acquire such a sword, they must remain vigilant to avoid the irony of possessing a source of power that could ultimately lead to their demise. This arduous reality has given rise to notorious tales within the cultivation world, such as that of a sword cultivator who, burdened by financial constraints, resorted to the heinous act of slaying his wife to attain enlightenment. Consequently, this has instilled in most practitioners a prudent habit of introspection when encountering sword cultivators while seeking a partner. Hence, let us refrain from questioning whether sword cultivators are prone to affectations of coolness. Even the most cheerful among us wear a solemn visage on the path to early morning toil. However, Donggu Qiu is no ordinary sword cultivator. He is the rightful heir of the Zhengqi sect's swordsmanship legacy. Not only has he inherited the esteemed position of the sect's sword peak master, but he has also come into possession of a treasure trove bequeathed by the previous generation, a silent yet formidable sword forged from 3,700 varieties of spiritual herbs, 5,300 elite essences of heaven and earth, and the inconspicuous golden essence from the North Sea. Alongside this, he bears a promissory note for 8 million premium spirit stones. Indeed, he has inherited the debts of the previous generation's illustrious leader. Thus, Donggu Qiu's poverty is no jest. It is a profound legacy of financial obligation that extends from the past into the future. Where others may anticipate prosperity, he is destined for an installment plan of destitution. Observing the reserve of spirit stones meticulously organized by Li Guanchi, Donggu Qiu smiles like a child delighted by a newfound treasure. After years of borrowing for his cultivation, he seldom encounters such an abundance of spirit stones. He caresses one after another, even contemplating bestowing each a melodious name. Lin Li, noticing the ambiguous moisture seeping from the corners of his mouth, gently reminds him, Elder Uncle Jiao, the turbulence of spiritual energy in the world has become increasingly chaotic, severely disrupting the cultivation of our novice disciples. They must rely on the pure and gentle spiritual energy emanating from these spirit stones to successfully establish their foundations. Do you understand? Of course, he replies, for how could he not grasp the essence of it all? The arcane abilities of practitioners hinge entirely upon spiritual energy. Whether it be replenishing expended mana or elevating one's cultivation realm, stable and pure spiritual energy is indispensable for nurturing growth. Until a method for harmonizing this chaotic energy is discovered, practitioners must depend on spirit stones to supplement their spiritual energy and sustain their training. Once primarily utilized as a medium of currency, the spirit stones have now become an indispensable consumable for practitioners. However, given the current circumstances, the over 9 million exquisite spirit stones remain woefully insufficient for the entirety of the Zhengqi sect. Nonetheless, this sum is more than adequate for settling my debts. Li, why not use this money to transfer my debts under the sect's name? This way, I would no longer have to tirelessly roam about repaying debts. Li Guanchi gazed at him in astonishment. Old Jiao, with the situation as it is, why add to the chaos? Lin Li, however, maintained his composure. He understood that Ninth Master possessed extraordinary combat prowess. If his energies could be fully devoted to sect affairs, it would indeed contribute to the development and security of the Zhengqi sect. Furthermore, the reason for Donggu Qiu's descent into darkness in his previous life, and his vow to annihilate the entire world, stemmed from this very debt. Initially, the 8 million in debt forced him into relentless toil, and when calamity struck the world, his creditors, under the guise of assistance, presented him with a so-called debt restructuring contract. They informed Donggu Qiu that his poverty was due to the stringent repayment deadlines. By restructuring the debt, his plight could be alleviated. In reality, the so-called debt restructuring merely involved repaying the original debt with a sum of money, which then became a new long-term obligation, leading to a staggering total of 10 million after various fees and interest were added. This situation plunged Donggu Qiu deeper into the quagmire of debt, ultimately leaving him gasping for breath under exploitation, with a shattered heart, prompting him to disregard the dire consequences of violating the heavenly oaths and embrace the path of darkness. In truth, this debt was initially intended to be repaid by the previous generation. However, after successfully refining the celestial sword, he ascended in a hurried manner, leaving the sword behind as a means for Donggu Qiu to settle the debt. Yet, Donggu Qiu was reluctant to part with the celestial sword, and the Zhengqi sect lacked the capacity to directly assist him in repaying the debt. Thus, They agreed to make installment payments while saving money, which led to the current predicament. Lin Li was acutely aware that Dugu must have been coerced into discussing the transfer of debt. This obligation indeed required resolution. Lin Li handed the spirit stones to Dugu, saying, "I would appreciate it if Master Uncle could repay the debts and return to the sect immediately, as I require your assistance shortly." "Wait," Li Guanqi interjected, bewildered. "If we use the entire reserve of spirit stones to repay debts, how shall we provide cultivation resources for the sect's disciples? Even mining for spirit stones is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in haste. Moreover, the formation of spirit stones necessitates a lengthy process. Should the turbulence of spiritual energy persist, the spirit stones will eventually be depleted." Dugu was equally taken aback by Lin Li's promptness. Truthfully, this far exceeded his expectations. He had merely inquired tentatively, not anticipating Lin Li's agreement. After all, he was a sword cultivator, not a mere practitioner. He recognized that the sect still relied on this cache of spirit stones for sustenance. Nevertheless, Lin Li appeared composed, seemingly untroubled by the scarcity of spirit stones, expressing only mild astonishment at the sect's meager reserves. What could possibly be the reason for this? Did this young man possess the extraordinary ability to conjure spirit stones out of thin air? Alas, Lin Li did not possess such miraculous talents. He certainly could not produce spirit stones. However, he was well aware of where to obtain a continuous supply of spirit stones. Indeed, it was those players. This group ventured into the gaming world primarily in pursuit of exhilaration. Such exhilaration is typically achieved through leveling up, conquering dungeons, defeating formidable foes, acquiring equipment, and amassing wealth. In the realm of cultivation, wealth is not represented by mundane gold and silver, but rather by the precious spirit stones. Players could acquire spirit stones by vanquishing enemies, making this a far more stable and reliable source than spirit stone mines. Chapter 46, The Aroma of Ginger. Though I have grown old, the notion that players can acquire spirit stones by slaying monsters is not entirely unfounded. In truth, it bears a striking resemblance to the premise found in zombie apocalypse novels, where one extracts crystalline cores from the heads of the slain zombies. With the arrival of players, the spiritual energy in the realm of cultivation has become tumultuous. However, this does not imply a decrease in the celestial energies, on the contrary. The presence of players has invigorated the spiritual energy, rendering it more abundant. This chaotic yet abundant energy will coalesce within the bodies of monsters, forming clusters of varying attributes. When cultivators vanquish these creatures, the spiritual energy clusters will dissipate back into the ether upon the demise of the monsters. Conversely, should players eliminate them, they not only gain experience points but also acquire spirit stones derived from the transformed energy clusters. These monsters are perpetually being transformed and respawned, akin to players mining from an inexhaustible vein of spirit stones. To cultivators, this trade of players is indistinguishable from that of miners in a spirit stone quarry. On the other hand, the demand for spirit stones among players is far less urgent than that of the cultivators. Players primarily rely on experience points for their advancement, while spirit stones serve more as a medium for trading equipment and skills. Consequently, these spirit stones will ultimately find their way into the hands of cultivators. In his previous life, Lin Li was a player and was well aware of this dynamic, which is why he appeared so at ease. Furthermore, the characteristic of players continuously producing spirit stones would soon be discerned by all. This is precisely why Lin Li refrained from openly recruiting players, as it could easily arouse the suspicions of rival sections. He had no desire for the righteous sect to become a target prematurely. The most prudent strategy would be to cultivate a cadre of elite players who could organically elevate the reputation of the righteous sect within the player community and society at large, subsequently attracting players from across the cultivation world to join their ranks. Even if this would eventually lead to hostility and scrutiny from others due to the popularity of the righteous sect among players, it would be far preferable to being perceived as a faction that maliciously seeks to usurp player resources, only to be ostracized by the righteous path. After all, the righteous sect is merely a humble faction focused on its own development, devoid of any ambitions. We do not actively compete with other sects for players. Yet, when players willingly seek us out, we cannot turn away these lost lambs yearning for the righteous path, can we? It is common knowledge that the righteous sect is the most upright organization, and its members would never engage in malevolent acts that harm others in their pursuit of goodness. Lin Li stroked his chin thoughtfully. Once players are established, the righteous sect will no longer lack for spirit stones. He could even allocate a portion of these stones to forge alliances. With a united front, the righteous sect would avoid standing out too starkly. As for subsequent plans, Lin Li was already well prepared. He spent the night organizing his memories and authored 2 core strategic manuals, contemporary methods of harvesting, from paid knowledge to blockchain and from wool gatherers to harvesters, safely crafting the harvesting industry chain, which he submitted along with a comprehensive implementation plan to the elders of the sect. In his vision, players and the righteous sect would ultimately achieve a mutually beneficial relationship. His personal trump card could indeed augment a portion of the player's decks. After the hesitant Du Gu departed with his spirit stones, Li Guanchi could only let out a quiet sigh. The ginger is still tender. Compared to Lin Li, I am indeed a bit aged. As everyone united in their efforts to restore the Haoyan mountain range, the Zhengqi sect rapidly regained its former image of a paradise, even showing significant improvement. Simultaneously, 50 players followed the wind and grass to arrive at the Haoyan mountain range. However, in contrast to their initial excitement, these individuals now appeared much calmer, albeit more disheveled. How could they not be disheveled? Those 2 cultivators had vanished after dropping a single blade of grass, failing to inform them just how far the Zhengqi sect was from Huiyang town. Throughout their journey, they faced flying grass in front and relentless spirits behind. Relying solely on their own legs, they trudged for 9 arduous days to finally reach the outskirts of the Haoyan mountain range. The more painful reality was that during these long 9 days, other players were either exploring the world or accepting quests, forming teams to slay monsters and level up, leading vibrant lives. Meanwhile, they were left to lurk offline, enviously observing others' exciting adventures, only to log back in and repeat the grim cycle of trekking, encountering danger, dying, resurrecting, and continuing their weary journey. Truth be told, had it not been for the absence of a bound resurrection point, forcing them to revive at the same spot each time, and thus requiring them to endure this torturous trek again, at least half of them would have gladly abandoned this tedious and tormenting task. After all, everyone came to play games for enjoyment. Enduring such trials was simply intolerable. The professional player, known as Guidance Brother, observed the increasingly dismal atmosphere within the team and tirelessly reminded everyone to contemplate the substantial rewards that such a challenging task would yield, hoping to inspire them. Otherwise, some might truly prefer to delete their accounts rather than continue this arduous journey, relying on one's father, mother, uncle, and even the weasel by the family grave. These lofty mountains, are they not letting me enjoy the game properly? A female player with the ID Wind Blows Cool Breezes shouted from outside the forest, "Leader. I need to find the leader. I came here to play, not to suffer. I demand an explanation. I must have won today." "You'd be lucky to find the leader," sighed another male player with the ID My Chest Lacks a Loud Voice. It's no surprise that the game developers of this game are inattentive. Since they've created this mountain, we have no choice but to climb it. I'm just afraid that after we exhaust ourselves climbing, we'll discover there's yet another mountain beyond. An infinite nesting doll of challenges. A male player with the ID Shiga, "Please don't interrupt," weakly added, noticing the team's dwindling morale. Guidance Brother couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, offering a half-hearted consolation. "Just a bit longer, everyone. Look, there are cranes flying over the mountain. We must be nearing the celestial abode." "You've repeated that phrase a dozen times already," exclaimed a female player named Panda Jingjing as she kicked a stone by the roadside. With a notification of -1 health appearing above her head, she instantly welled up with tears, exclaiming, "I believe it is utterly futile to continue on blindly. We must devise a way to ascertain whether this is indeed our destination. If it is, we shall proceed. If not, we should simply turn back, preferably luring the celestial beings out." A sigh escaped from the seeker of guidance, yet, how easy is that? This task we have undertaken is evidently a trial. How could the celestial beings ever come seeking us? The one known as the Wind Whisperer also expressed their distress, suggesting, what if someone were to sacrifice themselves, hanging lifelessly at the threshold of the celestial's abode? The playful panda made a gesture of peace, chuckling, "In this vast realm of cultivation, who would truly care for an anonymous corpse? Besides, among us, who could possibly leave behind a body after such a fate? It would be far more effective to set the forest ablaze. Surely, that would draw someone out. A group of strangers, it seems, could always unite in mischief." Chapter 47. The Great Compassion Mantra. At this moment, a male player with the ID Wi-Fi Ascendant voiced his dissent, setting fire to the mountain and sitting out the sentence, "I believe we should refrain from that." Brother Shi, please refrain from interrupting, concurred. "Indeed, it is merely a ploy to draw attention. There is no need for such malice. I believe if we create a stir together, it should suffice." I Lack a Loud Voice clenched his fist against his palm and asserted, "That makes sense. I think engaging in a quarrel, a brawl, a playful skirmish, dancing in the square, singing, or playing music would be splendid. Everyone could contribute ideas on how to proceed. The wind blows coolly, shot him a sidelong glance, and inquired, "What on earth did you just say? What kind of playful skirmish?" I like a loud voice, hastily replied, all right, no more questions. If you keep asking, everyone will become overly excited." Brother Shi, please refrain from interrupting, added pensively. Life is rather bland. What's wrong with a little silver-tongued banner? Brother Guiding sighed, our goal is to gain entry into the celestial realm. Engaging in brawls or abstract antics here is inappropriate. Let us choose singing instead. The crowd engaged in spirited discussion for a while before reaching a consensus. Someone inquired, what shall we sing? How about a song with a celestial aura? Perhaps Song of Wine would do. Unable to escape this longing and unresolved feelings, that works, but it feels a bit too serious to capture attention. Then how about They Throw Mud at Me? They throw mud at me, I lie down and claim 28,000, ISNT that quite irreverent. No, that's too likely to cause offense. Then let us go with Sunshine, Rainbow, Little White Horse, but we must tread carefully to avoid any politically incorrect implications. Goodness, that won't do, nor will that. What do you suggest we sing? Wi-Fi Ascendant, step forward once more. There is a song that will surely suffice. It is both cultured and carries a hint of provocation towards Taoists, making it quite alluring. Even if conflicts arise afterward, they can be easily resolved. Upon hearing this, the crowd eagerly inquired about this divine melody. Wi-Fi Ascendant cleared his throat and boomed, Namo Arya Avalokiteshvara. Maji Aryu. Daladala, Tili Tili, Dulu Dulu, Edway, Ed. Jalai Jalai. The crowd. Goodness, it's the great compassion mantra. Thank you, that is truly divine. Singing this before the Taoist will surely lead to our demise, won't it? Wouldn't that be the perfect opportunity for a liberating exorcism? Are you suggesting that after the exorcism, the Taoist will reconcile with us? Not necessarily, perhaps they will dismember us. Brother Guiding observed the raucous crowd. His smile withering as he bowed his head, then sighed deeply. The hearts of the people are scattered, making it difficult to lead this group. But one cannot blame the players. Who could have anticipated that traveling in the game would consume such an inordinate amount of time? Had it not been shortly after their departure, a member of another giant egg club, known as Pig Cat Cat, posted that he was being held captive by a mysterious sect for research purposes. He encountered various cultivators daily and witnessed many astonishing spells, such as lightning strikes, fiery infernos, floods, and toxic gases. Currently, he was focusing on a particular strategy, ensuring that he would not flinch if hung or sweeten arsenic with honey. He had gained the trust of several cultivators and could occasionally escape the dark confines of the laboratory to observe the outside world of cultivation sections. With this progress, he firmly believed he could acquire cultivation techniques more swiftly than Derivative Brother. After all, the current death experiments had reached an impasse, and he might have the opportunity to learn several cultivation spells before being subjected to further dissection. Moreover, due to his remarkable contributions, he might even be granted an exception to join this cultivation sect. Faced with such pressing circumstances, Derivative Brother suppressed his urge to abandon the endeavor multiple times and continued onward. Of course, reaching this point was already his limit. If you are unwilling to climb, you may return. I have come this far. I cannot leave without seeing the view from the mountain. Derivative Brother ceased advising others and took heavy steps toward the entrance of the Haoyun mountain range. Damn it, let this be my final sprint. Shigu urged, not to be interrupted. Observing Derivative Brother's determined silhouette, he motivated himself. Wind blows, cool breezes patted his shoulder as he passed by, saying, if you're going, just go. You've repeated that phrase no less than 30 times. Accept your fate. As others noticed the movement of the group, a flicker of courage emerged to challenge their limits. Humans inherently require companions, and one of the greatest sources of courage is indeed companionship. What if they crossed a mountain and encountered cultivators? Wouldn't it be a grave mistake not to persist? As the players gradually stepped into the Haoyun mountain range, they were suddenly greeted by, along with the wind and grass, which transformed into sparkling ethereal lights that soared into the sky like meteors racing towards the distant peaks. The players gazed upward in bewilderment, pondering, goodness, are we meant to ascend to the heavens? Their eyes followed the ethereal lights into the distance, where a tremendous dragon roar erupted from the mountaintop. Soon after, 9 vividly scaled dragons emerged from the depths of the mountains, pulling a resplendent palace chariot through the clouds. The spectacular sight of the 9 dragons pulling the carriage left all players breathless. The gilded chariot shimmered in the sunlight, with the majesty of the dragon sweeping across the land, as celestial flowers danced in the breeze, filling the air with an enchanting fragrance. As the chariot hovered above them, a breathtaking woman clad in a moon-white gown gracefully descended upon petals. Her features were exquisite, her demeanor ethereal, and her voice, as soothing as a clear spring, caressed the hearts of those who heard it. Having endured 9 days and nights and traversed 800 miles, your resolve to pursue the path is as steadfast as rock. This trial is now complete. You may follow me into the sect for cultivation. The beauty of this celestial maiden, coupled with her extraordinary aura, instantly captivated the hearts of all male players. Along with the men, including the derivative brother, a thought echoed in their hearts: "Mother, your daughter-in-law has finally been found." In the next moment, the fairy gracefully waved her wide sleeves, and a gentle surge of spiritual energy lifted everyone, securely placing them into the aerial carriage. 9 majestic dragons emitted a series of resonant roars, then soared into the heavens, gliding through the sea of clouds before hastening towards the Justice Sect Plaza. Meanwhile, 20 beams of sword light pierced through the air from Tianen Peak. Those cultivators, standing upon their flying swords, floated effortlessly among the clouds, creating a splendid spectacle alongside the dragon carriages. The players leaned over the rails, gazing around in wonder, occasionally caressing the rare gemstones embedded in the carriage, while their eyes sparkled with excitement as they shouted at the sword-wielding cultivators above. "So cool! Riding dragons and flying swords. This is the true essence of cultivation." The foolish members of the Giant Egg Club still dared to compare themselves to us? They are like coffee steeped in a toilet, utterly lacking discernment. Ha ha ha. They are akin to the wooden fish of an old monk, destined to be beaten, prancing online daily about their swift progress. How laughable. Surely, they meet their demise quickly. Enough of that nonsense. Everyone, come quickly to record and take photos. Today, I shall revel in triumph, making those who claim we are merely surviving in the wilderness green with envy. Upon hearing this, a male player murmured, "I wish I could stand on a flying sword to record." No sooner had the words left his lips than the fairy in front of the carriage gracefully raised her hand, and a streak of light cut through the sky, coming to rest firmly beneath his feet. Before the male player could comprehend what had happened, he found himself soaring through the air atop the flying sword. The howling winds and the exhilaration of unprotected flight sent his adrenaline into a frenzy, and he erupted into joyous shouts. Lin Li nodded in satisfaction. It seemed this meticulously crafted welcoming ceremony had made a significant impact, and soon, more eager newcomers would willingly leap into the field he had prepared for them. Chapter 48. The Realm of Cultivation and the Realm of Cultivation. The speed of riding the 9 dragons' carriage and flying with a sword is incomparable to that of mere legs. Not long after, they traversed the sea of clouds surrounding Tianmen Peak and arrived at the Zhengqi sect. Before them lay the grand plaza of the Zhengqi sect. The expansive roadway floated like a divine miracle amidst the 12 peaks. The entire plaza defied the laws of physics, suspended in midair, surrounded by swirling mists, resembling an ethereal paradise. Waterfalls cascaded and streams flowed within the plaza, silver ribbons hanging down like threads of silk. 9 towering stone pillars stood majestically, radiating a gentle glow. Pavilions and towers were scattered throughout, adorned with intricate carvings and stunning beauty. 12 chains of dark iron, as thick as giant pythons, tightly connected the plaza to the surrounding mountains, appearing and disappearing within the clouds. At the center of the plaza, a high platform supported a peculiar stone that seemed like cloud yet was not, resembling jade yet was not. Inscribed upon it were the 3 ancient characters of the Zhengqi sect, gracefully written with a flowing charm. Surrounding peaks embraced the area, celestial cranes danced gracefully and leapt playfully. Occasionally, disciples flew past on their swords, their garments fluttering in the wind. The 9 dragons' carriage gently descended upon the white jade-paved plaza, and players disembarked one after another. Subsequently, the 9 divine dragons that pulled the carriage soared towards the rear of the grand hall, vanishing from sight. A male player who had just dismounted from the flying sword grasped Xiaodao's shoulder and exclaimed, "Brother, that was exhilarating," ascending to the southern dipper with pride. Flipping over to the northern star. "Ugh, my outfit cost 18,000, Xiaodao replied sternly. The male player quickly covered his mouth and turned to Feng Shui Pai Pai Liang, saying, "Hey, bring your outfit over here, please." This was the essence of wisdom. Xiaodao-gu's attire was indeed the same novice garb as everyone else, but he cunningly kept it dirty, making it stand out as exceptionally unique. Get lost. Feng Shui Pai Pai Liang unceremoniously rejected him, then gazed in curiosity and astonishment at the scene before them. "My goodness, this place is incredible. Well, it aligns with my aesthetic expectations of a cultivation sect," came the reply. "Goodness, just look at this scenery. It's far more enchanting than those videos uploaded by that pig cat. Players marveled incessantly, their eyes wide with wonder. The spectacle before them perfectly matched and even surpassed all their fantasies of a cultivation sect. Lin Li, responsible for welcoming newcomers, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Within her spiritual perception, Lin Li was using an invisibility technique, standing before the players. With a casual wave of his hand, the magnificent 9 Dragons carriage was dismantled into mere broken planks and a pile of paper cutouts. It was unclear where he derived such ostentatious ideas. Having just taken charge of the sect, he had utilized materials from the treasury to completely renovate every corner of the Zhengqi sect. Both the mountains above and below were overwhelmed by these extravagant decorations. It should be noted that for thousands of years, the Zhengqi sect had never exceeded 100 cultivators. Who were all these palaces built for? Moreover, the interiors were empty. One might as well expect echoes from merely speaking in such vacant spaces. It would be far more tranquil to dwell in cottages on the mountains or to carve out small caves for living. Lin Li silently scoffed at the thought. With a voice resonating like a clarion call, Lin Li welcomed the awe-stricken celestial visitors to the Zhengqi sect. In stark contrast to Lin Li's bewilderment, the players exhibited an unmistakable exuberance, particularly after having viewed other videos of various cultivation sects released by the renowned Zhucat. Their excitement was palpable, especially given that one of Zhucat's videos had garnered over 10 million likes, despite its seemingly mundane content. The footage depicted towering mountains, ancient palaces, majestic stone steps, and ethereal mist, forming a visual narrative as simple as the mythical Palai Mountain in the real world. The most striking features were merely birds and elegantly clad figures soaring through the sky. Although enchanting, the celestial allure of the Zhengqi sect seemed to exist on an entirely different aesthetic plane. Unbeknownst to them, for native cultivators like Lin Li, the unadorned simplicity represented the essence of true cultivation. The palatial structures were sufficient for disciples of modest attainment to engage in daily life and practice. Those of profound mastery resided in the spirit-rich nodes of ethereal veins, crafting their abodes with an abundance of spiritual materials. The spectacle of cascading lights and floating stones required considerable resources, which could be far better utilized for refining weapons. Rarely would cultivators squander precious materials merely to enhance visual appeal, with Lin Li being a notable exception. As a former player, he understood intimately the player's acute sensitivity and relentless pursuit of visual splendor within the game. Even in ordinary games, the aesthetic appeal of a sect held paramount importance. And in a more realistic cultivation game, the expectation was heightened. If one was not handsome before cultivation, how could one expect to maintain that allure afterward? In essence, the emphasis was on appearance first. Questions of strength could be addressed later. Lin Li was acutely aware that the materials he employed were but a drop in the ocean for the Zhengqi sect. However, when used judiciously, they could attract a plethora of players, thus ensuring a bountiful influx of spirit stones, an investment with exponential returns. It was a delightful prospect indeed. Meanwhile, as players were captivated by the spectacle, Guide Brother had already activated the game's recording feature the moment the celestial maiden descended to fetch him, documenting the entire experience. As a senior member of the Beiji Shell Club, he had been consistently sharing his quest progress since departing from Huayang Town. Yet, during these 9 days, they had either traversed rugged terrains or been pursued by monsters, garnering attention only from fans of wilderness survival, while the rest remained largely indifferent. In contrast, Zhucat's daily updates featured bizarre deaths and cinematic spell effects, propelling the revelations of the cultivation sect to the top of trending searches and attracting countless admirers. Now, all that was left was to upload the video upon logging off. What did he have to fear from the Giant Egg Club? He would unleash a spectacle that would astonish them. This night, he was destined to reclaim the pinnacle of popularity and forge a new era of glory. However, Guide Brother was in no rush to exit the game. As the first phase of the task was completed, no rewards were bestowed. The enchanting fairy before them continued to recite, word for word, the messages conveyed by Lin Li. Although your hearts are resolute in the pursuit of the Tao, the Righteous Sect is a prestigious and reputable establishment within the Azure Realm, where the selection of disciples prioritizes virtue and character. All of you hail from realms beyond. Your intentions and natures remain unclear, thus further trials are necessary. Due to Lin Li's lack of performance experience, her delivery of the lines was as rigid as her fists. However, the ears of the listeners possessed a remarkable capacity for enhancement, exhibiting an impressive level of tolerance. To them, Lin Li's icy demeanor resonated like the voice of a mature, alluring woman, exuding charm and sensuality, igniting an inexplicable thrill within. The cultivation world had truly encountered a phenomenon. Love blossomed. Chapter 49. The first step of the harvesting plan. This marks the second time since Guiding Brother entered the game that he has been deftly maneuvered by a woman. He vividly recalls the last instance, which occurred outside Huiyang Town, involving a certain fairy from the realm of cultivation. However, the current situation is rather precarious. The beautiful fairy sister is clearly harboring doubts regarding their sincerity. Should she choose to dismiss them on such grounds? It would contravene his long-held principle to prioritize self-love above all else, for one must be genuinely joyful to truly honor oneself. If he encounters someone who brings him immense joy and admiration, he must seize the opportunity. To do otherwise would be to compromise his own happiness. Thus, he boldly asserted, "Our purpose here is to assist the people of this world in resisting the myriad disasters that lie ahead. We fear not the trials, but rather the absence of opportunity to prove ourselves. You can trust us wholeheartedly. Having arrived at the righteous sect, we are prepared to dedicate ourselves to its cause." Guiding Brother's declaration resonated with conviction and righteousness. Lin Li smiled, yet not a single word of it struck her as believable. "You come here solely to aid us against future calamities?" Based on Lin Li's descriptions of these extraterrestrial visitors, immortal, greedy, combative, morally ambiguous, and exponentially growing, it can be summarized that they embody chaos and instability. Does this not imply that these individuals themselves are a disaster? Thus, must they confront themselves? Nevertheless, Lin Li's insistence on nurturing these individuals must surely be rooted in some rationale. When it comes to devising strategies, Lin Li has her own methods. Relying on both celestial blessings and Lin Li's guidance, she silently clasped her hands in prayer. She continued reciting Lin Li's words. "Your intentions are indeed touching. However," she added, "yet you are far too weak. Even possessing the trait of immortality cannot alter your limitations." Guiding Brother replied with fervor, "Thus we can learn. We can improve. One day, when you face danger, I shall proclaim loudly, 'Do not fear, your strength has arrived.'" Lin Li sighed deeply, exhaling slowly before responding. "You may cultivate spells within the righteous sect. However, one thing must be made clear. The teachings must not be shared lightly. To obtain the sect's profound legacy, you must first endure certain trials." Upon hearing this, the players below stirred restlessly. The recently concluded 9-day journey had already been torturous. If this was merely the initial trial, the subsequent challenges would likely be even more formidable. Yet, at least they had finally crossed the threshold of the righteous sect. Regardless of the hardships ahead, hope still glimmered on the horizon. Guiding Brother nodded earnestly. "What trials must we face? Speak freely." In the next instant, Lin Li waved her sleeves, and a towering bronze ancient mirror materialized before the players with a resounding clang. The ornate decorations on the frame exude an ancient and profound charm, while the mirror's surface appears veiled in a flowing mist, rendering it indistinct and hazy. "This is the heart-seeking mirror of our sect." Lin Li's voice is as cold as frost. Within the mirror lies the testing ground for the righteous sect's heart-seeking trial, a prerequisite for all who wish to join our esteemed order. With a delicate touch of her fingertip upon the mirror, it begins to swirl like a tempest of clouds. Should anyone wish to forego this trial, they may withdraw at any moment during the process, and our sect will dispatch someone to escort them back to Huiyang Town. As the players gathered closer to the mirror, an odd phenomenon occurred. Although the misty surface seemingly reflected nothing, it revealed the faces of those who approached. The sight of numerous faces jumbled together was rather unsettling. At that moment, the system announced, "Current quest, Seek the Immortals Trail has been completed. Congratulations. You have earned 300,000 experience points. Joining quest, Righteous Sect Heart-Seeking Trial has commenced. System notification, Righteous Sect map unlocked. Righteous Square 50 accessible." A wave of excitement surged through the crowd at the mention of 300,000 experience points. They gasped in astonishment. Surely, it would take 10 days of grinding daily quests in the novice village to amass such an amount? Although the system only awarded experience points, this vast sum was sufficient to elevate their foundational classes from 0 to maximum level in one fell swoop. This unexpected windfall sent the players into a frenzy. Some began to exclaim with fervor, embodying the indomitable spirit of a cockroach that refuses to be extinguished. Even when cornered, they would not allow life to trample them, declaring their intent to conquer the world. Others wept and screamed, contorting themselves in exaggerated displays, only to find that even their supplications were but a performance. Even more, some succumbed to sheer exhilaration, bursting from their garments in wild abandon. Lin Li observed the frenzied players with a bemused expression, while Lin Li's lips curled into an understanding smile. Having once been a gamer himself, He comprehended the reasons behind their ecstatic behavior. The adage holds true. The more outrageous the task, the more staggering the rewards. The 50 dedicated players had labored for 9 days and nights to complete this quest. The system's evaluation would undoubtedly be off the charts, ensuring that the rewards would be bountiful. Lin Li stroked his chin in satisfaction. Initially, he had harbored concerns that distributing his crafted, wandering with the wind herb, as quest items might lead to system disapproval, resulting in players completing the task without receiving due rewards. To his relief, he had worried unnecessarily. Players could indeed earn experience and level up independently. All that remained was to await their ascension in strength before sending them forth to slay monsters and gather spirit stones. In due time, he would trade the sect's stocked equipment and techniques with them. As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Lin Li's eyes. Yet, this was merely the beginning. If experience points were likened to the essential moisture required for the growth of chives, then simply watering them would be inadequate for their robust development. Only by augmenting the supply of fertilizer could their growth be accelerated and enhanced. Lin Li promptly recalled the premium gift packages he had prepared for the players and realized that, based on the current situation, he could elevate them by 2 additional tiers. A mischievous grin spread across his face. At that time, it is essential not only for these leeks to learn how to water themselves, but also to acquire the skill of purchasing their own fertilizers. One must ask, who could possibly resist a row of leeks that can nourish and sustain themselves? Chapter 50. The second step of harvesting. Before him stood an identical reflection of himself. Hello, are you a new user of Pinduoduo? Derivative Master waved a greeting. The doppelganger remained silent, drawing a novice sword from its waist and launching an immediate strike. Derivative Master shrugged and deftly sidestepped the blow. Contemplating the utter lack of creativity in this trial of self-reflection, the mirrored counterpart exhibited not even a hint of humor. Alas, how kitsch. Instead of this tiresome narrative of conquering oneself, wouldn't it be more engaging to indulge in the pleasures of beauty, wealth, and power? He assured himself he would not succumb to obsession. He merely sought a bit of excitement. Why resort to this trite trope of battling one's own reflection? Such challenges were easily surmountable for him. For instance, he could exploit the flaw that prevented further replication after the initial duplication. His strategy would unfold as follows. First, he would voluntarily remove all equipment at the mirror's entrance, then enter the combat zone in a state of undress. Once the mirrored version executed its replication, he would don his gear and resume the fight. Alternatively, he could consume a dose of poison before entering, layering debuffs to afflict the duplicate and later ingest an antidote to re-enter the fray. The other players, witnessing his tactics, were greatly inspired. Some were particularly ruthless, severing their limbs at the mirror's entrance, allowing the duplicate to emerge before committing suicide, only to return in perfect form to vanquish the maimed reflection. As each player mastered the techniques to conquer this trial, they swiftly engaged their ingenuity, completing the challenge at remarkable speed. Lin Li marveled at their resourcefulness. They were truly a formidable bunch. In truth, he had orchestrated this trial to recruit more players and amass greater spirit stones, all while preserving the esteemed reputation of the righteous sect in the public eye. His intention was to convey that while the righteous sect posed a certain challenge, joining would yield substantial rewards. However, he was careful not to design the trial too intricately or dauntingly, lest it deter the majority from attempting it, rendering the righteous sect a niche community. Thus, the doppelganger's combat strength was deliberately set to diminish rapidly after 1 minute, if players could endure that duration. Success was nearly guaranteed. Yet, these individuals had adeptly uncovered the loopholes, entering and swiftly dominating the challenge, completing it in a mere 30 seconds. The speed, while impressive, also enhanced the overall enjoyment of the experience. Had this segment been recorded and shared among players, it could potentially generate a renewed fervor for the sect. At that moment, these players officially pledged their allegiance, becoming disciples of the righteous sect. Simultaneously, the phrase indicating their successful entry into the cultivation sect soared to the top of trending searches. The advantages of being first are always apparent. The powerful siphoning effect of traffic attracts considerable attention and resources. The sect's image would consequently experience significant premium, becoming more alluring and recognizable. Related discussions would proliferate like wildfire, igniting extensive discourse. The collaborative value inherent in the righteous sect would thus ascend exponentially. In the previous life, all of this belonged to the Beastmaster sect. In their quest to uncover the secrets of the players, they covertly captured a portion of them for human experimentation. Initially, the Beastmaster sect was unaware of the players' ability to record videos, thus lacking vigilance during their interactions. which allowed the players to conduct extensive and thorough observations and recordings of the sect. Although the exposure of the related videos somewhat tarnished the reputation of the Beastmaster sect, it inadvertently became a form of alternative publicity. A multitude of players, harboring dreams of cultivation and an eager desire to join a sect, flocked to them. During the period when the Beastmaster sect was still studying the players, they successfully recruited numerous players from surrounding regions as registered disciples. As the game progressed into its later stages, the Beastmaster sect gradually succumbed to the path of darkness. Yet, leveraging the vast resources of players they had amassed in the early stages, they not only solidified their position but also emerged as the foremost tyrant among the malevolent factions. At that time, all sects within the Four Realms had come to realize that player resources were tantamount to spiritual stone resources. Regrettably, those who lagged behind found it exceedingly difficult to catch up. The player resources had been nearly exhausted by the early sects, and latecomers were left to either pay exorbitant prices to vie for the scraps or helplessly watch the gap widen. The realm of cultivation, after all, is a world where the swift devour the slow. However, at this moment, the Beastmaster sect's research on players was still in its infancy, lacking the subsequent mechanisms for recruiting disciples and the transmission of cultivation techniques. This presented an excellent opportunity for Lin Li to seize the initiative. He aspired not only to claim the title of the foremost immortal sect, but also to ensure that this name resonated throughout the entire realm of cultivation. Yet, Lin Li understood well that merely holding the title of first would attract at most the players from nearby regions. Those potential disciples who resided thousands of miles away might hesitate due to the long journey. Moreover, indecisive players could easily be snatched away by other sections. Therefore, Lin Li needed to prepare a more enticing bait, an extraordinary benefit that would stir the hearts of all players, compelling them to traverse mountains and rivers to join. This had to surpass the conventional offerings of other sects and strike at the deepest desires of the players. After all, who could resist the allure of becoming stronger in the pursuit of immortality? Even casual players would find it hard to decline. Junior Uncle, after distributing the disciple tokens, please lead them to the scripture pavilion. Current task, the Rectitude sect's heart trial has been completed. Congratulations. You have earned 30,000 experience points. Rectitude sect disciple token 1. Initial sect quest. Select a cultivation technique as the system notification concluded. The players who successfully joined the Rectitude sect excitedly followed Lian Chao into the scripture pavilion atop Yanchuan Peak. Standing at the entrance, Lian Chao gazed expressionlessly at this group of nascent disciples and solemnly stated, "Now that you have all become disciples of the Rectitude sect, allow me to briefly introduce our sect's rules before you begin your cultivation. The rules are few. As long as you do not overstep and act against ethics or provoke the wrath of the heavens, the elders of the law enforcement peak will generally not trouble you. However, my standards are a tad higher than those of the elders. What they may overlook, I will not. The next step involves selecting a cultivation method, which profoundly influences your future path of practice. Remember, do not be greedy." With that, Lian Xiaoyan waved his hand to unlock the prohibitions of the scripture pavilion's grand entrance. In the next moment, all players stood agape. Within what seemed to be a delicate loft lay an expansive and boundless realm. In this vast expanse, countless jade slips and ancient texts, radiating a soft glow, floated and swirled like stars, each luminous sphere embossed with a distinctive mark of heritage. The player's astonishment was akin to that of the wealthiest individual in Shihong City upon opening the vault to discover a treasure of 1 billion renminbi. This is the profound foundation of the Zhengqi sect? Unconsciously, they swallowed hard, their lips glistening with anticipation. Indeed, the rich nourishment prepared by Lin Li for these unsuspecting players is the vast legacy accumulated by the ancestors of the Zhengqi sect over generations. Across the entire Song realm, only a handful of sects can boast such a scale of celestial inheritance. Even the so-called number one in martial prowess, the Xinjian sect, primarily focuses its core teachings on swordsmanship. When it comes to the richness of heritage, no other sect can compare. And even those with similar foundations would likely not display their treasures so generously to outsiders. However, Lin Li understood all too well that to reap the rewards, one must first cultivate the soil. These players are indeed pure, sparkling spirit stones. Hiki. Chapter 51. Have you been kidnapped to the immortal cultivation park? Certainly. Mere numerical superiority is far from sufficient. Lin Li intentionally placed the high attack and high defense techniques in the most conspicuous locations, aiming to minimize the presence of casual players who shun monster slaying. If we were to draw a parallel with the heroes in the Alliance game, players can choose from an astounding array of over 200 professions, Each path leads directly to the grand legacies of immortals. One must ponder. Is this not a display of opulence? Is it not exhilarating? Does it not evoke the dilemma of choice? Once these players propagate the impressive narrative of the Zhengqi sect's grand inheritance, even if the masses cannot immediately grasp its profound significance, merely finding it impressive, they will come to truly appreciate the depth of a well-established sect when they compare it to the meager offerings of other sections. The abundance of choices will pave broader paths in life, devoid of anxieties about the future. This embodies the serenity of the affluent. At that moment, even the most naive players will be unable to endure the disparity between those indulging in lavish feasts while they scramble for mere sustenance, perhaps leading them to delete their accounts and start anew. As Lin Li contemplated this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt. I am truly wicked, he mused. But I shall do it again. Thus, being no philanthropist, he would never engage in a losing venture. The techniques in the realm of immortal cultivation are categorized into 5 grades: yellow, profound, earth, heaven, and immortal. Indeed, he presented them all. Yet players would soon discover that what they acquired was merely the foundational content. To obtain further legacies or to upgrade to higher-level techniques, they would either have to exchange sect contribution points, purchase them with spirit stones, or complete tasks issued by the NPCs. In pursuit of advanced techniques, driven by the enticing prospects Lin Li painted, these players would undoubtedly toil tirelessly, contributing their efforts to the sect's development without a hint of complaint, finding joy in their diligence. Moreover, with the principle of prudent expenditure firmly in mind, they would accumulate the spirit stones gained from their arduous battles, only to invest them in techniques, subsequently enhancing themselves, which would empower them to challenge mightier monsters, thereby acquiring even more superior spirit stones. Continuing the cycle of enhancement and monster slaying, they would live frugally, perpetuating their purchases. Thus, a flawless spirit stone industry chain would emerge. All the while, players would perceive this as a voluntary endeavor. They might even express gratitude towards Lin Li and the Zhengqi sect for granting them the opportunity to elevate their prowess through the purchase of exquisite techniques. Some would even take it upon themselves to promote to other players. This sect offers generous treatment. They do not exploit us, and they genuinely care for us. It is a truly benevolent sect of immortals. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lin Li felt a shiver run down his spine. Having once been a cog in the capitalist machine, he had just escaped the clutches of exploitation, only to find himself transformed into an exploiter. The dragon-slaying youth had inevitably become the dragon himself, just as Lin Li grappled with a twinge of guilt over his boundless harvesting of the players. The likes of Seeking Guidance Brother and others were already reveling in their newfound delight. The mere act of selecting an initial profession is dazzling, akin to the brilliance of countless stars. With a casual gesture, one can peruse the jade slips and manuals suspended in the air, each representing a pathway to the realm of immortality. Standing before the swirling orbs of martial arts, the character known as Guide Brother finds himself lost in contemplation. In the game asking the way, can it be that all sects possess such a rich heritage of cultivation? He remains uncertain. However, one thing is abundantly clear to him. Upon logging off this time, he shall undoubtedly become the most sought-after professional player on the forums. Indeed, his expectations are met. As he prepares to enter the Haoyan mountain range and subsequently edits the footage of his experience in selecting a martial art to upload to the player forum, he gains immense popularity. Within just half an hour, the video receives over 1 million likes, inundated with a plethora of inquiries in the comments section. The upper echelons of the Arctic Shell Club convene an urgent meeting, inviting him to elaborate on the sect entry process and the corresponding benefits. Simultaneously, the player forum erupts into a fervent discussion, with a myriad of topics emerging. Coordinates of the righteous sect, unknown to 99% of players, revealed. Exclusive revelation of the righteous sect's martial arts system. How many career choices are available to new disciples? In-depth analysis of the righteous sect's organizational structure. Who reigns supreme among the sect's NPCs? The most beautiful fairies in the immortal realm. Fresh rankings released. The righteous sect's twin maidens make the cut. High-definition images inside. For players still engaged in mundane tasks in the novice village. The profound heritage displayed by the righteous sect shines like a beacon in the darkness. Do you believe in light? Indeed, no player who glimpses it can maintain their composure. The comments section is rife with a plethora of envious and humble remarks. I dare not open my eyes. This must be an illusion. Those dead kids must be acting. Right? Eating so lavishly, come down and let me perform a couple of episodes. I hope Guide Brother can share the coordinates with me. Why do you never respond? Just kidding. I'm not that eager to go. After all, there are plenty of cultivation sects vying for my attention. And you really are quite pretentious. Meanwhile, given that this group of players comprises the 13th generation of disciples from the righteous sect. The identity of Lin Li as the sect's junior uncle also sparks heated discussions. I can accept being single, but I cannot bear to see my friends in love. Damn it, junior uncle 1T love you. Feeling a bit down today, although it's your fault. I'm now on my knees begging you to keep making me unhappy. I need more material to vent my screen-licking agony towards junior uncles. Junior uncle's voice resonates with me. Brothers, I've decided to fall in love. Righteous sect, we shall meet again. That very night. The Arctic Shell Club capitalizes on this wave of popularity, securing over 100 commercial orders, leaving the club manager overjoyed. In stark contrast, the Giant Egg Club finds itself shrouded in gloom, especially for Pig Cat Cat. Those who once relied on him to recommend them for entry into the cultivation sect now turn their backs as the winds of the internet shift. Per Pig Cat. While others join sects wielding swords and dragons, he finds himself deaf and despised. Others select profound techniques, yet he is relegated to a path of demise. How tragic. And he still dreams of ascending to the sect? It's heartbreaking. Perhaps he has been abducted to a realm of cultivation. Upon encountering this disparaging post, Pig Cat was incensed, nearly crushing the egg in his grasp. His plans for weight loss that evening were dashed. He couldn't even muster the enthusiasm to partake in KFC's Crazy Thursday, instead opting to order an entire table of fried chicken to vent his frustration. After indulging, he realized the folly of his actions. How infuriating. He had forgotten to order mashed potatoes. Oh, how he longed for them, how he yearned for a turnaround, how he aspired for a resurgence. Yes, he would rise. Was it not merely a matter of joining a sect? Was it not simply about cultivating immortality? If brothers seeking guidance could do it, there was no reason Pig Cat could not. As for the illustrious lineage of the Righteous Cheese sect, what was so remarkable about it? A well-crafted game could not possibly harbor imbalances. What the Righteous Cheese sect possessed, other sects undoubtedly had as well. Perhaps the cultivation sect where he currently immersed himself in the study of death held a hidden chamber. With a bit of effort, he too could join a sect and, with great wealth, freely choose his profession. With this thought, Pig Cat eagerly logged into the game. As shimmering lights whirled around him, he found himself seated in a dimly lit room. Darn it. Today's method of demise was the wooden donkey. Chapter 52. On the anniversary of your father's death. You indulge in a compendium of comic dialogues? In a small chamber, the atmosphere is overwhelmingly intense. Instruments of torment, whips, flammable oil, solid ice, golden gourds, chisels, meat brushes, milk thorns, guillotines, and hanging ropes evoke a sense of eerie familiarity in Zhu Cat Cat, akin to returning home. It is not an exaggeration to assert that the deaths he has witnessed here would render even the most twisted individuals aghast. Yet, none of this matters. By adjusting the game's sensory feedback to 0, no matter how these individuals may attempt to inflict harm upon him, he remains impervious to pain. Even in death, resurrection is assured. However, this time he does not log in to assist with research. He seeks to join. Zhu Cat Cat dismounts from the wooden donkey and glances down at his bloodied lower half. Resolutely, he seizes the golden gourd from the rack of instruments and administers a blow to himself. Upon reviving, he swiftly follows the path etched in his memory, soon locating the entrance to this chamber. What brings you here? Today's testing has yet to commence. You are prohibited from leaving. The disciple guarding the spatial passage regards him with a frosty demeanor, blocking his way. I have urgent matters to discuss with your sect's leader. Zhu Cat Cat hastily articulates his purpose. After days of observation and scrutiny, he has discerned that the NPCs within the Taoist realm, regardless of their rank, possess remarkable intelligence. Were it not for the clear understanding that he was merely engaged in a game, Zhu Cat Cat might almost believe these entities to be truly sentient beings. However, such notions are swiftly dispelled after experiencing various methods of demise at the hands of these NPCs. Such cruel and perverse creations cannot be considered human. They are merely artificial intelligences birthed from programming. Today marks the anniversary of my father's passing. It would be wise for you to refrain from provoking my amusement. The guarding disciple rolls his eyes. Hurry back and keep to yourself. The leader is occupied. Please, dear brother. Zhu Cat Cat implores with a conciliatory smile. On this day of remembrance, you ought to return and pay your respects. Additionally, if you could convey a message to the leader on your way out. I truly have urgent matters to discuss. Otherwise, could you inform me when the leader will be free? Silence. The leader's affairs are not for you, a mere experiment to inquire about. The guard sneers. Furthermore, the leader's busyness has no bearing on whether you can see him. Return. Zhu Cat Cat tries to placate him. I understand that you are in a foul mood, having to stand guard. It must be quite uncomfortable. Frankly, with your talents, it is a pity to see you reduced to a mere sentinel. If you could pass a message to the leader for me, should this endeavor succeed, the leader would surely be pleased. Perhaps then you would be allowed to return home to honor your father and even elevate your standing within the sect. Just based on you? The guarding disciple regards him with a peculiar expression, hesitating before retrieving a book titled A Compendium of Comic Dialogues from his pocket and handing it to him. Don't say I'm not helping you. Take this book and entertain yourself. On the anniversary of your father's death, you read a compendium of comic dialogues? Is this what it means to die laughing? The guarding disciple retorts haughtily. What? Is it forbidden for me to seek solace for my shattered spirit through comic dialogues after my father's demise? Ah, indeed, indeed. You are truly filial, dear brother. Zhu Cat was bewildered as he received the book, flipping through its pages filled with phrases like, hey, goodness. Well, this is something. Get lost. And have you never been beaten? However, he pondered, what exactly do you want me to read? Peering closely into the book's spine, he found no discernible meaning. The guard disciple solemnly stated, it's not for you to read. It's for you to tear apart. Oh, had you said so earlier? Zhu Cat chuckled as he tore 2 pages, but suddenly realized, wait, I'm not insane. Why would I tear paper for amusement? Not insane. Yet you, a mere experiment. Dare to paint dreams for me? The guard disciple scoffed. Perhaps I should have fixed a lip ring on you, joining your upper and lower lips, lest you spew your brains out with that mouth of yours. Zhu Cat, feeling speechless, shoved the complete collection of crosstalk back. Internally, he cursed. No wonder your father has no dutiful son. You're quite contemptible. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he continued to persuade, in any case. I am not jesting with you. You captured me for experimentation, seeking to uncover the secrets of those who have descended from the heavens. I merely wish to have your leader informed of my intent to disclose this matter. Frankly, your leader has imprisoned me here, incessantly studying my body, which indicates a profound interest in me. If he were to discover that a chance to truly understand me was thwarted by you, do you believe you could bear the consequences of such a transgression? Zhu Cat sighed dramatically. You must consider this carefully. Upon hearing this, the guard disciple's expression darkened, and an icy aura enveloped him. Are you threatening me? He summoned a glimmer of cold light at his fingertips, which appeared particularly striking in the dimly lit cell. Although he had witnessed the bizarre resurrection abilities of these otherworldly beings, he was acutely aware that their bodies were as fragile and ineffectual as those of ordinary mortals. Even if he wished to trade his life for an injury, he would likely grasp nothing more than a single hair. Their gazes clashed in the air, as if one could hear the sparks flying. Suddenly, the guard disciple recalled the peculiar disappearance of other subjects, leaving only this fool who consistently appeared for experiments. The icy light at his fingertips abruptly dissipated. Suppressing the derision in his eyes, he feigned magnanimity and waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. We are well acquainted. There is no need for such tension. You desire me to relay your message, correct? Very well. He produced a token, waving it before the passage, his tone noticeably softening. However, he cautioned, I am merely an outer disciple. Whether the leader will see you is uncertain. Zhu Cat immediately bowed deeply, a glimmer of triumph flashing in his eyes. Thank you for your gracious assistance, esteemed immortal. Just listen to me calling him an immortal. It must thrill him to no end. The guard disciple inwardly scorned this spinelessness as he retracted the token. As the dark mist surged within the corridor, a brilliant light suddenly erupted, engulfing his figure in an instant. After approximately half a stick of incense, the secret passage reopened. A pair of jade feet adorned in golden embroidered shoes stepped into the cell, their long legs subtly revealed beneath the sheer fabric. With each stride the newcomer took, a suffocating pressure accompanied her presence. I have heard you possess secrets regarding the visitors from beyond the skies that require reporting. I have engaged with you on numerous occasions. If you have anything to convey, it is of no matter. The voice of the tall figure was sultry, yet laced with an icy chill. Instinctively, Zhu Cat prepared to prostrate on the ground, only to suddenly realize that this was not the time for such a display. Especially since the other party was unarmed with a whip or candle. We have collaborated for quite some time, yet I have yet to inquire your name? The other party chuckled lightly. I am an elder of the Beast Master sect, specifically responsible for the castration of spirit beasts and matters concerning extraterrestrial visitors. You may call me Master Tianyan. Tianyan. Zhu Cat felt a shiver run through her body and abruptly knelt beside her, taking a deep breath. Master, please allow your disciple to pay my respects. I wish to cultivate in the path of immortality, and I hope for your guidance. Chapter 53. Perhaps I should just delete my account and start anew. The heavenly master cast a sidelong glance at the man by her side, whose handsome visage seemed to be a canvas of colors, red, white, green, and black, a vibrant palette indeed. After a prolonged silence, she finally parted her crimson lips. So, are you suggesting that we advance our current relationship? The notion of him uttering the words "become a disciple" perplexed her. A mere experiment. Bowing to the one who conducts the experiments as a mentor? How does that differ from recognizing a thief as a father? Though she is a woman, she possesses a paternal instinct. The man met her gaze and replied, yes and no. The heavenly master waved her hand dismissively. I have no interest in riddles. Be direct and inform me of your intentions. I wish to become your disciple. Reflecting on this, she pondered the appropriateness of such an arrangement. Is that truly suitable? It is certainly more reasonable than waiting on a highway for gifts. Are you serious? The man contemplated the implications of becoming a disciple of the heavenly master, realizing that their previous encounters might create awkwardness. Perhaps I should not be so resolute. Well, let's say maybe. The heavenly master nodded. That will suffice. You can cease dreaming now. Undeterred by the rejection, the man mused, if one does not dream, what distinguishes them from a salted fish? The heavenly master shot him a sidelong glance, her expression betraying her lack of amusement. Do you think such words will sway me? Your naivety is truly exhausting. Shaking his head, he replied, I do not aim to persuade you. I merely wish to remind you that if you do not grasp your dreams firmly, you may never have the chance to uncover the secrets of the extraterrestrial visitors. The heavenly master scoffed. The man interjected, do not be so hasty in your rebuttal. You have conducted ample experiments these days, but what have you truly discovered? Aside from confirming that we, the extraterrestrial visitors, possess immortality, what else have you found? The heavenly master remained silent. He continued, let me enlighten you. Rather than focusing solely on our immortal trait, you should delve into our potential for growth. It is not mere arrogance. Within the entire Beast Master sect and indeed the entire realm of cultivation, none can surpass us in this regard. A flicker of mockery crossed the heavenly master's eyes. Your audacity in making such claims leaves me questioning your sanity, or perhaps your intellect is utterly lacking. With a grin, the man retorted, reasoning is for the timid. A true man like me requires only strength. The heavenly master regarded him with the expression of one observing a fool engaged in a foolish endeavor. Surely, you do not genuinely believe in your own strength? Of course. He laughed. I can strike the Elder Academy of the Sacred Spirit with my fists and kick the Heavenly Court's kindergarten with my feet. My prowess is undoubtedly top tier. Oh, is that so? The heavenly master, unfamiliar with the references to the Sacred Spirit and the Heavenly Court, felt a surge of disdain at his boastful claims. With a delicate gesture of her jade-like fingers, she beckoned, now, look over here. This young man is an outer disciple of my Beast Master sect, currently at the 4th level of Qi refining. Should you manage to defeat him with your own strength, I shall make an exception and accept you. Upon hearing these words, the disciple stepped forward immediately. Elder Tianyan, shall I dismember him or subject him to 1,000 cuts? Elder Tianyan waved his hand dismissively. Just leave him unrecognizable. Such a useful punching bag should be treated with care. As soon as the words left his lips, the outer disciple swiftly seized Zhu Maomao by the throat, lifting him into the air. Do you submit? With a flushed face, Zhu Maomao defiantly declared, I do not submit. A true man never yields. Elder Tianyan smiled subtly. A true man, is it? Very well, you may proceed. The disciple's other hand moved towards Zhu Maomao's small pig. Unfazed, Zhu Maomao retorted, slice away as you wish. Here. It matters not whether I am male or female. I am indifferent to both. However, should I perish this time, you will never be able to ascertain whether my words were truth or falsehood. A cold glimmer flashed in Elder Tianyan's eyes. Your fists are feeble, and your mind is dull, yet you dare to threaten me? With a hoarse voice, Zhu Maomao replied, this is not a threat. It is a fact. If I wish to vanish like other outsiders, I could do so effortlessly. However, without my cooperation as your experimental subject, your Beast Master sect will never find another to replace me. I could even choose other sections. Elder Tianyan paused, lost in thought. Half an hour later, standing on the grounds of the Beast Master sect, Zhu Maomao felt a surge of excitement. Remembering the earlier events, he couldn't help but pat his belly. Indeed, talent does not fill the stomach. After just a short while, he was already hungry. Through his clever negotiations, Elder Tianyan had agreed to accept him as a registered disciple. He had already paid respects to his master and offered the customary tea, and now he was officially a disciple of the Beast Master sect. Now he awaited his master. Elder Tianyan, to take him to the scripture pavilion, where he could behold the vast array of professional choices. As he thought of this, a glimmer of anticipation shone in Zhu Mao's eyes. He, the esteemed player of the Giant Egg Club, had embarked on the path of immortality through his own efforts. From this day forth, let anyone who dares to say he is merely a pig in the cultivation park think again. His moment of triumph had arrived. Just as Zhu Mao was lost in dreams of a splendid future, a few slightly worn booklets were tossed before him with a thud. This is the introductory technique of our Beast Master sect. You may choose one to practice, Elder Tianyan stated in a neutral tone. Looking down at the thin stack of 3 booklets in his hands, Zhu Mao felt a pang of disbelief. Images of the vast array of techniques in the scripture pavilion of the righteous sect flooded his mind. This can't be right, he swallowed hard, his voice tightening. Master, is there really only 3? Upon hearing this, the celestial being furrowed his brow, his penetrating gaze sweeping over. Indeed, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. How many of our esteemed ancestors in the Beast Master sect have endured countless trials and tribulations to uncover these 3 celestial avenues leading to immortality? Could it be? Her voice suddenly elevated. Do you still find it insufficient? Pig Cat, fixated on the 3 tomes of techniques in hand, plunged into contemplation. Perhaps I should delete my account and start anew? He murmured to himself, uncertain whether there would still be a place available in the Righteous Chi sect. Chapter 54. Are players not the beasts of burden I desire? In the realm of the Azure domain, the Righteous sect welcomed a new cohort of players. Among them the esteemed Guidance Brother, who, upon their formal induction as the 13th generation disciples of the Righteous sect, remained blissfully unaware that they had unwittingly become part of Lin Li's meticulously crafted plan for harvesting them, transformed into tender, vibrant chives. At present, they were still in the nurturing phase, not yet ripe for reaping. Lin Li, a seasoned player in his own right, could intuitively discern the challenges they faced and the desires that burned within them without having to delve into player forums or scrutinize their movements. Their aspirations could be distilled into 3 succinct phrases. They yearned for experience. They craved resources. They sought strength. To this end, the considerate Lin Li had already prepared a gradual growth path to help them realize their dreams step by step. From simple tasks like herb gathering and message delivery to the more intricate extermination missions, each task chain was intricately interlinked, with rewards escalating in value. Experience points, elixirs, talismans, magical artifacts, and equipment all were within reach for those willing to exert themselves. Moreover, these tasks subtly integrated the players into the development and construction of the Righteous sect, allowing them to gradually become integral to the sect's operations. However, their most pressing task at hand remained monster hunting, the core element of their active progression. To hunt monsters, one must locate monster spawn points. The Haoyun mountain range, a veritable paradise brimming with spiritual energy, had become even more chaotic due to recent celestial anomalies, resulting in an environment conducive to the manifestation of frenzied spirits. While such an atmosphere posed significant dangers for the lower-tier cultivators of the immortal realm, it served as an exceptional hunting ground for players who did not require the active absorption of spiritual energy. Endless waves of chi-refining wild boars, tigers, and elongated serpents, along with foundation-establishing demon vines, magical birds, and the occasional perfected foundation zombie, provided a continuous stream of experience points. Under the dual allure of richly rewarding tasks and stable monster spawn points, the first batch of players became utterly entranced. Day after day, they engaged in tasks, hunted monsters, and leveled up, eventually forming teams to tackle even mightier foes, repeating the cycle with unrelenting enthusiasm. Their daily routine consisted merely of refreshing tasks, accepting quests, hunting monsters, and collecting rewards. Yet, for Lin Li, who orchestrated everything from behind the scenes, the considerations were far more complex. He managed the overarching strategy, overseeing the production and distribution of rewards, the development and maintenance of spawn points, and the adjustments and innovations of the task mechanisms. Additionally, to ensure that the monster respawn rates kept pace with the player's hunting efficiency, he clandestinely refined the spirit-gathering formations. No one could predict how many players would eventually flock to the Righteous sect, but should a surge occur, he wished to avoid the loss of disciples due to a dearth of monsters to hunt. With a satisfied smile, Lin Li tucked away his revised plans and gazed at the flourishing scene of the Righteous sect, nodding in approval. Although the current output of spirit stones from the players was modest and of poor quality, he remained optimistic about their future potential. As those players still laboring in the novice village, slaying chickens and delivering messages, Observe their peers who have joined the righteous sect wielding spiritual weapons. Can they maintain their composure knowing that their arduous tasks yield only the battered iron forged by mortals? Surely, they must feel a gnawing sense of inequity. Aha! Come now, do not endure in silence. Join us in the bountiful realm of the righteous sect. While Lin Li was contemplating the arrival of the next batch of players, a small yellow dog suddenly leapt into his embrace, interrupting his train of thought. His junior sister, Qingling, had returned the previous day. She reported to Lin Li about the aftermath in Ernia village. Firstly, Zhao Erju perished en route to the county office, suffocated by his own vomit. Emulating Lin Li's approach, Qingling confirmed the identity of the corpse and arranged for a complete cremation and memorial service. Following this, she shared her plans for her family, intending to petition the sect to establish a mortal town on the outskirts of the Haoyun Mountains, facilitating the relocation of her family and willing villagers for their safety. Lin Li commended her handling of the situation and proposed that the plan for the mortal town be reframed as a direct project of the righteous sect's marketplace. This would not only attract player disciples to engage in commercial activities, but also harness their strength to ensure regional safety. Today, Qingling was originally at the Compassion Hall discussing this matter with the Outer Gate steward, but she had to depart upon receiving a letter. Senior Brother, the Beastmaster sect has sent an invitation for us to discuss the matter of the extraterrestrial visitors. With a graceful descent upon her violet gold sword, she swiftly approached Lin Li. She elegantly extended a hand, presenting a gilded invitation, saying, "Here, the letter is for you." Lin Li raised an eyebrow, accepting the invitation and quickly scanning its contents. The timing aligned closely with his expectations. At present, various sects had largely quelled the internal turmoil caused by the celestial upheaval. His attention inevitably turned towards the players descending from the heavens. Moreover, through recent observations and explorations, the major sects had gained a certain understanding of these players. Some harbored trepidation, others placed significance upon them, yet all acknowledged that these extraterrestrial visitors would undoubtedly become an invaluable new resource. However, the over 7,000 novice villages scattered across the vast realm of Songjing presented a disarrayed distribution. The number of villages under each sect's jurisdiction varied. Some boasted numerous players, while others were barely populated, leading to a stark imbalance in resource allocation. Yet, this was precisely the critical period for studying the players. Thus, the Beastmaster sect extended invitations to all sects to convene at the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Firstly, to explore the origins and countermeasures concerning the celestial upheaval, and secondly, to seek a more harmonious resource distribution plan for the players. The designated date for the meeting was set for 3 days hence. As Lin Li reflected, he could not recall any relevant memories. It seemed that in his previous life, he was too weak at that time to engage in the discussions of such high-level sect matters, resulting in no impressions. Nonetheless, this revelation clarified a long-standing mystery. It was no wonder that initially, each novice village only saw one sect conducting the welcoming. There had never been instances of competition among sects for players. It turns out they had long since conspired. "Senior Brother, the sect master has sent me to inquire if you wish to attend," Qingling softly asked as she observed Lin Li finish reading the invitation. A hint of concern flickered in her eyes. "You previously warned everyone to be cautious of the Beastmaster sect. Could this journey pose any danger?" Lin Li tucked the invitation into his sleeve. "Of course we must go. It pertains to the interests of our sect, and we cannot afford to be absent. However, for our safety, we must also make thorough preparations. Allow me to consult the causal compass first." With a gesture, Lin Li activated a spell, and the causal compass within his consciousness began to rotate slowly, weaving a net of countless threads of fate. As the divination deepened, a glimmer of insight appeared between his brows. Who should we send on this journey? Who is most suitable? What is the safest route? What uncertainties might arise during the meeting? How many contingencies should we prepare? And how should we arrange our return? Should we step out with the left foot or the right? After a brief moment, Lin Li dispersed the compass and said, "Qingling, this matter requires careful deliberation. You should inform the sect master, and once I clarify the causal intricacies, we shall discuss it in detail." Qingling nodded. She understood that this was merely the first trial of divination for Senior Brother, with subsequent trials to follow, dozens, perhaps even hundreds. The exact number was uncertain. But one thing was clear: Senior Brother was formidable, and even if he performed dozens of trials in a single night, he would not tire. Chapter 55. Are you flipping through the script? The 3-day deadline swiftly approached. Good morning. Well, not particularly good, but it is indeed morning. Last night, The sword-wielding Dugu Ke arrived at the peak of Tsankong Cliff, having spent the entire night nurturing the immortal sword. He beheld Lin Li, whose head was encircled by a myriad of esoteric characters, resembling swirling data. How profound, how unfathomable, how difficult to comprehend. Dugu Ke cleared his throat. The continuously rolling characters instantly transformed into ethereal light, darting into Lin Li's brow. Alas, time is of the essence. The disciple has only managed to calculate a fraction. Lin Li, still yearning for more, turned to Dugu Ke and performed a respectful bow. Ninth uncle, I would be grateful if you could accompany me on this journey to the Beastmaster sect. He retrieved a tome, half a foot thick, from his storage bag and handed it to Dugu Quebec. Ninth uncle, please carry this with you. Oh, and what might this be? Dugu Ke accepted the tome, casting a curious glance at its cover, which bore the words strategic responses. Lin Li elaborated. Within this volume are my predictions of various potential scenarios and the corresponding strategies I have prepared in advance. When you attend the meeting, ninth uncle, you need only envelop this book with your spiritual sense to reference the appropriate responses. Dugu Ke pondered the hefty stack of papers in silence. All of these are your forecasts? Are you certain you haven't flipped through the script? It was well known that within the Zhengqi sect, Dugu Ke was a quintessential swordsman. His typical approach to problems was to strike with his sword. If one sword was insufficient, he would simply wield another. The depth of Lin Li's contemplation and the thoroughness of his preparations were truly beyond Dugu Ke's comprehension. In the worldview of a swordsman, purity is the rarest quality. Once one overthinks, the sword becomes sluggish. Nonetheless, this was precisely why Lin Li chose Dugu Ke to represent the Zhengqi sect at the Beastmaster sect conference. Renowned in the cultivation world for his dual prowess and strength and speed, coupled with a lack of intellectual finesse, he was direct in speech and straightforward in action. A man like him, even if he proclaimed the moon to be square, would only provoke speculation regarding his health or whether he had uncovered some secret about the moon's transformation from square to round. As the spokesperson for the Zhengqi sect, Dugu Ke often evoked no suspicion. Even if he refrained from speaking or failed to articulate fully, others would merely fill in the gaps with their own interpretations. His selection was, in a sense, a strategic maneuver to disarm others. Moreover, as Dugu Ke was Lin Li's elder, his presence would effectively mask Lin Li's true role as the actual decision-maker of the Zhengqi sect. This allowed Lin Li to maintain control while remaining inconspicuous. Furthermore, Dugu Ke's martial prowess served as a deterrent. Anyone contemplating a scheme against the Zhengqi sect would first need to weigh whether they could withstand the edge of the empty form sword. However, unbeknownst to Lin Li, Dugu Ke remained oblivious to these calculations. In Dugu Ke's eyes, Lin Li's choice of him stemmed merely from his unpretentious nature, knowing he would dutifully serve as a mouthpiece without interfering in any decisions. Indeed, it must be said that although Lin Li was still young, he possessed an astute ability to read people. He was quite content to play the role of a false front. Just as the two were about to set off, a melodious voice echoed from the clouds. Senior brother, senior uncle, wait a moment. A graceful figure clad in blue descended gracefully, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, "Take me with you." According to the sect's regulations, foundation-building disciples were permitted to travel for a year. She had anticipated relishing this newfound freedom. However, unexpected changes in the world had abruptly curtailed her journey, which had lasted only a few weeks. Now, witnessing her senior brother preparing for departure, her playful heart was stirred once again, prompting her to hastily chase after him. Yet, Lin Li resolutely declined her request. No. As Qing Ling pouted, seemingly ready to plead, Lin Li stated firmly, do not forget, you still have to participate in the construction of the sect's market. Moreover, the alchemical pills sought by those outside visitors require your personal oversight in their refinement. These matters are crucial to the foundation of our sect. If you leave, who will shoulder this heavy responsibility? Qing Ling appeared puzzled. The other senior brothers and sisters. They are not capable, Lin Li asserted decisively. When it comes to alchemical refinement, who in the entire Zhengqi sect can match the quality and quantity you produce? You are far too important at this moment to depart lightly. Is that so? Am I truly that significant? Qing Ling questioned, her belief wavering. Indeed, Lin Li replied with unwavering conviction, your talent in alchemy is unparalleled among your peers. You are an indispensable pillar of our sect. Furthermore, once the market is established, it will facilitate the reunion with your family. Well then, with Lin Li's words, Qing Ling reluctantly suppressed her longing. Observing her demeanor, Lin Li softened, saying, how about this? Once the matters at the Beastmaster sect are resolved, I will take you to explore the secret realm. Does that sound good? To the secret realm? Really? It's a promise. Qing Ling's face instantly brightened with joy as she reached out to seal the agreement with a handshake. Ever since her last outing with her senior brother, where she learned the intricate techniques of the million-layer armor and the bone-crushing method, Qing Ling had developed a fondness for such journeys that were both enlightening and filled with pleasure. It was utterly delightful, as she hummed a tune and departed. The solitary figure of Duke Gyuk in contemplation turned to Lin Li and asked, "Is there danger in this trip to the Beastmaster sect?" Although he preferred not to dwell on such thoughts, his sensitivity as a sword practitioner made him acutely aware of emotions. Duke Gyuk could sense that Lin Li was intentionally flattering Qing Ling, using it as an excuse to prevent her from accompanying them. Just a little. Lin Li replied tactfully. Some matters have not yet reached that point. The more one says, the more errors can arise. Moreover, at this stage, the Beastmaster sect does not pose a substantial threat. If we were to liken the turmoil caused by the Tsang Realm version 1.0 to a cataclysm, its progression could be divided into 4 stages: undercurrents, escalating conflicts, reorganization of factions, and outbreak of war. Currently, we are merely experiencing the gentle breeze preceding the initial ripples, not even reaching the level of surging tides. The changes in the world have only just begun, even if some sects harbor nefarious intentions. They must maintain a faade of righteousness for now. Those calculations that will eventually lead to bloodshed remain concealed in their sleeves for the time being. However, Lin Li understood that this expedition to the Beastmaster sect would undoubtedly become the starting point of future turmoil. Du Gyuk chose to remain silent, sensing Lin Li's reluctance to engage in conversation. As time was of the essence, the two hastened towards the appointed meeting place of the Beastmaster sect. Upon passing Tianmen Peak, Lin Li made a deliberate pause. At the entrance of the Zhengqi sect, he erected a contribution leaderboard, which displayed the names of the 10 disciples who had donated the most to the sect within the month. The disciple ranked first would be granted a personal instruction in martial arts from Lin Chaoyun, while the remaining 9 would receive a vial of Lin Chaoyun's specially crafted blood-replenishing elixir. This subtly fostered an atmosphere where proximity to the top of the leaderboard suggested a deeper affection for Lin Chaoyun. Players exhibited an exuberant fervor, with daily donations to the Zhengqi sect now surpassing the total income of previous months. Li Guanchu's face beamed with joy, blooming like a radiant chrysanthemum each day. Chapter 56. Lin Li was certainly not a person who shied away from trouble, yet Lin Chaoyun felt uneasy about the situation. After all, she was a reputable practitioner of the righteous sect, who had always adhered to the principles of secluded cultivation and philosophical inquiry, rather than being an artist. Observing her discomfort, Lin Li offered words of consolation. "Little master uncle, the times have changed. Before the upheaval of heaven and earth, the world was at peace, and the demonic forces had vanished. We cultivators could simply focus on our meditation within the mountain gates. However, now the world is tumultuous. We must safeguard our sect while also protecting the mortals. The resources required for this endeavor are immense. Just look at the major sects and noble families. Who among them is not meticulously cultivating a few prominent figures to promote their sects? For instance, there is Master Shuwei of the Beast Control sect, Li Xianxiao of the Suspended Sword sect, and the renowned beauty, Sister Yuechan of the Moonshadow sect. These illustrious young heroes and heroines are adored by multitudes and receive fervent acclaim wherever they go. Their sects spare no effort in maintaining their images, even refining their appearances, attire, and behavior for each public appearance, subsequently promoting them far and wide, all to establish a foothold in the realm of cultivation. Otherwise, who would seek the Beast Control sect for managing ferocious beasts or the Suspended Sword sect for acquiring sword bags? In comparison, little master uncle, you are merely consolidating new forces within the sect. Lin Chaoyun nodded slightly, understanding these truths. In fact, she had encountered similar circumstances in worldly tales, commonly referred to as holding up a corner. She had not anticipated that such a trend would also manifest in the realm of cultivation. Although she still felt somewhat uncomfortable, Lin Chaoyun ultimately refrained from voicing any further objections, as they had indeed offered her too much. A fleeting glance, and her thoughts soared. Lin Li followed Du Ge, swiftly traversing the skies until they arrived at the entrance of the Beast Control sect, which spanned across the vast wilderness. Before them lay an expanse of grasslands intertwined with rugged mountains, with rushing rivers meandering through ancient forests and deep valleys emerging amidst the rolling hills. Such diverse topography melded together to create a grand and majestic world. The cultivation methods of the Beast Control sect were inextricably linked to beasts, whether wild, spiritual, or ancient divine creatures, all were closely related to the path of longevity. Thus, the entire sect's terrain had been specially modified to accommodate various beasts. Within the sect, there were even 3 secret realms that housed primordial beasts from ancient times. In terms of size, the Beast Control sect was undoubtedly the largest sect in the Zheng realm. Its lineage was nearly as ancient as that of the Righteous sect, both boasting a history spanning over 10,000 years. However, unlike the Righteous sect's policy of valuing quality over quantity in disciples, the Beast Control sect focused solely on one criterion: the ability to bond with beasts. Consequently, each generation of disciples in the Beast Control sect numbered in the thousands. Who could have imagined that such a historically rich and colossal sect would gradually descend into the demonic path amid the upheaval of heaven and earth? Lin Li and Duguke passed through 2 verdant peaks, officially entering the territory of the Beast Control sect. Here, there was no sign of ferocious beast rampaging. Instead, countless creatures resided in harmony, shrouded in mist, exuding an aura of celestial elegance. At the summit of Qiangu Peak, the incense wafted gracefully within the golden hall of the Beast Control sect. An emaciated elder stood quietly on the jade steps before the grand hall, his frost-white hair cascading over his shoulders, while a profound aura of mystique danced within his brow. Draped in a robe adorned with intricate patterns of myriad beasts, the faint silver embroidery shimmered with ethereal light, exuding an air of transcendent grace. To his left, a cadre of ethereal maidens stood, clad in flowing skirts embellished with tassels. Their arms as luminous and white as freshly fallen snow, their figures exquisitely graceful. To his right, a group of robust men donned robes patterned with beast motifs. Each figure as lithe as a cheetah, their gaze as sharp as falcons. The juxtaposition of these 2 groups against the backdrop of the ancient hall, steeped in the weight of time, created a striking contrast that was undeniably eye-catching. However, Lin Li found it rather appealing. Such elaborate attire would surely require a considerable fortune. He mused that when he attained wealth in the future, he would procure some practical yet aesthetically pleasing outfits for the disciples of the Zhengqi sect. Wait a moment. Why am I harboring such perilous thoughts? Could it be the influence of my recent dealings with money? No, I must not leave myself vulnerable to the pitfalls of ostentation. From this day forth, regardless of the delicacies I indulge in, I shall publicly declare that I am merely nibbling on steamed buns. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lin Li addressed Duguke. "Ninth uncle, I entrust the matter of the meeting to you. I shall meander about the beast-taming sect while I await your return." Understood. Duguke's consciousness settled steadily on the strategic response contained within his storage ring. The denizens of the beast-taming sect were accustomed to such scenarios. Among the group of maidens, one stepped forward to guide Lin Li to the reception hall, arranging for further exploration. Upon entering the reception hall, Lin Li's eyes were immediately engaged, sweeping across the room thrice in quick succession. The grand hall featured 6 exits, for disciples stood guard at the main entrance. While the side doors were shut, and the rear door remained unmonitored, its destination unknown. The hall boasted an array of 81 spacious windows and 72 delicate smaller ones, each large enough for a person to pass through. Flanking the hall were 36 sandalwood tables, beneath which one could find shelter, though complete concealment was elusive. Additionally, there were 28 maidens in attendance, 2 of whom exhibited a bold and forthright demeanor. The hall was supported by 18 pillars, behind which one could also find refuge, albeit only from one side. Suddenly, a cry of anguish echoed from the entrance, filled with bitterness. "It hurts. It truly hurts. Ha. Let me tell you a joke. I once believed in love." A lady entered, assisting a young man, whose opulent appearance belied his inebriation. Observing this spectacle, Lin Li discreetly retreated behind a pillar to listen to the drunken ramblings. He learned that this individual was Pan Feng from the Wanfu sect, who had just been unceremoniously dumped by his 433rd girlfriend. Lin Li assessed that this man posed little danger. Although his romantic escapades were fleeting, he continually proclaimed himself a devotee of pure love. Yet, Lin Li recognized that the longest relationship this man had ever engaged in was with his own reflection. He loved himself and had no rivals in love. How could one descend into darkness without rivals? Hence, his level of danger remained relatively low. Lin Li exhaled a sigh of relief, just as he prepared to change his position. Suddenly, 5 cultivators approached, hand in hand, among them, both men and women, with Li Xianxiao from the Suspended Swords sect taking center stage. Clad in a long robe as dark as a thundercloud, this individual possessed an extraordinary handsomeness. A faint aura of sharpness emanated from his brows, akin to the unsheathing of a blade, untouched by the mundane world. Every gesture he made exuded an ethereal grace, combining a steely resolve akin to forged iron with an air of calm detachment. Such a resplendent figure could be deemed unparalleled. It is rumored that he practices the path of indifference, having achieved great mastery in it. A swordsman, strikingly handsome and devoted to the path of indifference, without a doubt. He is the most susceptible to corruption. This individual is exceedingly dangerous. Lin Li immediately heightened his vigilance. Prior to arriving at the Beastmaster sect, he had categorized potential threats into 3 levels, the first being the most perilous, the second less so, and the third relatively mild. However, for Lin Li, he could not afford to be complacent regarding any category of threat. Deep within his consciousness, hundreds of threads of fate had already manifested on his causal compass. A preemptive calculation of the individuals he might encounter at the Beastmaster sect. Each thread of fate intertwined with the intricate stories he had painstakingly unearthed. While some narratives were clear-cut, others were shrouded in ambiguity, brimming with uncertainties. Yet, Lin Li meticulously devised corresponding strategies for every conceivable scenario. Moreover, he had thoroughly researched the backgrounds, personalities, and behavioral styles of these individuals, creating mental dossiers for each of them. Lin Li's extensive preparations were certainly not born of fear. Absolutely not. He merely aimed to avoid being entangled in the fates of these individuals, which might hinder his pursuit of the man he truly needed to encounter on this journey. Chapter 57. The Master and His Disciple. The Master no longer wishes to strive before the grand hall of the Beastmaster sect. The rosy glow illuminated the crimson pillars as representatives from various factions arrived in succession. The sect leader, Long Zhentian, personally welcomed the guests at the entrance. Upon catching sight of Dugu Ke, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "Friend Kongxing, what a rare visitor. What brings you to attend the conference? And what a friend Buyu?" he inquired. His question about Dugu Ke's presence alluded to the significant debts he bore, as it was well known that he toiled daily to repay them, leaving him little time for social gatherings. The mention of Buyu referred to Li Guanqi. Dugu Ke recalled Lin Li's words. This indeed seemed to be the moment for him to speak. His spiritual sense had been enveloping the script. The strategic response. The tome, half a foot thick, was likely to contain a vast array of content. How was he to navigate it? Should he consult the table of contents or search by keywords? The audacity of claiming that by covering the book with spiritual sense, one could act according to the corresponding answers was simply astounding. Upon returning, he must suggest to his 4th senior brother to properly instruct Lin Li on the principle of simplicity and brevity. As Dugu Ke began to critique internally, he delved into the first line of the first page, reading aloud, "The sect leader's elder brother is currently in seclusion to comprehend the great Tao. Hence he has entrusted me to attend." Heavens above, this impudent lad had even anticipated the first question the other party would pose, and still dared to claim he had not read the script. Dugu Ke suddenly found the situation turning intriguing. Long Zhentian had interacted with Dugu Ke on 2 or 3 occasions and was acutely aware of his typically unsmiling demeanor and lack of social grace. Yet, the fact that such a straightforward question warranted contemplation seemed excessively slow-witted. Long Zhentian silently marveled at the mental state to which a grand master of swordsmanship, burdened with a celestial sword, had been reduced. Just how aggressive had the loan recovery efforts been? He resolved that once today's meeting concluded, he must convene another assembly to eradicate the undercurrents of borrowing activities within the sect. From this point onward, disciples requiring loans would only be permitted to obtain them through the sect's internal loan department. "Now, please, friend Kongxing, enter and take your seat." Long Zhentian suppressed his swirling thoughts and gestured invitingly. "Is a response necessary here?" Dugu Ke, typically decisive, hesitated momentarily. He probed the book with his spiritual sense, moving downwards. "Simply nod, then proceed inside to find your seat." Dugu Ke nodded at Long Zhentian and stepped into the grand hall. Long Zhentian looked at his retreating figure with pity. The burden of debt was indeed a pitiful plight. Serves you right for being reluctant to part with the celestial sword." Dugu Ke walked slowly into the hall, making his way directly to the position of the Zhengqi sect. At this moment, the hall was bustling with representatives from the major sects of the Tsang realm, all of significant standing. Shortly after he settled in, several individuals approached him to exchange pleasantries. "Friend Kongxing, it has been a while. I heard that Sister Chaoyin's cultivation has advanced. I currently face some challenges in my own practice and would like to seek her guidance. Might you kindly facilitate an introduction?" Dugu Ke gazed at the cunning man before him, his expression a mix of disdain and incredulity. Is that truly the demeanor of someone seeking counsel? He thought. feeling a pang of embarrassment at having to unmask the man's ulterior motives. Normally, he would have dismissed such a character with a cold glare. But with the script of his apprentice in mind, he instinctively began to peruse the strategies laid out before him. This individual is adept at juggling multiple affairs. Intimidate him. The sincerity of a fellow practitioner is indeed heartwarming. Coincidentally, in a few days, the celestial beings Bai Qin, Hong Ying, and Fei Hu will visit my senior sister for a discussion on the Tao. You are welcome to attend as an observer. Others around him took jabs at his vulnerabilities. Ah, fellow traveler, at what moment did you suddenly grasp the significance of wealth? How intriguing. Duga K leafed through the pages, contemplating the nuances of the conversation. My answer lies within the very last character of this question. In addition, many engaged him in casual discourse, discussing a myriad of topics that left the assembly perplexed. Today, Duga K exhibited an unusual demeanor, remarkably comprehensive. It was only at this juncture that he comprehended why Lin Li had prepared such an extensive tome. In previous encounters, he could rely on silence and allow others to make assumptions. Now, whenever someone spoke, he would consult the book, armed with a ready response. How splendid! Even advanced functions were included. His enigmatic persona now had a lifeline. As he delved deeper into the contents, Dugu K found himself increasingly adept at conversing. By the end, he could anticipate a response merely from the first syllable spoken, deftly referencing the text to determine whether to engage warmly or respond with sharp wit. Typically sharp-minded, he often overlooked the subtleties, inadvertently alienating those with benevolent intentions. Now, discerning genuine from feigned sentiments became effortless, and speaking felt as natural as water. He found himself somewhat addicted to this newfound ease, were it not for the fate of his senior brother's lineage, which dictated that revealing secrets could lead to a short life. Dugu K would have wished for Lin Li to prepare a similar manual for him before every outing. He had often heard Lin Li remark that the essence of humanity was akin to a recording machine. Experiencing it firsthand, he found this notion to be undeniably accurate. Being a recording machine proved advantageous. He felt no desire to exert effort. Meanwhile, those conversing with him had begun to realize he was now more inscrutable than ever, resembling a burdened soul whose heart had turned into a void. After their discussions concluded, representatives from various sects of the Sanjing realm gradually assembled. The meeting commenced formally. The jovial atmosphere that had previously enveloped the practitioners dissipated, replaced by solemn expressions as they took their seats with gravity. Long Zhentian strode to the center of the hall. In truth, when faced with matters of existential significance, even cataclysmic changes in the world or the arrival of extraterrestrial beings seemed trivial. His voice, though soft, resonated like thunder. May I inquire, esteemed fellow practitioners, since the upheaval of heaven and earth, has any among you succeeded in contacting the upper realm? At these words, the countenance of those present shifted dramatically. The upper realm represented the ultimate aspiration for practitioners, the celestial realm. Any sect with a semblance of depth has, to varying degrees, ascended ancestors. Ancient immortal sects such as the Beast Master sect, the Righteous Chi sect, and the Suspended Sword sect boast countless such ascended masters. Yet, at this moment, the hall was enveloped in an oppressive silence, with no one daring to respond. Long Zhentian's expression grew increasingly somber as he continued, his voice strained. Indeed, as anticipated, since the day our sect's supreme ancestors' corporeal form shattered, we have devoted ourselves entirely to establishing contact with the ancestors of the upper realm, seeking to understand the cause of this calamity. However, no matter the arcane methods we employed or the extraordinary treasures we summoned, all efforts have been in vain, sinking like stones into the ocean. Initially, we presumed that the method of cross-boundary communication was flawed or that the distance was insurmountable. Thus, we did not hesitate to deploy the boundary-breaking divine vessel, soaring towards the heavens. Yet, as that vessel breached the intermediary layer, before even reaching the thermal stratum, it collided with an invisible barrier, rendering further progress impossible. Subsequently, we endeavored to reach out to the netherworld, seeking counsel from the spirits of the departed, only to meet with failure once more. Fellow cultivators, if my conjectures hold true. He surveyed the assembly, enunciating each word with gravity. The entire cultivation realm has been sealed off by the heavens and the earth, akin to a blind box. Coupled with the recent cosmic disturbances and the arrival of otherworldly beings, we have become like caged beasts. Chapter 58. Hold on, I have something to say. Behold, a remarkably domineering young beauty stands before us. Her expressive eyes shimmer with emotion, like rippling water under the cold moonlight. Her nose is as exquisite as jade, and her lips are delicately adorned in crimson. With a slight lift of her chin and an air of haughty pride illuminating her brow, she resembles an imperious feline. A flash of light crosses her gaze, a blend of 3 parts indifference, 3 parts aloofness, and 4 parts fury. Lin Li was taken aback. Astonishingly, someone could present a pie chart so vividly. Xiaoyan, I never imagined you could be so malicious. The speaker was Feng Cai, the daughter of an elder from the beast-taming sect. The one she rebuked, Xiaoyan, was a composed young man, the very individual Lin Li sought. The protagonist of the story arc in the Song Realm 1.0 version. After exiting the reception hall, Lin Li followed a disciple of the beast-taming sect through the grounds, preparing for a chance encounter. As for the situation with Dugu Ke, he held no concerns. Although time constraints had rendered his causal compass somewhat ineffective, preventing him from fully calculating the future's intricacies, he was confident that as long as his 9th master responded according to the contents of the tome, the nebulous causal threads would still converge towards his anticipated outcome. This was the advantage of a conference setting. The dialogues exchanged by individuals adhered to a certain logic and pattern. Were the circumstances to change, the variables would multiply exponentially. The interplay of people, events, and objects would yield an overwhelmingly complex web of causation. It was akin to his current exploration of the beast-taming sect, where thousands of disciples and countless beasts were influenced by the weather, spiritual energy, work, and moods. Any minor fluctuation could lead to entirely different outcomes. Thus, relying solely on the 3 days of deductions from the causal compass, he found it impossible to grasp the future's direction. Unless granted another 3 days, he might have a sliver of opportunity. Yet, time was of the essence. Fate does not allow for the luxury of adjustment nor the evasion of consequences. Is the camaraderie among the disciples of the beast-taming sect truly this tenuous? Lin Li inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity at the tense scene before him. The attendant disciple, exhibiting poise and remarkable skill, was evidently a product of the sect's meticulous training and etiquette. Following Lin Li's gaze, he observed Feng Cai surrounded by 3 men and 4 women. One male disciple stood defiantly before her, vociferously chiding Xiaoyan. You Xiao. Kneel and apologize to Sister Cai at once. Xiaoyan, bewildered by the unjust accusation, glanced at the exquisite attire he had chosen for Feng Cai, a stunning ankle-length deep purple celestial gown, complemented by a green-tinged, ruffled collar. This splendid ensemble not only radiated a protective purple light, but also featured a collar adjustable for comfort, safeguarding her neck and visage. Such a magnificent pairing embodied both elegance and security. What grievances do you harbor? The male disciple grew increasingly incensed, convinced that Xiaoyan was intent on malicious revenge, perpetually playing the innocent. Are you aware that Sister Cai has guests to attend today? Did you deliberately dress her like a waxed eggplant to embarrass her? Xiaoyan found himself at a loss for words, unable to defend himself. Nonsense. The exquisite robe of law, a treasure of immeasurable value, can withstand even the assaults of an accomplished foundational cultivator. How could it be deemed unattractive? Since entering the Beastmaster sect, he has faced an array of vexations, the most menial tasks, the least favorable accommodations, the scarcest resources, and the most troublesome peers. This Feng Cai, in particular, harbors an intention to disrupt his resolve through her allure, as she feels incapable of besting him in strength. It is indeed laughable that he once naively believed she held affections for him and foolishly sought confirmation. What was her response? Upon hearing his inquiry, her face flushed crimson as she vehemently denied any such sentiment, exclaiming, "Who would ever like a big fool like you?" Humph. Since that moment, Xiaoyan resolved to maintain his distance. Yet this woman persists, refusing to fade away, and today she has forcibly dragged him to select a robe. It has become apparent that this is yet another trap. He kindly endeavored to assist her in choosing practical and economical attire, only to be met with accusations. She even had the audacity to express her displeasure, claiming, "I thought you genuinely wished to help me. Is this truly the language of a reasonable person?" He set aside his duties and cultivation to accompany her on this shopping excursion, only to receive such skepticism in return. Surely, she must harbor an extraordinary disdain for him. Sigh, how bothersome. Let her think as she pleases. Exhausted, he felt no inclination to explain further. As he turned to leave, a male disciple and 2 female disciples obstructed his path. The male disciple stated, "You wish to depart without offering an apology?" Xiaoyan, disinterested in escalating the situation, took a deep breath and said to Feng Cai, "I apologize. I should have resisted with all my might and refused to accompany you." With that, he attempted to continue on his way. The 2 female disciples, however, remained unyielding. "Wait. Do you think a mere apology suffices to settle this matter? Xiaoyan frowned. Then how about I trade my attire for hers? Feng Xi's eyes sparkled at the thought of his original outfit. But before she could respond, the two female disciples simultaneously scolded, "Pervert." Their sharp gazes bore into him. Do you truly wish to humiliate Sai? Xiaoyan was perplexed. Why were the disciples of this sect so easily provoked? They had not been this way when he first joined. Was it the environment that had shifted? Or had their hearts become clouded? He raised his gaze to Feng Sai, who stared at him with an intensity akin to a ravenous wolf, as if she intended to consume him whole. He hoped she might utter a word of reason on his behalf. 1 second, 2 seconds, 30 seconds. Yet she remained silent, merely observing him with a predatory gaze. Fine, he was tired of explaining. He had genuinely apologized, yet they remained unsatisfied. Xiaoyan, unwilling to say more, opened the pouch on his trousers and retrieved a large black bird, preparing to take flight. The group before him erupted in fury. One of the male disciples exclaimed, Xiaoyan, do you have any idea how much Sai has looked after you? To prevent others from mistaking you for a man living off a woman, she has often secretly asked the elders to assign you high-reward tasks. Knowing your current strength is lacking and fearing for your safety, she has tirelessly shielded you from all trials. Just look at how much she considers you. Yet what do you do in return? How could you cause her to lose her welcoming duties, you ungrateful wretch? I suspect there is more to this. Another woman interjected, the two outfits you selected for Tsai are so hideous that not even a dog would wear them. I have serious doubts that you are colluding with the garment vendor, deliberately selling unsellable clothes to Tsai at exorbitant prices. Xiaoyan found her argument flawed and pointed out, have you truly considered that these garments were never intended for dogs? Ah, but wait. Did you just imply that Tsai is a dog? No, that is not correct either. Do not refer to Tsai in such a manner. Now that is accurate. Upon hearing this, Feng Tsai's charming face fell, resembling that of a wrinkled Shar-Pei. Do you truly despise me this much? She glared at Xiaoyan, her eyes blazing with fury. Unwilling to explain, he thought, it matters not. You will think as you please. Xiaoyan was reluctant to waste his breath on a defense. Feng Tsai retorted, if you remain silent, how can I listen? Xiaoyan sighed. Those who are willing to listen do not require explanation. Those who refuse to listen are unworthy of it. As soon as he uttered these words, the accusations against him intensified. Not only did they accuse him of being ungrateful, deliberately dressing Feng Tsai in a garish purple outfit, but they also claimed he spoke ill of others, harbored malicious intentions, confused kindness with enmity, and was greedy and unscrupulous, intentionally harming his fellow disciples. They even insulted Feng Tsai, calling her a bitch. I did not. Just as the crowd clamored to have him taken to the law hall for judgment, a voice rang out. Hold on, I have something to say. Chapter 59. This junior brother I hold in high esteem. The speaker was Lin Li. As he approached the crowd, the attending monk beside him cleared his throat, instantly silencing the tense atmosphere. The disciples promptly bowed and greeted in unison, Senior brother. A flicker of displeasure crossed the eyes of the attending monk. Yet his face only displayed a hint of well-measured resignation as he clasped his hands towards Lin Li, saying, I apologize for the inconvenience caused to our esteemed guest. These are all newly initiated outer disciples, still youthful and inevitably brimming with vigor. His gaze swept over the crowd like a flash of lightning, and he added, moreover, with the recent upheavals in the heavens and the chaos of spiritual energy, the hearts of people have grown restless. Such minor frictions are unavoidable. Lin Li listened to the explanation without comment, instead strolling leisurely to stand before Xiaoyan. He looked with keen interest at the towering black-winged spirit bird, exclaiming, your bird is truly magnificent, so large and robust. It must have taken considerable effort to nurture it, hasn't it? Although Xiaoyan was not acquainted with this esteemed guest, he recognized him as one of the significant figures being welcomed by the sect, and thus he did not dare to be negligent. He nodded in reply. Lin Li smiled faintly and remarked meaningfully, you take care to nurture your bird, yet why do you engage with others so casually? As the saying goes, the protagonist remained silent, leaving readers in rage. Although Xiaoyan was not the protagonist of the story, his fate echoed that of one. Every day, he found himself either on the verge of calamity or already embroiled in one. The ripples stirred by his actions were akin to a butterfly flapping its wings, capable of unleashing a series of unexpected events within the realm of cultivation. Players would undertake a myriad of quests through these interconnected incidents. To those who sped through games without regard for the plot, Xiaoyan was merely a background character frequently appearing on the task panel. However, for players immersed in the narrative, he embodied the archetype of a protagonist in a cliché detail, one who never explains misunderstandings and never compromises in confrontations. His signature line, "Do not force my hand." Thus, he would instigate chaos and draw others into turmoil. Lin Li, adhering to the conventional narrative structure, could predict the general trajectory of the plot. Subsequently, the relentless fellow disciples would escalate matters. Xiaoyan would find himself accused by many, falsely branded as a traitor to his peers, imprisoned, stripped of his powers, and expelled from the sect. The one responsible for his powerlessness would undoubtedly be Feng Cai, who had harbored feelings for him in secret for many years. She would surely feign calm while internally weeping, showcasing a poignant emotional conflict. Thereafter, through a hidden fortuity, Xiaoyan would, to his benefit, reconstruct an even stronger foundation. This would lead him to embark on a new journey beyond the sect. During this period, Xiaoyan would endure humiliation at the hands of his peers, feeling an overwhelming despair of betrayal by the world, thus vowing never to show kindness again. Adopting a more ruthless demeanor in his actions, he would then achieve great heights through various adventures and bloodshed, returning triumphant after 3 years. Following this, a series of face-slapping and revenge scenarios would unfold. As for Feng Cai, she would succumb to her own flaws and madness after Xiao Yan's departure from the Beastmaster sect, only to smile and throw herself upon his sword when he returned for vengeance, valiantly revealing all truths before her demise. In those years, I acted to preserve your life. This belated confession only deepened Xiaoyan's perception of the hypocrisy inherent among the righteous. As for those peripheral characters who perished due to the misunderstandings between them, they are inconsequential. They have likely already been reborn, having undergone a series of upheavals. Xiaoyan found the boundaries between good and evil in his heart to be increasingly blurred, and his manner of conduct gradually revealed a proclivity towards the sinister path. Such a disposition would surely not align with Lin Li's intentions. Revert to the righteous path. It is not that I favor a careless approach to matters. Rather, attempting to explain would merely be a waste of breath, Xiaoyan remarked. Lin Li shook his head slightly, his tone gentle yet tinged with a hint of exasperation. Junior brother, the path of cultivation is inherently arduous. If one finds even explanations cumbersome, would that not only serve to burden oneself further? Some misunderstandings, if left unresolved, can tarnish your reputation at best, and at worst, may lead those with a sense of justice among our peers to commit grave errors, indeed, harming both themselves and others. Such a course must not be taken. Moreover, I trust you. Xiaoyan, who had initially closed his eyes, now opened them to reveal a brilliant light, gazing at Lin Li in confusion. Lin Li cleared his throat. Allow me to inquire again, this robe worn by the Wen Junior sister, did you purchase it independently, or was it a joint acquisition? It was a joint purchase, Xiaoyan replied without hesitation. Indeed, Feng Cai interjected, instantly retracting her usual domineering demeanor upon feeling Lin Li's gaze upon her. Normally, she could throw a tantrum if her demands were not met after 3 pleas. Achieving her desires would lead her to forget her origins, while failure would result in a capricious change in attitude. Yet, judging by her senior brother's demeanor towards this individual, she sensed he was not one to provoke lightly. Although her temperament was somewhat spoiled, she understood the importance of avoiding trouble for her father, who was himself not particularly capable. And where did you purchase it, from whom? Lin Li pressed on. We acquired it from the proprietor Zhou Dafu at Lingbage, Xiaoyan asserted confidently. Lin Li's inquiring gaze shifted back to Feng Cai. What Xiaoyan said is true, she affirmed with a nod. That simplifies matters considerably, Lin Li smiled. We shall visit Lingbage to confirm your claims with Zhou Dafu in person. He paused, his gaze sweeping slowly across the assembly. You all have spoken in defense of the Wen Junior sister out of camaraderie. Today's matter is merely to seek clarity, not to contest for superiority. I wonder how you all feel about this. He had merely come to support the protagonist and had no intention of meddling in their affairs. So for everyone's safety, it was crucial that they harbor no grievances against him. Upon hearing his words, none present could find grounds for rebuttal. Leading the group to the market outside the beast-taming sect, Lingbage. Upon hearing the account of the events, Zhou Dafu scoffed repeatedly. Our robes are crafted by the most fashionable tailoring family in the cultivation realm, the Bali family. They are not only aesthetically pleasing but also functionally complete. On what basis do you claim they are ugly? Zhou Dafu was at the late stage of foundation establishment, and as he exerted his pressure, the chi refining disciples present felt as though they had plunged into an ice cavern, their faces turning pale, their legs trembling uncontrollably. A few of the weaker ones nearly collapsed to the ground. Xiaoyan gritted his teeth, his hands firmly pressed against his knees, veins bulging at his temples. on the verge of forcing himself to lift his head. Suddenly, he felt a warmth at his wrist, a gentle force lifting him steadily. At the same time, the suffocating pressure exuded by Zhou Dafu dissipated like a fleeting dream. As a merchant, you should understand the principle that harmony brings prosperity, Lin Li remarked. His tone calm, yet each word sharp as a blade. Such treatment of a guest seems rather inappropriate, does it not? With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the oppressive force, causing Zhou Dafu to tremble. A sycophantic smile immediately spread across Zhou's face as he clasped his hands in apology, repeating, "My apologies, my apologies. I was momentarily flustered. I hope you can forgive me." "Not at all," Lin Li replied graciously. "I kindly ask that you retrieve the recording stone from your shop and show us the purchasing process." In the footage, Feng Sai appeared to drag Xiaoyan into the store as if he were a mere calf. Initially, both were perusing the ordinary robe section. However, it seemed they had differing opinions. Sensing Lin Li's gaze, Xiaoyan proactively stated, "At that time, Feng Sai was selecting robes that were merely superficial, lacking in defensive capabilities. Since I was there, I suggested that she consider the functionality of the garments." Feng Sai interjected, "Indeed, he always complains that I only focus on aesthetics when shopping, neglecting performance, thus wasting both spirit stones and his time." The scene then shifted to Zhou Dafu presenting a selection of exquisite robes exclusively for high-end clients. After much deliberation, Feng Sai ultimately chose a purple immortal skirt. Upon viewing the replay, those present were left astounded. Could there truly exist such an array of hideous garments? With such a luxurious wardrobe and such abstract designs? The Bali family, was it? They should be avoided in the future. The male disciple who had defended Feng Sai earlier appeared, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. It turned out that the purple eggplant robe was chosen by Feng Sai herself. With the truth laid bare, the reception monk chastised everyone in attendance, insisting they apologize to one another and embrace as a gesture of reconciliation. Seizing the moment, Feng Sai relished in her triumph for 30 seconds before being pulled away by her fellow disciples for criticism. Subsequently, Lin Li addressed the reception monk, saying, "I find this junior brother quite agreeable. He shall accompany me for the next few days." The monk regarded the seemingly unremarkable Xiaoyan, utterly perplexed as to what made him noteworthy in comparison to himself. Why would the current top disciple of the righteous sect take a liking to him? Perhaps it was his own excellence that instilled a sense of pressure in others, prompting them to seek out someone ordinary as a foil. The thought of being sidelined due to his own superiority lingered in his mind as he left with a smile. Even Xiaoyan, despite his naivety, sensed that he had encountered a benefactor. He excitedly saluted Lin Li. Lin Li's lips curled into a subtle smile, his eyes glimmering with satisfaction. Having achieved his objective of making the protagonist's acquaintance and garnering initial goodwill, "My name is Lin Li. I would be grateful if you could show me around over the next few days. I am Xiaoyan, honored to meet you, Senior Brother Lin. I shall do my utmost to ensure you are not disappointed." Chapter 60. Only my heart aches for you within the Beast Master sect. The light shone brightly, unwavering throughout the night. For 3 full days and nights, representatives from various factions engaged in heated debates, deliberating on numerous matters arising from the cosmic upheaval. The realms had become sealed, severing the connection between the celestial and the earthly. The spiritual energy surged chaotically, rendering cultivation exceedingly arduous. The arrival of extraterrestrial beings brought both peril and fortune, while demonic entities rampaged, putting the populace in grave danger. The contest over spiritual veins was a matter of survival. The cultivation community designated the rampant spiritual energy wreaking havoc across the realms as furious spiritual energy. The distribution of extraterrestrial visitors and the spiritual stone mines sparked the most intense disputes. The allocation of these visitors was relatively amicable. Until it was discovered that these players could yield a continuous supply of spiritual stones, the factions merely regarded them as subjects for interaction and study. After extensive discussions, it was decided to evenly distribute nearly 500,000 extraterrestrial visitors within the Tsong realm into 9 regions, allowing the 12 sects nearby each region to recruit freely, with no interference should the visitors have their own preferences. However, the contention over the spiritual stone mines was fraught with tension from the outset. Great cultivators could argue passionately over a mere small mine, refusing to yield an inch, even at the cost of their dignity. Now, with the spiritual energy becoming increasingly violent, the foundational stability of the sects was severely affected. Each representative understood that the more spiritual stone mines one possessed, the greater the opportunities for their disciples' cultivation, thus safeguarding the sect's lineage. Of course, the mines already held by each sect were not part of the discussion. The primary contention revolved around the distribution of unclaimed mines within the cultivation community, which pertained directly to the survival of each sect. The prospect of equal division was favored by the smaller sects, yet the larger factions remained adamant against it. Should strength dictate the division? After millennia of peace, who among them truly possessed a decisive advantage? In such times, even the smaller sects dared to challenge the likes of the Beast Master sect and the Sword-Hanging sect, both of which had stood for 10,000 years. With no way to contact their ancestral masters in the celestial realm and absent pressure from powerful figures, these smaller sects were not necessarily weak in capability. Those who had risen to prominence as cultivators were typically proud and ambitious. During the tranquil epochs of the cultivation world, even skirmishes were merely polite exchanges. Now, with everyone's apparent cultivation level being closely matched, could one truly guarantee victory in a full-scale conflict? Just as the factions found themselves at an impasse, the Beast Master sect unexpectedly proposed to resolve the dispute through a trial in a secret realm. They agreed to jointly open a testing ground, determining the ownership of the spiritual veins based on the performances of their disciples. Although this solution did not satisfy everyone, given the nascent state of the cosmic upheaval, the factions were reluctant to escalate hostilities. After all, none could predict the duration of this turmoil. Nor were they aware of which sect might soon discover a means to reconnect with the celestial realm and thus bring an end to the discord. Only Lin Li understood that for the next century, if not millennium, the connection between the cultivation world and the celestial realm would be entirely severed. It would not be until all sects realized they could only rely on their own strength to withstand this calamity that true chaos would engulf the cultivation community. On the vast plains of the Beast Master sect, at Bird Immortal Peak, Feng Kai sat cross-legged beside Xiaoyan, diligently learning the ways of cultivation from Lin Li. Curiously, she had come to seek enjoyment with Xiaoyan at the Hot Spring Valley, yet suddenly she began to study. Furthermore, isn't Xiaoyan besieged daily by numerous individuals seeking to provoke him? How is it that he now finds the leisure to cultivate in the mountains? Never mind. I shall refrain from overthinking. It only serves to irritate my mind. Instead, I shall focus on my studies. Brother Lin, how should I interpret the phrase reversal of the 3 talents returns to the 1 chi, forming the holy embryo to mend the heavens? It appears your foundational knowledge is somewhat lacking, so let me simplify. Brother Lin, what does 9 true ones dwell together, clad in purple clouds? Divine light reflects within, solidifying form and spirit eternally signify? Does the purple attire refer to the garment I wore a few days ago? It does not denote an eggplant-colored outfit, but rather, Brother Lin, regarding this phrase, how did you complete your compulsory education? Are you unaware of this knowledge point as well? Lin Li seldom furrowed his brow in concern. Feng Sai shrank her neck slightly. Our Beast Master sect's compulsory education did not cover this. Lin Li cast his gaze downward, feigning ignorance, and continued to elucidate the methods of circulating spiritual energy. Most individuals, upon embarking on their cultivation journey, are typically only aware of their spiritual root attributes and remain oblivious to their strengths and weaknesses. For instance, a cultivator with a fire attribute spiritual root may excel in fire-based techniques, yet later discover a penchant and aptitude for beast taming. Unfortunately, the fiery and vigorous nature of the techniques they have learned often repels beasts. In such a predicament, they may lament why they did not pursue gentler techniques, leaving them only able to seek a singular, rare type of beast, rendering their efforts insufficient. If they were to change their techniques, it would consume a significant amount of time, allowing their peers to surpass them. Thus, within the foundational techniques of the Righteous Chi sect, only the simple and accessible methods of spiritual energy circulation are taught, which do not conflict with future choices of techniques. As cultivators advance to the later stages of Chi training, they may select formal techniques based on their strengths, for instance. Those adept at debate might explore Confucian or Buddhist paths. Those naturally lazy would find the Huan sect more suitable. If one possesses a talent for herbs, they might pursue alchemical or medical cultivation, and if one prefers not to engage with humanity, they might become a culinary cultivator, without limitations on their ingredients. Of course, this is merely the approach of the Righteous Chi sect. Other sects may compel those disinclined toward humanity to study techniques of slaughter and life-taking, colloquially referred to as slaying techniques. Lin Li is currently imparting universal methods to Xiao Yin and Feng Cai, which are accessible to all cultivators without high limitations. This contrasts with the Beast Master sect, which focuses entirely on the aspects of breeding, nurturing, and disease prevention related to beasts, resulting in a more formidable accumulation of spiritual power. Although the techniques of the Beast Master sect excel in the exquisite applications of spiritual energy, they struggle to integrate that energy within the body. This leads to Xiaoyan relying solely on the innate abilities of his spirit beasts before establishing his foundation. And as an ordinary male protagonist, lacking the financial means to procure high-tier spirit beasts, he often finds himself at the mercy of others. The prolonged suffering from bullying would inevitably plunge him deeper into darkness, heightening the risk of his corruption. This was a result that Lin Li was unwilling to witness. By following my method to circulate spiritual energy and form a cyclone, you will accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy and solidify your foundation. Feng Cai adhered to Lin Li's instruction and, after 3 attempts, successfully constructed a vortex of spiritual energy within her body. Lin Li, observing from the side, expressed his admiration. Your talent is commendable. You are progressing swiftly. Feng Cai, taken aback, thought, is Senior Brother Lin actually praising me? She opened her eyes and shyly responded, Oh no, I'm just ordinary. However, she halted mid-sentence, realizing that Lin Li was not complimenting her, but rather extolling Xiaoyan, who had already circulated the vortex for 7 cycles. After a while, Feng Cai proudly declared, I have now circulated it for 10 cycles. Lin Li responded with an "oh," and continued enthusiastically instructing Xiaoyan. A warmth spread through Xiaoyan's heart. It was the first time he felt favored while being compared to someone else. After several days of interaction, Xiaoyan had gradually become familiar with the Senior Brother Lin from the Righteous Chi sect. Although not exceptionally powerful, merely a foundational cultivator. He held the title of Master Brother purely due to his seniority. Yet, Lin Li's character and approach to life were truly admirable, and he possessed an exceptional moral standing. Being in his company seemed to improve Xiaoyan's fortunes as well. Those who sought to provoke him would inexplicably find themselves entangled in various matters, while benefits that usually eluded him would serendipitously come his way. Furthermore, Lin Li was particularly loyal, speaking and acting with straightforwardness, never putting on airs. The reason he chose to accompany Xiaoyan for a few days was merely because he was indignant at the unjust accusations against him and wished to offer assistance. Xiaoyan held a deep admiration for such a person. When Lin Li praised him again, he shyly scratched his head, responding, It is all thanks to my senior brother's guidance. My talent is rather average. Feng Cai eagerly nodded in agreement. Indeed. My father said your talent is significantly inferior to mine. If it weren't for my pity for you, you wouldn't even have a single friend, you know? Chapter 61. Aren't all men the same? Xiaoyan was somewhat taken aback. Friends? It was such a foreign term to him. He could not fathom the notion. Do you think blocking me all day will lead to friendship? Feng Cai blinked. Of course. Don't you boys enjoy that? The more you like someone, the more you want to tease them. Xiaoyan frowned. What kind of twisted logic is that? It's clearly just a sign that you think the person is easy to bully. That's not affection, merely a form of amusement for oneself. That's not true. Feng Cai countered defiantly. My father tells my mother every night that he enjoys being slapped by her daily. Aren't all you men the same? No. We are not the same. Each person has their own circumstances. Lin Li remained silent for a moment before posing a question to Feng Cai. Now, Feng Shimi, let me ask you, if something has 5 toes but is not your foot, what is it? Huh. Feng Cai slightly furrowed her brows. You just mentioned toes. How could it not be my foot? She glanced down at her own feet, her tone laced with confusion. Lin Li looked at her calmly and replied, Because it is my foot. Though they are both feet, each person's foot is unique. Do you understand? Feng Shimi? Feng Cai's perplexed gaze flitted between her feet and Lin Li's. Aren't your foot and my foot just feet? What am I supposed to comprehend? Suddenly, a realization struck her. Could it be that Lin Shixiang meant he had athlete's foot? Wow, the odor is strong. No need for extra salt. With this thought, Feng Cai instinctively leaned back, a look of understanding dawning on her face. Seeing this, Lin Li assumed she finally grasped his deeper meaning and nodded in satisfaction. It seemed she would no longer project her father's preferences onto Xiaoyan. How wonderful. He had saved Xiaoyan once again. All right, it's getting late. Lin Li lifted his gaze to the deepening twilight. Their discussion should be drawing to a close. Xiaoshidi, I must take my leave now. Already? Xiaoyan sprang to his feet, gazing at the fiery sunset, a wave of unspeakable melancholy washing over him. The days spent with Lin Shixiang were rare moments of tranquility in his memory. There was no turmoil, no clamor, just pure cultivation, leisure, and serenity. Yet, the thought of Lin Shixiang departing after their conversation filled him with an involuntary sense of loss. Noticing the despondent expression on his face, Lin Li felt a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. The past few days had not been in vain. Although there was no gaming interface to consult, he was acutely aware of the level of rapport he shared with Xiaoyan. It ranged from level 1, acquaintances, level 2, casual encounters, level 3, passing friends, level 4, familiarity, level 5, mutual appreciation, level 6, noble friendship, level 7, regretful timing, level 8, kindred spirits, level 9, trustworthy allies, to level 10, unwavering loyalty. Each stage distinctly marked. However, through this period of interaction, Lin Li conservatively estimated that he had elevated Xiaoyan's favorability to at least the 6th level, Qingfeng Gaoi. The purpose of his visit was to establish this bond. If it were merely to meet the legendary protagonist, there would have been no need for him to make a special trip to the Beastmaster sect, nor would he have required any foresight. From the memories of his previous life, players had thoroughly studied the growth trajectory and attributes of this version of the protagonist. Those celestial-level cultivation talents, significant life turning points, and the critical junctures that ultimately led him toward the path of darkness were all well known to Lin Li. It was precisely for this reason that he decided to forge a connection in advance. According to his knowledge of the future's trajectory, in the struggle between good and evil, Xiaoyan ultimately succumbed to the dark side, resulting in countless deaths, with at least half of the celestial sects in the Tsang realm falling to his hands. Yet, this could not be blamed solely on Xiaoyan. The hardships he endured would likely have darkened the hearts of others even more swiftly. His descent into darkness was largely due to the presence of his own grandfather figure. Indeed, he possessed the ubiquitous grandparental figure common to protagonists in such narratives. However, unlike the benevolent mentors of other protagonists, the old man beside Xiaoyan harbored malevolent intentions. Disguised as a supportive elder, he secretly orchestrated various predicaments for Xiaoyan, undermining every cherished relationship he had. Every individual favored by Xiaoyan met with death if male or calamity if female, and even his close spirit beasts were not spared. By employing such tactics, he implanted a seed of inner demons within Xiaoyan, waiting for the opportune moment to seize control. Unfortunately for him, he misjudged his target. Xiaoyan was endowed with the halo of a protagonist, even in his eventual corruption. The old man failed to succeed in his possession and instead was consumed by Xiaoyan, becoming mere sustenance. In fact, in the future trajectory that Lin Li was intimately familiar with, it was Xiaoyan's junior sister, Qingling, who arrived at the Beastmaster sect and fortuitously encountered Xiaoyan, who had been wrongfully accused. With her inherently righteous and pure disposition, she unhesitatingly offered her assistance, becoming a dear friend to him, and sheltered him within the Zhengqi sect for a time. This friendship was one of the reasons the Zhengqi sect was ultimately destroyed by the Beastmaster sect. Beyond the coveted resources of the sect, it was the old man within Xiaoyan that was the true mastermind, aiming to accelerate Xiaoyan's descent into darkness. Thus, Lin Li resolutely prevented his junior sister, Qingling, from approaching the Beastmaster sect. Given her combat prowess, she stood little chance against the machinations of a living true immortal. In fact, not only Qingling, but no one within the Zhengqi sect could withstand such a threat. Only Lin Li, with his foresight of the future and understanding of this true immortal's background, combined with his own caution, could barely resist the targeting of this living true immortal. After all, this true immortal was left with only his soul, currently bound within Xiaoyan's body, limiting the means at his disposal. Despite the potential risk of attracting the attention of this celestial being, Lin Li was resolute in his desire to engage with Xiaoyan for two primary reasons. First, to alter Xiaoyan's life trajectory, and second, to transform this protagonist of the Songjing 1.0 version into a crucial asset for their faction. If he could guide Xiaoyan to choose the righteous path in the future's moral dilemmas, nurturing him into a just and noble celestial being with profound affection for the righteous sect, he would undoubtedly become Lin Li's most dependable ally during the impending cataclysmic trials. The righteous sect would thus have a greater chance of survival. After all, in the ever-evolving realm of cultivation, failing to amass strength, allies, and hidden cards from the earliest stages would lead to certain doom. Lin Li gazed at the downcast Xiaoyan, his eyes reflecting a farmer's tender care for a budding seedling. He was determined to assist this future pillar of the cultivation world, ensuring that he remained unaffected by the influence of the ancient presence within him. Junior brother, Xiao need not worry about being marginalized in my absence. Lin Li reassured him in a gentle yet resolute tone. With your talents, you simply lack an opportunity to be valued by the sect. Once I meet the esteemed leader of your sect, I will recommend you for an inner disciple position. Even if immediate elevation is not possible, you can diligently cultivate the techniques I imparted to enhance your self-defense capabilities. He comforted Xiaoyan warmly. Yet he had no intention of leading him away from the perilous Beast Master sect to join the righteous sect. While such a move would facilitate the monitoring of his accompanying elder, it would also provoke the elder's fierce opposition, as he would undoubtedly attempt to thwart this transition. Thus, rather than alarming the serpent, it was wiser to remain still for the time being, allowing the elder to lower his guard. Unbeknownst to Xiaoyan, he was oblivious to Lin Li's intricate plans. All he sensed was Lin Li's genuine concern for him, a warmth he had not felt in a long while. Overcome with gratitude, he said, "Thank you, Senior Brother Lin." Beside him, Feng Sai echoed her appreciation. Sai also thanks Senior Brother Lin for his care towards Xiaoyan. Lin Li? Xiaoyan, though I do not understand why you are expressing gratitude on my behalf, could you perhaps bow your head to me? Chapter 62. Everyone is Itua Xiang. Upon the conclusion of the meeting at the Beast Master sect, Lin Li returned to the Great Hall. He honored his promise by fervently extolling Xiaoyan's talents and potential in the presence of the sect leader. Although the leader of the Beast Master sect regarded the assessment of a foundation establishment disciple with indifference, he valued Lin Li's status as the foremost disciple of the Zhengqi sect, even if this disciple recommended by Lin Li did not impress him. He saw an opportunity to forge a favorable relationship with Lin Li, thus paving a new avenue for interaction between the two sections. He had no qualms about promoting Xiaoyan to an inner disciple, viewing it merely as a trivial move in the grand scheme of things. Lin Li expressed his gratitude for Long Zhentian's graciousness. As for Xiaoyan's situation after ascending from the outer to the inner sect, he remarked that the most significant change was the absence of any noticeable change at all. It was akin to continuing a life that seemed to belong solely to the realm of fiction, crafted by the author Yu Hua. This was entirely natural. As long as that old curmudgeon remained alive, his life would not be easy. For that old fellow had a penchant for magnifying his traits. His reticence was perceived as reclusiveness. His poverty was viewed as stinginess. His abstention from vice led others to label him as hypocritically aloof and unsociable. Even the slightest lift of his chin or a gentle raising of his gaze could be interpreted as provocation. Consequently, those around him, particularly the less skilled or weaker-willed cultivators, would instinctively harbor disdain upon seeing his face, inevitably distancing themselves, ostracizing him, and leaving him in isolation. As for Feng Sai, who, despite her low cultivation, could see through his essence and favored him, Lin Li speculated that her strong obsession with Xiaoyan allowed her to remain unaffected by that old man's influence. Of course, the status of an inner disciple ultimately conferred tangible benefits upon Xiaoyan. An abundance of cultivation resources meant he could enhance his strength more swiftly, which would mitigate, to some degree, the negative impacts brought about by that grandfatherly figure. Although Xiaoyan remained oblivious to the underlying truths, it did not diminish his gratitude towards Lin Li. As they parted, he reluctantly expressed, "Senior Brother Lin, if I ever have the chance to descend the mountain, I shall certainly seek you out at the Zhengqi sect. Ha. I shall prepare fine wines and delicacies at the Zhengqi sect to await the esteemed arrival of Junior Brother Xiao," Lin Li replied with a carefree smile, waving goodbye. Until he and Dugu Ke departed on their swords, Xiaoyan remained at the mountain gate, watching their figures vanish into the horizon. This scene prompted a speculation within Dugu Quebec. After all, during the discussions at the Beast Master sect, he had found himself questioning whether, when Niwa fashioned humanity, she had bestowed an extra measure of talent upon his disciple. Truly, he was exceptionally gifted, a veritable masterpiece of the goddess Niwa. Over the course of 3 days of discussions, Lin Li had prepared a staggering 78,423 strategic responses, of which 63,427 were employed with pinpoint accuracy, without a single error. Even more astonishing was that the remaining strategies were not without merit. Once an individual's emotions shift, they can recite the script, steering the situation back to its anticipated course. At that moment, no one was left to bemoan their fate with him. Each person was a composite of the beleaguered figures of Kong Yiji, the camel Xiangzi, and the sorrowful Xiang Lin Sa, a veritable assembly of misfortune. Each bore their own burdens of woe, their own graves to mourn over. Yet, when the detached Dugu Ke echoed their sentiments, lamenting their dire plight, they found no joy in his words. The conversation would inevitably revert to its original trajectory. Undoubtedly, Lin Li seemed to have foreseen every conceivable circumstance that could arise during the meeting. This led Dugu Ke to ponder whether his insights transcended mere divination, akin to receiving an inexplicable windfall of 50,000 from the heavens when funds ran dry. Thus, Dugu Ke was resolute that Lin Li's arrival at the Beastmaster sect was not a mere whim, especially since he had contravened his own principle of befriending trouble by associating with Xiaoyan. There must be profound significance to this. Is Xiaoyan a person of considerable importance? Duga Ke inquired bluntly. Lin Li nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he is of great significance. Suddenly, he posed a question, Master Jiao. How many of the strategies I provided have you not employed? Did you not foresee this? Duga Ke raised an eyebrow. Lin Li clarified. My causal compass has yet to reach theoretical perfection. For the sake of prudence, I require further confirmation. This response left Dugu Ke once again in admiration. Oh, this is what one calls professionalism. This is true steadiness. He handed the tome to Lin Li and recounted the particulars, including the trials of the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Li exhaled in relief. The unfolding events aligned closely with his expectations. Various sects, vying for the spiritual stone veins, would convene in a month to jointly unveil a secret realm suitable for foundational cultivation. The mining rites would be determined by the performance of their disciples. Considering that some sects had fewer disciples, it was mutually agreed that, provided they did not exceed the stipulated cultivation level, those lacking numbers could seek external assistance, such as from loose cultivators or visitors from beyond. These arrangements were made autonomously by the sects, devoid of external guidance. Duga Ke could not help but wonder if Lin Li had calculated his participation in the secret realm trials even as a mere novice over a century ago, suppressing his cultivation until the brink of the celestial upheaval to finally break through to foundational stage. Furthermore, the decision to allow external assistance was particularly telling. Just days prior, Lin Li had recruited 50 visitors from beyond, nurturing them meticulously, as if he anticipated the need to compensate for any deficiencies in numbers. Every instance was astonishingly coincidental and more reassuring. Duga Ke suddenly felt he should not harbor doubts. Such improbable occurrences, seemingly impossible for outsiders, should never provoke skepticism among the members of their own sect. This was not a game of wolves stepping on wolves. The more improbable events transpired around Lin Li, the more certain one should be of their likelihood. This is what it truly means to be a family. As the flight direction of Lin Li veered away from the righteous sect, Dugu Ke executed a sharp turn and inquired, Where are you headed? I am off to enlist the visitors from beyond, Lin Li replied with a subtle smile, betraying his anticipation. Being merely an NPC at present, he was oblivious to the profound impact his efforts invested in the players of Guiding Brother would have on the player forum. Thus, he felt compelled to venture to the novice village to witness the results firsthand. Surrounding the righteous sect were 6 novice villages, harboring approximately 80 to 90,000 players. Lin Li and Dugu Ke arrived at the largest of these, Emoshan Town, where the player count approached 20,000, double that of Huayang Town. This small town, bustling with life due to the influx of otherworldly visitors, radiated an extraordinary vibrancy. Upon their arrival, the other 11 sect recruiters had yet to make their appearance. To avoid drawing attention, Lin Li and Dugu Ke masqueraded as ordinary mortals, leisurely fishing by the riverside. Since the righteous sect aimed to conceal its particular interest in the visitors from beyond, there was no need to display excessive eagerness during recruitment. However, after an hour of fishing with no bites, impatience began to set in. Your chosen spot is inadequate, Dugu Ke remarked, casting a side glance at Lin Li. His tone laced with a hint of frustration. Lin Li forced a smile, 1 rod per person, fishing away the troubles of the world. Uncle Jiao, we are not fishing for fish, but for tranquility of the heart. Your impatience may disturb your sword's essence. Then why speak from such a distance? Dugu Ke retorted with a huff. Uncle Jiao has misunderstood. I did not intend to keep my distance from you, Lin Li clarified. The recruiters have arrived. It is time for us to attend to business. Dugu Ke replied leisurely. Life is fleeting. Do not let the matters of importance interfere with our fishing. Yet the fish I wish to catch have already leapt into my embrace. Why should I toil to fish at all? Lin Li countered. Chapter 63. The recruitment conference of the immortal cultivation realm. As the recruiters from various sects gradually arrived, Lin Li and Dugu Ke made their appearance. An elder clad in purple robes stroked his beard and chuckled. Friend Kong Xing, your sect's disciples are already scarce. Why so lackadaisical? Dugu Ke waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. My Zhengqi sect has limited capabilities. We shall merely recruit a few of these outsiders. His words, delivered with an air of indifference, secretly delighted the onlookers. A cultivator in a blue robe could not help but whisper to his companion, I have long heard that Dugu Ke is oblivious to schemes, seeing it today. He truly lives up to his reputation. These outsiders, regardless of their origins, are invaluable resources, yet he treats this matter so frivolously. Who cares? Another chuckled. Their Zhengqi sect's disinterest is fortuitous for us. It means less competition. The recruiters exchanged knowing glances, and Du Gu Ke urged, "Since everyone is here, shall we commence sooner rather than later? I wish to return and contemplate the sword path." Agreed. The elder in purple smiled broadly, but as he turned, he discreetly signaled to his fellow sect members, the intent clear, leave not a single one for this fool. Sanjing, Mo Shanzhen. Since the arrival of players in this town, the lives of the local residents have undergone a profound transformation. Elderly women now hesitate to cross the street, while young couples refrain from writing letters. The town mayor's door has been replaced repeatedly, and recently, he has taken to lying down at the entrance. Moreover, were it not for the incessant appearance of frenzied wild dogs and red-eyed geese around the town, the chickens belonging to the prominent Zhao Sandua would have been entirely decimated. Concurrently, the residents of Mo Shanzhen have witnessed the peculiar antics of players, revealing a plethora of eccentricities amongst the youth. For instance, they collectively rushed to the crematorium in search of relics, shoved corpses into the mortuary, and one even proclaimed in the street, blood streaming from their nose, that they were the reincarnation of a tomato, a spectacle that surely could ignite a comedic uproar. A scholar, under duress from these players, issued a task to collect gifts, only for them to present a longevity plaque to a centenarian. In another instance, a female player tasked with sending off scholars inadvertently kissed one resting in a pavilion, who instinctively pushed her away. This led her to tumble and clumsily kiss the other 9 male scholars resting in the pavilion. The next day, the topic of 10 male scholars defiled by a rogue woman became a sensational story in the town. Even the adorable children in their primary school have been taught to sing The Lonely Brave. One wonders what folly they impart to the children, leaving them in a state of constant surprise. Yet, while the townsfolk grapple with their troubles, the players are not without their own dilemmas. Since their arrival in the novice village, they have exhausted all playable NPCs, entered every conceivable building, and completed every available quest. The foundational professions have long since reached their zenith due to relentless monster grinding, leading the bored populace to form guilds, which transformed the dilapidated novice village into a bastion against the frenzied beasts. Ultimately, in the absence of entertainment, they resorted to civil war. Guilds clashed with one another. Novice villages turned against their own, and amidst the glint of swords and the clash of blades, they even shouted slogans of fighting for glory. Were it not for the occasional formidable zombies and spirit beasts appearing in the wild, and the tales shared on player forums of encounters with cultivators, or the few fortunate souls who stumbled into pits to receive divine legacies, players might have mistaken their experience for a chaotic life simulation rather than a cultivation game. Alas, I yearn for a normal existence, yet how can one be normal in an abnormal society? Finally, the harbingers of their salvation approached with purpose. Beneath the vast, clear sky, numerous players engaged in quests suddenly beheld a celestial display, as once rare cultivators appeared in droves outside Mo Shanzhen. A resounding voice reverberated through the air, clearly conveying to all within a 30-mile radius the purpose of their descent. They were here to guide players into the realm of cultivation. Upon hearing this, the players erupted in exuberance. At last, the life of cultivation they had long awaited was upon them. In a fervent frenzy, the players within the town surged towards the gathering of cultivators, while those outside displayed their unique abilities. Some hurriedly rode donkeys or hefty pigs, even bringing their companions along, while others brazenly took their own lives to return to the city. Within a mere 10 minutes, nearly 20,000 players congested the small grove outside Mo Shanzhen. The players' palpable eagerness greatly pleased the cultivators. Some of the more easily swayed guides could barely contain their delight. When all had gathered, the elder in the purple robe, stroking his beard, inquired, "Dear friends, who shall step forward first?" According to the prearranged recruitment plan, each sect would introduce themselves, allowing players to make their own choices without interference from any faction. Thus, self-introductions became the key to attracting players, akin to HR recruiting talent. One must first showcase the advantages of their own sect. Moreover, the first sect to speak would likely leave the most profound impression on these players. Each sect vied for this opportunity, except for the Zhengqi sect. We at the Zhengqi sect are in no haste. Even if we are the last, it matters not. Du Gu Ke maintained his indifferent demeanor, which made the eager guides feel a twinge of embarrassment, reminiscent of a middle-aged man awkwardly revealing his literary endeavors on QQ Space. A red-haired youth, bearing a large gourd, could not help but chuckle and declared, "Then my Xianhu sect shall take the penultimate position," with 2 sects yielding. The remaining factions quickly established their order. The one who won the draw was Elder Ba Taiji of the Xianying sect. Clad in a blue robe and with a face full of wrinkles, he began to recount the history of his sect, its cultural heritage, the celestial beings it had produced, and the prowess of its current leader. When it comes to conversing, he speaks incessantly, displaying a complete disregard for the concept of time. Lin Li, observing from the side, discreetly shakes his head, realizing why the Xianqing sect struggled to attract players in the past. From his introduction, it feels less like an attempt to recruit talent and more akin to selecting subservience. If Ba Taiji were an HR representative in modern society, he would undoubtedly find himself dismissed after today's recruitment fair. In stark contrast, the elder from the Guizhong sect is far more astute. He has learned from Ba Taiji's missteps, opting against vague promises of a splendid future, and instead directly presents the sect's cultivation direction. He then unveils the enticing benefits prepared for recruits. Anyone who joins the Guizhong sect will receive a set of superior robes upon entry, the freedom to choose a cultivation technique, and for each major realm advancement, they will be bestowed with an exquisite weapon and 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ba Taiji of the Xianqing sect is not truly foolish. He simply lacks experience in such matters and is unfamiliar with the intricacies involved. Upon hearing the Guizhong sect's presentation, he immediately realizes that his earlier remarks missed the mark entirely. However, one must question the sanity of the Guizhong sect, bestowing superior robes upon entry. What implications does this have for the other sects that follow? Chapter 64. Lin Li, having received professional training, refrained from laughing inappropriately. Ba Taiji longed to reverse time and start anew, even wishing for a moment to articulate a few words. Regrettably, no opportunity was afforded to him. He could only bitterly criticize the Guizhong sect in front of his peers, branding them as lacking dignity, principles, and any semblance of integrity. As the elder from Guizhong sect confidently stepped back, the emissary from Fu Lin's sect approached, succinctly stating, upon entry, a complete set of premium equipment and 2 exquisite spirit stones will be bestowed. In response to such targeted offers, the emissary from Guizhong sect gritted his teeth and scoffed. From that moment onward, the atmosphere thickened with tension during the sect introduction segment. The third sect boldly promised that joining would grant the status of an inner disciple, matching any offerings made previously. The fourth sect, unhurried, remarked, in duels of cultivators, it is the tools and techniques that matter. Join us and receive 3 tomes of spells, 3 magical artifacts, and 300 talismans, along with the privileges of inner disciples. The fifth sect, unable to offer much, proposed an alternative route, introducing 18-year-old companions for mutual learning. The sixth sect, refusing to be outdone, countered with double the offerings of their predecessors, including introductions to 36-year-old companions for shared learning experiences. The seventh sect derided the previous gifts as mere distractions, asserting that joining their sect would grant a singular magical treasure. The eighth sect cunningly added that joining them not only secured a magical artifact, but also the introduction of a partner for collaborative study. The ninth and 10th sects followed suit, escalating the competition. When it came to the turn of the red-haired youth from the Xian Hu sect, he boldly declared, join the Xian Hu sect and enjoy the privileges of an inner disciple, along with a magical artifact, 3 exquisite spirit stones, a full set of premium equipment, a top-tier formation disc, 300 talismans, a Qiankuan bag, and monthly gatherings for fellowship among friends. At that moment, the other sects understood why this audacious youth had chosen to present last. He had been scheming to surpass the others from the beginning. They were taken aback to discover that even a non-mainstream redhead could play the game of wits. Observing the escalating rivalry among the sect representatives, Lin Li couldn't help but reflect on the fortunate circumstance of each sect having but a single opportunity to introduce themselves. Otherwise, in such a competitive atmosphere, the benefits for players would continuously rise, potentially leading to absurd offers of 999 exquisite spirit stones and an abundance of magical artifacts and techniques as promotional incentives. Should players fall prey to these exaggerated promises of illusory benefits, it would only serve to intensify the discord between players and NPCs, driving their relationship toward complete antagonism. The current state of fierce competition and mutual sabotage among the sects underscored a significant reality. In an increasingly resource-scarce environment for cultivation, while sects maintained a facade of politeness, beneath the surface, currents of calculation and friction flowed ceaselessly. Conflict was an inevitable outcome. With all the other sects having concluded their introductions, it was finally time for the Zhengqi sect to take the stage. 11 representatives anxiously watched Du Gu Quebec. Now they have come to fully realize that some individuals, seemingly unambitious, are, in fact, the quintessential INFJ who quietly observes your pretense, akin to a pig playing the tiger. Despite the notorious reputation of Dugu K as a recluse and an oddity, there lies an underlying curiosity about extraterrestrial visitors, masked by an air of indifference. Dugu K remains unfazed by their probing gazes, boldly presenting himself before tens of thousands of players. I am Dugu K, with the Tao name of Kongxing, hailing from the Zhengqi sect. Upon uttering these words, he returned to the ranks of the recruiters, exuding an aura of righteousness. The other sect recruiters were utterly astonished. Is that all? No introduction to the sect, no benefits, no initiation rewards? Does the Zhengqi sect truly harbor no interest in extraterrestrial visitors? The atmosphere turned comical, leaving the other recruiters feeling as if the grand finale was merely a bowl of rice. Simultaneously, they sensed an absurdity akin to having practiced Latin dance for a month without any discernible progress. Their emotions were a tangled web of complexity. It must be said that Dugu K truly embodies the essence of a Keishi. He is not merely playing a role, he genuinely remains unconcerned. However, just as the recruiters from various sects prepared to relax and announced the players could choose their sects, a sudden uproar erupted from the crowd of over 20,000 players. Wow, this handsome gentleman is from the Zhengqi sect. Who would have thought they'd come here to recruit? Why hesitate? Send me straight to the Emperor's palace. Wait, hold on. Let me catch my breath. It was difficult to articulate the feelings, nervousness, anticipation, a fluttering heart, and the overwhelming urge to push through the crowd. Zhengqi sect. My wife is in the Zhengqi sect. Haha, with the Zhengqi sect present, who would bother choosing a sect in the cultivation realm? I'm cutting in line. Exactly. Those benefits sound utterly unreliable. What do they take us for? An 18-year-old Taoist can be 800 or even 1800 in the cultivation world. What is so special about being 18? Zhengqi sect. Me. I'm signing up. The abstract exclamations reached the ears of the recruiters. Although many of the terms were lost on them, one thing was clear. Everyone ardently desired to join the Zhengqi sect. But why? The remaining 11 sect recruiters were utterly perplexed. How could they not comprehend the fervor? Dugu K had been so indifferent towards them. Why then did they approach him with such eagerness, akin to love-struck fools? This was not a romantic endeavor. Was it necessary to perform such a charade of the colder he is, the more I love him? Faced with such fervor, Dugu K cast a subtle glance at Lin Li beside him. Trained to remain composed, Lin Li refrained from laughing at the evident success of his arrangements. The elders of the celestial sects could hardly fathom that a group of mere mortals harbored such lofty aspirations, contemplating the fruits of cultivation before even embarking on the path. They dismissed the treasures, spirit stones, equipment, and other resources offered by the Xianhu sect as beneath their notice. Many mid-sized sects lack the abundant resources to provide for their disciples, and smaller sects can only gaze enviously. However, this group of players feels as if entering their Xianhu sect with such treasures is akin to returning to Shaqing to behold their revered brother, Jackie Chan. The players are acutely aware that even the most advanced novice equipment will ultimately become mere scrap metal by the time one reaches the foundation establishment stage. Instead of coveting these trifling benefits, it would be wiser to select a sect with profound heritage from the outset, ensuring a more fruitful journey in cultivation ahead. Of course, if players are oblivious to the intricacies of each sect, they will naturally gravitate towards whoever offers the most enticing advantages. Yet, Lin Li has already orchestrated a covert campaign, using players like Qiu Daogub to flamboyantly showcase the illustrious lineage of the Zhengqi sect. Additionally, Zhu Maomao from the Giant Egg Club has shared his grievances on the forum, vehemently criticizing the game developers for their unfair treatment. He lamented that while all sects are celestial, the Zhengqi sect boasts a plethora of legacies akin to stars in the night sky, whereas others present only a meager 3 options. Is this not a disruption of game balance? How can players enjoy the game under such circumstances? As a result of his complaints, instead of eliciting a response from the developers, he inadvertently promoted the Zhengqi sect even further. Thus, when players learned that Dugu K was the emissary sent by the Zhengqi sect to recruit disciples, they collectively flocked towards it. After all, no one wishes to end up like Zhu Maomao, sacrificing themselves to join a sect of utter mediocrity, ultimately leading to the deletion of their accounts. It is rumored that he has since followed the coordinates provided by Qiu Daogub to join the Zhengqi sect. Observing that 90% of the outsiders present were opting for the Zhengqi sect, the other sect representatives exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a sense of impending despair. The red-haired youth from Xianhu sect was internally frantically tearing at his hair, exhibiting a bizarre smile as he crawled rapidly, creating mischief wherever he went. Transforming into a playful puppy with his tongue lolling out, scampering about, and exuberantly shouting, I, the little one, am quite strong. never considering defeat. But the great army often dwells on it. Meanwhile, two players passing by whispered loudly, "This red-haired fellow resembles Gara. How adorable, I want to pinch his cheeks." No way. Following the non-mainstream will leave you starving and in dire straits. Don't be foolish. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Duguke was indeed more handsome and significantly taller. The red-haired youth, feeling provoked, exclaimed, "How dare you? I am the embodiment of the fire of Zhu Rong, a natural deity. This is the form favored by the heavens. What do you know?" Duguke declared, "I shall challenge you to a duel." Chapter 65. The Zhengqi sect has always been characterized by its unassuming nature, neither vying for power nor seeking recognition. While they may concede to the notion of struggling to attract disciples, they adamantly refuse to accept any comparison with the esteemed Duguke. Today, the red-haired youth is determined to prove himself against Duguquebec. Lin Li immediately perceives the anger radiating from the fiery-haired boy. At this moment, he is multitasking, simultaneously attending to eager players wishing to join the sect while discreetly observing the actions of the other 11 recruiters. His final focus remains vigilant, aware of any disturbances within a 30-mile radius. Thus, as the red-haired youth approaches, Lin Li greets him with a broad smile, quickly formulating a strategy to navigate the situation. First, he dismisses the option of restraint. In front of so many players, the reputation of the Zhengqi sect must be upheld. Second, he rules out confrontation. A sudden fallout would jeopardize the last remnants of peace within the cultivation world, adversely impacting his future plans. Hence, he is left with but one course of action. Initially, the red-haired youth, brimming with pride, underestimates Lin Li, the current foremost disciple of the Zhengqi sect, renowned and celebrated. He believes that Lin Li, despite his illustrious title, lacks true strength, while he himself possesses considerable power, albeit a slightly lower status. In such a comparison, he assumes Lin Li is incapable of thwarting his ambitions. Expecting Lin Li to retaliate in kind due to his aggressive demeanor, he is taken aback when Lin Li, embodying the spirit of a gentleman, refrains from conflict. Instead, Lin Li openly acknowledges the youth's prowess, showering him with compliments about his innate Dao body, lauding its impressive and commanding presence. He expresses a desire to collaborate with the Xinhu sect for a harmonious future in the cultivation realm. The red-haired youth, influenced by his Zhu Rong fire body since childhood, has developed a fiery temperament, often facing disdain and coldness from those around him. Under the strict tutelage of his master, he has endured relentless suppression and control over his actions. Thus, he has never encountered someone like Lin Li, whose gentle approach swiftly dissipates much of his hostility. As Lin Li elevates his cultivation to celestial heights, the youth feels an overwhelming urge to showcase his abilities through combat. However, Lin Li then advises him on the perils of his inexperience and wavering resolve, cautioning that such traits could easily be exploited by adversaries, a sentiment laced with genuine concern. Reflecting on the current task at hand, the red-haired youth acknowledges the wisdom in Lin Li's words, beginning to harbor doubts about his own capabilities. Yet, Lin Li reassures him, placing a supportive hand on his shoulder, asserting that although he is a few years older, he lacks the youth's innate potential. He sees the divine qualities within him, encouraging him to heed his advice, invest time in gaining experience, and unleash his true potential. He believes that the youth will undoubtedly achieve remarkable feats in the next town, and assures him of his unwavering support, urging him to focus on self-improvement. As the red-haired youth clenches his fists, tears well in his eyes, overwhelmed by the realization that there exists a kindred spirit who understands him so profoundly. He resolves to forge a brotherly bond with Lin Li. Astute readers will recognize that Lin Li's persuasive tactics are difficult for even the most innocent of souls to resist. Meanwhile, the elder in the purple robe, who had previously boasted of not leaving a single player for the Zhengqi sect, finds himself at a loss in front of Duguquebec, in the realm of the Voidwalker. The elder in the purple robe, with hands clasped, spoke in a tone laced with evident curiosity, questioning why these outsiders seemed intent on approaching the esteemed sect. He lowered his voice, inquiring whether the individuals they mentioned, Lian Xiaoyun and Qingxi, were indeed your senior sister and nephew. Du Gyuk cast him a fleeting glance, his expression inscrutable, and replied calmly, "How could I possibly know the thoughts of these individuals?" The elder found himself momentarily silenced by this retort. Du Gyuk's perspective held merit, as various sects had recently gleaned some understanding of these celestial visitors. Their actions appeared haphazard, their speech often nonsensical, aside from causing disturbances and seeking the path of cultivation. They exhibited no discernible patterns. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Du Gyuk to respond in such a manner, leaving the elder at a loss for words. Surely, The righteous Qi sect could not have orchestrated Lian Shaoan and Yo Qingxi's prior encounters with these outsiders through the profound method of divination. The allocation of these celestial visitors had only recently been agreed upon by representatives of the various sections. For the righteous Qi sect to achieve such precision in their predictions, only the rumored prodigy of the fate path, Li Guanqi, could accomplish such a feat yet, given Li Guanqi's advanced age and stagnant cultivation. It was improbable that he would risk his life over such trivial matters. As Du Gyuk observed the elder in contemplation, he complied with Lin Li's discreet signal and spoke deliberately. Since our business here is concluded, I shall escort these individuals back to the righteous Qi sect. Upon hearing this, the representatives from other sects expressed their astonishment. Voidwalker, are you departing so soon? Will you not visit other locales? Inquired Ba Taiji, unable to contain himself. Du Gyuk stood with an air of composure, his robes billowing gracefully. No need for that. The gains from this journey suffice. Upon hearing his words, the anxious cultivators from various sects, who had been troubled by the righteous Qi sect's monopolization of the celestial visitors in Moshanzhen, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Had Du Gyuk chosen to pursue further, the behavior of these outsiders suggested that the righteous Qi sect could indeed have claimed all of them. Yet, he remained steadfast in his disinterest for competition, casting aside this fortuitous opportunity, embodying his reputation for honesty and simplicity, untouched by cunning stratagems. Truly, he was a swordsman not renowned for his intellect. However, this was a tremendous boon for the other sects, who reflected on their fortune that it was Du Gyuk representing the righteous Qi sect. Had it been anyone else, they might have returned empty-handed. This also alleviated the suspicions held by the emissaries from various sects towards the righteous Qi sect. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. After all, if the righteous Qi sect had expended considerable resources to divine this situation, there was little reason for them to withdraw so swiftly. Furthermore, these celestial visitors were undeniably peculiar. The disciples tasked with documentation reported that the behavior and mindset of these outsiders were abstract and devoid of gender distinction. One moment, they might assist an individual, and the next, they could be robbing that very person's home. They might facilitate the union of lovers, only to abscond with the wedding gifts in the following moment. They exhibited a particular fondness for those of striking appearance, boldly professing their admiration, yet refraining from forming any genuine romantic connections. The cultivators from various sects could not help but speculate that these individuals were merely superficial charmers, embodying the traits of unfaithful suitors. Perhaps the recent influx of extraterrestrial visitors can be attributed to a chance encounter with the esteemed practitioners of the righteous Qi sect, Ling Chaoan and Yo Qiling. After all, in terms of appearance, these two female cultivators are indeed among the most exquisite beauties in the world. The elder in the purple robe's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It seems that this opportunity to welcome celestial guests could be leveraged from this angle. Our Jiji sect also boasts several enchanting female disciples and a few distinguished male disciples. Moreover, the distinction between genders may be disregarded. Chapter 66. The sale of the Zhengqi sect real estate. The red-haired youth, Jin's son, gazed in a daze at Lin Li's departing figure, his heart stirred with emotion. He could have easily proceeded to the next town. Yet he chose to turn away without a hint of hesitation, solely to support me. How incredibly kind he is. With the Zhengqi sect's abrupt withdrawal, the recruiters from various sects were suddenly filled with ideas. Ba Taiji from the Xianqing sect was eager to restart the process. Observing that everyone was struggling to attract visitors from beyond, his heart sang with the joy of the new year. Meanwhile, the recruiters from other sects were busy devising captivating entrances for the next town. After the farewell, Dugake made a swift gesture across his chest. In an instant, a torrent of sword light cascaded from the heavens like a river of stars. As Duguke's garments fluttered, thousands of ethereal sword shadows descended from the sky, propelling the players upward with unwavering support. Some gasped in astonishment, others instinctively spread their arms wide, while many were left speechless, awestruck by the sudden grandeur. With a gentle lift of his sword, Dugake commanded a symphony of swords, filling the entire sky with a dynamic tapestry of sword shadows. The players soared through the winds on their swords, racing toward the Zhengqi sect. After nearly a month in the game, the players had finally embarked on their journey of cultivation. Countless swords opened the cloud pathway as the stars navigated through tribulations. The gale tempered their very bones, each breath resonating with the essence of immortals. Duguke led tens of thousands of players flying on their swords, his demeanor relaxed and at ease. He turned to the silent Lin Li and inquired, "Are we truly going to relinquish the opportunity to attract visitors from beyond to other sects?" Lin Li had previously emphasized the critical importance of these visitors for the future development of the sect. Thus, Dugake could not comprehend why they would not seize the moment to recruit vigorously while the interest was high, if these individuals were to be absorbed by other sects. Reclaiming them later would be no simple task, though the sects within the Song realm were all righteous. Their methods to prevent disciples from defecting were perhaps no less than those of the demonic sections. Typically, righteous sects would bind their disciples with contracts or compel them to swear oaths of eternal loyalty. In contrast, the nefarious sects might resort to poison, curses, and even soul extraction techniques with soul lamps and soul tokens. However, Lin Li calmly waved his hand, assuring, "Do not worry, Master Uncle, it is of no concern." He understood well what Dugake was anxious about. But the indigenous inhabitants of the cultivation world were oblivious to the fact that players could not be controlled at will. Even if they suffered the most brutal soul extraction techniques, they could merely abandon their characters and start anew. For instance, Pig Cat Cat from the Giant Egg Club deleted his character simply because he found the 3 foundational legacies too meager. Attempting to employ coercive measures against them was as futile as Lin Li trying to handle excrement, utterly impossible. Thus, it became evident that the only strategy available to each sect was to find ways to make players prefer their own sect. For now, the so-called recruitment was merely a temporary choice for the players. After a month, once the secret realm competition concluded, the strengths of each sect would be distinguished. The players will choose their sects anew based on the strength rankings of each faction. At that time, the more prominent sects will undoubtedly attract a multitude of players. Heralding the true conflicts within the realm of cultivation, Dugake, accompanied by over 10,000 players, entered the Zhengqi sect, causing an instantaneous uproar. The first batch of players, including Qiudaogu, received welcoming tasks and hurried to assist the elders of the sect in arranging entrance trials for the new disciples and the subsequent distribution of novice equipment. Lin Li's extensive investments in constructing celestial palaces on various peaks finally found their true purpose, the launch of real estate sales. "You intend to sell these palatial structures?" Li Guanxi exclaimed, astonished by Lin Li's proposal. It is unheard of, even among demonic sects, to require disciples to purchase their own residences. This approach appears excessively mercantile and undermines the dignity of cultivators. Lin Li clarified, "Elder, do not misunderstand. Selling residences to these outsiders is not primarily for profit. The main objective is to bind these newcomers to our sect. As the saying goes, the more easily one acquires something, the less one values it. These outsiders are different from us. If we offer them free lodging, once they achieve success in their cultivation and can establish their own abodes, they will likely regard our Zhengqi sect's accommodations as disposable rubbish. At that point, the sect would become a place they could easily abandon. Thus, only by having these outsiders earn their residences through their own efforts will they cherish their possessions, maintaining and protecting them diligently. Human nature dictates that the more one invests emotionally or materially, the harder it is to relinquish. Conversely, the lesser the investment, the easier it is to disregard." Li Guanxi, contemplating Lin Li's words, nodded thoughtfully. "What you say holds considerable merit, however." He hesitated, then continued, "According to your reasoning, these disciples will require spirit stones to purchase abodes, practice their techniques, procure materials, and craft artifacts. Where will they find such spirit stones upon their arrival?" Upon hearing this, Lin Li's lips curled into a knowing smile. "You have touched upon a crucial point, Elder. These outsiders possess a unique ability that we cultivators lack. When they slay those frenzied demonic creatures, they have a chance to convert the chaotic spirit energy within the beast into pure spirit stones." Li Guanxi's eyes sparkled with understanding. He finally grasped why Lin Li placed such importance on these outsiders. In this chaotic era of spiritual turbulence and resource scarcity, these newcomers were akin to walking veins of spirit stones. Even someone as detached as he was moved by the revelation. "So that's how it is," Li Guanxi chuckled, clapping his hands in delight. "I shall draft new sect regulations at once and announce them to the entire sect tomorrow." Lin Li remarked, "There is no rush. I still need to discuss the specifics regarding the exchange of sect contribution points with you. Some disciples find themselves financially constrained and wish to offset their purchase of cultivation resources with sect contributions. We must establish a clear exchange ratio that ensures the disciples do not suffer losses while also safeguarding the interests of the sect." After articulating the matters to be discussed, Lin Li bid farewell to Li Guanxi and returned to his abode at Songkong Cliff. This endeavor not only refined the sect's regulations but also laid the foundation for a stable system of spirit stone production. Henceforth, as long as players aspire to enhance their strength and yearn for superior techniques and equipment, they will continually contribute spirit stones to the sect. However, although players can generate spirit stones, not all sects possess the allure to attract a sufficient number of players. Smaller sects or practitioners from remote areas often struggle to recruit numerous players due to their isolated geographical locations, scarcity of resources, or lack of prestige. Consequently, the future realm of cultivation has explored various auxiliary methods for refining. For instance, cultivating celestial herbs capable of absorbing violent spiritual energy to concoct elixirs that assist in cultivation. Yet, the lengthy growth cycle of these spiritual plants, particularly advanced ones that may require decades to mature, results in a notably slow efficacy. Moreover, the nefarious methods devised by demonic cultivators, such as the concoction of blood elixirs or the extraction of souls, demand the hunting of high-grade magical beasts or the slaughter of numerous mortals. These approaches are not only inefficient, but also invite retaliation. Emerging schools of thought, such as talisman arrays for spirit gathering or beast taming, have shown some promise, yet their maintenance costs are exorbitant, and their yields pale in comparison to the stable output provided by players. In contrast, the capacity of players to acquire spirit stones is nothing short of formidable. A player in the chi refinement stage can obtain approximately 100 low-grade spirit stones daily through quests or monster farming. A sect like the Righteous Chi sect, boasting tens of thousands of chi refinement players, can generate daily earnings equivalent to 1,000 premium spirit stones. Furthermore, as players advance in their cultivation, their yields will increase exponentially. Thus, while relying on players to produce spirit stones is not the sole method to facilitate the continued cultivation of practitioners, it remains the most efficient and indispensable means. Upon returning to his quarters, Lin Li contemplated his dwindling reserves of spirit stones. They were nearly exhausted. It was high time for him to showcase his skills in acquiring spirit stones. Chapter 67. The Labor of the Immortal Realm on the following day. As the fiery sun ascended the mountains, the morning glow painted half the sky crimson. Lin Li sat serenely in his chamber, assigning tasks to his 5 avatars. Avatar 1. You shall handle the commissions from the Koi clan. Avatar 2. Your duty is to sell potions and manage the inventory. Avatar 3. You are tasked with fortune-telling. Avatar 4. You will engage in harvesting players' resources. Avatar 5. Your role is to promote the special effects. And what of you, my true self? I shall escort Qing Ling on a journey to the Blue City Mountain secret realm. Having delineated their respective responsibilities, Lin Li proceeded to the Zhengqi sect's marketplace at the foot of the Haoyun Mountains. After 5 days of construction, it was now officially operational. However, the arrangements for relocating to the mortal realm were still underway at the Cixin Temple. Consequently, the marketplace currently hosted only cultivators and players. In a secluded corner of the marketplace, an unremarkable middle-aged man was setting up a stall, selling medicinal pills, talismans, array plates, and other miscellaneous items. His prices were reasonable and fair to all. Soon, a throng of players and cultivators gathered to browse his wares. This was Lin Li's Avatar 2. Embodying the persona of a morally ambiguous alchemist who often quipped, I have defied ancestral teachings to employ secret recipes, and the results are impeccable. Do not haggle excessively. His outward appearance was that of a middle-aged man, but should anyone probe his true form with spiritual senses, they would be ensnared by a toxin that numbed the nerves, inducing effects akin to inebriation. This avatar exuded an aura of sincerity, yet with an underlying sense of danger. At this moment, he was diligently selling his goods. 800 meters away, beneath the Urshian Bridge, a youthful boy had set up a fortune-telling stall. Alongside him crouched a large yellow rat with a tail reminiscent of lightning. Indeed, you guessed correctly, the yellow rat was Lin Li's Avatar 3. The seemingly youthful boy was merely a paper-cut puppet. Why did Lin Li take such an approach? Once again, you were correct. He had previously dispatched avatars to experiment with various fortune-teller personas, and among representations of beggars, blind individuals, and others. The yellow rat proved to have the greatest allure. In fortune-telling, first impressions are paramount. Initially, Lin Li, like many of his peers, adopted an ethereal and mysterious demeanor, akin to that of a divine maiden, which invariably inspired trust at first glance. Unfortunately, this path was overcrowded, not only competitive but also severely lacking in originality. Over time, while the number of believers might not wane, the fortune tellers themselves became scarce. Hence, Lin Li pivoted to a contrasting charm to captivate passers-by. The advantages were unmistakable. For instance, at present, Avatar 3's stall was encircled by eager players. The yellow rat was unexpectedly embraced by a female player. While vendor, Is this Pikachu for sale? The puppet responded in a monotone, devoid of inflection. Not for sale. This is not Pikachu, but the divine beast of fortune. If you seek a reading, it grants you 3 minutes of luck per divination. Thus, Lin Li's avatar 3 transitioned from one young lady's embrace to another, occasionally interrupted by enthusiastic male players who would affectionately tease it. Yet, such occurrences were mere trifles. Most importantly, Lin Li speaks only the truth when it comes to divination. And in this day and age, the number of individuals who appreciate such honesty is alarmingly scarce. Consequently, the appearance of the yellow-haired mouse serves to avert numerous confrontations and resentments. He wishes to avoid the dreadful experience of revealing a couple's infidelity while predicting their romantic fate, which not only resulted in no payment for his services, but also left him subject to scathing rebuke. At a monster respawn point, situated 20 miles from the fortune-telling booth, a diminutive old woman was applying enchantment stickers to a novice player's sword. She carefully affixed a transparent sticker, no larger than a fingernail, onto the blade and then gently tapped the raised center of the sticker with her fingertip. In an instant, a shimmering light cascaded down the hilt, slithering like a serpent toward the sword's tip, before erupting into a dazzling display of blue and purple electric arcs that intertwined across the blade, creating a magnificent lightning pattern. What was once an ordinary steel sword now crackled with vibrant energy, casting a radiant glow upon the young player's face, eliciting an uncontrollable smile that spread from ear to ear. "Have you enchanted my sword?" he exclaimed. "This is simply too cool. I feel an overwhelming surge of power." "Not exactly. This is merely a lightning effect," the old woman, who was actually the 5th incarnation of Lin Li, explained in a calm tone. "This small sticker can only convey a visual effect, with no actual damage potential." As she spoke, she reached out to brush her fingers through the dancing electric light, which coiled around her frail fingers like a docile serpent. However, do not underestimate such effects. With a bit of imagination, even the absence of offensive capability can yield unexpected results. Besides, these effects are quite affordable and can be replaced with various colors and styles. The 5th incarnation produced a collection of stickers featuring different effects: flames, frost, poisonous mist, and various character or animal-themed sword spirit effects, all priced at a mere 30 spirit stones each. In contrast, the materials to create a miniature array cost 30 spirit stones for £300. This yields a profit margin 300 times greater than that of producing lethal arrays, saving time and effort while eliminating concerns about players becoming overly powerful and impacting the sales of other products. "What's the use of something that merely looks good?" a curious onlooker murmured. "Unless the effect is Yalbed, what's the point? 30 spirit stones are hardly worth it. Who cares about that? As long as it looks cool," the male player exclaimed, excitedly brandishing his glowing sword. "This is too awesome. I must go confront the Tauren." At that moment, another intrigued customer inquired, "Elder, do you have any robe effects?" "You truly have an eye for quality," the 5th incarnation replied, retrieving a set of slightly larger stickers. The robe effects were even more intricate and dazzling than the weapon effects, featuring mist, holy light, ethereal qualities, whirlwinds, purple lightning, and swirling petals. "Is there anything even more advanced?" "There are indeed, but they come at a higher price," she continued, selecting a sticker and placing it directly onto the questioning player's form. Instantly, a dragon-shaped apparition materialized behind him, radiating an imposing presence as though it were a living creature. This is known as the Golden Dragon Effect, requiring 300 spirit stones for a single piece. Avatar number 5 elaborated, and then presented another piece, which is the Galaxy Effect that leaves a trail of starlight while walking. There are also the 9th rank Immortal Lotus, the 5-color Divine Light, and the 100 Swords in unison. Before Lin Li could finish speaking, players around eagerly clamored to make their purchases. "I want the Dragon one. Give me the Galaxy Effect. I desire the Flame Sword. I want the Poison Mist. Thank you for the 100 Swords in unison." The fervor of buying surged. Such dazzling skins, even devoid of attack power, were enough to instill fear. Players wielding laser effects brandished their swords with an air of fierce majesty. Another player adorned in the Galaxy Effect chimed in. "I think it would be splendid for a romantic setting, hee." The Nike logo wearer chuckled. Avatar number 5 cast an appreciative glance at these two players. Their ability to devise the effects showcased their cleverness. It is believed they will soon realize that effects are not merely for flaunting or intimidating. Meanwhile, 200 miles away in Willow Shadow Village, Lin Li's Avatar number 1 was also amidst a lively scene. The defendant, Chong Xin, was being accused of assaulting Laifu, with the crime of killing an entire family being established, and now the verdict was about to be pronounced. "Drown him." Drown him. Drown him. Sentenced to the punishment of drowning, to be executed immediately. Chapter 68. Do you hold contempt for the court of justice? Lin Li would dispatch a clone to Lu Ying village, driven by several layers of purpose. Primarily, the undertaking was commissioned by the Koi clan, with rewards in spiritual stones that rivaled the fortunes of a lottery jackpot, yet were more reliable than mere chance. Lin Li believed he possessed a 98% certainty of success. After all, seeking absolute certainty was a futile endeavor. Secondly, this mission was intertwined with his fourth junior sister, Wan Qingqing. Soon, she would encounter the man responsible for her mental disarray and psychological turmoil, Long Yutao, the young master of the Huanglong sect. Despite his mediocre talents and lackluster innate abilities, his sect boasted an extraordinary celestial technique, the transformation dragon scripture, which could profoundly alter one's essence. In pursuit of mastery, he scoured the world for beings with true dragon blood to devour. The daughter of the Koi clan's patriarch had fallen victim to him, subjected to daily bloodletting. Wan Qingqing had crossed paths with him during a medicinal herb gathering. As a naive maiden, she was unacquainted with the world. Long Yutao, in his unscrupulous ways to acquire the precious cleansing elixir she possessed, orchestrated a series of serendipitous encounters, leading her to ponder if this was fate. Ultimately, they became entangled in a relationship. However, their emotional trajectory inexplicably veered into the realm of cliché romantic tropes, where the true love interest was not Wan Qingqing, but the captive Koi maiden, Yu Xiaoman. Long Yutao, while incessantly draining her blood for his cultivation, found himself inexplicably drawn to her, only to rationalize that a noble fairy like Wan Qingqing was the only one worthy of him. Yu Xiaoman, lacking in intellect and memory, became ensnared in this absurd love story, convinced that even the pain inflicted upon her was a form of affection. In the end, Wan Qingqing was deceived not only of her elixir and emotions, but also ensnared by a parasitic curse. Long Yutao, having drained Yu Xiaoman to the brink of death, implanted her lingering soul within Wan Qingqing's consciousness, resulting in a dramatic shift in her temperament. During this tumultuous period, burdened by guilt for Yu Xiaoman's demise, Long Yutao's affections turned into cruelty, manipulating Wan Qingqing to resemble Yu Xiaoman, indulging in a twisted form of roleplay. The classic lines of tragic literature echoed, "Do not smile like that, lest you cease to resemble her." Following her psychological unraveling, Wan Qingqing descended into darkness, ultimately transforming into a vengeful half-fish creature, only to be sacrificed by Long Yutao in a moment of misplaced righteousness. According to the narrative, Yu Xiaoman was now trapped within Lu Ying village, and Lin Li was determined to rescue this foolish maiden. Furthermore, Long Yutao had, for the purpose of concocting elixirs for Yu Xiaoman, somehow annihilated all the villagers of Lu Ying. As Lin Li set forth, he consulted the causal compass, discerning only his position and some behavioral patterns, yet the specifics of Long Yutao's methods remained shrouded in ambiguity, as there existed no causal connection between the two parties. Lin Li's primary objective on this journey is to ensure the safety of the villagers. Furthermore, Long Yutao, whose malevolent heart cannot be tolerated, must be removed. It is well known that the antonym of localized decay is overall vitality. Lin Li intends to extract his malevolence, beginning with restoring the vitality of the situation. With a dual assault, he seeks to extinguish his worthless life. As for the remaining 8 objectives, their effectiveness will only be realized post-mission, hence they remain unaddressed for now. At the eastern edge of Lu Ying village flows a small river known as Shangliu River. The banks are adorned with a riot of mountain flowers, radiant and resplendent. Amongst the blossoms, sporadic birds flit about in pursuit of one another, while butterflies dance in pairs and dragonflies engage in their courtship. The scene is exuberantly vibrant. It is said that this river was once graced by a true dragon, which purportedly made its home here, leading to the abundant growth of a type of aquatic plant known as longzi grass. However, this grass is inedible and lacks medicinal properties, serving only to purify the water. The elders often recount that centuries ago, numerous celestial masters visited the village in search of the true dragon based on this legend. Many learned the art of dragon seeking, such as distinguishing the foul odor of a jiaolong from the fragrant aroma of a true dragon. To encounter a dragon, one must venture into remote mountains during heavy rain and fog, as they are said to emerge to breathe in such weather. The ancestors even devised a mnemonic rhyme. False sin is jiaolong, sweet sin is true dragon, spicy is wei long, sweet is nai long, those that bloom are liang long, those unheard are ere long, and the foolish ones are bao pai long. Alas, time has rendered this cheerful rhyme obsolete. Now, Only the fervent cries of judgment echo along the riverbank. Drown her! Drown her! Drown her! The villagers of Lin Li village, from silver-haired elders to young children, display faces twisted in fervor. They mechanically wave their fists, shouting in unison. Lin Li's alter ego appears as an unremarkable young man, clad in a humble blue robe. Blending into the crowd, he stands at the center, observing the tempestuous judgment with an impassive expression, inwardly furrowing his brow. The villager's state is even more dire than he had anticipated. At this moment, upon the elevated platform facing the villagers, the stern-faced village chief, Chang Dalong, presides over a table adorned with a wooden gavel, fan, handkerchief, and various other items. At 60 years of age, dressed in an incongruous theatrical official's attire, he raps the gavel and proclaims, Defendant Chang Xin, under the cover of night, when no one was watching, assaulted Lai Fu and slaughtered his entire family of 11. The crimes are heinous and unforgivable. I now declare the sentence. Drown her! Drown her! Drown her! The villagers immediately echo his call. Chang Dalong nods with satisfaction. The verdict is delivered. Cast the defendant Chang Xin into the river. Execute it immediately. Cheers erupt from the villagers. Lin Li's gaze sweeps over the bound Chang Xin, an ordinary peasant woman whose face betrays sheer terror and confusion. Strangely, the so-called plaintiff, Chang Lai Fu, is also bound and trembling at the side. Chang Dalong continues the sentencing. Plaintiff Chang Lai Fu, who has slanderously accused Chang Xin of assault and murder, commits a grave injustice and is thus deemed unforgivable. I now declare the sentence. Drown him! Drown him! Drown him! The villagers once again responded with fervent enthusiasm. Chang Dalong sat upright, striking the wooden block with force. The verdict is concluded. Throw Chang Lai Fu into the water and execute it immediately. The crowd continued to raise their fists in fervent cries. Long live! Justice lives on. Lin Li furrowed his brow, perplexed by the notion of long-lived justice. Did they consider themselves keyboard warriors? He extricated himself from the frenzied throng, stating, Wait a moment. I find myself somewhat bewildered. Impudent! Chang Dalong rose, glaring down at him with indignation. Do you dare to refrain from shouting long live justice? Lin Li remained composed, his tone steady. I comprehend the sentencing of the defendant, Chang Xin. But why must the plaintiff, Chang Lai Fu, also face punishment? Chang Dalong narrowed his eyes. Plaintiff Chang Lai Fu has baselessly accused Chang Xin of unprovoked assault and home invasion with intent to kill. Lin Li raised an eyebrow slightly. So, are you suggesting that the defendant, Chang Xin, is innocent of these accusations? The defendant Chang Xin committed heinous acts under the cover of night, assaulting and killing without remorse. She has harmed Chang Lai Fu. Chang Dalong's voice escalated sharply. Then who, in truth, is the murderer? Who bears the guilt? Lin Li inquired. Certainly. It is Chang Xin. Chang Dalong elongated his tone, and the villagers echoed in unison. And Chang Lai Fu. Are they accomplices in crime? Lin Li inquired, his expression darkening. Chang Dalong demanded fiercely. What do you mean? Are you dissatisfied with the judgment of our righteous court? Lin Li shook his head. I merely feel a sense of confusion. What confusion? Chang Dalong's countenance darkened ominously, dismissing any explanation. I see that you are indeed discontent with our righteous court. He dares to disdain the court. He is not on the side of justice. The villagers erupted into a deafening uproar, their fists raised like a forest, chanting, Drown him! Drown him! Drown him! Lin Li stepped back, his back pressed against the chest of a villager. He could feel the warmth of that person's breath on his neck. Can you not speak civilly? Must you threaten to drown someone at every turn? I am frightened. This statement seemed to trigger something within the crowd. Their expressions turned even more menacing, their fervor palpable. It is too late to be afraid now, Chang Dalong proclaimed loudly. This man has disdained the court, a grave crime indeed. Bring him forth. Submerge him. Chang Dalong's voice resonated like thunder. Dozens of villagers lunged at Lin Li simultaneously. He sighed deeply. Alas, why must you force my hand? 30 seconds later, mercy. O great Lord of Justice, Chapter 69. How did he incite the villagers? Lin Li stood amidst the fierce winds, gazing at the vast sky as clouds swirled around. Stop kneeling. Stand up and speak properly, he commanded, observing the trembling villagers. Thank you, great Lord. The villagers, who had been prostrating on the ground, hurriedly rose and bowed, their faces radiating expressions of heartfelt gratitude. Lin Li felt as though he had entered a madhouse. Ignoring their appellations, his gaze fixed upon Chang Dalong amidst the crowd. Are you the village chief of Luiying village? Chang Dalong, submissively rubbing his hands together, wore a simpering smile. Great Lord, whatever you say is right. Hmm? Lin Li's eyes narrowed menacingly. Startled, Chang Delong trembled, his knees buckling again as he pleaded. Father, father, you are my grandfather. I am your younger brother. Please, do not strike me. A perplexing expression creased Lin Li's face. At such an age, they still spoke in such absurdities. Do you still remember your identity? Lin Li probed tentatively. Of course, Chang Delong nodded vigorously, his murky eyes suddenly sparkling with an unusual fervor. We are the villagers of Luying, the embodiment of justice. Though Lin Li was aware that Long Yutao had manipulated the villagers, his mental probing revealed no traces of magical fluctuations, which was quite peculiar. To avoid harming the villagers, Lin Li resolved to first ascertain the nature of this trial before investigating other anomalies. Very well, you may believe what you wish. Lin Li asked straightforwardly, so who, precisely, is guilty? Great Lord, what do you think? Chang Delong replied, his face wrinkling into a flower-like smile. Lin Li squinted. Aren't you the embodiment of justice? How is there even an option of what do you think? Chang Delong hastily responded, then it must be Chang Xin who is guilty. She killed the entire Chang Lifu family for no reason. Suddenly, a villager retorted, not necessarily. I think it could have been Chang Lifu himself who committed the murder to frame Chang Xin. Chang Dalong's eyes widened, causing the villager to retract, and he amended. Great Lord, perhaps it was Chang Lifu and Chang Xin together who killed their entire family. Lin Li observed them calmly. Where is the evidence? You have been speaking incessantly, yet have provided no proof. His tone turned cold. Chang Dalong immediately broke into a sweat. Right. He turned to the villagers and shouted. The Great Lord demands evidence. Hurry and find some. A few young villagers dashed towards the village, but Lin Li raised his hand, an invisible barrier halting them. So, the plaintiff Chang Lifu and the defendant Chang Xin are about to be tossed into the river, yet you possess no evidence? Chang Dalong shrank back. Great Lord, evidence is not easy to find. Oh, so murder is easy then? Lin Li's gaze cut through the faces of each villager like a blade. These individuals truly believed they could kill with mere words. A villager murmured softly, what use is evidence? Who knows whether the evidence seekers have accepted bribes to deliberately fabricate evidence? Immediately, someone echoed, exactly. None of these evidence seekers are trustworthy. A woman with a face marked by pockmarks sarcastically remarked, in my opinion, what upright person would be on trial? Neither the plaintiff nor the defendant is likely to be virtuous. Indeed, only our righteous court stands for true justice. Long live justice. The crowd suddenly erupted in a synchronized chant. Lin Li stamped his foot forcefully, causing a slight tremor in the ground. Silence. Bring the plaintiff forward. The crowd collectively held their breath, their shouts abruptly ceasing. Moments later, two burly men dragged Chang Lifu over. Lin Li tore the gag from his mouth. And before he could pose any questions, Chang Lifu fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead striking the ground heavily. Your Honor, I am wronged. Do not kneel. Stand and speak. Lin Li interjected, extending a hand to assist him. Now, tell me, what exactly is your grievance? Chang Lifu, tearfully scrambling to his feet, his coarse garment smeared with mud, responded, Your Honor, I just returned after carrying dung today, and before I could wash my hands. They seized me and threw me on the plaintiff's stand, accusing me of having my entire family murdered by Chang Xin. And where is your family? Lin Li noted the suspicious stains still present on Chang Lifu's hands. Chang Lifu wiped his tears. They are all working in the fields. Lin Li's expression became one of disbelief. So, they are not dead? Of course not. Chang Lifu suddenly grew agitated. They are working in the fields. Lin Li asked. Then why didn't you say so from the beginning? Chang Lifu, with a sense of grievance, pointed to the swollen corner of his mouth. I did. But they wouldn't listen. I wanted to explain, but they stuffed my mouth shut. Lin Li turned to Chang Delong. So who reported the case? Who silenced you? Chang Delong pointed towards the crowd. The crowd stirred, eventually pushing forward a young man with a sharp chin and a gaunt appearance. He was dressed in flamboyant clothes, starkly contrasting with the simplicity of the surrounding villagers. The young man awkwardly scratched his head. I saw Chang Xin pass by Chang Lifu's house yesterday with a machete. They had a quarrel in their childhood. So he must have gone to seek revenge and kill him, intending to wipe out his entire family. Upon hearing this, Chang Delong's voice suddenly rose. Pointing at the young man, you audaciously slander and maliciously defame. He turned to Lin Li. Your Honor, this fellow is Chang Ergo, a notorious idler in the village. A bachelor. Look at his garish attire. He must be harboring secret affections for Chang Xin. Since she is now married, he has decided that if he cannot have her, He will destroy her, thus falsely accusing them to bring about their demise. A villager immediately shouted, I remember now. A few days ago, I saw Chong Xian washing clothes by the river, and I caught Chong Ergo sneaking a glance at her back. He must have had ill intentions. Chong Ergo's face turned ashen. I did not. Chong DeLong promptly declared, Defendant Chong Ergo, guilty of malicious defamation and instigation to murder. The villagers, filled with righteous indignation, raised their arms in fervent cries. Drown him! Drown him! Drown him! Lin Li paused in silence. All right, cease the shouting. The villagers immediately knelt down, weeping bitterly. Oh, great Lord of Heaven, spare us. He realized that this was merely a trial of rumors, a fabricated indictment. A distortion of truth that turned black into white. With nothing but words, they transformed into invincible weapons. Their grandiloquent speeches were nothing but utter fabrications. What could sever one's very bones? It was the final straw, pressed down from the lofty heights of morality. Public opinion is akin to a knife that kills without shedding blood. The cost of wielding it? Merely a couple of spittle-laden breaths. Lin Li gazed at the trembling villagers, lost in contemplation. No magic was necessary. How did that little scoundrel, Long Yutao, manage to incite them? Surely, it could not be merely from understanding the applause, could it? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden chime resonated from across the river. Duong, in the next moment, all the villagers stood upright in a bizarre manner. Their gazes vacant as they raised their arms and chanted, Long live justice! Long live justice! Long live justice! Chapter 70. The Sound of Enlightenment as the Bell Tolled. Lin Li immediately sensed something amiss. It was the resounding chime of the Buddhist temple's great bell, a sound imbued with the power of enlightenment. Both in the secular realm and the world of cultivation, the scriptures of Buddhism and Confucianism are widely acknowledged for their profound impact on moral instruction. The scriptures within the cultivation community possess even more mystical qualities, capable of transforming guidance into a form of brainwashing. For instance, the subtle sound of the Wu-Wa from the Xumi sect and the ethereal verses from the Confucianists stand as paragons in this regard. Should such scriptures be mishandled or recited indiscriminately, they risk inducing mass indoctrination. There was once a high monk who, while walking along the street and reciting scriptures, inadvertently brainwashed an entire street of passers-by with his fervent chanting. Upon returning to his inn, he was startled to find a throng of individuals, including some ladies and patrons from the Wanhua Tower, trailing behind him. Due to their disheveled appearance and moral decay, they were all apprehended and imprisoned. Aware of the grave sin he had committed, the monk resolved not to halt his course, but rather to embrace the darkness, ultimately becoming an elder of the Huanchi sect in the Blazing Realm. This exemplifies the peril of straying from the righteous path, descending from sanctity into malevolence. The distant chime across the river represented a distorted demonic art of Buddhism. This spell, inscribed upon the bell, produced sound waves akin to recitation when struck, rendering its malevolence nearly imperceptible. When the sound reached one's ears, it subtly altered their cognitive processes. The most terrifying aspect was that victims willingly relinquished their self-awareness, mistakenly believing they were engaging in sincere practice. Lin Li, due to the insidious nature of the brainwashing, had failed to discern the truth at first. Now he understood why the villagers continually proclaimed long live justice. This Long Yuto exploited the guise of righteousness, using the villagers as instruments to send innocent lives into his alchemical cauldron, a truly nefarious scheme. Having grasped Long Yutao's methods of manipulation, resolving the situation became considerably more straightforward. Lin Li lacked alternative means to revert the villagers' indoctrinated thoughts. However, through the great memory dispersal technique, he could obliterate their recent memories. Once they forgot the chime, the brainwashing would naturally cease to exist. After addressing the villagers, Lin Li established a soundproof barrier and gazed across the river. There lay a forest, starkly contrasting with the vibrant scenery on his side, as if two worlds had been severed by an invisible blade. Even the very soil appeared a kaleidoscope of inky hues. Just as Lin Li was preparing to cross, an eerie gray mist enveloped the entire forest, then as gossamer yet dense and unyielding, rippling like water when the wind passed through. The silhouettes of the flora within the mist flickered ominously, evoking a sense of foreboding. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Li retrieved a stack of paper figurines from his pocket, casting them upon the ground to transform into 5 doppelgangers. In an instant, his first avatar and the 5 manifestations aligned in a row, engaging in a perpetual dance of position and transformation. Like a fleeting whirlwind, 6 identical figures surged toward the far bank of the river. The first figure strode confidently upon the waves. The second figure executed the 5 elements escape technique. The third figure, sword in tow, ambled leisurely. The fourth figure soared through the skies on a flying sword, the swiftest of all. The fifth figure, cloaked in invisibility, cautiously infiltrated the shadows. The silhouette numbered 6 remained in place, intently gazing across the riverbank. Deep within the forest, the seventh figure emerged beside a scattering of human bones. It was evident that the previous 6 silhouettes were mere paper puppets of his creation. At that moment, a surging, emerald green flame billowed above the bones. Upon seeing this, Lin Li exclaimed softly, "Ghostly beauty." In the Blood Fiend land, the appearance of a female ghost was not unusual. What was peculiar, however, was that the ghost began to undress without any prelude, which was utterly contrary to the expected sequence of events. Lin Li focused his gaze and finally discerned the reason. The ghost was left with only her life soul and purifying spirit. The remainder of her 2 souls and 6 spirits were nowhere to be found. It is essential to understand that the life soul governs the 7 emotions and 6 desires, while the purifying spirit oversees the union of yin and yang. No wonder her ethereal form floated like smoke, exuding an impatient allure. It was clear that she was incomplete in spirit. One could surmise that she had been deliberately harmed in such a manner. How pitiful. Lin Li made a gesture in front of his chest, his fingertips shimmering with divine light. He invoked the heavenly way, transformed the profound essence, and employed myriad methods to protect the soul, providing salvation and liberation from impurities and dust. As the protective incantation was cast, the female ghost immediately transformed into specks of luminous light, returning to the skeletal remains. Lin Li then waved his sleeve, causing the ground to crack open a 3-foot-deep pit, where he gently buried the white bones. Simultaneously, the ghost's causal thread traversed the forest, landing in Lin Li's causal compass, swiftly transforming into a streak of light that penetrated his destined trajectory. Soon, the ghost's final moments unfolded in Lin Li's mind. It turned out that 3 days prior, after Yu Xiaoman consumed the cleansing elixir, her cultivation soared, and her youthful appearance of merely 10 years suddenly matured to 18. Though the fish had lived for over 2 centuries, her insufficient power had kept her appearance at 10. Upon receiving nourishment, her form grew. Not that she could transform merely because she looked 10. During Long Yutao's attempt to drain her blood, he experienced an unexpected surge of emotion. This impulse left him utterly astonished and embarrassed. He had no desire to engage with a mere fish, so he resorted to abducting virtuous women to satisfy his depraved urges. Yet, the mortal form could not completely satiate his malevolence, leading him to the perverse act of extracting souls, allowing these women to exist in a state of debauchery as a means to vent his pent-up frustrations. After all, the lives of mortals were inconsequential. Once he had his fill, he could harvest their flesh and blood for alchemical purposes, leaving the bones for the residual souls to linger in a wretched existence. Not far from the skeletal remains, by the edge of a deep pool, lay a rocky outcrop. Among these stones, Lin Li's avatar number 1 concealed himself. It was clear that the previous 7 silhouettes were also his paper puppets. Through the ghost's causal thread, he realized that Long Yutao's malice exceeded his initial expectations. How dare he attempt to annihilate him? It is often said that in a single lifetime, one must possess some degree of perseverance. Although the realm of cultivation is fraught with peril, one must stand for certain principles and refrain from others. Were this the game of his past life? Lin Li might have first collaborated with the ghost to uncover some clues, before seeking out any hidden side quests. Subsequently, he would return to the village, enhancing the villagers' favorability, and then devise ways to deceive them for useful items. Afterward, he would explore the map, searching for herbs and hidden information. He might even send out his avatars to experiment with different routes. At last, he ventured to conquer the dungeon and unveil the conclusion. Yet, all that lay before him was not merely a game. Although the realm of cultivation had welcomed players and embraced a gaming interface, it remained unequivocally real. Through the lens of these players, he gleaned a myriad of information, but the essence of reality persisted. The hands of his junior sisters were tender. The spirits of his junior brothers were potent, and his master's laughter was imbued with warmth. The teachings bestowed upon him by the sect leader were a source of joy. His uncle, the practitioner of morning clouds, was unyielding in his words. The mountains of Dan Ding Peak bore the scars of his own destruction, while the dwelling at Song Kong Cliff was a product of his arduous labor. The myriad of withered bones scattered across the ground spoke of undeniable suffering. Thus, this world was far from virtual. Consequently, Long Yutao deserved his fate. In this moment, Lin Li was consumed by the desire to seize Long Yutao by the nose and force him to confront the stench of his own misdeeds. Having masqueraded as a stone for an extended period, Lin Li emerged from his guise. Though he treaded carefully, he was no coward. Should the troubles he encountered become excessively burdensome, he would not hesitate to confront them head-on, reciting silently the name of the infinite celestial being. He steeled himself against the insidious chimes of brainwashing, swiftly confirming all his hidden cards. He then unleashed a yellow, directing it towards the abyss below. The sword technique. Water and fire unharnessed, opened the vast expanse. This was the introductory sword move of the righteous Qi sect, seldom employed since Lin Li had transitioned to a different path of cultivation. This technique emphasized the subtlety of concealed intent, embodying the notion that human effort has its limits. No matter how formidable the force, it would eventually deplete, while the power inherent in nature is perpetually renewing. The sword intent flowed like water, parting the gray mist shrouding the abyss and revealing the damp depths below. The sword intent blazed like fire, shattering the colossal bell at the bottom of the abyss into fragments, unveiling a hidden cave amid the swirling gray fog. A voice, filled with astonishment, echoed from within the cave. "You audacious thief, how dare you trouble me? Do you comprehend your impending doom? My father is the leader of the Huanglong sect, Long Gang." Chapter 71. A grudge unyielding Long Gang, a mid-stage transformation cultivator, held considerable influence. His stature demanded more than a mere palm's breadth. It required two. Lin Li cast a cold, scrutinizing gaze over the expansive cave dwelling below, which occupied roughly 700 or 800 square feet and was divided into three distinct spaces. The most prominent feature was the central dragon transformation pool, a crucial component in the cultivation of the dragon transformation canon. Prior to the upheaval of the world, maintaining the efficacy of the dragon transformation pool was relatively uncomplicated. With sufficient financial resources, one could procure a wealth of materials infused with dragon blood, dragon essence, or dragon qi. However, with the emergence of violent spiritual energy, the resources required for cultivation surged dramatically, causing the already rare materials necessary for dragon transformation to skyrocket in price. As the young master of the Yellow Dragon sect, Long Yuto was not devoid of resources. Unfortunately, due to his limited talent, he found himself consuming twice the amount of pills and spirit stones compared to his fellow disciples at the same level of cultivation. His father, Long Gang, had initially intended to counsel him to adopt a cautious approach in the current climate, urging him to avoid rash actions. Yet, feeling his pride wounded, Long Yuto coldly retorted that his affairs were none of his father's concern before departing the sect without a backward glance. Once outside the Yellow Dragon sect, he became increasingly reckless. He often invoked his father's name to pressure prices during purchases and brazenly seized precious opportunities with a sense of entitlement. In recent times, to cleanse Yu Shaman's meridians, Long Yuto had nearly exhausted all his resources. With his spirit stones depleted, he could not humble himself to take on menial work. In a desperate bid to sustain the vitality of the dragon transformation pool, he resorted to defiance of sect regulations, utilizing a mind control bell to manipulate villagers, offering their living beings as sacrificial nourishment for the pool. Adjacent to the dragon transformation pool was the secret chamber where Yu Shaoman was imprisoned. The room, though sparsely furnished, maintained a degree of comfort. Yu Shaoman languished in a small pool of water, her breath weak yet her life intact, in stark contrast to her surroundings. The dark chamber to the left of the dragon transformation pool was a grotesque sight, piled high with 200 to 300 corpses. Amidst the gruesome heap writhed 70 or 80 bloodthirsty mutated plants, all of which were dragon-infused celestial herbs. Among them, a dragon claw blood thistle had grotesquely swollen roots, its 5 sharp hooks deeply embedded in the chests of the corpses, churning their innards into a gruesome pulp as viscous blood mixed with bone fragments dripped from its claws. Another dragon tendon vine slithered over the bodies, stripping away flesh in its wake, leaving only stark white bones. Several dragon-shaped pods, covered in sticky barbs, opened and closed like a dragon's maw, dragging the corpses within to digest them, their viscous secretions mingling with the blood that dripped incessantly. Gazing upon this hellish tableau, Lin Li felt a chill of frost settle in his gaze. Your father did not pin you against the wall, yet you still deserve death. Long Yutao had never encountered such coarse invective, always priding himself on his refined demeanor. He typically targeted only the common folk living near the affluent rivers when he resorted to violence. How could he possibly endure such slander? Yet, the dragon breath he unleashed merely dispatched a few paper dolls, while the magnificent soul-charming bell he had purchased at a high price crumbled under the weight of a single sword strike. This individual was cunning and formidable, certainly not an adversary to be taken lightly. Indeed, a figure of some repute. As anticipated, the moment this thought emerged, a sharp sound was heard, and a figure appeared instantaneously at the breach above the cave dwelling, clad in disheveled attire. The visage was astonishingly ordinary. Was this individual truly so unconcerned as to focus on appearances at such a critical moment? The reality of their countenance was so mundane that one could scarcely find them among common mortals. It was utterly bizarre. Typically, the higher a person's cultivation, the more perfect their physical form becomes. Even if one is born with less than favorable features, they are often enhanced in other words. This person had either altered their appearance or was not their true self. Who are you an incarnation of? Long Yutian inquired coldly. As he posed this feigned question, he discreetly formed a series of hand seals. The visitor was clearly malevolent. He needed to seize the initiative. Long Yutao contemplated quietly that if this individual dared to remain silent, they would soon learn what it means to pursue an elusive rabbit, catch an unseen eagle, or grasp at invisible insects and intangible stars. There was no denying it. Just from the sword strike moments ago, he understood he was no match for this person. However, he had meticulously arranged this cave dwelling over many days. With countless traps set, he felt confident he could escape within his own domain. Dragon roars across the miles, unleashing dominance. Silver dragon ascending, competing in all directions. Seal. As he manipulated the hand seals, a cacophony of strange sounds erupted, reverberating both above and below. Many dragon-shaped plants seemed to be catalyzed into a frenzy. Countless flower vines erupted from the muddy riverbed beneath. Above, the grayish-white breath of the nether dragon coalesced into 100 gray dragons, forming an intricate confinement array. In an instant, a web of entrapment enveloped the area. Lin Li's eyes narrowed. There was danger. The other party had already made a covert move while questioning him, indicating a clear intent not to let him go. Thus, even if he feigned an answer, claiming to be his father, the other would certainly not believe him. Unless he were a fool, the conflict would be unavoidable. Moreover, he would also have to seize the individual he cared for the most, Yu Xiaomin, leaving no room for negotiation. Thus, the confrontation would still be relentless. Regardless of the circumstances, it would be a fight to the death. The other was essentially declaring war upon him. This left no possibility for retreat on either side. Given such an overwhelming assault, the opponent likely had more than just this wave prepared. If they had hundreds or even thousands of similar attacks in store, Lin Li's first avatar could not guarantee a safe return to his true self. To summarize, this was a critical juncture of life and death. Faced with such dire circumstances, Lin Li's decision was resolute. As a wise sage once said, hesitation leads to defeat. Since Long Yutao had resolved to fight him to the bitter end, there was no need for pretense or probing. He would unleash his full power with a grand move. Water, fire, wind, thunder, 10,000 swords shatter the heavens in fury. The most potent strike born by Avatar 1. With a clang, myriad sword lights, imbued with righteous energy, surged forth. Long Yutao was instantly obliterated into a fine mist of blood. From the moment of their encounter until the conclusion of the battle, a full 3 seconds elapsed, an eternity of tension. Lin Li silently admonished himself, vowing never to exhibit such leniency again. Should he grant his opponent the opportunity to mount an attack, the repercussions could be dire. Upon the return of the Huangli sword, Lin Li cast a fleeting glance downward. The once ferocious plants, which had been brandishing their menacing forms, abruptly transformed, withdrawing their brutality and frenzy. The dragon claw blood thistle lay prostrate, tracing circles in the earth with its nails, resembling an innocent bystander forgotten in a corner. The dragon tendril vine retracted its tendrils, tightly closing its petals, adhering dutifully to its nature as a plant, remaining utterly still. The dragon-shaped pods silently retreated into the soil, obediently bowing their heads, presenting an air of docility. The entire cavern was suddenly transformed into a serene herbal garden. Lin Li descended gracefully. The delicate and enchanting little koi spirit cast a cautious glance at Lin Li, her heart sinking in disappointment. Is this truly the savior who came to my rescue? A visage so unremarkable, so commonplace, that one could easily forget it at a glance. This was a far cry from the thrilling narrative she had envisioned. She had imagined being rescued by an invincible, ethereal hero, stepping upon clouds of vibrant colors, leading to a love at first sight, filled with romance and enchantment. Chapter 72. Seeking Wealth and Fortune. Not a whisper of true emotion by the edge of the pool. Yu Xiaomin hung her head, tears cascading onto her knees. What should I do? He saved me. Logically, I ought to repay his kindness. Yet, his appearance is less appealing than that of a leech that siphons her blood. What if he demands my body in return? As a fish with aspirations and pursuits, unclouded by romantic notions, she fervently wished for him to embody simplicity akin to his looks, yearning solely for wealth and fortune, devoid of a hint of genuine emotion. She must not let anything hinder her from marrying the charming, graceful, an extraordinarily skilled immortal who remains indifferent to others, yet harbors a unique affection for her, a grave misunderstanding. Otherwise, she would rather excavate her own brain. Lin Li remained oblivious to Yu Xiaoman's turmoil. At this moment, though Long Yutao had perished, the crisis was not entirely averted. The post-battle ritual commenced immediately. 18 paper figures fell from his sleeves, transforming into human forms. 4 of them brandished soul-capturing orbs, conducting a thorough search for lingering spirits. 5 others wielded vast umbrellas to suppress all waves of communication. The remaining figures produced copper bells, clubs, swanas, and symbols, conveying the somberness of the burial ceremony to every corner of the deep pool. Lin Li's gaze shifted towards the heap of corpses and the seemingly innocent plants. The area needed to be cleansed thoroughly. Alas, during these extraordinary times, a measure of ceremonial integrity must be sacrificed. With a decisive swing of his sword, a vibrant energy surged forth. The entire cave seemed enveloped by a natural aura. And in the blink of an eye, the plants uprooted themselves, reaching towards the warm glow of the blade. Flowers bloomed and withered, leaves curled and unfurled. As the sword's intent flowed, it transformed into a cascade of vibrant fragments. Yu Xiaoman stood at the doorway of the secret chamber, her round eyes fixed intently on Lin Li, who had suddenly grown tall and imposing. What a graceful sword! What a dashing figure! Despite his unremarkable appearance, Yu Xiaoman sensed an indescribable elegance emanating from his fluid swordplay. Her heart felt as though it had plummeted like a cotton candy cloud, light, sweet, and fragrant. She seemed to genuinely admire him. Lin Li transported the bodies to the shore and dispatched paper figures to the upstream village, arranging for the nearby residents to claim the remains. Having tidied up the aftermath, he turned his gaze towards Yu Xiaoman. Do you need me to carry you up? What? You wish to carry me? Lin Li was taken aback. What nonsense is this? I did not say such a thing. Yu Xiaoman struggled to rise, her essence having been drained over the past few days, leaving her unsteady even while standing. She lifted her eyes to meet Lin Li's. Didn't you want to carry me? Why aren't you coming over to embrace me? Her puzzled gaze scanned Lin Li from head to toe. Actually, this man doesn't seem too bad. His height of 175 centimeters surpasses most boys. Coupled with his solemn demeanor, he appears so cold. His character must be that of a dignified immortal who relies on strength rather than looks. As this thought crossed her mind, Yu Xiaoman's heart skipped a beat. Akin to a startled bird taking flight from a branch, fluttering against her chest, its wings beating fervently, reddening her ears. It appears she has encountered the legendary protagonist from a tale. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, intending to approach Lin Li, he raised his hand and a beam of ethereal light struck her forehead. The light illuminated her fate, proclaiming to the heavens, revealing her true form swiftly. As if commanded by divine decree, with a soft plop, Yu Xiaoman transformed back into her original form and fell to the ground. What is he doing turning me back to my original form? By the time Yu Xiaoman reverted to human form once more, she had already arrived at the Koi Water Palace. Upon opening her eyes, her first words were, "Father, where is the immortal who rescued me?" Yurenjia, with his gaze lowered, replied coolly, "Do you know that whenever a whale defecates, its rear must open wide, and it cannot close for a long time afterward? It is an excruciating ordeal. Why on earth would I need to know that?" Yu Xiaoman retorted with evident disdain. "Indeed, you are oblivious to such matters. You only care about yourself, you prodigal child. 600 premium spirit stones. To save you, your father has spent 600 premium spirit stones." Yurenjie was so enraged that his fish-like eyes bulged. Such a sum was a staggering price, difficult even for Koi to obtain. Yu Xiaoman brushed it off. "Father, why are you so stingy? I could always go out often to earn some back for you. You dare suggest going out?" Yurenjie thundered. "Do you not know the current state of the world? A heavenly tribulation has descended. Our Koi clan's fortune has been halved, and now, don't even speak of collecting money. If you can return with your life, it would be a blessing considering your rich Koi bloodline." After a moment of silence, Yu Xiaoman quietly suggested, "But I should at least express my gratitude." "No need." Lin Skinsher just departed, stating he had urgent matters and could not linger. "Besides, I have given him 600 premium spirit stones. With his cultivation, he would likely not dare to wander about with such wealth. Father, do not underestimate him. He is quite formidable. I certainly know he is formidable. If he weren't, would he have earned 600 premium spirit stones? I speak of his cultivation." Yu Xiaoman quietly defended herself, feeling dejected. "I had hoped to invite him to stay for a few days to properly repay his life-saving grace. It seems I will have to find another opportunity to express my thanks." In the shadows, a paper figure remained. As Lin Li departed the Koi Water Palace, he pondered, Was it an illusion or an instinct? There was something awry about this fish. In the realm of cultivation, over 80% of secret realms are established by cultivators at the veins of heavenly essence as the masters. Having benefited from predecessors during their lifetimes, leave behind their insights and resources in their caves after facing calamities, waiting for fated individuals to claim them, thereby concluding their debts of gratitude. Another 10% is created to accumulate virtue or to fulfill requests, offering rewards for those who meet certain conditions to claim the secrets of the realm as master. The remaining 10% are traps, such as those set by demonic cultivators, who deliberately lay numerous trials and abundant resources to select the most capable individuals to inherit their wealth and souls. Certainly, there exist malicious practitioners who lay intricate traps, culminating in indiscriminate explosions as their ultimate reward. Some deceive a multitude into participating, yet offer only a single opportunity for the coveted prize, only to reward the fortunate victor with the mundane task of observing the postnatal care of a sow. Even more outrageous are those scenarios where one effortlessly traverses the challenges, surrounded by a bounty of spiritual stones, materials, and teachings, devoid of any traps, only to discover, as they prepare to depart laden with treasures, that they are unable to escape. On the tidal flat outside the secret realm of Blue City Mountain, a disgruntled voice echoed, "You deceitful senior brother! You promised to take me into the secret realm for training, yet here we are in a group." Qiling was quite averse to this unforeseen turn of events, her frustration manifesting as she kicked a pebble away. Her second senior brother, Shi Songbai, turned his head to look at her. "Qingling, it has been over half a year since we last met, and you are already so irritable with me? Have you forgotten how you used to cling to my arm, begging me to take you for a spin on the whirlwind?" Realizing she had inadvertently expressed her thoughts aloud, Qiling gave an awkward smile. No. It's just that the eldest senior brother didn't inform me that this would be a collective endeavor." Lin Li, upon hearing this, felt a sense of helplessness. It was indeed his fault for not clarifying earlier, which led her to feel deceived. Fortunately, his junior sister had a kind nature, and over the years, under his guidance, her temperament had become increasingly magnanimous. Such a level of discontent would not lead her towards darkness. Nonetheless, psychological guidance remained essential. After some contemplation, Lin Li said to Qingling, "Recite the principles for descending the mountain 10 times. Upon your return, transcribe the 10 precepts for steady cultivation and the 6 catastrophes of a corrupted heart 5 times each and submit them to me." Chapter 73, The Origin of the Blue City Mountain Secret Realm. "Brother, why have you punished me?" Qingling's eyes were filled with sorrow and lamentation, surpassing even the melancholy of Lin Diyu. "This is not a punishment. It is merely an assignment. Complete it well, and I shall reward you with 3 exquisite spirit stones. Fail, and you must also finish the previous unfinished cultivation tasks." "What? 3 exquisite spirit stones?" Upon hearing this, Lin Li's companions, second disciple Shi Songbai, third disciple Lin Li, fourth disciple Ruan Qingqing, fifth disciple Feng Jihan, eighth disciple Feng Wanshu, 10th disciple Pei Jinghuai, and 11th disciple Jiang Yuqiu, all lit up with excitement. Ever since the emergence of violent spiritual energy, the cultivation world had yet to discover a method to absorb spiritual energy for practice. Consequently, everyone had to rely on spirit stones for their cultivation. Generally, practitioners in the Qi refinement stage consumed 10 low-grade spirit stones per day, while those in the foundation establishment stage required 5 mid-grade spirit stones. Golden core stage practitioners needed 80 high-grade spirit stones, and those in the nascent soul stage required 18 exquisite spirit stones. The transformation stage demanded around 50 exquisite spirit stones. Among Lin Li's disciples, the highest cultivation levels were held by Shi Songbai, Lin Li, Feng Jihan, and Nie Bufan, all of whom had just entered the transformation stage. Apart from Qingling, who was at the foundation establishment stage, the others were either on the verge of entering the nascent soul stage or had already achieved it. During this period, in order to sustain their cultivation, each of them had seen their resources dwindle significantly. Thus, Lin Li organized an expedition into the secret realm, and everyone was keen to participate. However, it soon dawned on them that Lin Li was currently displaying a cultivation level at the foundation establishment stage. While this was undoubtedly an inaccurate representation, the cultivation resources he received were indeed based on the foundation establishment standard. Moreover, he still needed to support his younger siblings, leading them to realize that he was not as affluent as they had assumed. Shi Songbai promptly remarked, "Brother, you are too indulgent with Qingling. Everyone has faced assignments. There is no need for rewards." Lin Li added, "Second brother is right. Eldest brother, You should not always be bestowing spirit stones and magical treasures upon us. You must also reserve some spirit stones for your own cultivation. It has already been quite embarrassing that we have not contributed to you over the years. Taking more of your resources would be utterly ungrateful. The other disciples echoed their sentiments. As the conversation progressed, Songbai took the lead, and each disciple offered a few spirit stones of varying value to Lin Li, urging him to reward Qingling based on their contributions. This seemed to stress Qingling to the point where she wished to directly confront everyone. Eldest brother, I do not want the spirit stones. If you could replace the reward with a collective exam for everyone instead, that would be preferable. Upon hearing this, the others intensified their attempts to offer spirit stones. Lin Li found the situation amusing as he observed them, saying, "All right, keep these spirit stones for your own cultivation. As long as you maintain a clear mind and do not give me cause for concern, I shall not burden you with assignments." With that, he began to return the spirit stones that had been offered to him. After all, to Lin Li, these spirit stones were indeed insignificant, given his current cultivation needs. He required at least 200 exquisite spirit stones daily, which was equivalent to 4,000 times what Qingling needed. The total value of the spirit stones gathered by his disciples amounted to merely 5 or 6 exquisite spirit stones, scarcely enough for him to cultivate for an hour. This was precisely why Lin Li was so eager to acquire spirit stones. Before the game invaded the realm of cultivation. Although his cultivation expenses far exceeded those of his peers at the same level, he had never ceased his training, thanks to the inexhaustible abundance of spiritual energy from the Haoyun mountain range. However, ever since the emergence of violent spiritual energy in less than a month, he had depleted all of his centuries' worth of exquisite spirit stones. Even more alarming was the fact that he had not practiced for a full day. If he did not swiftly resume his cultivation, he would become a pitiful, weak, and helpless figure, easily toppled. Just the thought of a day when demons might exert their power over him, whom they once subdued, sent shivers down Lin Li's spine. Fortunately, his cultivation technique was slightly superior to the external incarnations practiced by typical foundation establishment cultivators, enabling him to multitask, selling medicine, fishing, slaying demons, and accepting tasks, all in exchange for the spirit stones necessary for his training. Today, Lin Li was heading to the Blue City Mountain Secret Realm, a treasure trove of spirit stones he had long coveted. In his previous life, he had fortuitously navigated the secret realm. At that time, he had obtained a fragment of a map leading to the realm during a pest eradication mission. Following a series of tasks, he ultimately discovered the Blue City Mountain Secret Realm. The realm's master, known as the True Man of Empty Tribulation, was a transcendent cultivator who had since reincarnated and resumed his cultivation. The True Man of Empty Tribulation believed he had comprehended the truths of the world, asserting that attaining immortality was not contingent upon diligence or innate talent, but rather upon the favor of the heavenly way and the possession of good fortune. He cited an example from 30,000 years ago, when a large green caterpillar, devoid of intelligence, fortuitously encountered a phoenix and a yellow dragon engaged in battle. During their skirmish, a feather fell onto its resting tree, granting it a drop of divine blood and enabling its transformation into a demonic form. Subsequently, it moved to another tree and acquired a celestial artifact that accelerated the growth of spiritual herbs, allowing it to feast on heavenly treasures daily. In a mere century, it ascended to the celestial realm, its form still resembling that of a caterpillar, yet to metamorphose into a butterfly or moth. Such an immortal body puzzled the demon race, which held that bloodlines determined one's potential for ascension. A common caterpillar, lacking both bloodline and capacity, defied all understanding by achieving immortality, thus appending the demon race's beliefs. Even to this day, many cultivators regard this tale as mere folklore and remain skeptical. However, the True Man of Empty Tribulation had once consulted the ancestors of the upper realm using a divine incense, receiving confirmation of the truth. Upon entering the celestial realm, the large green caterpillar garnered the favor of a celestial lord and was taken to reside in a celestial abode. It was this incident that led the True Man of Empty Tribulation to conclude that luck surpassed effort and talent. Therefore, the Blue City Mountain Secret Realm he established was not a contest of divine abilities, nor of wisdom and strategy, but solely of fortune. The spirit stones, magical artifacts, legacies, and miraculous elixirs within the realm were all acquired by the sheer luck of the seeker. The one most favored by fortune could obtain a lucky star, crafted through great trials, which, when worn, would significantly enhance personal luck and greatly diminish the wearer's misfortunes. In his previous life, Lin Li returned from the Blue City Mountain secret realm in utter defeat, having only obtained a single hemostatic herb as a consolation prize, missing the chance to become the lucky star of the empty tribulation real person. However, Lin Li believed that this time around, the outcome would undoubtedly be different. He sensed that his fortune was gradually improving, with the most compelling evidence being that he had encountered the extraordinary event of transmigrating and being reborn as a game NPC. Such inexplicable luck surely promised a chance to redeem his past failures. Moreover, having just assisted Urenji in rescuing his daughter, he received the blessings of a koi, while also bringing along numerous junior disciples. The lucky star was destined to be his. Otherwise, the impending calamity facing the second heir, Shi Songbai, would not be so easily overcome. Chapter 74. The secret to staying young and being single. Shi Songbai is a practitioner of the Dharma aspect. The Dharma aspect is a divine embodiment formed through the practitioner's comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth, merging their innate foundation into a manifestation of supernatural abilities. It represents the materialization of their cultivation and serves as the core means of combat. The Dharma aspect typically manifests as a colossal ethereal figure, resembling deities, mythical beasts, or natural phenomena, closely tied to the practitioner's techniques, temperament, and opportunities. Furthermore, the Dharma aspect encapsulates the practitioner's profound understanding of the laws of nature, encompassing concepts such as the five elements, yin and yang, and the fabric of time and space. The higher the realm, the more tangible the Dharma aspect becomes, potentially evolving into an independent domain. Possessing a pure yang spiritual root, Shi Songbai's Dharma aspect is known as 10 suns in the sky, at his current level of cultivation. Once he unleashes the domain of his Dharma aspect, even a powerful practitioner at the Mahayana stage would be trapped for at least 10 breaths, with few of the same realm able to escape. More terrifying is his ultimate move, 10 suns plummeting, whose potency rivals that of 10 meteors colliding with the earth. This places his combat prowess among the top 3 within the righteous sect. According to the trajectory of his past life, Shi Songbai faced betrayal from his family in the later stages of the version. His parents laid a trap to extract the goodness within him, intending to transform him into a murderous puppet to protect the family. However, they overestimated their capabilities, leading to a catastrophic failure. Shi Songbai, stripped of his benevolence, succumbed to darkness, annihilating his entire clan with 10 setting suns. He then forged a path of destruction, slaying gods and demons alike with a ruthlessly cold mentality, becoming a figure akin to Jiasu, a lord among devils. In this life, Lin Li has made early arrangements, not only cultivating Shi Songbai's resistance to soul techniques but also integrating his family into the outer structure of the righteous sect, employing workplace manipulation to extinguish their ambitions for mischief. Thus, Shi Songbai will no longer be ensnared by the so-called family interests and parental affections, averting the tragedies of his previous life. However, through his calculations, Shi Songbai's crisis is far from over. Due to the unique nature of his cultivation, he fused a Tao seed of utmost rigidity and yang during the transformation stage. This signifies that when he attempts to ascend to the Mahayana stage, he must also integrate a Tao seed of utmost softness and yin to balance the yin and yang. Yet, being a single spiritual root, he cannot break through the method of yin and yang harmonization. According to Lin Li's predictions, during Shi Songbai's advancement to the Mahayana stage, he will be beset by calamities of yin. In other words, a series of misfortunes will besiege him, forcibly aiding him in the condensation of a reverse Tao seed. For instance, his practice might unexpectedly spiral into madness, forging weapons only to be struck by them, or nearly turning himself into a zombie while learning corpse manipulation techniques. Lin Li even foresees an unforeseen meteorite falling from the sky to claim his life. It is worth noting that meteors have not fallen in the cultivation world for nearly 10 millennia, yet he, the one most adept at controlling meteors, finds himself in such a predicament. To ensure he navigates through this tribulation smoothly, Lin Li must assist him in acquiring a lucky star, or else Shi Songbai may find it exceedingly difficult to survive long enough to break through to the Mahayana stage. Upon hearing Lin Li's introduction that the Blue City Mountain secret realm tests luck, Shi Songbai expressed his delight, exclaiming, "Then this is my forte." From a young age, he has been exceptionally fortunate, blessed with loving parents, cherished by his kin, favored by his master, and cared for by his senior and junior disciples alike. Prior to the upheavals in the world, he had never faced any hardships regarding cultivation resources. He considered himself immensely lucky. Lin Li did not dispute this, instead inquiring, "How has your luck been of late?" "Not bad," he replied. Not long after stepping out, my exquisite left boot unexpectedly fell into the river. I calmly continued walking and tossed the other one in as well. Then I threw my socks into the water too. Reflecting on it now, I still find my calmness rather unnerving. We are indeed rather unnervingly calm, he added. Initially, when he went barefoot, his fellow disciples had exchanged knowing smiles. Lin Li paused momentarily and kindly said, "Then I can only wish you a splendid performance in the Blue City Mountain Secret Realm." At the foot of the Blue City Mountain Temple, the Secret Realm task had yet to be disclosed to the players. Thus, apart from Lin Li and the disciples he brought along, the area was populated solely by the devout, men, women, and children engaged in worship. The Blue City Mountain Secret Realm had no restrictions on cultivation level, only on age. Anyone under 100 years old could enter. Fortunately, I have not surpassed 100. Shitsongbai sighed in relief upon hearing the entry requirements. Lin Li took the opportunity to add, indeed, in ancient times. The Great Chun tree marked spring and autumn at 8,000 years each. By that reckoning, not only have we not exceeded our age, but the secret realm owes us several thousand years. Brother, that is where you are mistaken, Shitsongbai replied earnestly. Your calculations are too ancient. We should use the spirit of the nether as a reference, 500 years for spring and 500 for autumn. The secret realm owes us at most a few hundred years. I see the two of you need a lesson. Loi, despite her composure, could not help but feel the urge to tap the two brothers on their heads. Both of you have surpassed 100 years. Can't you think seriously about how to enter? What can be done? Wan Qingqing teased. It's too late to have them reincarnate now. Feng Jihan cleared his throat, cautioning. Sister, be mindful when speaking to the elder brother, lest you find yourself in a predicament. Wan Qingqing paused, her gaze shifting to Lin Li, and promptly fell silent. Given the elder brother's capabilities, caution was indeed warranted. What are they doing over there? Lin Li inquired, gesturing towards the temple at the entrance of the secret realm. Fang Washu, curiously observing the deities enshrined within, responded, It seems to be some sort of worship ritual, but I am unsure which ancestral master they are venerating. Qing Ling, well versed in such matters, explained, in rural areas, villagers often bow and pray to deities, hoping for good fortune in the realization of their wishes. This is not a sect's temple, and no specific ancestor is enshrined here. It appears they are honoring the local mountain deity in the main hall. Jiang Yuqiu, unfamiliar with these customs, pointed to the side halls and asked, Then who are the deities enshrined there? Qing Ling glanced over and elaborated, Those are deities of specialized domains. The one on the left is the matchmaker, known as the Old Man of the Moon, while the one on the right governs wealth, the god of fortune. Wan Qingqing gazed in astonishment at the starkly contrasting scenes of worshippers, exclaiming, Why is there such a vast disparity in the number of devotees on either side? The entrance to the Hall of Marriage is desolate, while the temples of the mountain god and the god of wealth are bustling with long queues. Feng Jihan sighed softly. The great calamity has arrived. The common folk must be consumed by anxiety, leaving little room in their hearts to contemplate matters of matrimony. To secure food and live in peace is already a stroke of fortune. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Although they were all cultivators, the constraints of the current situation rendered their capabilities limited. Lin Li observed the scene and spoke gently. Why must you all succumb to such despondency? Those who pursue the path of cultivation are, by nature, defiant against fate. Why fear the tribulations? If heaven seeks to topple, we shall be the pillars that uphold it. If the earth is to crack, we shall be the stones that mend it, even if all beings tremble in fear. Our hearts must remain as tranquil as the full moon in the sky. Let us not dwell on this matter excessively. The priority is to strengthen ourselves. Engage in righteous deeds without fretting about the future. With that, he patted Shitsongbai's shoulder and addressed the group. I intend to accompany your second senior brother to request 2 spots. Do you wish to join us? Chapter 75. Entering the secret realm. Upon hearing the astonishing news that one could seek a coveted spot, the crowd was naturally compelled to investigate further. Unexpectedly, Lin Li led Shitsongbai directly to the Hall of Destiny. Shitsongbai paused, suddenly recalling a memory from years past when his senior brother had affectionately ruffled his hair. Instantly, his steps grew heavy, and he stammered, Senior brother, what brings us to the Hall of Destiny? To beseech the divine? Lin Li looked at him, perplexed. But the god of marriage oversees matters of fate. Shitsongbai swallowed hard, pondering, shouldn't one seek the mountain god or the god of wealth instead? Those 2 majestic halls are teeming with people. Approaching the god of marriage seems futile as well. As Lin Li stepped into the hall, he remarked, We shall present 3 sticks of incense to the god of marriage and ask him to convey a message to those 2. They are quite familiar with each other and would surely lend a hand. Songbai was astounded by this unconventional method. What astonished him further was when, after the 3 sticks of incense had burned down, Lin Li unexpectedly deposited 50 exquisite spirit stones into the merit box. Suddenly, a beam of golden light burst forth from the center of the god of marriage's statue, soaring toward the distant twin shrines. The crowd gasped, exclaiming in disbelief. What on earth? My goodness, my cotton pants, my coat. My brain feels like a jujube. They could distinctly sense that the statue harbored no true spirit. The golden light was merely a wisp of pure energy cultivated through years of incense offerings. Jiang Yuqiu widened her eyes in astonishment. Does this sacred essence accept bribes? Qing Ling retorted, what do you know? This is merely a token of appreciation. Otherwise, who would bother to light incense during leisurely times? Seeking divine assistance only when in need? As they spoke, the golden light returned to the statue's brow. In the next moment, 2 jade tokens descended from the air, landing in the hands of Lin Li and Songbai. The crowd leaned in to observe. Lin Li's token read, the secret of youth, falsely reporting one's age. Songbai's token stated, those who do not marry remain eternally youthful. The 2 brothers exchanged glances, feeling slightly offended. Their companions erupted in laughter. This is too amusing. Upon exiting the temple, Lin Li guided his junior brothers and sisters to the entrance of the secret realm. Together with Songbai, they cast their jade tokens skyward, causing the tokens to vanish instantly. In their stead, a shimmering barrier appeared where once stood the mountain forest. Lin Li approached the shimmering veil, prodding it with his finger. He felt a thin membrane-like resistance. He surmised that the secret realm had detected a discrepancy in his age. However, with a slight exertion, he pierced through the barrier and found himself unhindered. No matter how he withdrew or inserted his fingers, there was no further obstruction, indicating that the secret realm had accepted his youthful presence. Feeling a sense of relief, Lin Li stepped forward. Eldest brother has succeeded. One gently nudged Songbai. Second brother, it is your turn. With a flutter of apprehension, Songbai extended a hand, his heart racing at the absurdity of remaining a child for not marrying. Yet, in the next instant, he felt as if he had plunged his hand into water. Without hesitation, he leaped into the barrier, and soon found himself in a wondrous new world. Seeing that both of her senior brothers had entered, Lin Li encouraged the other junior brothers and sisters to follow suit, remaining behind to allow them passage. One by one, they nodded and stepped into the shimmering veil, vanishing within its rippling embrace. Upon witnessing the situation, Lin Li retrieved the 8 directions closing flag given to her by Lin Li and set up a formation to conceal the aura of the area. She then placed 2 Shinju within the formation, establishing the inverted Great Dream Illusion Array, before clapping her hands and stepping into the light curtain. In that instant, it felt as though she had plunged into a golden ocean. The vast expanse of wheat fields unfolded before her, breathtaking in its grandeur. The waves of grain stretched to the horizon, merging seamlessly with the pale azure sky, boundless and infinite. Songbai estimated that this place could be at least half the size of the Haoyun mountain range. Gazing into the distance, Lin Li noticed a faint purple mist rising from within the fields, distorting the distant scenery into a shimmering ripple. Indeed, this area was not particularly large within the realm of secret places. It could be considered of moderate size. This wheat. Fang Huashu plucked a stalk to examine it closely, feeling an unusual slickness at her fingertips. The grains glistened with a mother-of-pearl luster, each kernel more than 3 times the size of ordinary wheat, arranged in an overly meticulous manner, akin to finely crafted artifacts. The 1,000-year spiritual wheat is like this, Lin Li explained. The spiritual energy of a single grain is equivalent to that of a low-grade spirit stone. Wow, Pei Jinghuai inhaled sharply. Does that mean this place is akin to a small mining vein? As he spoke, he reached to pluck a grain to taste. However, a sudden recollection of Lin Li's teachings surfaced in his mind. The more accessible a treasure appears, the more likely it conceals deadly dangers. To claim something valuable, one must first ensure it is completely safe. Consequently, he withdrew his outstretched hand. Lin Li, observing from the shadows, nodded in approval, acknowledging his swift reconsideration. Otherwise, upon returning to the sect, he would face 3 days and nights of relentless assignments. Just then, a child's laughter unexpectedly pierced the air. In the blink of an eye, a toddler clad in a belly band, exposing his bare bottom, appeared before them, resembling a doll from a traditional painting. Suddenly, everyone fell into a state of alertness. Lin Li had previously warned that in the realm of cultivation, there are 4 types of individuals to be particularly cautious of: the elderly, children, the disabled, and beggars. Those who survive in a brutal environment while appearing weak are invariably fierce characters who have endured the rigorous trials of survival. Thus, the more feeble or beautiful one appears, the greater the caution warranted. The child, upon spotting them, clapped his hands and flew about merrily, utterly unconcerned by their wary demeanor. Lin Li used his gaze to reassure everyone, indicating that there was no need for alarm. This creature was safe. "Wow, a celestial transformation body," the child exclaimed, hovering in front of Wan Qingxing with a grin. "Little fairy, you are quite fortunate. The celestial transformation body is the first form of physical cultivation, with boundless prospects ahead. Oh, and you possess a pure yang spiritual root. Rare indeed, how pitiful." Shi Songbai interjected. "Just how rare are we talking about?" The child disregarded his inquisitive gaze, scanning the group before asking, "Is everyone here?" The group nodded in unison. "Very well," the child declared, suspending in midair. "I am a fragment of the divine soul of Kong Jie Daoist, the master of the Lan Chung Mountain secret realm, tasked with overseeing the matters of the secret realm's trials." The ancient sage, Kong Jie, once remarked that he devoted thousands of years to comprehending the truths of the universe. He discovered that on the path to immortality, some individuals ascend rapidly, while others, despite achieving renown, fall from grace. There are those who lead unremarkable lives, passing away without ever touching the threshold of transcendence. This is not attributed to a lack of effort, but rather to the variance in fortune among individuals. The notions of temperament and diligence are mere illusions. Those blessed with good fortune may ascend to the heavens with a mere elixir, while those less fortunate may perish from a single misstep in their practice. Even a lowly worm, if favored by fate, could transcend immortality. Thus, luck is the essence of achieving enlightenment. At this juncture, Shi Songbai and Lin Li communicated in hushed tones. "Do you know what became of that great green caterpillar?" "Indeed. 20 years ago when I first heard this tale, I consulted the Broken Realm Divine Mirror and spoke with Master Changfeng from the Celestial Domain. He revealed that upon reaching the heavenly realm, the caterpillar was welcomed into the celestial mansion by a certain immortal lord. Was its fortune truly that extraordinary? It was rather fortunate. The immortal who took it in was a golden toad who had attained enlightenment. It is said that he had long coveted the great green caterpillar from the mortal realm, and perhaps its ascension was indeed orchestrated by him." Chapter 76. The battle in the wheat field. Thus, even amidst favorable winds and smooth sailing, one must not let their guard down. The cruelty of the world of cultivation is both frequent and insidious. Lin Li and Shi Songbai whispered below, while the child above spoke animatedly, saliva flying. Luck is predetermined from the moment of one's birth, akin to a lottery. Whatever one draws is their lot. Some are fortunate enough to draw the highest prize, winning effortlessly. Others, however, draw the lowest, and no amount of effort will change their fate. Yun Luai and Qi Ling, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation. According to this theory, individuals like them, born of humble rural origins, would seem to have no hope of rising above their station. If results are unrelated to effort, then why even pursue the path of cultivation, leaving the world to the affluent and privileged? But why should that be the case? Unaware of the displeasure he had incited among the crowd, the child continued to inquire, "By the way, what are you all seeking here?" "A lucky star," Lin Li replied succinctly. No sooner had he spoken than several pairs of eyes fixed upon him. "Senior brother, what is a lucky star?" Qingling asked directly. Lin Li promptly conveyed to the others the matter of Shi Songbai needing the lucky star to transcend tribulations. In unison, the brothers echoed, "I feel the same way." The child shook his head, regarding Lin Li with a look of pity. "Do you understand that there is but one lucky star? At your age, having only established your foundation, you are unlikely to compete with others." This was indeed his heartfelt opinion. In his eyes, the level of cultivation was trivial. Only luck held significance. Consequently, he firmly believed that opposing one favored by fortune would lead to an inevitable conclusion. Lin Li earnestly stated, "The lucky star is crucial for me. I hope the esteemed elder can assist." The child tilted his head, scrutinizing the group, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes. "Since you all desire the lucky star, I shall release it." However, he deliberately elongated his tone. "I will also release other treasures. Whether you obtain them will depend on your luck." Shi Songbai furrowed his brow, cautiously inquiring, "May I ask, esteemed elder, how is this luck determined?" He pondered to himself. Although the senior brother had mentioned that the secret realm of Blue City Mountain only tests luck, matters of fortune are the most elusive. Much like a death compass, once the wheel stops, one could very well meet their doom. The child turned away, blowing a breath towards the boundless wheat fields. Instantly, the golden wheat stalks surged like ocean waves. 9 winding paths extended from various directions towards the center of the wheat field, each path gently swaying under the weight of the golden ears. Upon closer inspection, this was indeed the lucky wheat field array of the Blue City Mountain secret realm. The child pointed to the delineated paths in the field, saying, "You 9 shall enter the wheat field from different directions. With each step forward, you will encounter the natural gifts or obstacles of the field." As he spoke, he waved his hand casually. Above certain areas of the wheat field, golden characters materialized. Wheat stalk trap. Suddenly sprouting wheat stalks will form a small trapping array, halting any entrance. In the golden waves of wheat, the gentle breeze propels individuals forward at random. Suddenly appearing mouse holes may cause one to plummet to unforeseen locations, while the Scarecrow Sentinel offers unpredictable directives as a guardian. Hidden within the treasure-filled golden stalks of wheat lie various precious items. The rules are simple. A child plucks a plump grain of wheat from the stalk, gives it a gentle blow, and the grain transforms in midair into 9 oversized dice measuring 80 inches. Each participant takes turns rolling the dice, advancing according to the numbers rolled, until they uncover the treasure chest. Along the way, diverse special zones may appear, some beneficial, others detrimental, all dictated by fortune. Treasure chests may also emerge mid-journey, containing either riches or none at all. The choice to open them lies solely with the individual. With a stroke of luck, one might acquire mystical stones, magical treasures, or elixirs, but a misfortune could lead to activating a teleportation array, instantly whisking them away from the wheat field. Though each person possesses the right to choose, only those who reach the finish line can claim the coveted lucky star. Thus, the treasure chests encountered along the way might become their sole reward. As he elaborated, a radiant aura appeared beneath the feet of the crowd. In the next moment, 9 random entrances materialized. The others remained somewhat bewildered. Yet Lin Li was already certain that this game of chance was a rendition of Monopoly, Wheatfield Edition. He vividly recalled his previous life, where the challenges had not been so intricate. At that time, the 15 players present were merely tasked with taking turns consuming peculiar beverages, with victory granted to those who could finish without retching. Some drew lemon juice, others the infamous Laozon snake water, while a few encountered Cantonese herbal tea, herring soda, or the dreaded paraquat water. Lin Li was the unfortunate soul who drew the paraquat. Had it not been for the game's ability to eliminate negative statuses, he would have nearly been the sole casualty in this ostensibly safe game. To his surprise, he re-entered the fray, unlocking a new mode of play. Had he known, he would not have trained alone to build up his poison resistance. "Now, let us begin," a child declared, pointing at Shitsongbai. Shitsongbai lifted the massive dice with both hands and hurled them skyward with great force. The dice traced a graceful arc in the air, landing to reveal a 5. He stepped forward along the winding path, advancing 5 paces. Each participant rolled in turn, successfully navigating the first round. When it was Lin Li's turn, she flicked her wrist, sending the dice tumbling to reveal a 6. She approached a shimmering expanse of golden wheat. The child proclaimed, "The treasure chest in the wheat thicket has been triggered. You have obtained a treasure chest. Please choose to open or forfeit it." Lin Li bit her lip, her fingertips unconsciously brushing against her sleeve. Was this unexpected treasure the beginning of her good fortune, or merely a fleeting glimpse of luck? Taking a deep breath, she finally resolved, "I choose to open it." With a soft click, the lid slowly creaked open. Inside lay a storage bag and a petite die. "Congratulations. You have received 100,000 spirit wheat and an additional opportunity to roll the dice," the child's voice rang out. Lin Li's tensed shoulders relaxed, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. It seemed that fate had indeed favored her, she thought with quiet relief. The crowd erupted in congratulations towards her. Lin Li rolled the dice once more, and to her astonishment, it came to rest firmly on 6. In that moment, the gap between her and the others became strikingly evident. With a heart full of joy, she stepped forward, but an unexpected turn of events occurred on her 6th step. The wheat stalks beneath her feet began to grow wildly, swiftly weaving into an impenetrable cage that ensnared her completely. The trap of the wheat stalks was activated. A child's voice, calm and unhurried, announced that if she failed to break free before the next round, she would remain trapped indefinitely. Furrowing her brow, Lin Li immediately channeled her magical energy in an attempt to dismantle the formation. However, the seemingly chaotic wheat stalks concealed intricate secrets, and she found herself at a loss for a solution. A wave of frustration washed over her. Could that treasure chest she encountered earlier truly have been the pinnacle of her fortune for the day? Discontent brewed within her. her spirit sinking to a point where only a shower of gold from the heavens could alleviate her gloom. Chapter 77. As long as you don't lose, you shall win. The game continued. Zhang Yuqiu picked up the dice and casually rolled a 3. He stepped forward, but unexpectedly, on his third step, his foot suddenly sank, and he plummeted into a field mouse's burrow. Darkness enveloped him, and when he opened his eyes again, he discovered he had been transported closer to the center of the board. He was momentarily taken aback, but his eyes soon sparkled with delight. Unable to suppress a laugh, it seemed fortune favored him. When it was Qingling's turn, she flicked her fingertip and the dice spun around, landing on 1. Just as she took a step, her foot unexpectedly slipped. She had triggered a dew trap. Under the sunlight, the crystalline dewdrops rapidly transformed into a slick patch of water. Did they want the beauty to stumble? This is not a red carpet. Qingling scoffed inwardly. They wanted her to fall, but she would not comply. Her gaze sharpened, and her form became as light as a swallow, performing 20 somersaults in midair before gracefully landing, her demeanor as elegant as an impromptu performance. The children watching her displayed a flicker of admiration, nodding slightly. Ruan lightly and Feng Wangshu both rolled a 6. Nothing happened. Feng Jihan rolled a 5, and upon reaching the 5th step, a dilapidated scarecrow suddenly turned its head, speaking in a parched voice. Answer this riddle. What increases the more it is shared? Knowledge. Feng Jihan replied without hesitation. The scarecrow nodded in satisfaction, and the wheat wave surged, propelling him forward an additional 3 steps, allowing him to bypass 2 perilous zones. Next, it was Pei Jinghuai's turn. He rolled a 3 and also obtained a treasure chest, but he chose to forego it. You have just forfeited 60,000 exquisite spirit stones. The child chimed cheerfully. The essence of humanity is that of a gambler. To refrain from betting is, in fact, to gamble on your own loss. It appears your fortune is also lacking. Then it was Lin Li's turn. He rolled a 5 and encountered the scarecrow as well. However, the scarecrow did not speak. Instead, upon seeing him, it raised its fist. Lin Li initially misinterpreted the scarecrow's gesture as an invitation to a game of rock, paper, scissors, but the observing child cautioned. The scarecrow raises its fist. You will endure a full force strike from the empty robber. If you concede, the scarecrow will not attack. The empty robber was a practitioner at the Mahayana stage. Even without using any magical power, a single strike would be insurmountable for anyone at the foundation establishment stage. As his words echoed, a powerful fist imbued with a fierce wind bore down upon Lin Li. Instantly, Lin Li flipped his palm, grasping the scarecrow's wrist. His expression as calm as a still sky. It appeared as if neither party exerted any effort. It was as though the scarecrow gradually lowered its fist, relinquishing its intent to strike Lin Li. Yet Lin Li was acutely aware that this punch was exceedingly heavy. It even caused his palm to bend backward by 5 degrees in an instant. The child observed the retreating scarecrow with confusion. I distinctly checked to ensure it was functioning properly. What is happening? However, he paid it little heed, as it was now Shi Songbai's turn. He rolled a 3 and also received a treasure chest. Feeling rather dashing, he deemed it impossible for misfortune to befall him. Thus, he resolved to open it. A portal suddenly erupted from the treasure chest, and before Shi Songbai could comprehend the situation, he was whisked away to the outskirts of the wheat field. 1 eliminated. A child's voice floated down from above, imbued with a hint of inevitability. A solitary spiritual root indeed suffers more. Standing at the edge of the field, Shi Songbai felt as though all color had drained from him, leaving him in stark monochrome as the cool breeze billowed his robes. What is this? He stood in a daze for a considerable time before finally managing to utter a response. The child, with a tone of sympathy, remarked, "Consider it bad luck." Meanwhile, Yun Luai observed her second senior brother's elimination. The misfortune of her fellow disciples, save for Zhang Yuqiu, weighed heavily on her heart. She needed to acquire a lucky star swiftly. Otherwise, if this continued, no one would dare open treasure chests, and they might all leave empty-handed. Gritting her teeth, she dismissed the so-called straw cage formation and unleashed a torrent of true fire. With a thunderous roar, flames soared skyward, and wherever the fiery tongue swept, the peculiar stalks of wheat retreated hastily into the earth. Unfortunately, the space was too confined, and the blaze too fierce. By the time Yun Luoyi emerged, her face was smeared with ash, and her skirt bore several charred holes from flying embers, her demeanor far from the composed elegance expected of a senior sister. However, she could not afford to dwell on appearances. With a flick of her wrist, she cast the large die, which rolled and landed on 6. This number provided her with a slight sense of relief. Perhaps her fortune was not as dire as she feared. Yet, At the moment she took her sixth step, a scarecrow approached her with a forceful punch. The known dangers were preferable to the terror of the unknown. Recalling how Lin Li had casually pushed aside the scarecrow earlier, she surmised, this strike from the ascendant stage must be suppressed by the rules of the secret realm. If I defend with all my might, I might withstand it. She dared not be careless, crossing her arms defensively before her, channeling her spiritual energy to its utmost. With a resounding crash, as the punch's wind surged toward her, Lin Li felt as though she had collided with a Category 12 hurricane, her face contorted by the ferocious pressure. Why is it so strong? The suffocating weight and excruciating pain struck her simultaneously. In the next moment, she was sent soaring into the air, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Fortunately, the scarecrow's blow was not fatal. Though its force was outrageous, it merely propelled her away without a trace of spiritual energy penetrating her body to inflict internal injury. However, as she rose, covered in dirt, she realized with dismay that she had been sent back to the starting point. The child's comforting voice echoed in her ears. It's okay. Those with poor luck are often like this. Look lively, but have accomplished nothing. Lin Li cast a resentful glance at Lin Li. Master Brother, how much power have you been concealing? You could have easily pushed this back with a mere gesture? It makes me seem utterly useless. After all, I have reached the god transformation stage. Frustrated, she seethed silently. As the wheat wave swayed, a message announced, congratulations on advancing 20 steps. In the treasure chest of wheat, congratulations on acquiring the magical artifact, the twin flying sticks. In the field mouse's burrow, one is transported back to the starting point, descending into a realm where ice and fire coexist, unable to emerge until the next round, thus halting the game for a turn. At the Scarecrow Station, a misstep occurs. The answer to the query on how to confront a tiger in the forest is to call for one's father, as even a tiger, fierce as it is, does not prey upon its offspring. As the understanding of the rules deepens, the ensuing game progresses in an orderly fashion. After 3 rounds, Zhang Yuqiu finds herself in the most fortuitous position, poised to reach the finish line, yet she has encountered no treasure chests. Meanwhile, Wan gently opens 3 chests, acquiring 30,000 exquisite spirit stones and 2 magical artifacts, drawing closer to the end. Feng Jihan remains in a state of flux, advancing and retreating, eagerly opening a treasure chest and obtaining a longevity peach. Feng Wangshu, after opening 2 chests, faces elimination, garnering 3 bags of spirit grain and a 1,000-year-old crimson fruit. Pei Jinghua and Qing Ling have yet to open a chest, stumbling through 3/4 of the journey. Lin Li strides steadily along the path. He has discerned the essence of this game. While fortune plays a role, the ability to navigate misfortune is equally vital. As long as one refrains from retreating, eventual success is inevitable, much like in life itself. Once again, casting 3 points, Lin Li steps into the field mouse's burrow. Oh. The grand parade of field mice is triggered. You will move swiftly underground, with 3 holes appearing at random intervals each second. From which position you emerge will depend entirely upon your luck. Onward. Chapter 78. The task issued by the matchmaker Lin Li gazed upward at the ever-changing aperture above him. The rapid alternation of the opening was astonishing, transforming the external scenery into a blurred, colorful vortex, rendering it impossible to discern any specific direction. Yet, Lin Li was never one to resign himself to fate. He preferred to seize destiny firmly in his own hands. In a fleeting moment, the karmic compass within his consciousness suddenly trembled violently, causing hundreds of causal lines to burst forth like fireworks. With a mere thought, these lines extended endlessly, one by one snapping apart. Ultimately, only a single line remained, winding its way into a particular aperture. In that instant, a glint of determination flashed in Lin Li's eyes, and he shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. Rather than observing the turns of others, the child felt an inexplicable pull and glanced over. What was happening? Had he managed to evade even the relentless onslaught of the field mice army? Wait, why did he subconsciously use the word had? A flicker of confusion crossed the child's innocent face, as he vaguely sensed that this Foundation establishment cultivator possessed something extraordinary. As the dice rolled into the 6th round, Zhang Yuqiu was but a step away from the finish line, yet was ensnared by a barrier of straw. Meanwhile, Wan had unexpectedly surged ahead and was on the brink of reaching the end. Feng Jihan was sent flying by a punch from a scarecrow, stumbling backward, yet continuing to struggle forward. Pei Jinghua faced a riot of field mice, trapped underground and yet to emerge. Qing Ling had fortuitously opened a treasure chest, revealing 50,000 exquisite spirit stones, yet occupied the last position on the board. When Lin Li's turn arrived, he had already emerged from the field mouse burrow and took 3 more steps, leaving only 2 steps to the finish line. Upon completing his 3rd step, he encountered the scarecrow once more. Instinctively, Lin Li raised his fist, prompting the scarecrow to hastily interject. "Please listen to the question. Put your fist down." Lin Li observed the scarecrow's trembling legs, awaiting its inquiry. It is often said that a girl transforms 18 times. Then, what are the 4 transformations of a girl? 4 transformations? Which ones? Where? Wait, is this even a question that could be posed in a tomato novel? Lin Li furrowed his brow at the scarecrow. "Do not involve me in your troubles. Otherwise, I shall be displeased." His piercing gaze made the scarecrow instinctively take a step back. It quickly reminded him, its multiplication. Oh, Lin Li understood. It is the 72 transformations. Or perhaps, Sun Wukong and Jolin Sai. He silently pondered whether to provide a supplementary answer. However, before he could, the scarecrow joyfully exclaimed, "Congratulations, you have answered correctly." Without a moment's hesitation, it turned and departed. The child floated in midair, observing the scarecrow's jubilant retreat. Blinking in confusion. Why was it so ecstatic? Then his gaze shifted back to Lin Li. To amuse a being of simple consciousness like the scarecrow to such an extent, this Foundation establishment cultivator undoubtedly possessed something remarkable. The other disciples watched Lin Li advance steadily, feeling a sense of helplessness as their senior brother began to display his prowess once more. Although Lin Li had consistently adhered to the rules of the game, an air of superiority surrounded him. Yet, despite his abysmal luck, he still managed to move swiftly, clearly resorting to trickery. Zhang Yuqiu, possessing only the nascent skills of the golden elixir stage, faced the perplexing array of obstacles with a despondent gaze, compelled to summon his Dan fire to force a breakthrough. When it was Feng Jihan's turn, he could hardly muster the energy to lift his head, casually casting the dice and proceeding according to the count, immersed in a sense of hopelessness. After all, the problems that his senior brother could resolve were beyond his capabilities. Thus, he resolved to cease the competition and simply open any treasure chest that came his way, avoiding unnecessary strife. On the other side, Wan Qingqing was still attempting to roll the final dice. Lin Li had already breezed through to the finish line. The others were teleported out of the wheat field. Shi Cangbai remained, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, his expression a mixture of melancholy and amusement. As if life were a knife lodged in his armpit, a slight pain mingled with a desire to laugh. At that moment, a child clapped their hands and proclaimed, "Congratulations on reaching the end." With a flourish, the child waved their hand, and the once azure sky unfolded like a curtain, instantly transforming into a profound night sky. Countless stars whirled above, and the resplendent Milky Way cascaded down, enveloping everyone in an ethereal glow. How delightful! Stars truly are falling. A radiant meteor streaked across the night sky, trailing a long tail, and slowly descended amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. As the starlight drew nearer, it morphed into a crystal-clear celestial gem, hovering 3 inches above the child's palm, radiating a warm and mysterious light. This was the lucky star. The child presented it to Lin Li and explained, "This is a spiritual treasure forged from the lifetime merits of the void robbery true person. If a practitioner below the great ascension merges with it, they can withstand 3 death tribulations. Even against the 4-9 heavenly tribulation, it can provide 3 seconds of protection. Do not underestimate these 3 seconds. For some, that may be all they have." Lin Li nodded gratefully and expressed his thanks. He then approached Shi Cangbai and, with a firm gesture, infused the lucky star into his body. With this lucky star, Shi Cangbai's chances of safely breaking through to the Great Ascension stage were significantly enhanced by 70%. After the game concluded, only 4 individuals had gained something. Feeling guilty, Shi Cangbai inquired of the child, "Esteemed one, may I ask if the secret realm can be reopened?" Since his senior brother had bestowed the lucky star upon him, it seemed illogical for misfortune to follow. Resolutely, Shi Cangbai decided that if the game could be reset, he would seize more treasure chests to compensate for everyone's losses. The child replied, "It can be done, but we must wait until tomorrow. The wheat field requires repairs, and the scarecrows must be serviced." "Very well." Shi Cangbai surveyed the group. "Shall we return tomorrow then?" Wan Qingqing and the others who had not acquired treasure chests readily agreed, and the rest had no objections either. Lin Li led the group in bidding farewell to the child before exiting the Blue City Mountain secret realm. Initially, they intended to return to the sect, but Shi Cangbai suddenly suggested another visit to the temple. The others appeared indifferent, with expressions that suggested it was an optional endeavor. Shi Cangbai reminded Lin Li, Our ability to enter the secret realm is thanks to the assistance we received. It is only proper to express our gratitude. Lin Li found this reasoning compelling, recognizing the importance of understanding social niceties while traveling. With the senior brother's consent, persuading the others became much simpler. Previously, the predominant reasons for reluctance were rooted in the lack of strong intentions among the individuals. Yet, once someone alters their stance, persuasion among others tends to follow a pattern. If XX is going, then I shall go too. Both XX and I are attending. What about you? If XX says you should go, then he will go. This ultimately leads to consensus. Lin Li guided the crowd back into the temple, and the process of offering incense proceeded seamlessly. Just as everyone had completed their ritual, a visibly anxious man suddenly burst through the door, kneeling before the statue of the god of marriage without uttering a word. This man had formed a bond with his wife at this very temple 5 days prior. While gathering firewood in the mountains, his wife had come to deliver a meal, only to mysteriously vanish. In a state of desperation, he had reported her disappearance to the authorities and even enlisted the help of those visiting from afar. However, despite the passage of days, there had been no trace of her. With nowhere else to turn, he sought the blessings of the deity at the temple where their fates had intertwined. At that moment, the enigmatic aura that had previously bestowed a jade plaque upon Lin Li and Sheet Songbai also reached out to Lin Li for assistance. According to this aura, the recent disappearances in the mountains were not isolated incidents. Numerous individuals had inexplicably vanished, with no leads to uncover the perpetrator. Should they assist in resolving this matter? He promised to help them eliminate the age restrictions imposed upon them by the secret realm. Given the stakes concerning the safety of the populace, we would offer our aid, even without conditions. Sheet Songbai unhesitatingly accepted the task. Lin Li sighed softly, feeling a tinge of regret at not being able to return to the sect immediately. Nevertheless, he did not deter Sheet Songbai's decision, for it was essential to empower the virtuous with assertiveness, ensuring they would not seek strength from the shadows. Chapter 79, The Weasel's Grand Wedding. Please spare my life. The crowd swiftly arrived at the scene of the incident. As the quest had not been completed by any players, Lin Li cautiously distributed a set of 5 life-preserving items to his junior disciples at the Golden Elixir and Foundation establishment stages. This was a communication jade used for seeking help. When placed on one's person, if danger arose, one could hold their breath 3 times or refrain from breathing altogether, allowing me to sense your location. What appeared to be a mole resting on your pant leg was, in fact, an Earth-type doppelganger, capable of substituting your body at the moment of an attack, absorbing a single strike. This pouch, seemingly a storage bag, was crafted from 81 types of venomous spider silk, effectively a human trapping sack. Any cultivator below the transformation stage would be ensnared for at least 10 minutes. Even those above this stage would gain a precious 3 breaths to escape. However, one must be cautious in its application, ensuring the ruse does not resemble a sales pitch. Next, there was the teleportation talisman. For ease of use, I imbued it with a passive directive. Should a force differing from your own mana approach within 3 feet, it would activate automatically. Yet, there exists a risk of misjudgment, so one must proceed with care. Lastly, this blood-replenishing pill serves a singular purpose. Should you encounter a formidable foe and be instantly vanquished, it will seal 1/3 of your soul within your essence. As long as a single drop of blood remains, I can assist you in your recultivation. Pei Jinghuai, Jiang Yuqiu, and Qing Ling could not help but shudder. Master Brother, will we be captured by monsters? Jiang Yuqiu asked, unable to restrain her concern. No, Lin Li shook his head. It's merely prudent to be cautious while out in the world. This is how one avoids dire predicaments. Pei Jinghuai breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's not a prophecy, we will be careful. Qing Ling echoed. Understood. Understood. Fortune favors the prepared. Lin Li regarded the 3 with appreciation. Very well. We shall split up shortly. If you discover anything, contact me immediately. He then distributed 3 vials of a vanishing elixir to each of the other juniors, followed by a farewell as he chose a direction to explore alone. Using the causal compass, he calculated the entanglements of the man's spouse. However, due to the interference of multiple forces, the causal threads were not particularly clear. Thus, after establishing a general area, he instructed his juniors to search independently, refraining from further calculations. A day without cultivation had left him feeling exceedingly vulnerable. Should he expend too much mana on the causal compass, he would need to resort to medicinal remedies. At this critical juncture, it would be prudent to conserve spirit stones. In the next moment, Lin Li slapped himself. Frugality is a virtue, but life preservation takes precedence. How could he, in a place fraught with imminent danger, jeopardize his safety for the sake of a few spirit stones. He punished himself with 100 repetitions of the Stability Sutra. Lin Li retrieved a vial of mana-replenishing elixir and poured its contents directly into his mouth. He was uncertain whether it was due to his unique constitution, but through observation and calculation, he discovered that the mana unit he wielded at the time of his first foundation establishment was approximately 300 times that of other cultivators at the same stage. In contemporary times, the consumption of elixirs and spiritual stones has surged exponentially. Amidst my wanderings in the mountains for an hour, I stumbled upon a peculiar gathering, a warren of weasels celebrating a joyous occasion. The diminutive den was adorned festively, mimicking human traditions with 2 banquet tables laid out. Seated around the tables were a circle of weasels, no taller than a child's shins. At the center of the revelry, upon a serpent-skin chair, lounged a 5-foot-tall weasel clad in crimson. "Boss, you've brought home a bride. How do you plan to consummate the marriage?" inquired a scruffy weasel, articulating human speech to the red-clad weasel. With a flourish, the crimson weasel produced a book from its bosom, exuding pride. "I shall study," it proclaimed. As it opened the tome, it chuckled. "You illiterate little demons do not comprehend, do you? There is a saying among humans, read a book 100 times, and its meaning will reveal itself. There is profound knowledge within these pages." Curious, the illiterate weasels gathered closer to glimpse the book. The crimson weasel held a picture book, depicting scenes of a young gentleman and a young lady, sometimes accompanied by several maidens or gallants, set in various locales, both outdoors and indoors. The illustrations were rudimentary and primitive. Many of the weasels perceived that hairless humans were akin to beasts, while others marveled at the creativity of humanity, far beyond that of animals. Suddenly, a merciless iron hand snatched the picture book from the crimson weasel's grasp. Subsequently, every weasel in the den faced the grim fate of being suspended and beaten by Lin Li. Soon, Lin Li's devilish voice echoed ominously in their ears. "Are you aware that your actions constitute a crime? Spare us, Great One. I am but a female. I merely came to visit relatives and partake in a wedding feast. Who could have anticipated they would read such books? Alas, I am a pure-hearted little weasel, and now my day is ruined. Please, you must intercede on my behalf," pleaded the mother weasel. Lin Li struck her with a resounding slap. "You are quite the performer, are you not? Do you often visit the human realm to amuse yourself with theatrical troupes?" The mother weasel shrieked in protest. "No, absolutely not. They participated willingly. I am wronged, Great One, no? Divine Being, we too are innocent." Another weasel lamented. "We only came to celebrate. Look, we are drinking monkey wine and feasting on durian paired with passion fruit. We mean no harm. Today is my wedding day, and you must not take my life. It is an auspicious, Great One." Lin Li delivered a punch to its head. "Were it not for your wedding today, you would have faced dire consequences already. Now where is the bride? How can you not manage your own spouse?" The weasel hastily shielded its head, promising, "I have learned my lesson. I shall never again study human ways. Please, Great One, do not reveal my transgressions to my bride. Enough of your prattle. Just ensure you do not frighten her. My maidservants are currently attending to her in the den." Lin Li peered into the den, where indeed, a cluster of weasels, adorned with makeup, huddled together, trembling as they covered their mouths with their paws, clearly terrified. Having established a family, one should diligently cultivate oneself, lest I uncover your malevolence. Otherwise, I shall extract your soul and refine your essence, transforming you into a yellow hide mat for the monkeys who brew wine. Indeed, great sage, I shall indelibly remember your words." The yellow weasel expressed its gratitude profusely. After addressing this nest of weasels, Lin Li continued to advance his investigation. Within the cavern, the red-clad yellow weasel kicked the bride aside and snarled, "Wretched creature. Do not think I have not seen you exchanging glances with that man. To dare play tricks before your esteemed elder, you are courting death." "Oh, brother. A nearby subordinate quickly intervened to prevent further violence against the new sister-in-law. "Calm your anger. That bull-nosed fellow has just departed. Be wary of his potential return." "What is there to fear?" the red weasel retorted, rubbing its swollen head with confidence. "These women have all been transformed by my beast creation sorcery, unless their skins are stripped away. Even a celestial being descended from the heavens would not discern that these harlots are human. The so-called beast creation is a sorcery that encases humans in animal skins, rendering them indistinguishable from beasts." The red weasel, having frequently pilfered during its childhood in the private school, absorbed knowledge and developed intelligence, learning to read. This dark sorcery was acquired from the tomes it perused. Although lacking in martial prowess, it excels in nefarious deeds. Each time it captures a group of women, it indulges in them before selling them off, using the profits to relocate and continue its debauchery, all the while evading capture, living a most comfortable life. Chapter 80. The Snow Tires, Mei Gu and Jiang Chun. The red-clad weasel felt that today would be no exception, although the bull-nosed one was quite cautious. He could never anticipate that the weasel marrying another weasel was not a true weasel, nor that the weasel grooming another weasel was also not a genuine weasel. Only the weasels attending the wedding feast could be deemed authentic weasels. Boss, what shall we do now? Shall we continue drinking? The red-clad weasel smirked wickedly and replied in a nonchalant tone, at a time like this, why drink? Of course, we should first indulge with the females. And once that is done, we shall eliminate these males as well. But boss, shouldn't we relocate first? A weasel interjected uneasily. The red-clad weasel shot at a disdainful glance. Fool, leaving now would only betray our insecurity. If that bull-nosed one decides to return for revenge, wouldn't we be in real danger? With narrowed eyes, it revealed a cunning smile. However, if we are here to consummate our union, it would be entirely different. Humans do not observe the mating rituals of beasts. Hehehe. Yay. The boss is truly clever. Long live the boss. The other weasels erupted in enthusiastic cheers for their leader's sagacious decision. Meanwhile, the hapless men and women trapped in the cave were nearly paralyzed with fear. Only 3 female weasels remained silent for a moment before speaking up. Boss, why not leave the males to indulge as well, before we dispose of them alongside the females? The men transformed into weasels emitted pitiful squeaks in response to the foul-smelling creatures. One of the minions beside the red-clad weasel licked his lips and nodded. That proposal does indeed sound intriguing. Before he could finish, the red-clad weasel swatted him away with a claw. Damn it. You nearly tricked me like sugar-coated chicken dung. Get lost. Don't come near me again. At that moment, a merciless iron hand suddenly appeared, striking the red-clad weasel and embedding it deep into the cavern wall. You have great audacity. You dare deceive me. A towering figure emerged from the air, raising a hand to lift all the weasels into the air. Originally, I intended to observe you for a year, but you have taken my kindness for amusement. Despicable. Do you have any idea how heartbroken I am right now? No, you do not. You only care about whether you will survive today. While Lin Li was cleansing the weasels from the treacherous realm of cultivation, on the other side, Qing Ling, wandering alone in the mountains, stumbled upon a dilapidated temple. As with many storybook settings, the ruined temple housed 3 groups of individuals: a cluster of villagers gathering firewood, a band of merchants transporting goods, and a group of injured novice cultivators. Outside the temple, a rather uninspired tiger demon appeared, accompanied by an old ghost under its control. As Qing Ling passed by, the plot unfolded with the novice cultivators being injured by the tiger demon, struggling to maintain a protective formation against its invasion. As a righteous and brave disciple of the just and virtuous sect, Qing Ling could not stand idly by. Therefore, she adopted Lin Li's strategy. First, using earth escape techniques to conceal herself underground, before casting a paper effigy to probe the strength of the tiger demon. However, the plan did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. The tiger demon, a creature of the golden core stage, quickly discerned that it was pursuing nothing more than a mere illusion. In a mere 30 seconds, it realized the futility of its chase. For pursuing a mere shadow is a most disheartening endeavor. The tiger demon, fearing the agony of a fruitless pursuit, turned swiftly to retreat towards the dilapidated temple. It sought the warmth of flesh and blood, its lifelong aspiration. At that moment, Qing Ling had just infused her second paper clone with magical energy and sent it forth to save a life. However, as fate would have it, she collided with the returning tiger demon the instant it revealed itself. The flimsy paper clone, merely at the foundation stage, stood no chance against the formidable beast. Even as Qing Ling employed her swift maneuvers, rolling, leaping, rebounding off trees, and sliding on her knees, she could not thwart the demon's lethal strike, the black tiger's heart extraction. As Qing Ling prepared to unveil her secret weapon, the purple gold sword, in a daring ambush, the statue within the temple suddenly erupted with a chilling sword aura that sliced through the air, severing the tiger demon's head as effortlessly as frost-cutting silk. For reasons unknown, Qing Ling found this scene eerily familiar and not entirely surprising. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from the statue, a man, strikingly handsome with a cold, ethereal demeanor. He stood atop the altar, calmly instructing the kneeling villagers to rise, the setting sun casting a warm glow upon his tall, aloof silhouette. His gaze pierced through the earth, landing upon Qing Ling. The indifference that had pooled at the corners of his eyes seemed to soften, and a fleeting brightness flickered within, gradually transforming into a smile. Qing Ling pressed her lips together and emerged from the ground, approaching him with reverence. I am Qing Ling, and I am grateful for your assistance, esteemed senior. Qing Ling, what a lovely name, he replied, descending from the high platform to stand before her. Yet, I notice your expression suggests you are not particularly surprised by my concealed presence within the statue. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Qing Ling's heart. What did he mean? Did he suspect her of tracking him? This was troubling level 9 alert. Esteemed senior, you misunderstand. I was merely awestruck by your presence, momentarily rendered speechless, she stammered. Ah. So you were indeed speechless, he chuckled softly, a hint of warmth in his demeanor. Seeing the icy facade melt away, Qing Ling couldn't help but think to herself. It has been ages since I have seen him smile so. Yet, she maintained her respectful posture, flattering him with her words. I merely speak the truth. The man nodded, a glimmer of delight in his eyes. Since you are speaking the truth, there is no need for such formalities. Simply call me Jiangchen. What? That cannot be. Qing Ling protested, contemplating. Your cultivation far surpasses my own. I shall continue to address you as Jiang Senior. Jiangchen's brows furrowed, his tone turning somber. No. You shall call me Jiangchen, unless you do not wish to regard me as a friend. Qing Ling's heart raced. Has he truly considered me a friend? She pondered. What could he possibly want from me? I possess neither wealth nor strength. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Very well, she conceded, not daring to offend him. Noticing her solitude, Jiangchen inquired, and what brings you here, Qing Ling, all on your own? I came down the mountain with my senior brother to complete a task and happened to pass through this area, she replied. A splendid opportunity presented itself for her to excuse herself. However, before she could utter a word, Jiangchen inquired, Is there something you lack for your task? Qing Ling nodded. I am short of a few spirit stones. Spirit stones? Jiangchen suddenly retrieved a storage pouch and said, Here are some spirit stones. I shall gift them to you for your immediate use. No need. Qing Ling swiftly waved her hand. Such a precious gift. I cannot accept. What does it matter? We are good friends, Jiangchen asserted as he moved closer to her, his gaze profound. That is not acceptable. It contravenes my principles, Qing Ling replied resolutely. Aside from my senior brothers, masters, and uncles, I cannot accept sweets from anyone else. Jiangchen sighed softly. You truly are a challenge. Seizing the moment, Qing Ling stated. Senior Jiang, I have tasks to attend to, so I must take my leave. Still calling me Senior Jiang? Since you have agreed to be my friend, would it not be simpler to call me Jiangchen? Jiangchen moved closer, his presence exuding an air of authority. Very well, Senior Jiang, Qing Ling promptly acquiesced. Just then, several injured cultivators, witnessing her intention to depart, hurriedly stepped forward to express their gratitude. Thank you for your rescue, Senior. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Jiangchen. Jiangchen's gaze fell upon the young cultivator who had called his name. She was a charming female cultivator in the chi refinement stage, her figure enchanting and graceful. Adorned in a red and white celestial gown that accentuated her alluring curves and captivating aura. Yet, Jiangchen regarded her with an expression as frigid as frost. Her companion quickly urged her, Fu Ling, have you lost your wits? Hurry and pay your respects to the senior. Chapter 81 By the way. Senior brother taught me how to escape the self-evident trap, Fu Ling pouted. It's not that I lack respect for my elders. It's just that referring to you as Senior Jiang feels somewhat ageist. It's far more intimate to call one by their name. You may call me Fu Ling if you wish. That is unnecessary, Jiangchen replied, his gaze shifting to Qing Ling. With your cultivation, it is only fitting for you to address me as senior. All right, fine, Fu Ling said, pouting again, before suddenly inquiring. How did Senior Jiang come to be concealed within the statue? This question piqued Qing Ling's curiosity. Jiangchen, seemingly concerned that Qing Ling might misunderstand, began to elucidate. I descended the mountain to attend to some matters and happened to pass through this area, thus I took a moment to rest here. Upon hearing this, Fu Ling immediately probed, matters to attend to? Are you in need of something? That is not something for you to worry about, Jiangchen replied, opting not to answer her directly as he took Qing Ling's hand, preparing to depart. Fu Ling promptly retrieved her storage pouch. Senior Jiang saved my life. Regardless of what you lack, I have some spirit stones here to offer you. Please take them for your use. Absolutely not, Jiangchen frowned deeply, waving his hand dismissively. Such a precious gift is not something I can accept. What does it matter? We could become good friends, Fu Ling said bashfully, inching closer to Jiangchen. I adhere to my principles, Jiangchen replied, his demeanor suggesting a firm boundary. Very well. Fu Ling conceded, her enthusiasm dampened. Now, we have matters to attend to and must take our leave, Jiang Chen said, disregarding decorum as he pulled Qing Ling away. Fu Ling hurried after them, calling out, Senior Jiang, there is no need to be so distant. Just call me Fu Ling. We can be friends. All right, farewell. Jiang Chen cast a final remark over his shoulder as he and Qing Ling walked away. Sighing heavily, Fu Ling watched their retreating figures, lamenting. Is it reasonable that someone as beautiful and charming as I am garners no attention from Jiang Chen? It simply cannot be. Unreasonable, absolutely unreasonable. Whoever claims otherwise shall face my wrath, chimed in her three smitten senior brothers. But why is that? Fu Ling gazed skyward. Junior sister. Do you think it's possible that Senior Jiang already has someone he favors, which is why he remains indifferent towards you? Proposed the first lovesick brother. Ah? Fu Ling furrowed her brow. Is that truly the case? That woman beside him seems rather suspicious. The way Senior Jiang looks at her is anything but innocent. The second brother added, not merely innocent, their relationship appears exceedingly intricate and multifaceted. Unlike me, who simply wishes to treat junior sister well, with no ulterior motives. The third brother declared earnestly. The first and second brothers responded, it seems you are simply naive. Qing Ling, would you accompany me for a stroll? Jiang Chen took Qing Ling's hand as they meandered beneath the setting sun. Is something troubling you? Qing Ling inquired, tilting her head. Not particularly. Jiang Chen paused beneath a tree bursting with blossoms, his obsidian hair dancing in the breeze. A few strands fell across his forehead, perfectly obscuring his captivating gaze. I am on the verge of facing a tribulation and seek someone to converse with. Qing Ling's pupils constricted slightly. Senior, you are about to undergo a tribulation? Indeed, Jiang Chen replied, observing the hint of anxiety on Qing Ling's fair visage. Suddenly, he smiled. You don't think I'm old, do you? Not at all. You are far from old. Qing Ling promptly blinked her eyes. You are undeniably youthful and quite handsome. Is that so? Jiang Chen smirked. Then do you like me? Qing Ling. Qing Ling stared with innocent eyes, displaying a look of confusion. What? I asked if you like me. After a moment's hesitation, Qing Ling nodded. Really? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Yes, I believe you possess a strong sense of justice, senior. Jiang Chen, and you are incredibly gentle. Qing Ling shyly confessed. I like you too. Delicate joy danced between Jiang Chen's brows, his lips tinged with a rosy hue, his smile both exuberant and captivating. But if you are about to face a tribulation, surely there are numerous preparations to undertake, Qing Ling inquired with concern. Why are you resting in such a dilapidated temple? Have you encountered some difficulties? Do not worry or fret, Jiang Chen chuckled, gently ruffling her hair. Although I may have been somewhat unprepared, with you by my side, I am confident I can overcome it. Qing Ling shook her head. A tribulation is a matter of great importance. Do not jest. If there are any weaknesses left unaddressed, you must rectify them immediately. With that, Qing Ling clenched her fist to encourage him. If you do not mind my limited strength, please share your vulnerabilities with me. I am willing to assist in any way. Jiang Chen felt warmth in his heart. There is truly no need. I have done all I should. Your companionship is already a great blessing. Indeed, Qing Ling declared solemnly, I will stay by your side. Jiang Chen, touched, grasped her hand. Qing Ling, you are truly wonderful. If you were my wife, I cannot fathom how happy I would be. Qing Ling squeezed out a few tears. Do not say such things. I am willing. Then will you leave with me? Jiang Chen proposed. Yes, I will follow your lead. Qing Ling responded, her cheeks slightly flushed. Are you prepared? Jiang Chen tightly held Qing Ling's hand, their fingers entwined, sharing warmth. His eyes sparkled like stars, and a smile of uncontainable joy graced his lips. As Qing Ling nodded, she suddenly felt lighter. Jiang Chen lightly tapped his toes, leaping gracefully with her into the air, their garments fluttering as they soared several feet above the ground. Instinctively, Qing Ling clung to his waist, noticing his increasingly radiant smile. Do not be afraid, Jiang Chen whispered near her ear, his warm breath brushing against her hair. I will love you with my life. Qing Ling looked down as the mountains and rivers receded beneath them, clouds sweeping past her side, causing her to hold her breath in awe. 1 moment, 2 moments, 3 moments. How do you feel? Are you unwell? Not at all. Qing Ling's eyes glimmered with unshed tears. I am simply overwhelmed with emotion to soar through this vast expanse of heaven and earth with you. As am I. Jiang Chen pressed her hand against his heart. The heart beats rapidly, as if it might burst forth from the chest. The clouds and mist bestow a golden hue upon the two, while Qing Ling gazes into the depths of his sincere eyes. Her cheeks flushed as she buries her face in his chest. Before long, Jiangchen leads her to a precipice. Look, how beautiful the sunset is here, so red. Does it not resemble our wedding hall? Qiling smiles and replies, Indeed, today's sun is exceptionally crimson. Then shall we invite heaven and earth as witnesses and unite as husband and wife? But I am here on a mission. Might this not be too hasty? Do you not wish for it? Jiang Chun, filled with melancholy, loosens his grip on her hand. I merely love you too deeply. If you are unwilling, I shall not impose. I can take you away. Take me away. No, it's not that I am unwilling. Qingling tugs at his sleeve. It's just that my senior brother is still wandering in the mountains. I must inform him, for it would be too perilous for someone at the foundation establishment stage to spend the night alone. Observing Jiang Chun turning his head away in silence, Qingling continues to coax. At the very least, I should notify him to return first. Otherwise, how can I feel at ease leaving with you? Jiang Chun finally turns his head back. Then you shall first perform the wedding rites with me, and afterward, you may seek your senior brother. Qingling sighs softly. I wish for that as well, but the figure before you is merely my avatar. How can an avatar marry you? Avatar? Jiang Chun, holding Qingling's soft and delicate hand, questions in confusion. Your body possesses flesh and blood, and your spirit is complete. How can it be merely an avatar? As he speaks, his gaze sharpens. Qingling's heart sinks. Oh no, this issue was not present in the script provided by her senior brother. What to do? Qingling's mind races swiftly. She recalls her senior brother's lesson. 3 sentences to help you escape the self-incrimination trap. Chapter 82. A foundation stage practitioner dares to compete with me first. The initial step is to replace self-evidence with external proof. Do you not believe me? Qingling timidly withdrew her hand, her eyes immediately reddening. Her voice is faint as a whisper. I understand now. It is I who am unworthy. I never deserved your trust. She lowered her head and took a step back, her tone laden with grievance. I should leave. Wait. Jiang Chun grasped her wrist firmly. Qingling, how could I possibly doubt you? But Qingling lowered her head, tears cascading down her cheeks. But I am merely a doppelganger. This is a spell taught by my master. I do not wish to cast any shadows of doubt upon you. Her despondent voice suddenly rose. That's it. I will take you to find my true self. She is nearby the dilapidated temple. Jiangbai enveloped her in his embrace. No, I will not go. I wish to prove my trust in you. Qingling responded, You speak so eloquently. Perhaps you should start a class. She sniffled and promptly initiated the second step, tactical neglect, shifting all questions onto him. But I do not wish to leave any doubts in your heart. Wiping her tears, her cheeks flushed, she continued, And did you not wish to marry me? Let us find my true self first, then we shall wed, shall we? Jiang Chun bowed his head, his breath warm against Qingling's neck. I care not. Whether you are a doppelganger or your true self, you are you, the Qingling I cherish. Then shall we not marry? Qingling lifted her head within his embrace. With one scheme failing, another arose. Qingling swiftly executed the third step, diverting the conflict. If I were to wed you as a doppelganger, the heavens would not recognize it as my true self marrying you. Would that be acceptable? Upon hearing that the heavens would not acknowledge it, Jiang Chun fell silent for a moment. Qingling, I do not wish to impose any injustice upon you. He sighed deeply. As a man, since he wished to take her as his wife, he naturally could not allow her status to remain ambiguous. Qingling's heart leapt with joy as she gazed at him with her sparkling eyes. If that is the case, let us go to the dilapidated temple to find my true self. I too wish to openly become your wife. You know, Jiang Chun suddenly smiled. It need not be so complicated. Since you are a doppelganger, your true self must be able to sense you. Just summon her here. He gently caressed Qingling's hair, his voice gentle. For now, I simply wish to watch the sunset with you, just the two of us. Is that agreeable? Absolutely, it is truly beautiful. You are gorgeous beyond compare. Qingling, with no other choice, took his hand and led him toward the precipice. Then Qingling will accompany you. At long last, she arrived. Qingling beheld another version of herself approaching on a feather-shaped flying artifact, and joyfully said to Jiang Chun, I will reunite with my true self. Please wait for me here. Jiang Chun watched the foundation stage female cultivator soaring toward him, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Yes, as long as it is you, I am willing to wait for you until the end of time. Qingling, blushing with embarrassment, dashed away, concealing the turmoil within her heart. Seated upon the feathered flying artifact, Yun Luoi, taking on the form of Qingling, swiftly produced a burlap sack and ensnared the fleeing Qingling without uttering a word. Qingling? Jiangchen, witnessing this, chuckled. Qingling, are you capturing a pig? How can you treat your own avatar in such a manner? Qingling, bewildered, remained silent. Yun Luai, oblivious to the preceding events, sensed the danger posed by the man before her and responded to his words. Forgive my jest, my avatar is rather unique, and this method of containment is most convenient. Jiangchen approached with a smile. Since you are already here, let us now invite heaven and earth as witnesses and pledge ourselves as husband and wife. He extended his hand toward Yun Luai, who sat gracefully upon the feathered artifact. Suddenly, a calm yet imposing voice echoed in her mind. Act now. In the next instant, Yun Luai reached out, and the hidden divine weapon in her sleeve vanished, only to reappear in a flash. Jiang Chun felt a sudden weight in his palm, and before he could react, bang! The porcelain vial containing poison shattered with a resounding crack. A faint azure smoke erupted forth, enveloping Jiangchen entirely. Amidst the hissing sounds, his formidable body, now in the late stage of divine transformation, began to corrode visibly, bubbling grotesquely. Qingling. Yu's furious inquiry barely escaped his lips when 4 menacing auras surged forth from the cliff's edge. 3 of them were unmistakably in the divine transformation realm. No. It was more than that. Jiangchen's gaze snapped back to Qingling, aghast to see her form twisting and changing, her aura surging to the divine transformation level. You are not Qingling. His eyes turned crimson, his voice hoarse as if tearing fabric. A wave of murderous intent exploded from him, making the air around vibrate ominously. With a clenched fist, his bones crackled, and the poison binding him shattered, spreading like a web. Who are you truly? I am Qingling's senior sister. Yun Luai replied coldly, her gaze frosty. The golden scissors at her waist transformed into 2 intersecting golden arcs, one aimed for the throat, the other for the waist, embodying the duality of yin and yang, sealing Jiang Chun's every escape route. And I am her senior brother. Shi Tsangbai stepped forward, the air trembling beneath his feet, his silhouette accompanied by 10 illusory suns igniting the heavens. Each sun was arrayed as the celestial bodies, the oppressive force descending like a celestial avalanche. Stop wasting words with him. That wretched trafficker must be eliminated. Yuan Qingqing's iron fist sliced through the air, the wind preceding her strike carving 3 scorched lines into the ground, her punch infused with 7 layers of hidden might, directly targeting Jiangchen's heart. When Jiwan remained silent, his spear thrusting forward, its tip trembling with 9 icy glints like falling stars, each thrust aimed at Jiangchen's vital points. The assault relentless and unforgiving. Whoever you are, return Qingling to me at once. Jiangchen roared. His innate frostwave sword emerged abruptly, its blade shimmering like a rushing icy river, momentarily freezing the world around him, the temperature plummeting as frost spread from his feet. With a deft twist, the sword's cold light surged forth, precisely intercepting the 4 assailants' onslaught. The golden mantis was deflected by the sword's aura, the blades clashing and sparks flying. The illusory sun, engulfed by the chill, dimmed in its fiery brilliance, its might significantly diminished. Yuan Qingqing's 7-fold fist force was punctured by the sword's tip, collapsing at 5 layers. Feng Jihan's 9-point spear light was entirely consumed by the swirling sword curtain. The combined assaults of the 4 were thwarted, Yun Luo's sleeves torn asunder. Shi Tsangbai retreating a step, while Yuan Qingqing rubbed her nose, and Feng Jihan's spear shaft frosted over. Jiangchen's sword intent remained unabated. The cold wave soared rising once more, its shadows resembling a myriad of moons reflected upon countless rivers, sweeping down upon the 4. How dare a mere initial stage of transformation obstruct my path? If you do not wish to perish, return the azure silk to me at once. The wind howled as he bellowed. At this moment, Lin Li's indifferent voice resonated from behind him. Are you so arrogant because you have the backing of some protective association? Feasting upon the spoils of your circle? Who speaks? Jiangchen's heart raced, and his brow furrowed. Without further ado, he suddenly stepped forward, darting backward like a sharp arrow, leaving a blurred afterimage in his wake. Lin Li, composed, deftly formed the Yin-Yang 8 trigram seal, forcefully stamping his foot. Boom, beneath him. A 9-palace 8 trigrams diagram illuminated, encasing Jiangchen within its confines. Clang. Jiangchen exhaled softly, the cold wave sword at his side surged forth, its runes shimmering, as if the sounds of the Tao were reciting the sword technique. Yet, Lin Li remained unperturbed. He even had the leisure to signal his junior disciples with an okay, then communicated telepathically, "It's done. The area within 100 miles is sealed by my trigrams. There is no need to worry about collateral damage. Unleash your most ruthless methods, everyone." Jiangchen's pupils dilated slightly. What is happening? A mere foundational stage. Is challenging me? Chapter 83. Is immortality disturbs my sleep yet? Compared to the absurd antics of this foundation establishment stage clown, the assault from the other four weighed heavily on his mind. Jiang Chun gritted his teeth, his brows furrowed. As he gazed up at the 10 blazing suns obscuring the heavens, his heart filled with a sense of utter frustration. The recent display of power by Shitsongbai, with his 10 suns descending, paled in comparison to the overwhelming might now before him, like a firefly next to the full moon, or a drop of water against the vast ocean. The 10 blazing suns bore down upon him, their scorching winds causing his skin to ache, while his protective spiritual energy melted like snow in boiling water. The 10 suns appeared as one. Suddenly, Shitsongbai's technique shifted, and the 10 suns aligned, descending upon him with a fierce intensity. Jiang Chun raised his sword to block, the blade colliding with the fireball, producing a dazzling shower of sparks. Had it not been for the frantic rotation of the yin-yang fish beneath his feet, he would have been utterly crushed. Break! A fierce shout erupted from him. The cold wave sword in Jiang Chen's hand exploded into countless ice crystals, each reflecting his fierce visage. The sword energy coalesced into an ice dragon that soared into the sky, yet it was severed mid-flight by the golden claw of Lin Li. 2 golden rainbows intertwined, annihilating the ice dragon, which wailed mournfully as it shattered into a myriad of ice shards. 7 killing waves. Ruan Qingqing appeared behind him like a ghost, 7 fist shadows converging into a crimson vortex. Jiangchen retaliated with a palm strike, the collision of palm wind and fist force resonating like the clash of metal. As the 3rd layer of hidden strength erupted, his tiger's mouth split, and by the 6th layer, his right sleeve was torn to shreds. Suddenly, the tip of Feng Jihan's spear pierced through the rain of ice, 9 points of cold radiance converging into a lethal strike. Jiangchen hurriedly sidestepped. Yet the spear still tore 3 gashes into his side. The blood that fell was instantly vaporized by the intense heat, resembling drifting vermilion under the glow of flames. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Jiangchen had broken through 3 defenses, and to think that he, a perfected god transformation stage cultivator, was being forced into such a wretched state by a few early-stage cultivators. Unable to endure the humiliation, Jiangchen disregarded the impending heavenly tribulation, channeling his energy to connect with the heavens and earth. His immense power ignited the ancient inscriptions on the cold wave sword, resonating with the sound of a mighty tide. A circular wave of sword energy erupted from him, freezing the air into azure crystals wherever it passed. Shitsongbai's fiery ring was abruptly frozen mid-air, and Lin Li's golden claw emitted a mournful cry under the strain. The cold wave surged, heralding a massacre of the heavens and earth, wherever the sword's edge pointed. The frozen spiritual energy suddenly detonated en masse. Countless ice crystals transformed into razor-sharp shards, sweeping outward with the full force of a late-stage god transformation cultivator. The dragon aura from Feng Jihan's spear immediately cracked under the pressure, and as Ruan Qingqing retreated in haste, she carved a 100-meter-long trench into the ground. Shitsongbai bellowed, "Strike! Keep attacking! Force him to unleash his heavenly tribulation." The great sun avatar behind him descended with a thunderous roar, while the other 3 continued their relentless assault. Yet, Jiang Chun remained unfazed. As the most promising disciple of the Ice River Sword sect, he still harbored his final life-saving card. Though precious, there was no time to hesitate now. A myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. He deftly produced a palm-sized crystal sword talisman, its surface intricately engraved with formidable spiritual energy, while the reverse bore an elaborate array of inscriptions. This was the treasured teleportation talisman of the Ice River Sword sect, inscribed with a teleportation formation that, once activated, could transport its bearer 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye, offering a chance to escape from peril. Though a consumable item, its value in a critical moment could mean the difference between life and death, rendering it extraordinarily precious. Within the entire Ice River Sword sect, only disciples like Jiangchen were deemed worthy to carry such a treasure. Frankly speaking, the loss of an ordinary disciple would not warrant the use of such a precious artifact. As Jiangchen revealed the teleportation talisman, he recalled the Taoist who had previously posed a challenge to him. That unremarkable appearance was enough to dissuade the typically aloof Jiangchen from casting a second glance. However, this individual demonstrated considerable expertise in formations, a target worthy of elimination. The imminent onslaught of the 4 adversaries meant that each kill was an opportunity gained. With a swift flick of his wrist, a sharp beam of sword light shot forth like a venomous serpent, poised to slay Lin Li effortlessly. Without hesitation, he swiftly turned, his eyes flashing with intensity as he surveyed his surroundings, his consciousness unfurling like a tidal wave. as a battle-hardened cultivator at the transformation stage. He understood that anyone daring to linger in a confrontation at this level was not to be underestimated. Even a moment's negligence could invite catastrophic consequences. Yet, to his surprise, as the brilliance flickered, there was no anomaly elsewhere. Instead, the foundation-building opponent he sought to eliminate transformed into a paper silhouette, disintegrating into delicate fragments. There was something amiss about this individual. Just as this thought solidified in his mind, Lin Li's figure materialized like a specter 10 paces away, precisely where he had initiated his movement. In an instant, the balance of power shifted dramatically. Before Jiang Chun could further assess the situation, Lin Li formed a series of intricate hand seals, akin to a butterfly flitting through blossoms, unleashing a dazzling bolt of lightning that roared forth from the Taiji diagram. Thunder rumbled, a manifestation of righteous fury, as the secret arts of the righteous Qi sect conjured a tempest of divine retribution. The deafening crack of thunder vibrated through the air, and arcs of electricity danced like silver serpents. A lightning strike, resembling a dragon's tail, surged towards Jiang Chun. Was this truly the extent of his power? The diminutive foundation-building cultivator was laughable. Jiang Chun's confidence surged. Clearly, Lin Li must have been struck dumb with fear. Indeed, a normal person, upon suddenly confronting an oncoming truck, would likely be paralyzed by panic. Yet, observing the Taoist's serene gaze, calm and unwavering as if a mountain crumbled before him, Jiang Chun sensed a lack of genuine terror. It was as though Lin Li believed he could indeed obliterate him with a mere bolt of lightning. Jiang Chun blinked, a new hypothesis forming. Perhaps he was simply a fool? If that were the case, then how unfortunate for him. Jiang Chun had initially aimed to sever his head, but now it seemed he would be compelled to reduce him to mere pulp. In a heartbeat, as the urgency of the moment escalated, Jiang Chun prepared to activate the teleportation sword talisman to flee, while simultaneously intending to eliminate Lin Li. It was merely a matter of a breath's time. Lin Li, noticing the arcane symbols emanating from Jiang Chun's form, furrowed his brow, chiseled like steel. This scoundrel intended to escape? Then let him augment his strike by an additional measure of power. The next moment, a radiant aura enveloped Lin Li, manifesting as 72 streams of spiritual light. With his left hand, he invoked the thunder summoning technique, while his right hand formed the demon suppression seal. As Jiang Chun's sword intent surged, he noticed Lin Li's gaze sharpen, a flame encircling the sword's tip 3 inches away. Before Jiang Chun could express his astonishment, Lin Li's energy technique summoned a fierce wind that scattered his sword energy into disarray. These techniques were intricately interwoven. The mystical ice transformed into water, nourishing the earth veins. The earth veins birthed wood, entwining around the sword's body. The wood essence ignited into fire, scorching the sword's intent, and the fire ultimately turned to soil, suppressing the sword's momentum. This was the method of utilizing myriad techniques to counter a single sword. Jiang Chun could hardly believe it. He realized that his sword path had been entirely anticipated, every move thwarted by these techniques before they even materialized. He was not merely battling a cultivator, but was waging war against the very laws of nature. Simultaneously, Qing Ling was led away from the battlefield by 3 junior brothers. For heads crowded together within the protective formation set by Lin Li, peering outward. The eldest brother's mastery of the laws has become increasingly formidable. Fang Washu exclaimed with excitement. Pei Jinghui swung his fist in the air, preferring the raw, visceral clashes of physical combat with senior sister Wan Qingqing, emphasizing a spirited and untamed nature. How strange. Why doesn't Brother Feng summon the Thunder Dragon Elder? Jiang Yuqiu pondered curiously. Perhaps the cost is too great, and it's unnecessary for now, Qing Ling replied, her eyes fixated on Jiang Chun, nervously biting her lip. Hurry and defeat him. If he survives, my future will be shrouded in darkness, and I will cry silently at night. Chapter 84, Master Brother, do you prefer the Thunder Maiden or the Embroidered Maiden? In the end, Jiang Chun met his demise beneath the tribulation. As he prepared to flee, he unleashed a full-force assault on Lin Li, momentarily startling him. To die beneath my sword, the ice river, is a privilege you, a mere foundation establishment junior, should cherish. I once shattered the protective array of the Xinghe sect with this very move and vanquished the Grandmaster of the Ghost Offering Hall. You were fortunate to share their fate. In the afterlife, you shall meet your ancestors in the underworld with great fanfare. Jiang Chun proclaimed with arrogant bravado, seemingly bolstering his own spirit. Indeed, he achieved his purpose. The more Lin Li listened, the more he recognized the formidable power of this fool. Should he allow Jiang Chun to escape, he would surely regret it every night. Waking up in a cold sweat. With this fear in mind, Lin Li chose to strike first. A resounding, thunderous strike summoned the heavenly wrath, invoking calamity in a fluid motion. At that moment, as Jiang Chun was about to be whisked away by the teleportation array, his heart lightened, and he could not resist mocking his opponent. However, before he could finish his taunt, he was enveloped by the storm clouds and transported 1,000 miles away. Faintly, his voice lingered. Qing Ling, quickly assist me. Yeah, puffed. Due to the vast distance, his voice quickly faded away. Although the process proved smoother than anticipated, the sword unleashed by Jiang Chun had still cleaved Lin Li's avatar into two. It was merely the split of his doppelganger. Lin Li's true form emerged from the earth, retrieving the poisonous bones left behind. That was perilously close. He nearly escaped. Indeed, manipulating the heavenly tribulation was still too daunting for him at this stage. Currently, he could only seize the opportunity to summon the tribulation while the opponent unleashed their most powerful attack. In such circumstances, had that individual refrained from uttering superfluous words, Lin Li might have faced failure. What if he encountered a mute next time? The thought sent a chill down Lin Li's spine. He resolved never to forego the chance to eliminate an opponent outright for fear of being pursued by their sect. The strategy of using heavenly tribulation to kill was fraught with unpredictability and risk. It was anything but prudent. Better to reduce them to ashes. With a determined heart, Lin Li patted his racing chest from the lingering terror. He then turned to the approaching Qing Ling Master Brother. He has been teleported away. He won't perish. Will he? The anxious tone revealed Qing Ling's fear. Once upon a time, Master Brother had imparted wisdom to her. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. However, should they provoke me, I shall eradicate them completely. If you ever encounter someone who seems genuinely kind, do not rejoice too soon, for they may very well be a sincere deceiver. In such moments, one must navigate the situation cautiously, discerning their true intentions piece by piece. If they truly wish you harm, it is imperative to feign compliance, to safeguard your own well-being. Then, seek an opportunity to set a trap and summon external aid. Achieve a decisive strike. At that time, Qing Ling felt a twinge of reluctance, sensing that the other party had not yet committed any concrete harm. Merely revealing their intentions and seeking to end a life seemed excessively cruel, lacking compassion for the other's momentary lapse in judgment. Lin Li firmly believed that regardless of the multitude of justifications for wrongdoing, they could never alter the intrinsic nature of malevolent actions. Otherwise, would not countless unfortunate souls in this world possess their own legitimate reasons for straying from the righteous path? Therefore, those who commit evil must inevitably bear the consequences of their misdeeds. At that moment, Qing Ling thought her senior brother was overreacting, until she heard Jiang Chun calling her name amidst the tribulation, at which point she profoundly understood the suffocating malice involved. Senior brother, shall we arrange a grand send-off for him? Lin Li looked at Qing Ling with a sense of relief, recognizing that her newfound awareness indicated she had begun to acquire the fundamental qualities of a steadfast cultivator. Very well, let us go and observe his tribulation. At this very moment, within the Zhengqi sect, Lin Li's fourth avatar had already begun extending its scythe towards the players. In the early stages of the game, players were rather frugal with their resources, as every spirit stone was invaluable before they reached maximum levels in their skills and abilities. Even the most popular consumables sold by Lin Li only attracted a fraction of flamboyant players, while many others, who sought power and were unwilling to toil like beasts, turned a blind eye to such allure. They envisioned a strategy of temporarily sacrificing their savings to secure a more prosperous future. However, circumstances had shifted. The various sects in the Sanjin realm collaboratively devised a secret realm competition, generating a specific event task for players. Yet, due to the vast disparities in disciple numbers among the sects, the allocation of participant slots for players varied significantly. Sects with numerous disciples could only offer a handful of slots to players, typically distributing them based on the player's combat rankings. In stark contrast, the Zhengqi sect, with its mere two foundation-building cultivators, Lin Li and Qing Ling, had all remaining 48 slots available exclusively for players. Except for a few top-tier players who could secure their positions, the competition for the remaining slots became exceptionally fierce, as most participants were still novices with comparable strengths. To address this, the Zhengqi sect organized a grand competition to allocate these slots. Players needed to enhance their strength rapidly to stand out in the contest. However, with time for leveling up insufficient, various monetary shortcuts became the preferred choice. This included upgrading the quality of their magical tools, hoarding high-attack talismans and formation discs, or directly purchasing rare elixirs to bolster their health. intending to employ a strategy of attrition against their opponents. In no time, the marketplace of the Zhengqi sect was teeming with activity. Every player aspiring to enter the secret realm was fervently spending spirit stones. After all, participation in the secret realm task would yield foundational experience rewards, random consumable gift packs, and the coveted title of sect pioneer. Achieving a high ranking would not only grant substantial experience but also rewards such as techniques, magical tools, and elixirs, with the sect additionally bestowing titles, enhancing equipment, and providing guidance from esteemed elders based on contributions. In light of the potential benefits, the current investments seemed trivial by comparison. Thus, even before the competition commenced, it had already transformed into a unique war for spirit stones. In this moment, even those frugal players who typically scrimp and save are unable to resist the allure of spending their hard-earned savings. After all, who would not desire an opportunity to transform their mundane existence? As the precious spirit stones flow away like water, Lin Li finds it impossible to refrain from partaking in this feast. As the sole avatar that retains Lin Li's original visage, Avatar 4 wanders through various locales of the sect as usual. This serves multiple purposes. Firstly, to glean insights into player movements. Secondly, to swiftly patch any bugs that may arise during certain quests. And thirdly, to attract players eager to explore hidden narratives, thereby enhancing his favorability in gathering diverse resources. Currently, amidst the uproar of the sect's grand competition, the number of players seeking him out is overwhelming. In the Justice Square, Lin Li's Avatar 4 feigns a furrowed brow, adopting a contemplative demeanor. This soon draws a multitude of players eager to make their presence known. Greetings, senior brother. Thank you for your hard work. Do you prefer a woman who helps you withstand the thunder, or one who embroiders mandarin ducks for you? Would you rather have a junior brother who assists you, or one who warms your bed? Why do you frown, senior brother? If something troubles you, share it with us, and we promise to bring you joy. Chapter 85, Pure Love is Unfeasible, yet pure gold is not on the player's information panels. Lin Li stands apart from other sect NPCs, as his details are sparse. Even the fundamental information is incomplete. Name: Lin Li, Taoist practitioner. Identity: contemporary senior brother of the Zhengqi sect, future successor of the sect leader. Race: human. Age: 128 years. Attack: unknown upper limit. Defense: unknown upper limit. Ability: retain one's hand. Passive ability: righteousness turns evil, unlike other NPCs with clearly defined roles. Lin Li remains an enigma in the eyes of the players. Although his cultivation is merely at the foundation establishment stage, he excels in alchemy and artifact refinement, demonstrating proficiency in talisman crafting and formations, making him a versatile NPC. However, he has not assumed specific responsibilities like other NPCs, leading experienced players to realize that certain conditions must remain unfulfilled, preventing the initiation of his storyline. At long last, after days of collective effort, Lin Li's dialogue changed today. I appreciate diligent younger brothers and sisters who strive for self-improvement. There is no need for embroidery or warming beds. As cultivators, you must remember the path of self-cultivation and temperance, and not become obsessed with love. A wise sage named Zhou Yuren once said, when two lovers are together, one is likely to perish, so do not indulge in romantic folly. Furthermore, I am quite content at present, so there is no need for concern. Dear younger siblings, you have showered me with gifts and engaged me in conversation over the past few days. Surely, you have some requests? Feel free to speak openly. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, the female player, wind blowing, cool breezes, joyfully inquired, is that true? Please do not deceive me. I wish to grow stronger. Is that not so? Wi-Fi Ascension Artifact, eagerly followed up with, Senior brother, do you have any tasks to issue? With a hint of regret, Lin Li replied, at present, I have no tasks to offer. However, if you wish to become stronger, I can provide some assistance. Emerging from the throng, Brother Shi asked, what kind of assistance? I am a Taoist practitioner. I can enlighten you on cultivation and combat, talisman seals, beast taming formations, sword forging, alchemy, and even evasion techniques, defensive strategies, and financial advice on weaponry. I can guide you in all these areas. Wait, did something unusual just slip in? Hearing of the senior brother's change. Seeking guidance, brother rushed over. Senior brother, our sword cultivators are in dire straits. Can you offer guidance on earning or saving money? Lin Li calmly suggested, for earning money, seek an alchemist. Give him 2 spirit stones to teach you to bark like a dog, and then he will throw 4 spirit stones at you to learn to bark back. For saving money, consult a talisman master. Pick up their discarded explosive talismans. and sprinkle the cheapest sedative on them. Their lethality will be comparable, thus allowing you to save a considerable sum on talismans. Seeking guidance, brother stared blankly at the senior brother. Listen, are these truly the suggestions one would expect from a proper NPC? They seem utterly impractical. Senior brother. The first suggestion might be forgivable, but you know I am a sword cultivator. How could I possibly utilize talismans? Lin Li spoke with an air of indifference. You could also sell it at a stall for some money, if that feels inconvenient. I have another method to save on food expenses. It involves a homemade dish. Simply take this toothpick and pierce your gums, savoring the essence of meat with a bowl of congee. Ah, one of the delights of the world. How amusing. It's as if you were possessed by the spirit of the great master. The derivative master turned to leave. However, Lin Li could not let the opportunity slip away without earning something. Oh, I have another method to enhance your cultivation level, Lin Li said calmly. Time equals distance minus speed. Thus, reversing time equals speed minus distance. At this moment, the formula unfolds. Time rewinds. Before long, the derivative master found himself retracing his steps, returning to lock eyes with Lin Li. That said, the principles expounded by the elder brother indeed hold great wisdom. Triggered event. The elder brother's mini-class. Description. Who reigns supreme among the myriad arts of cultivation? In the righteous sect, he is king. Lin Li, the elder brother, possesses vast knowledge, shining like a human cheat code. Hint. Although your pure love cannot satisfy the elder brother, your pure gold can. The derivative master, upon observing the triggered event's content, inquired eagerly, what are the requirements for the elder brother to assist in elevating my cultivation level? Lin Li smiled nonchalantly. Counting on his fingers, to ascend from yellow grade to profound grade requires 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, from profound grade to earth grade, 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. From earth grade to heaven grade, 380,000 low-grade spirit stones, and from heaven grade to immortal grade, 900,000 low-grade spirit stones. As these figures were revealed, the onlooking players collectively gasped, their eyes widening in astonishment. Cultivation methods can actually be elevated to immortal grade? One exclaimed. It is worth noting that most players still utilized yellow and profound grade techniques, which were rather commonplace. To obtain an immortal grade technique, one would typically need to stumble upon extraordinary luck or venture into secret realms to acquire rare inheritances. Fulfilling numerous quest chains might yield a meager chance of receiving such a reward. If a foundational immortal grade technique were to appear at a player auction, it could fetch a staggering 500 premium spirit stones. Yet, the elder brother claimed he could assist in upgrading the technique from yellow grade to immortal grade for merely 1,350,000 low-grade spirit stones. This equated to a mere 135 premium spirit stones, a striking discount indeed. What a celestial benefit. The derivative master, trembling with excitement, stepped forward and grasped Lin Li's hand tightly. Brother, I implore you, please help me elevate 100 swords shattering heaven's fury to immortal grade. The introduction of this technique originally boasted a myriad of swords, yet being only at the profound grade, he could conjure merely 100 sword shadows. While this level of lethality was top tier at the game's outset, it ultimately fell short against high defense opponents. Elevating the quality of the spiritual sword was necessary to enhance both attack and critical strike capabilities. However, the list of rare materials required for refining spiritual swords was daunting enough to send chills down one's spine. Not a problem, Lin Li replied. Accepting the spirit stones the derivative master had borrowed from the Arctic Shell Club, he then gestured toward the stone platform on the eastern side of the square. You should first demonstrate your technique at the martial arts platform. Upon hearing this, Guide Brother was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that the other party would, like the system, casually unleash a beam of brilliance to facilitate his upgrade. To his surprise, a demonstration was required first. Players were fundamentally different from the indigenous denizens of the cultivation realm. While they could learn and break through experience points, Lin Li, as a native cultivator, evidently needed to adhere to the true principles of comprehension. On the martial platform paved with black stone, Guide Brother took a deep breath and executed the sword technique. As spiritual energy surged, over 100 azure sword images gradually materialized behind him. Initially, the sword light was sharp and resplendent, but after 20 seconds, it flickered erratically like a projection with unstable signals. Lin Li stood with his arms crossed, observing intently, when suddenly he flicked his fingers, sending forth a golden beam that shattered the outermost sword image with a sound reminiscent of glass shattering. There were 7 points of stagnation in the flow of spiritual energy. With a deft motion of his fingertip, he traced a golden trajectory in the air, forming a diagram of meridians. The sword intent at the Baihui acupoint was too hasty, while the closing at the Danzhong acupoint was prematurely abrupt. Guide Brother, fixated on the dissipating golden lines, suddenly realizing that this was no mere data upgrade. The senior brother was, in fact, deciphering the essence of the martial arts. Surrounding the martial platform, the gasps of other players echoed one after another. Some had already activated their recording functions to capture this astonishing scene. Yet, Lin Li remained oblivious, suddenly pointing his finger like a sword towards Guide Brother's brow. Now, rediscover your sword aura. However, unlike the sudden enlightenment experienced by local cultivators, Guide Brother's game interface directly displayed a system notification. Congratulations, player Guide Brother. 100 Swords Shatter the Heavens Wrath has successfully upgraded, advancing to the Celestial Tier Technique Myriad Swords Shatter the Heavens Wrath. Chapter 86. The plan for the sale of sect properties. As the system notification faded, Seeking Guidance Brother activated his sword technique, swiftly channeling spiritual energy into the skill 10,000 Swords Shatter the Heavens. In an instant, the arena was engulfed in a tempest of change. The previously dim 100 sword shadows surged dramatically, a tidal wave of azure light unfurling. With each increment of spiritual energy infused, the swords might escalate exponentially. When the energy reached 30%, 1,000 azure beams suddenly tore through the air, their resonant sound echoing like a dragon's roar throughout the arena. As the spiritual energy surpassed 50%, the sword light rapidly multiplied. 100, 1,000, 10,000. A dense array of sword shadows darkened the sky, vibrating and humming in the void. Each beam of light solidified and sharp. The entire square was transformed into a vast azure expanse, where the sword aura surged and the spiritual brilliance dazzled. Wow, this effect is absolutely stunning, exclaimed a player in the crowd, eyes wide with excitement as he gripped his companion's neck. Look, the attack power is skyrocketing, another voice cried out in astonishment. At this moment, Seeking Guidance Brother was rendered speechless by the notifications before him. Consuming 1,000 points of spiritual energy, 100 sword lights, attack boost of 30, lasting 30 seconds. Consuming 2,800 points of spiritual energy, 1,000 sword lights, attack boost of 60, lasting 15 seconds. Consuming 5,800 points of spiritual energy, 10,000 sword lights, attack boost of 100, lasting 8 seconds. Boom! As Seeking Guidance Brother depleted all of his spiritual energy, the sword lights crisscrossed across the arena, and cracks appeared in the protective arrays. Lin Li's eyes sparkled with intensity. The terrifying power of the player system was fully revealed at this moment. There were no learning restrictions. Techniques could be executed as soon as they were upgraded, unlike the local cultivators in the immortal realm who required time to comprehend and practice. Seeking Guidance Brother jumped off the arena, exuberantly running to Lin Li's side. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. By the way, I still have the armored covering technique, but I can only stack it to 50 layers. I wonder if I can improve it? Of course. Lin Li replied with a beaming smile. The armored covering technique was one of the million topics he had researched years ago. Elevating its grade was as simple as eating and drinking, with costs equally straightforward. Seeking Guidance Brother immediately felt a tightening sensation. Although the senior brother's price was already quite reasonable, over 100 top-grade spirit stones was a hefty sum for newcomers like them. He had managed to upgrade 10,000 swords Shatter the Heavens only through a loan from the Arctic Shell Club. Now, asking him to part with spirit stones again? That was akin to squeezing blood from a stone impossible. Yet, other players were oblivious to his plight. Happy Superman counted his meager spirit stones and hesitantly approached. Brother, I'm just a little short on spirit stones to upgrade my technique. Can you lend me 1,000,000? Seeking Guidance Brother rolled his eyes in exasperation. Call me daddy. Desperate to become stronger, Happy Superman hesitated but ultimately decided to endure the humiliation and comply with this rebellious request. D-Daddy, hey, what are you calling me? Derivation Master appeared utterly astonished. I merely intended for you to ask your father for assistance, not to kneel before me as a father figure. Happy Superhero immediately became incensed, declaring, if you do not lend me 100,000, no, just 1,000, this matter is far from over. The issue lies in the fact that I currently possess not even 10 coins. Derivation Master shrugged his shoulders, wearing a look of helplessness. Happy Superhero was unwilling to suffer in silence and retaliated with a swift kick. Derivation Master adeptly dodged the blow. Superhero, remember this, Derivation Master proclaimed. Striking a pose of strength, with the spirit of youthful rebellion blazing within him. From this moment forth, I shall be a formidable force. All who defy me shall meet their demise. He shook his fist, laughing maniacally. From now on, you shall obediently serve me, or face the wrath of my myriad sword techniques. Nonsense. A true champion would never oppress the weak. I, the righteous sect as superhero, and the first to reject your claims. Happy superhero, declared with moral fervor. Whoever said I was oppressing the weak? Derivation Master replied earnestly, I have principles. I refuse to strike children and women. Before Happy Superhero could remind him that this was merely a game, he swiftly added, unfortunately, your wife is not a child, and your son is not a woman. Therefore, when I strike them, you ought to understand, right? Happy Superhero inquired, what if I had a daughter? Ah, that requires further clarification. Derivation Master responded apologetically, I suddenly recalled that I do not strike the elderly, but your daughter should not be considered elderly, right? Meanwhile, Wind Blows Cool Breezes lamented, Wi-Fi, I lack sufficient spirit stones for the upgrade. Wi-Fi Ascendant spread his hands, replying, what a coincidence, I too am short on funds. May I borrow your phone for a moment? Wind Blows Cool Breezes retorted, where would I find money in my phone? Wi-Fi Ascendant instantly comprehended and joined her in playful banter, it's on your credit line. Ah, I recall my credit limit was 5,000. Why has only 2,000 been credited? That 3,000 is my hard-earned fee. Goodness, you truly understand the ways of intermediaries, Wi-Fi Ascendant said, raising a middle finger. Inflation has skyrocketed. Our 28th tier prices are nearly rivaling those of the first tier. Indeed, Wind Blows Cool Breezes lamented. Just look at that dark-skinned man who appears when searching for French supercars. He earns tens of millions of euros annually. If he were around a century ago, he would have fetched only a few dozen at a slave market. Just how outrageous is this inflation? Wi-Fi Ascendant quickly placed a hand over her mouth. You ought to keep quiet. Do you not fear the backlash from critics? I do fear it, hence I refuse to be a target. I must grow stronger. Wind Blows Cool Breezes stated, and then rushed to Lin Li's side, asking, Senior brother, I lack sufficient funds. May I request an installment plan? Observing the distressed expressions of the players regarding their finances, Lin Li resolutely shook his head. Our righteous sect does not advocate for excessive consumption. Surely, you have all heard of the lesson learned by the peak leader of Sword Coming Peak, Dugake, who languished under the weight of immense debt for a century. This serves as a cautionary tale. Thus, the sect has explicitly stipulated that all consumables within the sect must not be purchased in installments. Alas, with a mournful expression, one lamented, then we must wait until we have saved enough money before approaching the senior brother to upgrade our skills. At that moment, a player raised a question. Senior brother, if the sect prohibits advanced consumption, what if someone seeks external channels for loans? Wouldn't those of us who diligently save be at a disadvantage? How could those who do not incur debt be affected by those who do? Lin Li replied with a calm smile, you still have other options. Although the players had long been accustomed to the high intelligence of NPCs in the game, Lin Li's sharp response still left many in quiet astonishment. Did the senior brother imply that there were alternative solutions available to us? Could it be that the senior brother intends to lower the prices? Lin Li leisurely stated, the teachings of the sect remind us that knowledge cannot be imparted lightly. The price I propose is absolutely fair. Regarding this matter, the players present were all in agreement. Observing the eager expressions on their faces, Lin Li continued, however, I do indeed have two options for you to consider. First, I can offer you high difficulty tasks, such as defeating peak foundation establishment beasts and zombies to earn spirit stones. Secondly, I can provide access to 30 secret locations for you to explore together for resources. Yet, Lin Li shifted his tone, however. This information I provide will naturally require specific conditions to be met. Eagerly, one inquired, what are the conditions? Lin Li smiled. All those who earn spirit stones through the methods I provide must use the resources obtained to purchase a sect residence, following your acquisition of a home. I will assist you in upgrading your skills. Furthermore, to alleviate your burden, the spirit stones required for your skill upgrades will be offered at a 30% discount from the original price. At this moment, Lin Li finally revealed his harvesting scythe to the players. Want to purchase in installments? Not a chance. Should a player take advantage of the benefits and then switch to another sect, it would result in a complete loss. Instead, it is better to provide opportunities for them to earn and spend their hard-earned money within the sect. This way, not only can the sect ensure its profits, but he can also benefit, while the players reap rewards and the sect binds its disciples. Truly, a strategy that kills 4 birds with 1 stone. Upon hearing this, the players responded enthusiastically. Only one, known as Seeking Guidance Brother, could hardly contain his frustration. Chapter 87. The sky has fallen. Yet I still have my blanket regret course through my veins like a river of sorrow. Had I foreseen this, I would not have rushed into taking out a loan. Now, I find myself burdened with yet another debt from the club's interest, making my already meager existence even more unbearable. The pain is excruciating. It is akin to the agony I felt when I collided with my own father while riding an electric bike. At that moment, a burly player wielding a colossal sword pushed his way to the front, his voice gruff as he inquired, "Master Brother, do you think those peak foundation building monsters and zombies you mentioned are sufficient for all of us? I hope we don't end up running in vain and coming away with nothing." "Fear not," Lin Li replied with a calm smile, his robes billowing as if caught in a breeze. He raised his hand and swept it gently through the air, revealing a luminous map that glimmered with vibrant energy, dotted with hundreds of crimson points. Within a radius of 3,000 miles, there were a total of 896 monsters at the peak of foundation building. With a mere flick of his finger on the map, he reassured, "As long as you all act swiftly, numbers should not be a concern." A voice from the crowd murmured, "Isn't it a cause for concern? Our sect comprises over 20,000 members." Another voice chimed in, "Master Brother, might I request a copy of that map? To me, the profit from spirit stones is secondary. My primary aim is to uphold the principles of our righteous sect and launch a comprehensive assault against these monsters." A player specializing in talisman crafting spoke earnestly. Beside him, a female cultivator scoffed, "How audacious! You're counting your chickens before they hatch." Lin Li raised his hand to quell the rising tension, stating, "There is no need for contention. Everyone will receive a copy of the map. Furthermore, if you wish to defeat monsters at the peak of foundation building, you must form a team. Do not entertain notions of going solo, for that would be to your detriment." Another player, adorned with a straw hat, posed a question. "Master Brother, I am more intrigued by the secret realms. What can you tell us about the 30 secret locations?" In response, Lin Li waved his robe, and the map of monsters transformed into 30 shimmering points of varying colors. "I have classified these secret realms according to their danger levels," he explained, tapping the points with his fingertip. The colors divided into 3 categories: cyan for realms accessible to solo players, blue requiring 3 to 5 participants, and purple necessitating at least 10 adventurers to explore. Upon concluding his explanation, Lin Li stored the map within a jade slip, allowing those in need to make copies. With a sense of determination, I, the one known as Seeking Guidance, made 2 copies, confident in my formidable attack power, reputed to be the highest among all sect players. By gathering a few powerful allies, I could potentially offset my losses within a month through monster hunting and realm explorations. As I observed the jubilant players rushing off to amass wealth, my 4th doppelganger, seizing the opportunity when the coast was clear, allowed a sly smile to creep across his face. "I shall prosper," he calculated with fervor, even if a fraction of players managed to accumulate spirit stones without expenditure. This venture could yield substantial profits for both the righteous sect and myself. At this moment, I realized that among all my doppelgangers, I held the highest value. Future perilous missions would undoubtedly involve me, significantly enhancing my safety. However, just as I reveled in this thought, I suddenly adopted a grave demeanor and slapped myself across the face. Do not become complacent. All doppelgangers are but extensions of myself. Losing one is to lose them all. Striving to enhance one's cultivation and avert any loss of life is of utmost importance. Indeed, every matter requires meticulous attention to detail, ensuring a pursuit of excellence. Although the current situation appears favorable, numerous concealed crises lurk beneath the surface. Take, for instance, the recent sect competition, which reveals many areas in need of improvement. Issues such as the allocation and pricing of medical practitioners, the design and cost of the viewing stands, and the need for stricter measures against underground gambling alongside the establishment of legitimate prize-based contests warrant consideration. As the 4th avatar pondered these matters, he took out pen and paper to commence his report. The dark clouds rolled and gradually dispersed, under the astonished gaze of his fellow disciples. Lin Li organized a grand ceremony to bid farewell to Jiang Chen, who had perished during the tribulation, once Jiang Chen's soul and body were utterly obliterated. Lin Li calmly announced, "I shall not participate in tomorrow's expedition to the secret realm." Wan Qingqing, known for her candor, widened her eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Why? The secret realm of Blue City Mountain is replete with treasures. My purpose for this journey was to secure the lucky star for junior brother heir. With that goal accomplished, there is no further need to proceed." Lin Li replied with a serene demeanor, stepping onto his flying sword, his garments fluttering as he emanated an air of detachment. To pursue further opportunities would be to court excessive brilliance, which is not in accordance with my way of life. In other words, he must now adopt a more cautious approach, aligning with his established persona. His fellow disciples, understanding his disposition, did not attempt to dissuade him. Before departing, Lin Li added, "The sect competition is imminent. Once you complete your trials, return to the sect promptly to rendezvous with me." With that, he vanished into the clouds, leaving only a gentle breeze to caress the faces of those remaining. As he flew beyond the Haoyan mountain range, the moon rose high amidst the branches. It was the evening wind, the starry river, and the melody of a song on his lips. It was the universe's coordinates shimmering in the night. Lin Li hummed a tune, shifting to the speed of foundational cultivation as he made his way to Tianmen Peak. Along the route, players tirelessly engaged in combat, driven by an insatiable fervor. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, Lin Li spotted a familiar figure. Was it Xiaoman? What was she doing here? He hastily checked the paper avatar placed in the koi water manor, only to find it had succumbed to moisture and become ineffective, clearly a mishap due to negligence. Suppressing his speed, he intended to approach her when he overheard Yu Xiaoman speaking to several players while holding a portrait. "Excuse me, have you seen this person?" Her voice was clear and pleasant. Responding to her was a lavishly dressed female cultivator, who glanced at the image and shook her head, saying, "I've never encountered anyone who looks like this. What brings you to the Zhengqi sect in search of him?" Yu Xiaoman's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "He is my savior. I have come to express my gratitude." Pausing for a moment, she earnestly continued, "He has a kind heart and often helps others. He does not shy away from danger and is exceptionally brave." The female cultivator displayed a look of surprise. "Although, he does have a few minor flaws, like not being particularly handsome, but I do not hold that against him," Yu Xiaoman declared resolutely. "I know he must be a person of great inner richness. He is truly exceptional." "Yes, it must be so." The female player was momentarily taken aback. "I must say, sister, we hadn't even inquired about that. Are you here to seek your beloved?" The female player teased, her curiosity ignited. "What is his name that has prompted such a charming maiden to visit in the dead of night?" Yuxiomen's cheeks flushed, and she waved her hands in flustered denial. "Oh, please don't speculate. I merely came to express my gratitude. We can discuss future matters later." She smiled shyly. Just as Yuxiomen was about to utter that name, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, captivating everyone's senses. How enchanting. This was her final thought before losing consciousness. In that instant, a hazy figure glided into view, gently tapping Yuxiomen's forehead with a fingertip. The girl's form began to dissipate, transforming in the blink of an eye into a resplendent red-scaled koi. The figure's sleeve fluttered gracefully as it carried the transformed koi, drifting toward the koi water palace. Yuxiomen awoke with a start, blinking in astonishment. Why did the golden, pearl-adorned, agate-studded, and spirit stone-embedded ceiling seem so familiar? She turned her head to survey her surroundings. Goodness, it's father's weathered visage. Slowly, she closed her eyes, drawing the quilt over her head. "It's nothing to worry about. If the sky falls, I still have my blanket. It's all just an illusion." "Is it?" roared Father Koi, finally relieved to see his daughter awake. "You possess quite the audacity. How dare you lock your father in the latrine while you sneak away? Do you have any idea that our Koi clan's fortunes are dwindling? Do you comprehend the peril of being captured, reduced to a mere dish? No, you do not. Today, I shall ensure you experience that fate firsthand." Moments later, the aroma of fish simmering in water wafted through the palace, accompanied by Yuxiomen's cries that echoed like a slaughtered pig. "Father, I can't handle spicy food. Have mercy on me." Chapter 88. Splendid news. We are all saved upon returning to the righteous sect. Lin Li unprecedentedly entrusted all sect affairs to his avatar and retreated into the alchemy chamber for seclusion. Li Guanshi, munching on a piece of melon, inquired curiously of Master Zheng. "What has come over Lin Li? Why the sudden withdrawal?" Master Zheng shook his head. "I am not entirely certain of the specifics. I only heard him muttering phrases like destruction formulan peach blossom is blood blossom, and he hastily requested several rare medicinal herbs before retreating." Peach blossom? A glint of mischief sparkled in Li Guanshi's eyes. Could it be that this lad has caught someone's fancy? I wonder if it is a maiden or a youth. Master Zheng shrugged. It matters not. Given his cautious disposition, had it not been for our nurturing since childhood, he would likely have remained invisible to the world until achieving immortality, let alone engaging with others. Alas, such is the fate of one facing 5 adversaries alone. Outside, The words of the master and the sect leader echoed clearly in Lin Li's ears. Yet, he was too engrossed to pay them heed, fervently perusing the section on medicinal pills and being kind to others. The destruction pill, utilizing bitter roots as its catalyst, incinerates the joy and sorrow meridians within the heart's gateway, leading to a complete loss of the ability to perceive love and hate within 7 days. It may provoke the soul to separate from the body, rendering the individual incapable of reincarnation in this life, suitable for those who have suffered extreme trauma or are self-destructive in nature. The heartless pill, extracted from the wilting mandala flower during frost's descent, solidifies the threads of affection into a crystalline form, resulting in a voice devoid of warmth and eyes lacking luster. Those who consume it will never reunite with the person they were most deeply bonded with in their past life. Those who oppose this fate shall suffer the calamity of the 3 evils. It is intended for those unable to sever the torment of reincarnation. The severing affection pill. Sealed within is the essence of the cliff's golden essence, cuts the peach blossom line from the fate chart, allowing one to evade the tribulations of love. Though the solitary calamity remains inescapable, it is suitable for those who have failed to transcend the tribulations of love, albeit with the side effect of damaging the liver and resulting in a withered appearance. The forgetting worries pill, infused with the juice of Ming pavine, upon consumption, dissipates memories like mist, leaving only a faint sense of familiarity lingering in the dantian. It is ideal for those unable to forget betrayal, plagued by inner demons. The heart burial pill, refined from the petals of the other shore flower, seals the emotional soul within the netherworld, causing the consumer to bear a vermilion mark between their brows. Seeing past loves as strangers. It suits those who have been emotionally manipulated or traumatized. The forgetting affection pill requires gathering 3 forgetting grasses, a waking flower, and 5 drops of hot firevine juice to be calcined for a duration of 39 days. It can obliterate the roots of affection, making it suitable for those unable to confront their emotional obsessions or those afflicted by love delusions, enabling them to see through their obsessions. A spark of realization illuminated Lin Li's countenance. Excellent. This is the answer. You shaman, you are saved. By consuming the forgetting affection pill, you shall be liberated from this vague, illusory sentiment and embark on a journey towards genuine affection. Furthermore, this pill bears no side effects and grants you the ability to remove the rose-tinted glasses of love. Lin Li felt a sense of contentment, reflecting, what a splendid day for doing good deeds. Otherwise, if you shaman were to encounter a practitioner fond of executing the destruction formula, any hint of affection could be misconstrued as enmity, leading to a preemptive strike. With her abilities, she would scarcely last a quarter of an hour. As time slipped away, the elixir had been completed. On this day, at Songkong Cliff, an unexpected visitor quietly arrived. Lin Xianshi, disguised as a beggar. Yu Renjie tightly grasped Lin Li's hand, tears welling in his eyes, imploring, I beseech you, please save my daughter once more. Your esteemed daughter? Lin Li calmly withdrew his hand, inquiring what had transpired. Yu Renjie wiped his tears with his sleeve. My daughter, she has not eaten a single grain for 2 whole days. Lin Li maintained an expressionless facade, his gaze vacant as he remarked, that is indeed unfortunate. He nonchalantly asked, have you changed cooks? Yu Renjie hastily clarified, it is not the cook's fault. My daughter has been haunted over the past half-month. She has fled home 8 times, only to inexplicably return midway each time. Now she is so frightened that her mind is in disarray, constantly murmuring about wanting to express her gratitude to you in person. Lin Li coughed softly to himself. This predicament was due to the inadequate security of your water mansion, which forced me to repeatedly render her unconscious before escorting her back. Yu Renjie swiftly produced 200 premium spirit stones, assuring that should his daughter be cured, a substantial reward would follow. However, Lin Li had long since transformed from the impoverished little Taoist of yore. With an air of indifference, he stated, exorcising demons and vanquishing evil is indeed the duty of my righteous sect. Thus, I shall make every effort to resolve your esteemed daughter's plight. This is certainly not a matter of spirit stones. Feeling the sudden increase in Lin Li's grip, Yu Renjie gasped in pain. I understand. Lin Xianshi, your noble character is admirable, but I truly cannot offer any other reward. If you can cure my daughter, the reward can be doubled. The pressure in Lin Li's grasp intensified, causing Yu Renjie's eyes to bulge from the strain. With the terms settled, the two ascended in a flash of light towards the koi water mansion. Before they could enter the bedroom, they heard the weak, yet resolute voice of Yu Shaoman. Do not stop me. Even if I am struck down by a flying vessel today, I shall ascend to the righteous sect. No one in this world can alter my determination. No one. This was followed by the sound of shattering porcelain, mixed with the flustered voices of the mage trying to console her. At this moment, Yu Xiaoman's hair had turned a dull yellow, her demeanor listless. Yet her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with fervor whenever she uttered the words righteous sect. She had long ceased to care about her appearance. After leaving the water mansion, she would inexplicably revert to her true self. Rather than waste her looks, she preferred to wait until she reached the foot of the righteous sect to prepare herself. Yet the journey to the righteous sect was fraught with misfortune. No matter how many routes she attempted to take, she would invariably be returned in a stupor. The maids absurdly claimed this was an unavoidable decree of fate. Such nonsense! How could the heavens concern themselves with the fate of the unattractive? After venting her frustration, Yu Xiaoman began to calm herself. Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside the door. A timid maid reported, "Miss, the master has brought someone to see you." "More visitors?" "I have already stated that I do not wish for a new cook." With a sense of irritation, Yu Xiaoman rose from her seat, expressing her lack of appetite. "Could we refrain from making it feel like a fishing enthusiast is preparing bait all day long?" Her words trailed off abruptly, and she blinked her dry eyes. In her daze, she questioned whether she was experiencing a hallucination. A corpulent figure obstructed half the light. Oh, it was her rotund father. But wait. Who was that behind him? A remarkably handsome man stood there. Clad in a plain robe that cascaded like flowing clouds, the slightly open collar revealed a long neck. With a pronounced Adam's apple that gently moved with each breath, strands of dark hair fell casually along his neck, accentuating the skin that appeared as exquisite as cold jade. Yet, his eyes were cold and distant, as if the moonlight of a frigid night had been crushed into silver flakes and scattered within his gaze, emanating a chilling luminescence. A sudden, inappropriate sound of swallowing escaped her lips. "Xiaoman, you're finally hungry?" Yu Renjia hurriedly approached with concern. Yu Xiaoman quickly covered her crimson lips in disbelief. Goodness! She had merely been salivating in her mind. How could she have actually drooled? Lin Li's gaze fell upon Yu Xiaoman's dazed expression, stirring confusion in his heart. Could this fish have been rendered foolish by me? As Yu Xiaoman met Lin Li's worried eyes, her heart fluttered with warmth. Could it be that he harbored feelings for me? Although she had yet to accept the affections of Lin Xianshi, she was a principled woman and could not forget his kindness. Yet, the man before her was undeniably handsome. Westlake's waters my tears. I would rather transform into a flame with you. Lin Li scrutinized Yu Xiaoman's demeanor, his brows furrowing gradually. She exhibited an unnatural flush on her cheeks, her gaze unfocused yet occasionally sparkling with unusual brilliance, and a silly grin lingered on her lips. As if she were floating on a cloud. This was an early clinical symptom of infatuation. If not treated promptly, this fish would be beyond saving. In the next moment, it was not fish feed he needed to provide, but rather an elixir of forgetfulness. Chapter 89. The Surge of Righteousness. One might ponder, why? When intending to administer the forgetting elixir to Yu Xiaoman, did Lin Li opt for his true self instead of his avatar, the first incarnation, who had previously rescued her? Even if no one inquired, this matter necessitates clarification. In truth, Lin Li had initially contemplated sending the first incarnation. However, Yu Xiaoman's cognitive anchor was firmly attached to Lin Li's genuine identity as a member of the righteous sect. Consequently, presenting the first incarnation would be rendered utterly futile. For even if Yu Xiaoman temporarily forgot about the first incarnation, there was no guarantee that a subsequent encounter with Lin Li would not rekindle her obsession with his true form. Therefore, to decisively obliterate her fixation on Lin Li, it was most prudent for his true self to administer the elixir and verify its effects. Subsequently, it need not be reiterated, with the assistance of the forgetting elixir. Lin Li appeared utterly lackluster in Yu Xiaoman's eyes, reduced to an ordinary man of meager cultivation. During Lin Li's seclusion, the righteous sect became exceptionally bustling. The sect leader of the Cilia Peak, Li Fuchen, personally led disciples Feng Jihan and Jiang Yuqi to patrol the sect day and night. Ensuring that no discrepancies arose in the grand competition Lin Li was orchestrating. Particularly concerning were the enigmatic visitors from beyond, as merely 2 days prior, 3 players, fueled by curiosity, nearly dismantled the enlarged Xian Guang mirror that Lin Li had commissioned. Simultaneously, an influx of unfamiliar faces began to populate the sect. These were primarily players who had journeyed from distant lands to witness the grand competition. Some had not joined any sect, while others were members but had not secured a spot in the Secret Realm contest. Upon stumbling across a post detailing the arrangements for the righteous sect's competition in a player forum, they could not resist the urge to join the fray. Among them was Zhu Mao Mao, who had missed the opportunity to join the righteous sect. Recently, He had been recruited by the Xianhu sect under the auspices of Jin's son, which, while acceptable, lacked the thrill he experienced as a test subject in the Beast Master sect, and paled in comparison to the vibrant and profound righteous sect. This left him in a state of ambivalence, unable to fully commit. Furthermore, unable to secure one of the 3 limited spots allocated by the Xianhu sect for players. He seized the chance to undertake sect tasks and ventured to the righteous sect, both to conduct a thorough reconnaissance and to explore potential avenues for joining. His investigations yielded promising results. He had trailed behind righteous sect players, picking up numerous opportunities and even vanquishing a few elite monsters, earning a modest profit. Just as he felt fortunate, serendipity struck. He stumbled upon a vendor in the marketplace conducting a lottery. Yet another deceptive ploy by the game's officials. Zhu Maomao, with a sense of mischief, decided he could not remain a passive observer. He resolved to critically engage in this charade. Using his personal experience to expose the detrimental effects of gambling on the populace, with his resolve to combat fraud solidified, Zhu Maomao produced 10 inferior spirit stones and purchased a ticket to test his luck. He reminisced about his childhood dreams of sudden wealth. At that time, teams promoting scratch-off tickets with grand prizes frequently visited the small county where he resided. He would reluctantly spend a few dozen coins to partake in the excitement. Yet after consistently scraping off nothing but thank you for your patronage, he grew to despise such gambling games. Were it not for his decent income today, he would have resolutely adhered to his previous vow, never to indulge again. The merchants distributing the scratch-off tickets were from the esteemed Zhengqi sect, specifically from the Lingbage. The prizes included not only spirit stones but also martial arts techniques, equipment, elixirs, precious materials, and even worthless items. Most individuals, like Zhu Maomao, would rely on their cultivation to probe the information hidden beneath the coating of the scratch-off tickets. Unfortunately, the realm of cultivation had long established countermeasures against such inquiries. Even if one attempted to investigate the concealed information, it would be obscured by a form of encryption. Zhu Maomao regretfully handed over the selected ticket to the proprietor. The owner took the ticket, leisurely scratched off the coating, glanced down, and then raised his head, a flicker of surprise and delight dancing in his eyes. A jolt of excitement surged through Zhu Maomao. His intuition whispered, there might be hope. Indeed, the owner cleared his throat and proclaimed, congratulations, sir. You have won a property within the Zhengqi sect. Zhu Maomao, his mind momentarily blanked, swiftly followed by a cascade of thoughts bursting forth like fireworks. Am I about to become a property owner of the Zhengqi sect? Is this not akin to an overnight fortune? Just the rental income alone could allow me to cultivate in ease. He even began to silently draft his acceptance speech in his mind. However, the owner's next words abruptly yanked him back to reality. A voucher redeemable for 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Zhu Maomao. He stared at the flimsy voucher, his lips twitching slightly. A voucher for 100 medium-grade spirit stones for a property? This was no different from the tactics used during the Double 11 sales. The shameless gaming officials. After a moment of silence, Zhu Maomao tentatively inquired, Boss, can this voucher be converted to cash? Even half would suffice. The owner flashed a kind smile, shaking his head. You truly have a sense of humor. Spirit stones are immensely precious. How could I possibly exchange them for mere paper? However, he lowered his voice, adding in a conspiratorial tone, if you genuinely intend to purchase property within the Zhengqi sect, I can offer you an additional quota for an outer disciple. I have my channels. Zhu Maomao. Good heavens, are we even discussing school district properties now? He inhaled deeply, tempted to leap up and curse the Lingbage for being deceitful. Yet the imposing aura of the Golden Core realm left him in awe. Zhu Maomao quietly tucked the voucher away. His luck today could not be dismissed. It merely had not been applied effectively. Well, he decided it was best to head to the Zhengqi sect early to find a good spot for the competition. As for this voucher, it must not go to waste. Zhu Maomao resolved to sell it to someone truly in need, or rather, to a suitable recipient. Perhaps it was merely the favor of fortune. As he turned his head, he spotted Qiu Daogu swaggering down from a magnificent beast resembling a lion. Its fiery mane gleaming. This sight elicited a wave of envy among the surrounding male cultivators. Although the Zhengqi sect had opened its spirit beast pavilion, allowing numerous cultivators and players to ride mounts, Qiu Daogu was accompanied by none other than the seventh sister of the Zhengqi sect, Xinji. Renowned as the direct disciple of Jiangsu, the master of the spirit rune peak. She was famous not only for her immense wealth but also for her stunning beauty and exquisite figure. Yet, after disembarking Qiu Daogu, she soared away into the skies. What brings you to the Zhengqi sect? Did the Xianhu sect's people give you a hard time as well? Qiu Daogu inquired. his gaze sweeping over to Zhu Maomao. However, his words were rather sharp, striking a nerve with Zhu Maomao. Hey, we are promoting a green internet now. Let us focus on healthy entertainment and steer clear of unhealthy distractions. Qiu Daoge thought to himself that it was rather hypocritical for him to remind her of such. Considering her own state, he scrutinized Zhu Maomao for a moment, looking at you. I wonder if you're dissatisfied with the treatment at the Xinhu sect and are contemplating a switch to the Zhengqi sect? With a sharp retort. Zhu Maomao shot back. What? Are you implying that you've struck it rich at the Zhengqi sect? Come on, show me your prowess and give me 50 first. Are you looking to borrow money from me? Qiu Daoge raised an eyebrow with a smile. You should present a reason that can persuade me first. After a moment of thought, Zhu Maomao replied, failure is the mother of success. Just transfer me 100,000 spirit stones, and you'll be a successful benefactor. He was keen to respond to the societal call to eliminate the wealth gap. Success as father. Qiu Daoge chuckled playfully. Then you should call me father first for me to hear. With a disdainful pout, Zhu Maomao retorted, go to hell with your nonsense. This was a brilliant expletive he had picked up from the forum posts where he was criticized. Insulting someone with that phrase was clever. He could neither affirm nor deny his own circumstances. Qiu Daoge burst into laughter, even if you are tight on funds. It can't compare to how tight you are. Zhu Maomao straight to the point, Qiu Daoge asked, so, what brings you here to see me? Chapter 90, Ambassador of the Righteous Sect. At this moment, Zhu Cat was discreetly admiring the attire of Qiu Daoge, which was undeniably impressive and striking. Adorned with exquisite gear from head to toe. In an instant, a pang of envy nearly consumed him. Naturally, it had been a day since he last saw Daoge, and he felt a profound longing. To conceal his jealousy, Zhu Cat spoke with a tone of righteous indignation. Qiu Daoge couldn't help but think that if he had not known Zhu Cat for several years, given his current bizarre reputation in the community, any random player approached with such statements would find it impossible to leave the righteous sect unscathed today. Qiu Daoge declared boldly, if you don't speak, I might just walk away. Upon hearing this, Zhu Cat promptly slapped a 100 grade spirit stone discount voucher onto the table before Qiu Daoge. He glanced over, momentarily taken aback. Maintaining his composure, he inquired, are you suggesting? With an expression suggesting he had the upper hand, Zhu Cat replied, I'll sell it to you at half price. Recalling the loan he had just repaid, Qiu Daoge responded with a hint of frustration. I'm not buying a house. Pig Cat urged him, if you don't buy now, you'll surely buy later. Qiu Daoge nodded, already saving up his funds, and added,